Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
A very good Sunday morning to you, and welcome to Cadwell Park for the annual visit of the British Superbike Championship, and plenty of support racing as well. We've got a very busy day in prospect. We've got our first bikes of the morning out. They are out for the morning warm-up. They were the final bikes that we saw out on circuit at the end of yesterday, which weather-wise was very different to what we've got today. Looking down on the circuit, we can see dry tarmac and bikes heading out of pit lane and round to complete their first outlap from the pit lane. It's only a 10-minute warm-up. It's for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup, and we'll say good morning to our commentary team. Down in the pit lane, as ever, is Larry Carter. Up here in the commentary box, as ever, is Duncan Vincent. And Duncan, very different conditions first thing this morning to what we endured for the BMWs at the end of yesterday.
Well, if you remember, Alan, we watched them surfing their way down the main straight on the grass at one point.
That's a very good word for it.
Danny Cartwright had a fairly sizable moment and raced direction at that point. Thought, this is enough. Nobody's going to go faster. The weather's really starting to deteriorate. And common sense very much prevailed. Welcome to Cadwell Park, everybody. I'm Duncan Vincent, and I'm in the commentary box, sat next to my little soul brother, Alan Hyde. My other soul brother's down there in the pit lane, and I can see him casually leaning against the metal railing underneath the tag awning, just having a little look at what's going on in the timing screens. Larry Carter, welcome to the annual party in the park.
Yeah, good morning, Dunk. Good morning to everybody here trackside already at this early juncture for day 2 of the annual party in the park, the biggest meeting of the year in the Zin British Superbike Championship, and it's a regular fixture here at the August Cadwell Bank Holiday Weekend. It wouldn't be an August Bank Holiday Weekend without Cadwell Park. And after your advice to pack the old snorkel and the flippers and everything else from my trip down over the border from the People's Republic of Yorkshire last night, then I've had a look at the weather forecast, Dunk and Alan, and I don't think it looks too bad for the remainder of the weekend. Yes, I think we might get an odd shower at some point in time over the course of the weekend. But I had a flick through the various apps, the various channels that I was available to have a look at, and I don't think that there's any substantial torrential rain in the forecast for the remainder of the weekend. That said, we know we've got it spectacularly wrong, haven't we, in the past? And I know I was listening at times to you guys yesterday on the broadcast. We are actually broadcasting on 88.0 on the FM wavelength. If you brought your little transistor radio, is there such a thing as transistor radios nowadays, Al? They've probably died with the Arctic.
No, that's very weird that you asked the question, Larry, because Duncan Vincent asked exactly the same question yesterday.
Well, nowadays you can get the various apps and everything else, but 88.0, if you're back at the motorhome, if you're in the tent or whatever else, and you want to pick up the commentary, yet you're not trackside listening to these speakers, or do like I do. I listen on 88.0 with the cans on, and it kind of drowns out the background noise of the bikes as well. So
how are the cans, Larry?
Yeah, the cans are. I give them to this dodgy bloke. They fell to bits at Brands Hatch, didn't they, if you recall? And I had to ring this dodgy bloke up, Hyde Electronics apparently,
yep.
and put the old plea into him to say, would you have a spare set of cans? He says, I'll leave it with me, Scoop. I'll see what I can do. And lo and behold, there was a brand new pair just appeared at the next round that we were at. The good news about it is the cans are fixed. The bad news is that the bill that came with it, unfortunately, that seems to have been lost somewhere.
Oh yeah, the bill.
Yeah. So if you see
now.
that bloke, you know, Hyde
right.
Electronics Limited, a very dodgy character. Yeah, just might want to mention that there's absolutely 0 to less chance of being paid than hitting the moon with a snowball, let's say.
Wait till we have it on here putting the programme. That's the next thing we'll have.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Hyde Electrical Services, just below the Bagulated Prosecco advert in the programme. Larry, it's great to have you here with us in a nice, so far dry pit lane, which is great to see for our annual party in the park. The BMWs are on track. The Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup warm-up. They finished the day yesterday. They've just wrung themselves out overnight through the mangle, dried out, and now they are on track for a morning warm-up.
Can I ask a stupid question, which you will say is stupid, but I don't know about racing leathers? How long would it take to dry out a set of leathers after a downpour like yesterday?
Depends how wet they get. But yeah, it does take a while.
How porous are they?
It does take a while. The leather does soak in water, and you usually get the colour stains of the white band marks on them where the possible sweat has been. A lot of these guys will have 2 pairs of leathers, so they will no doubt be out in a dry city. Some poor soul will be out there putting on wet leathers and wet boots this morning, Larry, like you would have done in the Clubman Series when you were on your slab side many years ago.
Yeah, when we were racing at places like Carnaby and at places like Elvington as well, where somebody once remarked that that's the only place where the riders arrive before the track does because it was full of cones and everything else. So, but yeah, there's nothing worse, is that we've all been, anybody who's ridden a bike knows that if you're climbing into a set of leathers, and it's not the sort of thing where they could have hung them up outside the, in the awning or outside overnight, because there has been a little bit of precipitation as well, so that would just make them even wetter. So yeah, but I'm pretty sure that these there is various drying devices nowadays that we can get for gloves and boots and everything else, so I'm pretty sure that the riders out there will be happy enough with that. Nice to see Evel Knievel is here in person this weekend. The buses are arriving at some point in time on the start and finish straight, and we will be facilitating some jump over the 13 Greyhound buses for the number 44 of Evel Knievel out there at some point over the course of the weekend. But that's nice to see. We've got a relatively small number of bikes out there, and I think that is probably because there is still a little bit of moisture around the track, isn't it, boys? 33 minutes to go on this one, and definitely we always say at places like Brands Hatch, Alton Park here at Cadwell, under the trees, and that little section up through Hall Bends and in towards the hairpin down through Barn Corner, it doesn't dry very quickly through there. There's no noticeable breeze down here in pit lane, although the sun is trying to get out, but that will just take a little while. And given that this is only a very short 10-minute warm-up, we always say nothing good happens in warm-up, does it?
Larry, go and poke your head through the fence here if you can. Have a look at the track.
It's wet.
Yeah, Port Race Racing Marshals have got a debris flag out directly in front of you, actually, and they're having a little bit of a look. Maybe a bit of a visor or a bit of a helmet's popped off as they're going along the main straight. But Larry's correct. The track is still damp. We can see as we look up towards Hall Bends, we can see a lot of the dampness in that area. We can also see a lot of the kind of patchiness on the run in towards turn one, dry racing line, wet offline. So a small amount of bikes have gone out there. It's only morning warm-up for these guys. They will be racing later on through the course of today, Alan, as we look at our timetable. They're actually out this morning. They don't then go back on track until we have 5:05 for heat number 1 and heat number 2.
It's a lot of waiting, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of waiting for them. So some will want to go out, some really not so bothered about going out. What time have we got left? 1 minute 52.
Just watching one or two of the bikes going down the straight in towards the fast left-hander at Coppice Corner. And there is a little bit of a noticeable rooster tail coming up off the back of the bike. The track looks dry out there, and the diminished adhesion flags are out there in... on the start and finish straight. That's obviously the part of the track that we can see. But there is probably a little bit more moisture about than what it has been. Now, just looking at the track now here, it looks ostensibly dry, but there is just enough moisture out there just to make sure that the riders just treat this one with caution. Well, we've only got about a dozen bikes out there at present. There's not too many out there, led by Harley Preble. He, of course, is the rider with the Evel Knievel leathers on out there. His character is Harley. If you get a chance to have a chat to him in the paddock, he really is a one-off, is Harley. And then the two Vela brothers, Liam, Alex, then ahead of just looking down to see whether or not any of the... Oh, Kenny McLeod's out there.
Yeah, Kenny McLeod was at P2 yesterday, I think. Yeah,
he slipped off, did he? He was one of the Barn Corner car park attendees, was he not?
Well, he didn't do the first session. He broke down in pit lane, or some technical issue. He didn't get out. And then eventually, when he did get out, he went out, did a flying lap, and threw it into the fence at the hairpin, got going again, then threw it into the fence at Barton.
He's making a bit of a habit of this testing the tarmac. Your mate Kenny McLeod comes down from... You know, if you look at a map of Scotland, Duncan Vincent lives in that big palace right in the middle of it, just off the M90. You can't miss it if you go past there. There's gates up to the access and everything else. But you've got to go to the Inner Hebrides to find out where Kenny McLeod comes from. He's from the Isle of Lewis, and the capital Isle of Lewis is Stornoway. And whilst he doesn't live there currently, he's a member of the His Majesty's Forces. Is Kenny? He's got a fair old trick if he needs to go back and see his mum, hasn't he?
It's a trek and a half, yes. And he does his work at RAF Lossiemouth.
Which is a trek in itself.
Yeah, very much so.
That's a good walk. 3 hours north of you in central Scotland, Dom?
Yeah, that's Callum Bay territory. It's up along the kind of the coastline that is into the Moray Firth area, along the top of Peterhead towards Lossiemouth, Inverness, Elgin, all that area. So it's a long trek. It's commitment. That's what it is. It's very much commitment to get yourself up and down the country. As we just keep our eyes on everything that's happening on track. The checkered flag is now out. We can see front row Joe making his way up towards the gate. Joe Talbot leaving the pit lane garages. Had a little bit of a look through his Bimota stuff that's going on down there. But that was just a casual, soft, gentle morning warm-up. And I think that's a great way to start the party in the park. Nice and easy, nice and relaxed. The rocket of BMWs just doing what they do. And only 16 bikes on track, 16 bikes from what should have been a possible 32. So you can see there's quite a large number not going out there. Kenny McLeod, possibly our biggest hitter that we have on track. Yesterday in qualifying, Bobby Very put himself on pole for heat number 1, and Kenny McLeod put himself on pole for heat number 2. Christian Smith will be on the middle of the front row for heat number 1, and Barry Burrell will be alongside Kenny McLeod on heat number 2, row number 1. Rounding out the front row of heat number 1 will be Nicky Coates. So once again, Nicky Coates doesn't race Barry Burrell. They've separated themselves, and Christian Smith doesn't race Barry Burrell. And this was something that I was starting to say yesterday, Larry. It's like they either almost need to box clever for this type of qualifying session. They need to try and line themselves up so they're actually racing Burrell rather than racing in separate heats to take points off him.
He's decided to turn up again as Burrell, has he? Because he's been telling us since day one, hasn't he? I'm only doing this round. I'm not going to do any more. And he missed Donington at the start of the season. He's the defending champion, of course, number 1, Barry Burrell. But he decided that he was going to have a season in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship, but for whatever reason, the budget just didn't quite stretch to that. So he was going to have a year on the sidelines until he decided to wheel the bike out for round 2 at, where were we at round 2? Donington was round 1. Then did we knock Hill his first round?
Knock Hill was his first round, yeah.
And then he's been telling us ever since. Actually, I'm doing a triathlon at the next round, so I won't be able to come. And we have to take the dog for a walk the following round, so I won't be at that one either. And every time we have the privilege of putting together the race programme. If you've not managed to get a copy of the race programme, then I do urge that you do so. There is a limited number on sale this weekend, so if you've not got one, then do so already. And when we go to put the entry list together, I have to ring Richard up from the MSV office and say, is Burrell in this weekend or not? Well, we think so. We'll put him in just in case he turns up anyway. That's great fun that he has done. But that concludes the first action here on Sunday. And for those people listening around the world, you won't believe this, but the sun's out here at Cadwell.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Product Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Larry's absolutely right. It's beautiful sunshine looking down on Cadwell Park this morning, and hopefully it's going to stay dry for the rest of today. The weather forecast that we were looking at in the commentary box yesterday was absolutely spot on with the predictions of the amount of rain and the times as well. So if we're to go by the same weather forecast today, it says it will get wet today, but it won't get wet until around about 5 o'clock this afternoon, which is right at the tail end of today, and it will be the BMW F900R Cup, which are out on circuit. So apologies to them if the weather forecast is accurate, but it might just be at the end of the afternoon we might get a bit of rain. You can get in touch with us here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. We are very much the sound of the British Superbike Championship, going to every round, including Assen, in just 3 weeks' time, with our radio setup, and we'll be broadcasting from there. In exactly the same way that we do at every circuit here in the UK. We'll be online. You can stream the live audio on BritishSuperbike.com and also on TSL-timing.com on the live timing page. But also this year, brand new, we are streaming live on YouTube as well. So we get pictures from the pit lane. Laura's got the mobile camera down there in the pit lane. We've also got an overview picture of the pit lane as well. You can see Duncan commentating away, but also the live timing page as well, and all of that is with the soundtrack of BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. So multiple ways to be in touch, and you can listen on 88.0 here at the circuit on an FM radio, 88.0, and of course on all of the speakers around the circuit as well. So multiple ways to listen to the coverage throughout today, and of course throughout tomorrow as well. Bank holiday Monday here at Cadwell. So in the sunshine, maybe a quick reminder of how you get in touch with us here in the studio. You can do so on WhatsApp, and the WhatsApp number is 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877. We take your messages on that number, but it's on WhatsApp only, so not on a text message or an SMS message, but only on WhatsApp, 07482 877 877, and that's the way you get in touch with us. Also, you can email us if you've got maybe slightly more to say than you'd put in a WhatsApp message, studio@bsbradio.com, studio@bsbradio.com. Now, for the rest of this morning, we're very much into qualifying sessions and into the early part of the afternoon as well. In addition to that, we've got the very special, unique Super Bowl, which we're running for British Superbikes this weekend. So all of that to look forward to, with the riders' choice of music for their outlap from pit lane. So that's always a very special feature here at Cadwell Park. Sometimes we get rather caught out on the playing the music for Super Bowl, because if the weather is becoming a little bit inclement, then that's when we can't really run that format of one bike on circuit for the qualifying. But the weather forecast for today is looking pretty good. And Larry Carter down there in pit lane, it is very much a feature of Cadwell Park, isn't it, running the Super Bowl?
Yeah, the Super Bowl, it's a one-lap wonder. Instead of the normal of all bikes out on track, then if you recall, going back probably around about 20 years or so, then it used to be one bike out on track. They get an out lap, they get a flying lap, and then they get an in lap. And that's kind of like the format that we adopt only here at Cadwell Park throughout the course of the year. We used to do it at a couple of tracks, but it is a feature of Cadwell Park. And what we do is then there's 12 riders already qualified for that. 3 more will join those 12 when we go through through the first phase of qualifying. And believe you me, there's some big hitters in what is effectively Q1 there. Some previous race winners here this season that have got to try and go through the second phase of qualifying. And then in reverse order, so 15th fastest, 14th fastest, 13th, 12th, 11th, 10th, and so on, right the way through to Brad Ray, who's quickest. Then they go on the outlap, and as they start their flying lap effectively, there's a short music track that gets played, and Alan Hyde, Duncan Vincent will be in charge of that. And believe you me, there's an eclectic mix of tunes.
It really is. I've done the
young
edits
and
this
old.
week, Larry. Yep, it doesn't fail to impress for some of the entries, and it's all a secret, isn't it, until the bike is on circuit, which really rather adds to everything. We're looking forward to that. Super Bowl coming up this afternoon, early part of this afternoon, but we've got bikes on circuit for qualifying. First qualifying session of the morning is for Pirelli National Superstocks, and in the commentary box is Duncan.
Thank you very much, Sir Al. Spinning many plates again up here is Alan Hyde. He's a busy man. Sam Cox, welcome to Cardwell Park, the party in the park. Thank you very much for popping up for qualifying. It's good to see you. Luca Jennings is your man that we have on track for you today. Luca Jennings, who did very well yesterday in very tricky sessions that he had, but give us a little rundown on Luca.
Yeah, so the guys that normally stand in for us, the EWC boys, Larty, Wardy, Tom Oliver, all of those boys are out in the Boldor getting prepped for the 24-hour next month. So we had none of those that we could rely on to turn up for us. So Luca Jennings, we've been supporting him in No Limits for a year or so now. So we felt like this was a good opportunity to get him on the bike, get him out here, experience a little bit of BSB for the first time from a rider's perspective, which was brought back a lot of memories for myself from my first time here when he's coming in after FP1 and his sort of pupils are huge and he's
dilated,
a little bit dilated. Yeah. But yeah, he's just coming along, no expectation, go out there, have some fun. I mean, he was amazing in the wet. He's got a supermoto background, so a little bit like Storm Stacey, they're kind of a bit more comfortable in the wet than us fair weather tarmac riders. But yeah, no, he's just out there having a bit of fun representing the team.
Scott Swan fastest yesterday for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. Free practice combined times. Most of in fact, all of the fast laps were out in session number 1 because we had a wet session number 2 and limited bikes went on track, which made it quite challenging for us in the commentary point. But Swanee was fastest from David Allingham. Ash Barnes, the sole rapid Honda this weekend after Declan Connell has decided not to race purely because of that little wrist injury that he's got still. You know, he phoned up Callum Bay and said, Callum, looking for a bit of advice. What do you think I should do? Maybe 50-50. And Callum actually gave him a really wise bit of advice saying, if you're actually phoning me, you already know the answer to the question.
I think it's with injuries on a rider, it's certain parts of the body you can ride around, certain parts you can't, and the wrist is such a key part of where you hold on to the bike effectively. It's
so much feeling comes through the wrists and the hands and the bottom. So the bottom, that's one way to say it. But Ash Barnes, the sole rapid Honda for Matt Bainbridge and Claire Armstrong on track. Matt Truelove, unfortunately, in 4th place, Matt Truelove tipped off, so he won't be back. He's deemed unfit. He still is on the unfit list. I watched him walking back from the medical centre this morning. And I just gave him a little shout. I said, Matt, thumbs up, thumbs down. He says, no, very much not good. So Matt Truelove on that unfit list for the MCRCB. So he won't be taking place. There'll only be one tag Honda out there as one rapid Honda. Lewis Rollo very fast yesterday. 5th place for Lewis on his Motorrad Central at Edinburgh by MLAV Racing BMW. Luke Mossey, 6th place. Not a worry. Luke Mossey knows his way around here. Put in a couple of laps, did what he needed to do, but only 8 laps for Luke Mossey in free practice 1. Didn't even turn a lap in free practice 2 in those tricky conditions, as you'd expect. Josh Owens, Ash Beach, Ryan Campion once again showing great pace here at Cardwell Park, and that's something that we have seen with Ryan Campion. We've seen him do some fabulous running here, and it's good to see him back in that top 10, just ahead of Billy Skippy McConnell. And Hutchie returned as well, Larry Carter. Don't know if you picked that up on the entry list, you probably would have, but Hutchie was back. And he's also back, sporting a moustache.
Yeah, that was even, we left it till as late as possible to put the entry list together. Hutchie was a last-minute addition into that, so I think you need to add number 9, Ian Hutchinson, on the Team RST BMW on that one. Just, you ran through very efficiently there, the top dozen or so riders there, and a lot of people will be thinking, well, where are they? They're not coming out on this qualifying. Well, all the qualifying sessions this morning, folks, are split into 2 lots effectively. So we've got a two-phase qualifier for all of the support classes, the Super Stock, the Super Sport and the Sport bikes. Effectively, the top 14 have already qualified for the second phase, effectively. So those names that Duncan read out there, the likes of Scott Swan, David Allingham, Luke Mossey, and all the other top runners in the championship, they don't have to go till the second phase of this qualifying. This is effectively trying to get 4 riders to add them to make up the first 6 rows of the grid. So these are the riders from P15 down over that are out on track at present, who are aiming to get into the main qualifying session, which follows this one. And this is a format that will be repeated for both the Super Sport and the Sport bike category as we go through the morning. So don't think that your favourite rider is deciding to sit this one out. This is effectively the qualifier before the qualifier.
Well, your favourite rider may have decided to sit this one out because Sam Cox might be your favourite rider and he's decided to, I'm not going to do Cadwell Park. We'll let Luca Jennings do that. But yeah, correct, Larry. Sport bike, Super Sport, Super Stock all get the two-phase qualifying. The top 14 already bang on through to Q2 and 4 from this session will go through. And there's some big names on the outside looking in. We've got JVS, Jimmy Van Shakliris. We've got Simon Reed, Jack Bednarek, Dan Brooks, Max Lofthouse, Harrison Crosby. You know, there's big names outside who could and really should be making it on towards the inside. So, don't know what you think of that one, but that's for you, Alan. Just to let you know, I think that's for you possibly. We'll find out in a minute.
Just looking at the times that are coming in at the moment, I know it's still relatively early stages, although we're almost halfway through the first part of qualifying, but I mean they're a long way off a dry time here, so I'm assuming I can see the sort of red and yellows were being displayed going through Hall Bends, so I'm assuming it's still wet behind the trees.
You can also see a little
bit damp.
Yeah, I mean it's dried out very quickly. It was damper this morning, but still, even though it's
little patches,
any change of surface means that the tarmac is different.
But that makes it exciting, right? Because it throws it up in the air. So who's willing to take that risk? I mean, Simon Reed's still sat in the garage at the minute, so I don't know if he's got a problem or just waiting for the track to dry out a little bit more to avoid any issues.
Sam, were you referring to Jamie Van Sieklerus?
Simon Reed in the garage at the top.
Okay,
JVS hasn't been on track yet.
It is a little bit fragmented because a lot of riders are ensconced at the top of the paddock and we're down here at the bottom. But one rider that I think should be in this, Dunk, I don't have the qualifying sheet in front of me, is the Dutchman Jamie Van Sieklerus. And he's not on the timing sheet at present. Or did he actually squeeze into the top 14?
He will have done, actually, because of the Matt Trula being removed. GVS would have been transferred straight in, actually.
So he was right on the cusp of it, yeah. I just looked down here and I thought, I'm not sure whether the Tag Honda squad would run JVS from the bottom garages or whether or not he'd be ensconced up at the top, but I just didn't see him on the timing sheet. That would explain it then if Matt Trula has withdrawn. Do you think he's still having a flashback to Thruxton at all? Do you think he could...
Let's not talk about Thruxton. I did that yesterday for about 10 minutes with Alan Hyde. We talked about what the Superstock race that took the longest time for us to ever get a result, and we could hear everybody chirping away in the background, moaning about somebody else. And Matt Trulov, he actually tipped off yesterday. I think it was Mansfield or the chicane. I saw him this morning walking back. He looked, he didn't look great. He said, no, not this weekend. So Matt will come back in the not too distant future, we can guarantee that. But it's just one of these things, unfortunately. Let's put us a little bit on screen here, just so we can see everybody in the morning in our commentary point.
Where's the camera? Let's get my
right angle. In front of us, right angle. No, it's not that one. That's the pit lane camera. Okay. Do you hear this, Alan Hyde? Let me get my angle. Let me get my angle. So, BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki. In the commentary point, Duncan Vincent and Sam Cox. Down in pit lane, we have got Larry Scoop Carter, and spinning everything up here, trying to keep us all together on the straight and narrow, Alan Hyde in the studio. This is the Pirelli National Superstock Championship qualifying Q1. These are the guys who were 15th and onwards, and 4 of these riders will be trying to make their way into Q number 2, taking one of the transfer spots. But as Sam Cox and Larry Carter have rightfully said, the track conditions right now are not 100%. They're not far away, but they're not 100%. It's quite easy to see Thomas O'Grady with a 1:36.966, the best lap. Swanee did a 28.6 yesterday, so it does throw up in the air. You're correct, Sam. People are going to have to almost pull up the big boy pants and try and put a lap in here for the likes of Simon Reed, for the likes of Dan Brooks. I'm going to say that. even your man Luca Jennings, who currently sits in 5th place.
Yeah, and Jack Bednarek as well. Crosby, they're normal people you'd expect to see sort of top 15 and above, really. So I'd imagine they've sort of played it cool, sat out the first sort of 5-10 minutes to see what was going on, just to avoid any kind of little mishaps, shall we say, in the early laps. And then they're going to have to get their head down and put in a flying lap. And I'll tell you who will be watching this session very closely is all the boys in Q2, because they'll be trying to work out themselves. Because sometimes when it's iffy conditions like this, it's actually a benefit. You go out on track, you know what's quick, what areas you can push and what areas you can't. And sometimes you can see a few of these boys that promote into Q2 actually having a really good Q2 because they've got the lay of the land for the next part of qualifying.
But looking at the sector times to see, that sector's quite quick. That's normally what we'd expect there. But the middle sector looks a little bit shy.
There's a second off or a few seconds off.
There's obviously something there. But Thomas O'Grady, purple again through sector number 1. I can't say that Alan Hyde. That's exactly what he is. He's fastest of anybody through there. You missed this yesterday. The whole colour scheme came back. He had colour charts in his computer. There was people texting in telling me about magentas and teals and all sorts of things. So, but that is Thomas O'Grady, fastest through sector number 1, and he has just done 1:37.8. It's not his fastest lap, but look at the personal best for everybody else. Last time round, Bednarek, Crosby, Lofthouse, Petty, Charlie White, Luca Jennings, all personal best lap times, and down towards Paul Cunvan. Jake Major Bird yesterday was one of the guys out there in the wet who really, really impressed us. He put a lap time and it was only 2 seconds off Lewis Rollo.
Yeah.
And I really, really got her eyebrows up. Unfortunately, he did slip off at Mansfield, but he was showing that some really, really good pace in the wet. It's Harrison Crosby puts the SAF Holland Honda into P2 for big Joe Richardson into a transfer spot. Remember, 4 spots are up for grabs here. O'Grady, Crosby, Bednarek and Lofthouse are in those transfer spots at this moment.
I'm just looking at Reed and Brooks, and they need to get a wriggle on it. There's only 4 minutes, just under 4 minutes to go. And at the moment, they're sort of... Brooks just jumped up to 10th in this session, but again, that won't be enough to get him into Q2, and Reed is currently dead last. So he is putting a lap together. So it'll be interesting to see what happens on the exit of this. But again, it's such a tight circuit, this. It's so easy to make a little mistake, and if you're having to avoid wet patches, it can be quite hard to string a lap together. So normally you just want to get out there and spin laps just to get used to it. These boys have left it to the last minute, so let's see if they got it.
The more laps you do in this, the braver you almost become. You feel a little bit more grip at a different place, and before you know it, you're going a lot faster. To just leave the pit lane and perform straight away is not easy. Simon is about to come out of the last corner behind, I think he's behind Luca Jennings, if I'm not mistaken. Will we see the teal bike cross the line? Yes, we do. And there we see Simon cross the line. Reedy, where does he go? He only goes up to 9th place. And he's really got another couple of laps to try and do this, but it's not looking as easy as you'd imagine. Luca Jennings did also improve up into P5. He went up 3 places. Says Sam Cox. He's very impartial. I would like to say that. He is impartial. He's in the commentary box. If he's not, Alan Hyde would pick up the big stick in the corner and give him a sound thrashing.
He's got the mute button over there, so he can just stop me talking.
You noticed that at the start, didn't you? Heidi likes that. Just that little Rye grid. Remember, I'm in charge. The studio always wins. Always wins every time. Bednarek goes fastest by 1.1 seconds. Crosby follows him through. Now, Bednarek is the marker for Harrison Crosby. Jack's gone fastest on that Aprilia. And Max Lofthouse now goes into P2 with Harrison Crosby. So this is looking a little bit better, but at 135.8, they're still quite a way off what they would do. And Simon Reed, another personal best couple of sectors. Thomas O'Grady, though, purple through sector number 1. He's been somebody who's featured at the sharp end of this Q1 for quite some time. And everybody now dancing about our screens. Another improvement for Dan Brooks on the Master Mac Hawk Honda up into 5th, just outside of the transfer window. Sounds like football, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I think we're going to see, literally, it's going to change every single time someone comes over that start-finish line, because the track's only getting better. The guys are learning it more and more, so they're only going to get quicker here. So we're starting to light up with greens and purples at the moment. But again, Reed is still leaving it late. He's still in 12th. And let me tell you, as you come around that line, knowing you need to be in the top 4, and you see sort of P12 in your pit board, you think, oh, God. Then you start pushing, then you start making mistakes. So I think he should be coming out the last corner now, just tucked in behind Luca Jennings. So might need to charge him a couple of toe laps there. But he's coming through and he's jumped.
5th.
Oof, still only 5th.
Yeah, he goes ahead.
I mean, 5th is very good, don't get me wrong, but
it's not Simon Reed.
Through to Q2, and it's not Simon Reed.
We'd normally say 5th in Q2 for Simon Reed. You know, not 5th in Q1. There's a bit of a gulf here for Simon. Obviously, he did tip off yesterday as well. He fell off at Barn Corner, which is one of the reasons why he finds himself in Q number 1. But this really is his last lap. There's a minute in session to go. He needs to deliver on this one, but he has been getting faster and faster. We need to see something special from Speedy Reedy 2.0. as Harrison Crosby slots himself back into P2. But Bednarek on the IN competition Aprilia fastest from the Honda mounted man of Harrison Crosby and Max Lofthouse, both on Hondas, and then Thomas O'Grady pointing at the screen. Come on,
I'm just thinking, I don't think Reedy's going to get another lap in here because there's only 41 seconds left, and I don't think he had enough time to get round. So this is his last shot at getting into the top 4 to get into Q2. So and he's gone yellow.
He's a bit of a chunk away, and Dan Brooks has gone ahead of him there. He was quite a way off, almost half a second away at the first part of it. But if he can hold that half second, it will get him into the, I'm pointing here saying 3rd or 4th place on our TSL timing screen, brought to you by Omologato and 1P Mobile. And while all that's happening, Bednarek is on a lap, which puts him fastest of anybody through sector number 1. We'll wait to watch Jack Bednarek go through the next part of the track on bike number 91. He goes purple through the second sector as well. And the checker flag now flies here, so everybody crossing the line. This is queue number 1 coming to an end.
Here comes Reedy.
We've got 4 spots up for grabs. Simon Reed crosses the line. What does he do? He stays in 5th place. That's going to be a tight one. Thomas O'Grady gets a transfer
You've
spot.
still got Dan Brooks on a lap as well.
Yeah, O'Grady hanging by a thread as Dan Brooks will come and cross the line. Whereas Dan on bike number 2, well, he's at the Mansfield chicane area of the circuit. Bednarek, Crosby, Lofthouse, O'Grady in transfer spots at this moment in time. Simon Reed's out of it. He's 5th place. He's had the checker flag. Luca Jennings has had the checker flag also, but Dan Brooks could upset the apple cart here and put himself through into Q2. You'd imagine Steve Hickey can demand that of Dan Brooks. As across the line goes Max Lofthouse. He'll be happy with the transfer spot that he's managed to acquire. But out of the last corner, it will be Gavin Watts. 2 bikes back will be Dan Brooks, Charlie White. Gavin Watts and Charlie White cross the line. Any improvement for those guys?
He just needs to keep it clean right to the white line as he comes up and crosses the line. He's got to get...
Tense moments for Dan Brooks, and he goes 4th and knocks Thomas O'Grady out. What a shame for Thomas O'Grady. But relief for Dan Brooks and the Mastermac Honda. I can guarantee you with that one, getting themselves through into the second phase of qualifying. Jack Bednarek on Ian Newton's big Aprilia. Well, they shouldn't have been there in the first place, but that's what happened with yesterday.
Well, I think he's one to watch in Q2 as well, because like I say, he was getting quicker every single lap. He really knows where that track is. He's probably going to go in, make a little change now. They get another tyre if you get through into Q2, so he's going to put a new tyre on and go again. And he's got that track experience, that track knowledge that the guys don't have, because they've been sat there waiting to get out. So, I think Bednarek's on for if he can keep it clean in Q2, I think he's on for a good qualifying here.
Wow, that was pretty tense, actually. I really feel sorry for Thomas O'Grady. He rode really well in that session. From the minute he left the pit lane, he was one of the guys up at that sharp end. But unfortunately, that's the way it goes. The checker flag has flown here for Pirelli National Superstock. I got a worried moment because I saw the green board at the top of the mountain there, which usually means something's happened.
It happens further back,
but can't actually see that. Larry Carter.
Yeah, I got Brian Reed down here, Simon Reed's dad. That's a bit of a disappointment for you there, Brian. Not quite making it through there. Was there any lasting effects after that off yesterday?
No, I think everything was fine. Everything was good to go. I think we only went out with full wets on like everybody, but which I think was the wrong decision now, and then sort of ran out of time whenever you had the dry tyres on. That's what I think happened.
Yeah, I think so. He was out there on the full wets throughout that session.
He stopped and changed to dries.
All right, so you got a lap in, but just ran out. But anyway, it's all to do from row 7 of the grid effectively now. So not making it easy with the tyre situation at Thruxton, what have you.
No, it's not going to plan at the moment. It's a long way back, and around here, it's fully our leader. He's just nowhere to overtake, so it's going to be difficult for him now.
Well, he's in the race. That's the main thing. Thanks, Brian. Brian Reed, the former Formula 2 world champion. Brian Reed, whose son Simon there. Well, he's been on the podium this year already outright, hasn't he? And that would be a big, major disappointment. The valid fact there, boys, that they're making a representation that he was out there on the full wets, whereas perhaps the drier option was with the other riders out there, and that perhaps just cost him that extra couple of laps.
I think he went out on full wet, saying came in and changed.
Yeah, I know Luca definitely went out on dry straight away because we knew we weren't eyeballed the track, and it was only the bit around the sort of woodland section that looked wet, so we went out on full dries. So
I mean, you see the dry tyres, Larry. We're not on the slicks on these ones anymore, are we? We kind of, they have got the slight cuts in them, so they're. Would you call them an intermediate tyre? Are they that close?
Not quite. The cuts don't go to the edge of the tyre, so you can't really get any water displacement on lean angle sort of thing. So they're sort of a slick for the last few degrees of lean angle, but yeah, we went out on full slicks, and I mean, really, unfortunately, he got caught out at Thruxton, didn't he? With was it the tyre pressure?
Yeah, he did.
I was sat on the grid, so I just saw him getting pushed off, so I wasn't really sure what the context was, but he come tearing back through the field then, so he's going to have to do the same again in the race today.
3 minutes until the pit lane opens, which gives us just enough time to roll a quick advert from the studio.
Duncan, Larry and Alan on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Don't let it put the brakes on your ride. McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bolton Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bond Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today, and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2-friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at kawasakiexperiencetour.co.uk.
Duncan, Larry and Alan live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
On 88.0 FM here at Cadwell Park and around the world at BritishSuperbike.com as well, and on the official British Superbike channel on YouTube. We are live streaming throughout this year, so you get pictures and sound as well, your audio soundtrack to a British Superbike Championship weekend. And you're getting in touch with us. Thank you very much indeed for your messages on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Morning guys, hope you all have a good day. Just give us a mention all the way down from Scotland to cheer on Lewis Rollo and Leon Haslam, from Chiddy, Shawnee Boy, Andy and Kev, and thanks very much indeed. Thanks for writing in, guys. Big shout out to Kieran Kent in Blue Motion Racing today. Gavin, Steph, AJ, Laurie are your biggest fans. Thank you very much indeed. And this one says, didn't have signal at Thruxton, so couldn't message while you were live, but thanks for great commentary. Was a great day. Can't wait to be back next year. Got your commentary loaded with the TV coverage for this weekend. That's from Stu in Portsmouth. Thank you very much indeed, Stu. And yes, I've been talking to Kate about the levels of audio on FM radio on 88.0 as well. So if you want a message, 07482 877 877. Q2 is underway. Let's get back to our commentary team and Duncan.
Thank you very much, Sir Al. Alan Hyde keeping us correct in the studio as ever, and we'll pop back onto the TSL page with our pit lane. Laura Cam down there giving us some great pictures from the Pirelli National Superstock Q2 session. No Armada Marine Cables SC31 in bikes out in this session, but you know, you mentioned Jack Bednarek. This will be, it's kind of perfect for Bednarek. He's had a look at the track. He kind of knows what's going to be happening. He'll know the evolution that the track's going through, the wet patches and how quickly they have been drying. Do you expect everybody to come out straight away, or we're again seeing 13 bikes go past us? I expected to see absolutely everybody out from the word go.
Yeah, no, and they're not long sessions either. We've only got 15 minutes,
yeah.
but by the time you've sort of done your out lap, it's more like 30 minutes by the time you get into your flying lap. So normally you'd expect to have that kind of 30 minutes of qualifying. You go out, you get up to speed, you come in, you change your tyre and you go again. They don't have that opportunity now. So yeah, I was expecting to see like a mad rush, but then also Allingham, the wise head that he is, I just saw him go past kind of on his own. I think he let everyone go so they can all be tripping each other up and he can get the clean track behind them. So it's a bit of a it's slightly more tactical than you may think than just get your head down and go quickly. You've got to sort of, especially around here, right? There's one line. If you get caught up behind someone in qualifying, that's your lap done. So complete polar opposite to where we were at Thruxton, where you have about 6 lines into every corner. But here it's so important to get clear track. So I think people are just playing for track position at the moment, but we'll see.
You kind of want to do, you want to do the fact finding on your own rather than maybe follow somebody. But if you want to get the lap towards the end of it, that's where we could maybe have and see the toe. There goes Ash Beach across the line. He's chased by Billy Skippy McConnell. Billy McConnell has got Lee Hardy in his corner for the rest of this year. Bumped into Lee last night. He was just talking about the bike and how Billy's getting on with it and how much he likes it. So that seems to be going pretty well with Skippy's BMW that he's got for the CL Fairburn properties. So we've seen Billy obviously stepping away from the super bike side of things. He did a little bit of super sport and now he's into very much super stock once again, which has been happy hunting ground for Billy McConnell. It's a place that he knows extremely well. We just saw Lewis Rollo and Jack Bednar right across the line. It'll be interesting to see how Lewis Rollo gets on. These are kind of Lewis's kind of conditions. But also Hutchie, damp under the trees, never want to really shy away from that, is he, Larry Carter? He's more than happy to be out there, Hutchie, doing his things with a little bit of dampness under the Laurel Bank kind of balcony that might be hanging a bit above him. But Ash Barnes goes fastest of all on his Rapid Honda to the top. Now, we've seen Ash do this before here. Remember when he was in Sport Bike, he was in the Yamaha. But one thing he did do, put a little bit too much pressure on himself for his home round. We've got the Ash Barnes flag we can see flying on the fence proudly across there from the other side of the pit lane. I'd love Ash to have a really good, strong weekend here. It's something that he needs, and Rapid Honda right now just could do with some good, solid results. If a podium comes a knocking, it would be a fabulous time for Ash to stick that number 8 Rapid Honda on it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a fantastic team, the Rapid Honda team, and they've been so close this year to getting on that podium. I think Declan Connell's come closest, and he's had a few front row starts and looking like he's going to be, but for one reason or another, it's just not worked out for him. And there's always that X factor with racing that you can do meticulous planning to the nth degree, and something still that you can't account for happens that stops you from getting that result. But yeah, Ash Barnes, local round. I know he'd love to put in a good result for the team, and I guess his local fans that are going to be coming to watch and cheer him on this weekend. But
yeah, 100%. Mossie's gone fastest, and when we've been talking away, Ash Barnes has been pushed down a bit to 10th place.
But I think he's coming in another lap, so everyone's going quicker with every lap that goes past. So we're still a little bit off the times we saw yesterday. But yeah, I'd imagine as Barnes crosses the lines, he's probably going to jump up.
Yeah, Allingham crosses that line. Where does Barnes? Barnes goes straight back to the top with a 33.0, 4 tenths faster than Luke Mossey. So it's that little bit, it's like monkey see, monkey do. Every time somebody goes faster, they go that little bit quicker again. But it's a circuit that is clearly drying out. We're now down to 1:33.097. Remember, 28.6, I think was it Swanee did yesterday, but we're getting closer towards that. We've come down in big chunks. So the track evolution is pretty strong. We see Josh Owens about to come in a barn corner. He'll come down across the straight. Past the control line on his Saf Holland Honda. Here comes Josh Owens now. Danger Scouse himself crossing that line, and Owens 14th place, Swanee in 15th place. Work to be done there, but only one lap for Scott Swan. I would expect that to shuffle right in near the top. And Skippy McConnell was about to go fastest of anybody, though. Billy McConnell looking really strong on his lap as everybody then goes ahead of him. Skippy goes into the 1:29, so that's almost in a pace for what we've seen yesterday. That means that the track, Sam Cox, must be pretty close to being 100%.
I think you're talking, 90-95% dry. I think there's probably a couple of little sections that are just a little bit damp, where maybe there's that tyre width of a dry line that you can try and get yourself on, but understandably so, they're not going to be attacking it like it's full dry. But yeah, that sub 1:30 lap is definitely majority dry now. So, and it's only going to get better from here. So the times are hopefully going to start tumbling.
1:29.429 is what Billy McConnell did yesterday in full dry conditions. In conditions that are getting to be full dry, 1:29.966 is where Skippy has put himself in. With Luke Mossey, and Scott Swan now comes up 13 places on his BMW to put himself into 3rd. Allingham's crossed the line as well, but it's Ash Beach 4th, Allingham 5th, Barnes, Hutchison, Baker, Dixon, Rollo, Bednarek, Campion, Callum Bay 13th, Dan Brooks 14th, 15th place for Max Lofthouse. With only 8 minutes of this session to go, it's a typical qualifying session that we're seeing here for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship in these tricky conditions. Everybody just going that little bit quicker each time, but sub 130 lap has come in for Billy McConnell. He's 1.5 seconds up the road from likes of Luke Mossey and everybody else, but Mossey is on a lap where he now feels that he can do it. He went purple through sector number 2, but that's been taken away by Scott Swan, who's gone 28.6. Or 28.8 through sector number 2, which is 2/10 faster than what we just saw. Now Callum Bay does it, so it's everybody's finding the grip out there, and Callum Bay slots himself into 4th place. Ryan Campion puts himself into P3. It's all topsy-turvy here. It's great to see.
It's knowing the times of these boys, pretty much I'd imagine the top 15 in dry conditions, in nice conditions, they'd all be sub 130, so they're all a little bit off their PB at the moment, and they're all just sort of playing that sort of delicate game of just trying to pinch a little bit more each time. I think there's a bit of grip there. Let me try and push it a little bit more. So they're all kind of feeling their way out. But I'd expect to see at least the top 10 into the 29s by the end of this. But it's just sort of how fast they get there and how hard they're willing to push. But yeah, Scott Swan's just jumped to the top of the timing screens there. It's pretty much matched McConnell's time, but they're all starting to get into their rhythm now. And McConnell's just gone purple in sector 1 as well. So.
I don't know if you saw a social media piece from Honda yesterday about Ryan Vickers. He was coming out of Charlie's going down the Park Straight. Now he was using all the track and a little bit more. He actually spun it up over the white line, and the back wheel just dipped down over the edge of the track where the track starts to go away. It was shows you how much you have to push here at Cadwell Park. But it was also a moment that actually would bring tears to Alan Hyde's eyes. You need to find that. I'll show you that in a little minute, Alan. There was all the track and then a little bit more. For Ryan Vickers, but that's what you've got to do to get the lap time here. But 2 bikes have now gone sub 1 minute 30, Swan and McConnell. Mossey 130.4 in 3rd place, Ash Barnes, David Allingham, Ryan Campion, Lewis Rollo, Callum Bay, Hutchison in 19, Hutchison and Blaze Baker in a good strong 10th place as we move into the dying 6 minutes of this session. The dying embers, but anyway, there's still a good chunk of time to go.
Just watching McConnell's time, I think that was Rollo gone through Beach, and then McConnell's next, but he's on purple. So let's see if he can string it together and start knocking a bit more time off in that. Yeah, there we go. 29.1.
That's his fastest lap, and that is the fastest lap of the weekend for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. 1:29.174 for Billy Skippy McConnell. I'll take that back because Swanee did a 28 yesterday. I forgot that. But that's Billy's fastest lap by a big chunk. 1:29.4 down to 1:29.1. And the conditions yesterday were very good. Allingham 1:30.1. David Allingham, well, he's got the championship lead coming in towards us, but he just needs to keep himself in the hunt. That's what he needs to do. Doesn't want to do anything silly here, David Allingham. That sizable points lead that he has got moving in towards this event of 44 points over Luke Mossey is certainly something that he wants to not throw away. So just not getting a bit too far ahead of himself, just keeping himself in the ballpark. He's ahead of Mossey right now, so that's exactly where he needs to be. 5 minutes to go. McConnell, Swan, Allingham, Mossey, Barnes, your top 5. Rollo looking good on a lap, as is Ryan Campion, 6th and 7th. Callum Bay with a really good showing in 8th place. He's had a bit of a tricky year, Callum Bay. A few injuries, a few mechanical issues that have been thrown in there as well. But a circuit that he does like a lot here, Cadwell Park. Just ahead of Jack Bednarek and Ryan Campion, 1:30.005, P3 ahead of Allingham and just nestles in behind Swan. That's a lap from Ryan Campion.
Really impressive as well. I remember standing in this commentary booth last year commenting on Ryan Campion's pace round here. I think he's an ex-motocross rider, so normally motocross riders quite enjoy the Cadwell Park, because what we consider to be bumpy as road riders, the motocrossers still think is silky smooth. So he was doing amazing, and we were just singing his praises last year in the race, and only unfortunately tipped off. So hopefully we don't give him the same commentator's curse this year. But yeah, that's a phenomenal lap from Ryan there.
You were a lot less confident on your feet last year.
Yeah,
you were
sat on that chair.
You sat in a chair feeling sorry for yourself, and myself and Alan Hyde looked after you with biscuits and all sorts of things from what I remember. But yeah, Allingham repays the favour to Campion and goes back into P3. But we were singing his praises because it was a very good showing. And we've also now got Lewis Rollo, who improves 2 spots up into 5th. Luke Mossey, though, yeah, but we need to watch Mossey. He has gone green and purple on the Malenko by Paget's Honda.
By Barnes as well. It's only just shy of McConnell's there, but there's some purples coming in from everyone now.
And when we say green, it's a personal best sector. When we say purple, it's not just saying that for Alan Hyde. It's the fastest of anybody in this session. So let's see what number 12, Luke Mossey.
Billy McConnell demonstrates in sector 2.
Billy McConnell's looking great, isn't he? You know what? But this is a Skippy McConnell track. We saw this a good few years ago in his stock era, as we get one of the Saf Holland Hondas and Luke Mossey across the track. 29 flat for Mossey. He goes back to the top of the times, but that's about to
How
be
long is it going to last?
reconfigured by the incoming Skippy McConnell, who's going through the hairpin. He makes his way down towards Barn. We should see him coming out of Barn behind Ash Beach, who crosses the line now. Here comes Skippy across the line behind the Lewis Rollo. Where does Billy McConnell go? Does he go back to the top of the times? Yes, he does. A 28.5 for Billy McConnell. Now, 28.5, that's impressive for Skippy. That is the quickest lap of the weekend.
It's dry now.
It's dry, says Sam Cox. Just to let you know, Alan Hyde, the track's 100% dry if you're doing that lap time.
Or for the Supersport boys that might be listening,
yeah,
we're dry out there now.
Get the slicks
get
on.
them slicks on.
Put them in the warmers because the track is ready to go. And it's in a fast state. 2.5 minutes of the session and a bit of small change to go. But Billy McConnell there puts 0.4 of a second into Luke Mossey. That's Skippy laying it all on the line. And doing so, but looking comfortable when he does it as well. You know, he doesn't look like he's on the ragged edge, albeit we see very little of the actual track here, but I can watch him into the mountain. I did yesterday. I've watched him into Hall Bends and out of Barn, not using all the track and a bit more. Looks well within himself, does Skippy. And there'll be a smile underneath that helmet, that's for sure. And the C&L Fairburn Properties BMW is in fine hands. The technical issues that they had at Thruxton have been remedied. A stone through the oil cooler was what actually caused Billy to tip off at the club chicane. I picked her up last night. And yeah, but 0.4 of a second up the road from anybody else is good going for Skippy. Looking further down, championship leader in 5th place, David Allingham, just ahead of Ryan Campion. Cam Dixon, a good showing from Cam in 7th place. Now we shouldn't be too surprised at that. It's another place that Cam Dixon goes very well at. Ahead of Ashley Beach, the veteran, and Lewis Rollo, who I was just about to mention, now goes up 4 places into 5th. So BMW, Honda, BMW in the top 5.
Mossey's just gone purple. And it looks like Barnes is on a lap as well. He's got 2 greens. 2 greens on his lap, but yeah, Mossey's just gone. I think that's 0.1, 0.2 under what McConnell did. So I know Mossey, when we talk to him on the grid, he always seems to have the bit between his teeth, and he wants to start getting wins. He wants to start beating Allingham if he's gonna. Who just jumps into the 28s as well as I'm talking about him. But yeah, Mossey's really got to start pushing on now if he's going to put any kind of pressure on Allingham. So. And
good lap that from David Allingham. Good lap, but Mossey's purple through the first 2 sectors, fastest of anybody in this lap through the first 2 sectors, and he'll be making his way towards the mid part of the lap over the mountain. We'll see him going towards.
He doesn't get traffic.
Yeah, there's busy there. Yeah, he's behind Josh Owens. He's got quick guys ahead of him as he goes into that area. Just having a look at the side of the commentary box window, couldn't actually eyeball him going through, but he's through Hall Bends in towards the hairpin. Let's hope he doesn't get tripped up here as Ash Barnes does go into P3. It's McConnell, Allingham, Barnes. Where does Luke Mossey get with this lap as he comes out down the straight? Yeah, he's got quick guys ahead of him, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Mossey crosses the line back to the top, 28.4 for Luke Mossey.
Like and he pulled Ryan Campion as well.
He went purple in that sector, but Scott Swan stole away the middle sector for being fastest of anybody, and Swanee is also on a lap 45, all on his own through Hall Bends and towards the hairpin. That's how Swanee likes it. Scott Swan on the lovely SMR BMW. The Scott Swan Racing BMW will cross the line in a second or two once we get him out of the last corner. Here he comes, the white fronts to the fairing. Swanee across the line. Does he go to the top of the times for the first time? No, he doesn't. Ooh. He loses a huge amount of time there in that last sector.
And he's taking the checkered flag.
And he's taking the checkered flag. Second row start for Scott Swan.
He's obviously got, I don't know if he's, well, he didn't hit traffic, did he? Because we saw him cross the line on his own. So I'm not entirely sure what's happened there. He might have just...
He's lost, look how much time, a 1:37.3 to a 1:38.9. That's how much time he lost in that last sector, a whole chunk of time.
Yeah, he's obviously made a mistake somewhere, and maybe sometimes you can get a false neutral into the hairpin.
And Ryan Campion's just put himself in the front row of the grid because David Allingham's had a lap time disallowed for a course cut.
Oh.
So Allingham's now taking the checkered flag. He's 4. So Luke Mossey, Billy McConnell and Ryan Campion, the provisional front row of the grid. I've just seen Larry Carter's eyebrows go through the top of his headset. That's an interesting point. Ryan Campion back in the pit lane at the top. He will not be aware until he stops with his team that he's P3. But Mossey, McConnell, Campion, the provisional front row with Allingham, Barnes and Swan all taking the checkered flag for row number 2. Lewis Rollo is on a lap. But I'm looking at the sectors. I'm not sure if Lewis can get himself further up than 7th. But what an end to the session this has been. Josh Owens in 8th. He's taking the checkered flag. Cam Dixon takes the flag in 9th. Baker's taking the checkered flag in 10th. Lewis Rollo does, and he stays in 7th place. Ash Beach will be the next person we need to get across the line. on the Jones Dorland BMW. Has he actually gone into the pits at the top? No, he's taken the checker flag, and that is all she wrote. It will be Luke Mossey for the Malenko by Paget's Motorcycles Honda on pole position, from Billy McConnell on the C&L Fairburn Properties BMW, and then Ryan Campion on the D&K KLN Racing Honda on the front row of the grid. That is a stellar standout performance from Ryan Campion.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really, really good, and I think it helps Mossey as well, because it puts another couple of people between him and Allingham, which is obviously going to want to try and get as many people in between him, because you've got Barnes there, who came 5th. He's going to be wanting to push on in the race. You've got Scott Swan, that I think if he'd have got through Sector 3 as normal, shall we say, and without that, whatever the issue was, further up as well, he'd have been into the 28. So, yeah, really looking forward to the race here, because I think that top 6 are all capable of getting on the podium or even winning this race. So it should be a really, really good race.
Well, there you go. That's qualifying for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. That's Q2 out of the way. Larry Carter, well, Ryan Campion delivers and puts it on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, and when you consider that Ryan has missed a number of rounds due to injury, I think it might have been here at Cadwell Park in one of the club rounds that he actually dinged himself, and as a result he has missed recent rounds of the National Superstock Championship. But yeah, he always goes well at Cadwell. I think Cox is right. I think his background is motocrossing, and when you're up that 1 in 3 gradient of the mountain and all crossed up and everything else, you do need to bring perhaps 1 or 2 of them motocrossing skills into play. Unfortunately, we probably won't get a word with most of the riders in the qualifying sessions, because quite simply the logistics of Cadwell Park means that they're flagged off to go up into the main paddock area, given that very few of the teams actually have a base down here with the split level pit lane, as it were. Normally we'd go and have a chat with the riders and get their thoughts after a qualifying session, but unfortunately...
We need to get him a moped.
Yeah, we could do that.
Or a helicopter.
A little jetpack on the back of the...
I'd pay to see that.
Yeah, the jetpack.
So would 20,000 others.
What I want to do is, I'd like, with your permission, is to just grab a quick word with... in fact, Jamie Van Sickles has been on his backside, because there is half of Cadwell Park's mud now deposited onto JVS. Just want to make sure that he's okay with that one. Jamie? Oh, okay, that was a little bit unexpected. What happened?
Yeah, just before the chicane, I brake a bit too late. I thought I could turn in, and then at the end I couldn't make it, so I went on the grass, but yeah, it's wet, so lost it straight away. So unlucky. I think I was in a bit faster lap as well, but it's what it is. Now we need to focus on the race.
Yeah, and it's great to have you back fully fit. What are track conditions like there? Is it a perfectly dry line all the way around the track now?
No, it's dry. We have some wet patches, of course, and
that's under the trees up at the top through the mountain area.
Yeah, especially. But it's a dry line, so the track conditions are good in my opinion. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that. Well, there you go. The tag racing team, they don't get much luck, do they, on that one? There is Rob Winfield through there. I just thought Matty Trulove might be down there. There's his son Gary as well down there. Rob, have you broken a few mirrors or something in the tag racing household lately? What with Matt's antics at Thruxton, how JVS just touches the grass or whatever? What have you done wrong?
I don't know, mate. I agree with you. I think a load of mirrors gone somewhere. Yeah. Definitely. We're having a spade of bad luck, but hopefully this will be the end of it.
Well, hopefully, because you're doing such a great job and a change of manufacturer for next year. Matt Trulove, it's his home round effectively this weekend, and to tip off yesterday and effectively reel himself out of the weekend. After what happened at Thruxton, which he would just really want to put right at his home circuit, he's got to be feeling a little bit down about things.
Definitely. He wanted to show him what he could do round here. He had tested round here earlier in the season, and he was showing good form, so it was going to be all on for a race weekend, but now it's not going to be. So, yeah.
Well, and of course, the stockers don't go to Assen. It's going to be a long break to Donington before you can do things again.
Yeah, I mean, we were due to roll the Ducati out at Assen anyway in the Dutch Superbike. And Matt was going to ride it, so I just don't know where we are at the minute with that. So,
all right,
so see how he goes.
But it's still a long way. It's a month off yet, is that? So I'm pretty sure that if you stick a Ducati underneath him at Assen, he'll be up for that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
All right, Rob. Thanks for that. Well, that is Rob Winfield, the boss, effectively of the. It's the tag. I think the acronym for that is Tracy and Gary, which is Rob's wife and his son Gary, who runs the team now. A former racer himself is Gary, along with his brother Sean, who I think now is sadly retired. I don't think we've seen much of Sean on the tracks nowadays, but very much a family affair. And that's interesting news there, Dunk, that they're looking at, in the Benelux race over at Assen, then you might just have them out on a Ducati as a little bit of a trial run there. There you go, there's a scoop for you.
That's why you're called Larry Scoop Carter. And you know, he gets up and down that pit lane so fast. He's one of the quickest guys we know in the pit lane, Larry Carter. Thank you very much for giving us that intel there, Larry Carter. It wouldn't... I mean, you people almost want to tell you the scoops, Larry. That's something that we notice as well. But that qualifying session does come to an end with a bit of a scoop down there in the pit lane from Scoop and the tag team. But let's look to my right. And as I do that, I can see the lovely face of Alan Hyde, and we'll say let's nip to the studio for a quick commercial break.
With all the Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits two wheels can bring.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
With all the British Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
It is 88.0 FM. It is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. It is the sound of the British Superbike Championship. And taking your messages on WhatsApp, 07482 877 877. This one from Hayley and Paul. Hi, guys. Hi, hope you're all good and drying off after yesterday. Can you say hi to all the groups sat up at the Gooseneck? We've all met up next to our Storm, Harley Preble and Australian flags. Started off 2 of us and now a big group of 11 friends who have met through BSB. Have a fantastic weekend, everybody, and that comes from Hayley and Paul. And Larry Carter, I experienced a little bit of that yesterday. I decided that I needed some lunch, so I went up to the paddock and I found Debbie's Paddock Diner, which offered me the opportunity to have a hot dog. And there was only 2 little benches, and I asked if I could perch on the end of one of the benches. And there was a group there that welcomed me with open arms into their little group. It was a really nice thing to do.
Yeah, the reason that they welcomed you into open arms was that me and Sergeant Laura paid them to do that, actually.
Well,
because
the only way
you've got no mates. Remember that one, Heidi. You've got absolutely no mates whatsoever.
I do know that.
And we'll make sure that we cross their palms with silver down there. Just Andrew Irwin down here, just having a chat with Ian Woolacott. I don't know if this is a potential. I don't want to speak to you, Woolacott, because people up here in the north won't understand a word you say with the Devon accent. Andrew, can I grab a quick word with you? Woolacott, just go away. You're like a bad smell you are. Just go away. We'll have a chat to you later. Andrew down here, Andrew Irwin, who was on the podium here last year. Wonderful memories of Cadwell when I think you were on the podium 3 times from memory. But sadly, still sitting out. You've got a little little bit of an unusual jockey substitute this weekend. Your brother Graham has been deputising you. Of course, just the story was you were injured, got a pretty nasty arm injury in testing round about TT time up at Knockhill, which has ruled you out for the remainder of the current British Superbike Championship season. Your brother Graham has been deputising, but he's decided to hand the reins over to another bloke who knows about winning around Cadwell, Danny Buchan, who makes his comeback for the first time in 3 years this weekend. How did all this come about?
You know, whenever I got injured, Graham is MET Healthcare, so he was like, oh, I'll ride it, and I couldn't say no. It's him that pays the bills, it's him that owns the team, and that's where Graham was. Unfortunately, he hurt his shoulder at Brands, and he was making progress, but he definitely liked to crash a little bit. There's no hiding that, and he was like, oh, Thruxton's going to be the last weekend. I seen Danny just randomly outside the garage, and I was just saying to him, oh, I'm not sure who we're going to put on it. And I was like, you'd be the guy for Cadwell. You've won here, you've had lots of podiums, and probably Danny's best track. Of course, he's not raced in 2 years, so I think it planted a seed. And then after that, he kind of like every day he was asking me, he was like, have you got a rider sorted yet? Have you got a rider sorted? And by the Tuesday or the Wednesday, the rider that we sorted was Danny. So, you know, he's done a mega job. He ended up 18th yesterday. I think only 0.4 from going directly through to Q2. He's not raced the Superbike in 2 years. Yes, we did do a small test, maybe 25, 30 laps. Not a test, really, like track familiarization again. So he done that, and yeah, Friday being mixed conditions wasn't ideal, and yesterday being mixed conditions wasn't ideal, but he's still 18th, ahead of some great riders. So yeah, hopefully today we'll have some dry weather and he can continue to make progress and have fun, and hopefully by the end of the weekend we'll get some points.
I must admit I got the shock of my life when I got the notification to say the rider of the Met Phonacab Ducati is Danny Buchan, and I thought, no, they're obviously having me on here, but it's great. And as far as you're concerned then, the arm is healing up. We've got effectively 3 weeks to Assen, which is the next time. Will you be back for Assen, or will Danny be on the bike, or Graham back on? What's the situation?
The plan at the minute for Assen is that I'll be back. I hope that I was going to be able to ride the test on Friday evening just with the training bike. I seen the specialist 2 weeks ago, and he advised me 4 more weeks. But in then 4 more weeks, hopefully I then get a CT scan. I think it's in 10 days. And if the CT scan comes back clear, then I'll be back for Assen. If it doesn't come back clear, we'll reevaluate the plan for Assen. For sure, it would make sense for Danny to do it because he's done this weekend, but he has to want to do it as well. You know, he's very clear that this isn't like a comeback to racing full time. This is just a one-off thing, maybe a two-off thing if it ends up being Assen. But for me, I'm working towards Assen. I think that I can be back close to 100% there. And of course, I've not raced in a long time now, and I was injured. I've really done 2 races in 12 months, but yeah, hopefully Assen is the plan.
Well, that'd be good. It'd be great to see you back, Andrew. Good luck, and good luck to Danny this weekend. I think that's just put a smile on 1 or 2 fans' faces. Thanks. Andrew Irwin, who we hope will be back with us before too very long. But in the meantime, it's boom, Danny Buchan that's back on the Med Phonacab Ducati. So see how he goes on this weekend, boys.
Brilliant, Larry. Absolutely fabulous to speak with Andrew. I managed to get a word with him yesterday as well, and I like how that little team operates. You know, I think it was fabulous what Graham stepped in to do. It was like in their hour of need, Alan. Graham Irwin put his hand up and said, "Don't worry, boys, I've got this. Let me take control."
Yeah, which is a lovely thing, a small team.
Yeah, absolutely. And considering it's Graham who is kind of technically the boss, it's his money for looking after it. Fabulous. But this is the Quattro Group British Super Sport Championship that we have on track. This is Q2, so we can hear the bikes making their way through Hall Bends on Larry's mic and now past us. Sounds good, that in the background, actually, doesn't it? That little bit of amphitheatre through Hall Bends. Yeah. So the top 14 went directly through into Q number 2. And Q number 1, we have got Cameron Fraser, Mikey Hardy, Cam Hall, which was a surprise at Cadwell Park that he's going through Q number 1. Freddie Barnes also has been showing some real great pace. James McManus as well. Ben Tolliday, Harvey Claridge, Josh Bannister, Hayden Nelson and Michael Large Taylor will be the guys who go into Q number 1. Only 2 Cup representatives here this weekend, Larry. Now that's quite telling. Clearly a lot of them wanting to nominate, I'm surprised they haven't nominated Cadwell, but a lot of them would want to nominate Assen and then make their way across towards the Dutch international track that we visit in 3 weeks' time. Or if you're Andrew Irwin and myself yesterday, I said we'll be there in 2 weeks. He says, well, better go in 3 weeks, Duncan, you'll be a bit early. But interesting, there's only 2 cups, Ben Tolliday and Michael Large-Taylor.
Yeah, they have to stipulate, the cup riders, which 8 out of the 11 rounds that they're going to do at the start of the season. They can't just pick and choose. If they have a pretty bad start to the season, they can't do the rest of the rounds, and likewise, if they have a good start to the season, they can't just dip out towards the end of the season. They've got to nominate them ahead of the season, and due to various factors, the championship leaders, an Australian by the name of Cameron Swain, who runs for the Dave Tyson Power Slide Suzuki squad, well, he, for whatever reason, has decided to sit this one out, and Adam Hartgrove, who is actually in the entry list, I did query this at the time. Adam had a fairly big off in a club race, I think it was was it at Donny? Was it at Silverstone? In one of the, might have been a No Limits, it might have been an NG club round, but he, the picture of him laid up in hospital with a leg injury, so I was quite surprised with the fact that Adam Hartgrove was actually still listed in the cup category in the programme, but he clearly is a non-starter, which means our old mate Team Tolly, he's made the trip across from the People's Republic of Yorkshire, just across the Humber Bridge from his base up there near Scarborough, and he did the double here at Cadwell last year when there was a little bit more competition. Your mate Keogh Walker, I think, is another one that's decided to sit this weekend out, but it gives Tolly a chance to perhaps close that 80-odd point gap to Cam Swain, because I think that they'll be doing the remainder of the rounds. Not too sure, do the Cup boys go to Aston, Dunk?
Well, that's a valid point. Well, can they not nominate the rounds?
I think they probably can. I would need to just have a look back through my records for that one. But certainly they will be at Donington and at Brands towards the end of the season. But there's one or two. Farmer Giles is in there as well. Aidan Nelson is the Aussie that's come across. He's got a little bit of pedigree in the genes as Aidan Nelson, Dunk, which you no doubt know about. Cousin of a certain Ollie Bayliss out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And about 30 yards to your right-hand side, leaning against the metal fence, Troy Bayliss in the pit lane, Larry. That's the left. This way. There we go. That's the way. Your other left. Troy with the grey body warmer on down beside the pit exit here, beside the macadam. That was funny. That was funny. You missed it. You missed a trick there, Alan. There could have been almost a pair of bongo foot coming in there. But yeah, Hayden Nelson very much comes, a cousin of Ollie Bayliss, comes from the mum's side of the family. Now, just to pick up on Adam Hartgrove, Adam was actually involved in a test incident here at Cadwell Park when he was doing a track day. Unfortunately, not really his fault, Larry. Somebody high-sided right in front of him, and Adam didn't really have much in the way of time to move or get out of the way. So, yeah, we wish him the best luck to get well soon. And Adam Hartgrove, we hope to see you back in the not-too-distant future. And get yourself mended and get yourself better, as we like to say. But with this session still 8 minutes to go, Freddie Barnes right at the sharp end. I did notice Lee Johnson in the pit lane yesterday, Larry, possibly over your left shoulder if he's down. He was vlogging yesterday, was the general. Not riding, but very much being part of the team and the operation side.
I had the misfortune to actually bump into him on the way into the circuit today, and after he jumped over the front of my car bonnet and rolled around on the floor pretending he was injured and everything else was... he said he could have made a comeback here. He broke his wrist at where we are, Alton Park, wasn't it? Was it Alton? I lose track of time now. He missed Thruxton. I'm pretty sure it was Alton that he crashed out and broke his left wrist. And he said, I could have actually ridden this weekend, but it's a demanding circuit, is Cadwell. What have I got to prove? There was absolutely no point, given that there's another 3-week break to Assen. So he says that's where he will be making his comeback. But very much involved with the Sencat team is the General, Lee Johnson, and overseeing young Freddie Barnes' activity out there on track as well. But yeah, I was surprised to see Cam Hall in this Q1 effectively, given that he's a class act on that GNS Racing Kawasaki. But there again, you look down them all: Mikey Hardy, Freddie Barnes, James McManus, who's just had a little bit of a run in the doldrums. The old 1-2, the old former teammates there of Harvey Claridge and Cameron Fraser, Ben Tolliday. We've got Cam Hall. We've got. Just looking down, we've got Bannister Nelson, Mikey Large-Taylor. He's from memory. He's an active member of the Armed Forces. Mikey Taylor comes from nearby Grimsby, and he is the other cup competitor out there. So Ben Tolliday has got limited opposition, I think it's fair to say, in the nicest possible sense there, with Mikey Large-Taylor would be the first guy to admit that perhaps he's not quite on Team Tolly's level, and indeed he's 10 seconds a lap slower than him at present.
Yeah, Ben Tolliday is one of the quickest cup racers that we have, along with Adam Hartgrove, Cameron Swain, Keogh Walker. It's an interesting environment, the cup class. It really is, and they go at it very, very hard. Freddie Barnes has put himself back to the top of the times from James McManus. She said James had been in the doldrums for a bit. When he was with Skippy, he seemed to have a bit of a lease of life, but I think just caught up yesterday with some conditions. I would expect James to make his way into the second phase of qualifying with a bit of ease here, actually.
Do we know if Skippy's walked away from the Super Sport category? Because I checked on the live timing yesterday and he wasn't there yesterday again. That would mean that that's the second round that effectively he's kind of sacrificed the Super Sport for the Super Stocker on Chris Fairburn's BMW these days. Do you know any backstory to that one,
I
Doug?
don't, Larry, but what I'll do is I will put a bit of a call. I will put a bit of a message out to find out about that, because you rightfully have said he's in the programme again, but it didn't go out yesterday on the second of the MMB Racing Ducatis, the Panigale V2. Just James McManus that we saw on track. But we have got 5 minutes of the session to go. We have got Mikey Hardy in this session as well on the Astro JJR Hippo Suzuki. And Mikey Hardy, well, his teammate Jack Mahaffey made it directly through into Q2. But it's young Freddie Barnes who seems to be really making great headway in this class, which I'm delighted to see. It's a difficult class to be in. Freddie kind of under the watchful eye of the General Lee Johnston, almost tutored along the way, mentored by Lee Johnston. And it's a busy garage down there with Senkat, because you've got Christian Eden on the superbike side of things. You have got two super sport bikes on any normal given weekend, which would be Freddie Barnes and Lee Johnston. And then there has been two of the sport bikes in there, but there's only Charlie Barnes. Lennon Doherty's been farmed out to his own awning, just purely, I think, because of space. But when we're at Brands Hatch, the Doc was in that setup as well. And that's an interesting conversation that we can have when we get to Sportbike, because he really has been on form this weekend, Lennon Doherty. But it's a busy garage down there, and Freddie Barnes really started to put in some good showings in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. He's just been passed though on the timing screens, the TSL timing screens brought to you by Omologato and 1P Mobile. He said Mikey Hardy go fastest by 1/10 of a second. And that's Hardy, Barnes, Claridge and McManus, the top four to make their way through. Cam Hall, Cam Hall was a podium finisher around here in the Pirelli National Junior Superstock Championship race. He knows exactly what he's up to, exactly what he's doing, but just struggling ever so slightly on the Supersport GNS Kawasaki. His teammate TJ Thomas, he has made it through into the next phase of qualifying. TJ was... It was a bit of a battle between all those guys. TJ Thomas, Corey Tinker, Cam Fraser, Mikey Hardy and Cam Hall. They were all kind of battling and swapping positions right towards the very end of the session. And it was just on the wrong side was Fraser, Hardy, Hall and Barnes with McManus as well. But back to Cam Hall, local man. He very much has done a lot of racing here. GNS Racing Kawasaki. He used to always have the nationwide electrical sponsorship as well when he was black, purple and blue, if you remember the bike colour scheme, Larry. But I was saying, he was on the podium here. He was on the podium 2 or 3 years ago with the late great Owen Jenner. I got a great picture of him, Jenner and young Australian. It was Jacob Hatch. Was Jacob Hatch Australian?
Yes, he was.
Jacob Hatch. Yeah,
he was part of the Snelly Goth team that came across and lodged with the Haslams for a couple of years. You say about Cam Hall, you do think of him as a Cadwell Park local, effectively. You're quite right. He's done a lot of club racing here, but he's from the People's Republic of Yorkshire, the southern region, effectively across there at Barnsley, which is probably round about a good hour and a half's drive away from Cadwell Park. You kind of think of him as a local rider to Cadwell, don't you? But that is the case. What do you make of Hayden Nelson, the Aussie that's come across here, former Supersport champion? We say he's a farmer. That's exactly what he is. He's a cattle farmer across there in, I think it's Queensland that he actually lives, and he is the cousin, Troy Ollie Bayliss' mum is called Kim, and it's her side of the family, as you mentioned, Duncan, that is the association with Hayden Nelson. But for me, all the Aussies that come across across here, sort of like making an immediate impact, and without being disrespectful to him, he's probably a little bit of a slow burner, would you say?
Well, yeah, it's work in progress, I think. Hayden's jumped in, you know, he's come in the middle of a championship. So it's not as if he has had any pre-season testing or anything. He's come into the middle of a hot championship as well. Yes, Ollie Bayliss came into the middle of a hot championship, but he'd already been racing and doing the World Championship rounds with the PTR squad. So give it time. Ollie Bayliss says, just give him time. He comes from a dirt track background, which is something completely different. He's on the black, number 18, who I can just see making his way through the hairpin in towards Barn Corner, Hayden Nelson. With Carl Cox back and about to come past you, Larry Carter, on the track. The next bike will be Hayden Wilson, and here he comes. We pause for effect there, Alan. I hope you like that. Wry smile on the face of Alan Hyde. But I think just give them time. I think anybody that comes into the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship needs to get a bit of time, because I had a bit of a chat with Stuart Higgs the other day. You know, look at the talent pool that we have in here. Look what happened at Thruxton. There were 4 or 5 wide. We had World Championship riders there. We had Josh Watley, and we also had Chan Onchu. You know, Watley did such an amazing job that it's not really getting talked about that much. It should be, because he took Chris Hicks's No Limits. He took Chris Hicks's XMT Triumph and put it right into the shop window. You know, showing just exactly how good that Triumph actually is. And Watley was just there for a weekend to basically showcase himself and just how quick he actually is. And I think this championship is hot, you know, for anybody who jumps into any championship, but especially Supersport. You're a braver man than me. So let's give Hayden Nelson just that little bit of time, especially coming to Cardwell Park. I mean, where did he arrive? He arrived at Thruxton, Larry. Thruxton and Cardwell Park. They're, you know, it's not as if he's coming to a Doynton Park or a Brands Hatch, maybe somewhere that you could do a bit of research. You can get yourself up to speed. It's difficult to come to Thruxton and to Cardwell Park. So checker flag now flies for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship in queue number 1 here at Cardwell Park. Giving you a weather update. Still looks quite favourable out there, the broken clouds amongst our blue skies that we have for our party in the park. And there's plenty for you to do and see this weekend as well. If you're up in the valley, make sure you go and visit Dave Neal in the Zin Zone up there in the Mountain Valley. I think it sounds so romantic and so nice. And it's a great place to go. You can get special things with our series sponsor. You could end up coming in a few hot laps in one of the BMW cars if you get the prizes that are up for offer. But with the checker flag out, it's been taken by Large Taylor and Nelson. Michael Large Taylor and Hayden Nelson have both taken that flag. It's Hardy, Barnes, Fraser and Hall who are in the transfer spots. Cam Hall is looking to consolidate that. He's done 2 personal bests, and we wait to get Cam Hall out and across the line on the number 48 GNS Kawasaki. And if he can consolidate himself, it would just make him feel a little bit better as Ben Tolliday comes into and out of Barn, right out to the white line, down towards the line. Josh Bannister and James McManus next on the road. Bannister on the number 7 Suzuki, and then James McManus. Has James got anything in the tank for us actually as he comes across the line? His personal best through one sector, crosses the line. No, there's not. James McManus personal best, but ends in 5th place. So no real improvement for James. Cam Hall does consolidate that, Larry. There's a lap time from Cam Hall, and that will put a bit of a smile on his face as he goes P1 in queue number 1, a 1:30.525 ahead of Freddie Barnes, Mikey Hardy and Cameron Fraser, the last of the 4 who will go into the second phase of qualifying. So a pretty busy session for those guys on track there, and we'll get the rest of the riders joining us for Q2, but ultimately 4 bikes make it through, and the 4 bikes are 48 Cam Hall, 78 Freddie Barnes, 93 Mikey Hardy, and Alan 66 Cameron Fraser. We'll pause for a quick commercial break before we get qualifying 2 underway in a couple of minutes' time.
With all the news, views and interviews, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round. Visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive, only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship. Live on FM radio, online at BritishSuperbike.com, and streamed live on YouTube with TSL live timing.
On 88.0 here at Cadwell Park. A very good morning to you if you are just arriving. Good morning and welcome to Cadwell Park. It's Sunday, part of our bank holiday extravaganza, the party in the park here at Cadwell Park, and you are all very welcome indeed. We are taking your messages all day today, all day tomorrow as well. They're on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Say hi to the people that you're here with to support a rider or a team, and I can see plenty of flags out already around the circuit here at Cadwell Park, so well done to everybody that is supporting their favourite riders. This message says, good morning Duncan and Larry, love Cadwell Park, bacon sandwiches are eaten, so now we're ready for the excitement. Have a great day everyone, and thanks to the Orange Army and the amazing medical team as well. This comes all the way from Bedfordshire from Nicholas Stewart and our son Jay as well. Thank you very much indeed guys for writing in on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. This one says, shout out to Rob on the crossing, and oh, is this a reference to, yeah, I'm not going to do that one, but I'm going to move on to the next one. I'd like to say we're missing the best team in the paddock, Rocket Racing. Hopefully Daniel will be fit for us, and Reese will be back soon as well. That comes from Russell and from Terry. This one says, good morning Alan. Cliff from Carmarthenshire sat down at Charlie's. Can you say hi to my mate Pete from Horsham? We're looking forward to the racing. We're cheering on Bradley Ray and Lee Jackson. Thanks mate. Cliff, thank you very much indeed. Regular WhatsApper into the studio here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, and great to have you here, Cliff. Thank you very much indeed. And this one says, hello, Luke Hedger, meet and greet at Ride Culture stand today at 1:50. 1:50. Thank you very much indeed to RG for sending that information. The meet and greet with Luke Hedger at Ride Culture Trade Stand at 1:50 today. Thank you very much indeed for letting us know. And hopefully over the course of this morning we'll get the notification of when the various interviews are taking place with Dave Neal at the Zinn Zone. So as soon as we get those details through, we will let you know. But always top riders appearing down on the Zinn Zone stage, and Dave Neal conducts some quite excellent interviews and a chance to meet those riders as well. Daz has tried to send a message in 3 times, and every time it has failed. So Daz, you need to get a little bit more signal. Hold your phone a little bit higher above your head or something like that, and hopefully you'll get those messages through. But as at the moment we haven't received any of them. This one says, morning Alan team, Vicky and Mum are listening in from France. 2 wheels this weekend instead of 4. Not sure who to cheer for. Make your decisions after we've had all of our qualifying sessions, because we go racing from 2:15, Vicky and Mum as well. So you'll have had all of the qualifying sessions then, and you can make your choices as to who to cheer for the weekend. Thank you very much indeed to Dunk, who has sent through the details of when the riders are appearing on the stage. If you're quick, if you are very quick to the Zinn Zone, then you may catch PBM's Scott Redding. He took to the stage 10:30 this morning. And he's always absolutely spot on time with military precision is Scott Redding. So 10:30 Scott Redding, 10:45 Max Cook, 11 o'clock Leon Haslam, Glenn Irwin at 11:15 and Harry Truelove at 11:30 is the scheduled first half of the interviews taking place down there with Dave Neal at the Meet the Riders at the Zin Zone. Thanks to Dunk for sending those through. Right, bikes are back out on circuit, Dunk.
No problem, Alan Hyde. I meant to send you them this morning early doors, and it wasn't until you said that I was like, oh, good grief, Heidi is going to be upset with me. I got them yesterday, and I rattled through them yesterday, and then thought, you know, we'll do that in the morning as well, because that's the perfect time for it to happen. But yeah, qualifying 2 is on track. Q2 is on track for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, and they're making their way in towards, well, just getting the first lap under their belt more than anything. But this will be a quick session. They've had a bit of a watch and seen what the lap times have been like from everybody else. They know what they're up against here, and looking forward to seeing exactly how this one unfolds for us. Just let me quickly change. It's typical when I get a TV remote, Alan. You know what it's like here. You've seen me get in trouble with this before, haven't you? One remote that controls all the televisions.
You need 3 different makes of television to make that work.
What could possibly go wrong, he says. So here we are. Oh, another thing that I've forgotten today, Alan, that I need to do, just quickly while we're at it.
Spectacles.
Yep, there we go. We'll put these on. We'll be able to actually see out the window as well. There we go. I'm actually quite liking this now, Alan. You know,
it's very good.
It's an upgrade. It's a mid-season upgrade that I've had.
It is terribly useful for a commentator to be able to see.
Yeah, it was within the cost cap as well, so the glasses are now very much on Larry Carter. I don't know if you can see them from where you are, but maybe you don't want to. But what have we got here? We've got the main protagonists, you would like to say, from the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, such as Luke Stapleford, Jack Kennedy, Ollie Bayliss. That was your top 3 yesterday after combined sessions with Dean Harrison, Ollie Barr, Max Wadsworth, Lucas Brown, who was very impressive once again, Harry Truelove, Ben Curry and Jamie Davies. Yes, Ben Curry is back. I was on the balcony this morning, just before you joined me actually for our morning chat scoop. Oh dear, Carter Brown's on the ground already. Now I have to say, I watched Carter Brown going round earlier on. I caught a bit of TV footage of this, and it looked like this was about to happen about 40 to 50 seconds ago on, where's he gone down? Bottom of the mountain is where he's gone down, but he had a bit of a moment up at Charlie's as well. So Carter Brown on the ground at the bottom of the mountain. He's up on his feet already. The Port West Race Safe Marshals have made that bike safe. But that's a disaster. Number 74 fallen at the bottom of the mountain. He's asking, can I please get to go? Can I go? I'm okay. Because right now he has put 1 lap time in. It's a 1 minute 30.8. But I don't think that's going to set him in good stead for this qualifying session. So it proves that you can still overstep the mark pretty easily around this Cadwell Park circuit. But Ben Curry, before I actually met you this morning on the balcony, Larry, Ben was walking back down towards the medical centre because he'd been re-evaluated each day before he actually heads out there. And I said, how are you? And he said, he kind of done that Yorkshireism that you do. I don't know exactly what he said, but he kind of 50-50'd with his hand like that, Al. You know, the shaky hand. Not good for radio, but if you're looking on the YouTube stream, you'll see exactly what it is. I don't know what you'd call that, but you can understand that Ben is on the road to recovery. He's been past fit to ride, but he was being re-evaluated after free practice 1 and free practice 2 and for qualifying. And Ben knows that he's not going to put himself in a silly position. But he's finding it tougher, and as you would around this Cadwell Park circuit. This is not an easy place. Is that Jack Kennedy on the floor? Was that Jack Kennedy on the floor at the mountain, or was that Dean Harrison? That could have been Jack Kennedy. It is. Kennedy's down. Kennedy falls off at the base of the mountain and lands just at the top of it. He's at the side of the track. The Port West Race Safe Marshal's helping Jack. He's already picked the bike up, and they're going to let that bike go back into the pit lane, I think. He's just trying to make sure he's got a bit of steering lock to try and get that bike safe. But wow, Jack Kennedy goes down at the top of the mountain, and Carter Brown's been allowed to restart and rejoin. He's gone into the pits as well, be the top pits, and that's where Jack Kennedy is heading now. Let's get a replay from myself, and you can just see Jack Kennedy getting to his feet. It was actually the next view as Ollie Bayliss goes past him in mid-air. Alan Hyde can't believe what he's just seen there. Kennedy walking up the hill. This is the shot that I saw. You can see the crowd in the background, and Kennedy come into view standing up, but a rare issue for Jack Kennedy. Now, that's not something we see very often, and I've just reach over and just close that mouth of yours, Alan Hyde.
It needs closing.
Yeah, that
Goodness me.
That was quite a bit of television now. I'm very lucky to be gracefully given some pictures in the commentary point by our TV director, Richard Coventry. So I thank Cov very much for that, because there's not a great deal of visuals from Cadwell Park that you can see out from the commentary point. But Ollie Bayliss was even caught out by that as well, because he had a little bit of a moment going over the mountain. And number 4, Jack Kennedy, is back into the pit lane. He's also fastest in this session. So whether he just... It is easy to sometimes just kiss the white line there, or just to clip the curb at the bottom of the mountain. And you can catch the casings on it, you can do your foot on it, or even the inside of the wheel. And down you go. Jack slid actually up the mountain, so it was a very gracious little off for him. But thankfully he is A-OK. We're keeping our eyes on these two boys passing me now. This will be Ollie Bayliss first of all, then Dean Harrison. Dino heads in towards turn number 1, hot on the heels of Ollie Bayliss. But we have got Kennedy fastest from Bayliss and Harrison. True Love in 4th place. Stapleford, the fastest man of the course of the weekend, in 5th, with Jack Mahaffey in 6th place and Oliver Barr in 7th. Cam Hall, Freddie Barnes and then Lucas Brown rounding out the next of the runners that we have on track. But a bit of a topsy-turvy session. We'll need to keep our eyes on whether Kennedy gets released from the pit box at the top. It was very minimal damage to the Honda CBR 600RR. But that's also something that we will very much keep our eyes on, as we now see Luke Stapleford making his way into the pit lane on the Scars Ducati. Stapleford in 5th place on bike number 8, but he was very much the form man over the free practice sessions. Free practice 1 and free practice 2, he was quickest. He didn't actually go quicker. He did eventually in free practice 2 go quicker, sorry, but it took him all the way towards the end of the session. He and Kennedy were both maybe looking at a slightly different idea for the second free practice session. Larry Carter.
Just down here, the better half of the Kerry household is down here. His wife Kirsty down here. How is he, Kirsty? Oh, he's a little bit battered and bruised, but how is the man?
He's a little bit sore this morning, as expected after yesterday.
Ollie Bayliss, sorry Larry Carter.
As he should be riding.
Big high
he's doing
side.
his best. He's actually, in my opinion, a superhero for going out and doing this, but he wants to be stronger for Assen, which means to say he wants a bit of recovery and a bit of rehab. So we'll see how the race goes. We're not sure. He can string a few rounds together, but whether he can do a full race, we'll find out. But no doubt he'll give it his all, 100%.
Thanks, Kirsty. Sorry, Doug.
Yeah, big high side for Ollie Bayliss at Barnier. He's back up on his feet now, but that has definitely rung his bell as he walks away from that one. Just going to get a replay of this in the commentary point. Ollie Bayliss full lean offline. He was offline on the way in. Actually, that was actually an off throttle high side, but then the bike followed him into the rector cell, Larry. That's a bit of a sore one for Ollie, but thankfully up on his feet. He's walked away from that one, albeit slowly, but he was just wide on the way in, Larry, and it shows you the track is good, but it's still a little bit, you've got to treat it with caution if you're offline. The number...
You see that bit of tarmac, it was much darker.
Yeah, much darker. Number 68, Barn Corner. Rider being assessed, that's not what Ollie needs. He's P2, so we've had Jack Kennedy fall in this session, and we've also had Ollie Bayliss go down in this session. P1 and P2 boys both down on the ground. Kennedy, though, has got the luxury of possibly getting his bike back together and on track. I didn't think the Honda looked too badly damaged. It was maybe a bent clip on and a bit of fiberglass. But, well, that was a bit of a shocker for us to see Ollie Bayliss go down. But Alan Hyde, 100%. The tarmac was a slightly greyer colour and he was offline. And that's not what he wants in his qualifying
It's in the shade
session.
of the trees, just that bit. It's
Exactly.
in the shade of the trees.
Exactly that, Alan. And great to hear from Kirsty. Sorry for trying to chop over the top of you there, Larry, when that was going on. Great to hear from Kirsty down there. But yeah, Ben Curry is sore. We very much wishing him that he has a nice, easy, stress-free weekend going through here as we come in towards Barn area where we just lost Ollie Bayliss a couple of seconds ago. He's still at the track behind the rector cell on his feet talking with the medics. And his teammate Max Wadsworth now crosses the line. Wadsworth having a really good run here at Cadwell Park. 5th place for Max, ahead of his former teammate Luke Stapleford when they were both at the Factory Triumph Racing team for the McLaren Factory team.
I can see Ollie. I've made my way down to the bottom of pit lane now. He's just haunched over the barriers. He's still talking to the marshals and medics down there. The good news is that he's standing up effectively, but as you rightly say, he's dinged himself to earth pretty pretty extensively there, and it looks like perhaps he might just need to be taken off for a little bit further attention in the med centre there. But of course, making his debut at Cadwell, we forget this about Ollie Bayliss, given that he's been about the championship for a couple of years now. But he started the season effectively running for the Simon Buckmaster squad in the World Supersport Championship, which he still does. But by virtue of the fact that Bradley Peary was supposed to run for that team, he was injured at the Donington Test Day round about Easter time, so that was him ruled out for the season. And given that very few of the dates clashed with British and World Supersports, that Simon Buckmaster says, you know what, we can probably double up here to Triumph some good, given that he is a factory Triumph rider, and as a result Ollie Bayliss is into the championship more or less full time since he arrived at Knockhill. But that will have hurt him, Dunk, and one thing we just need to keep our eye on there is I wouldn't be at all surprised if we just get that update number 68 to the med centre at the end of this session.
Yeah, that's just appeared on the screen, Larry. He is up on his feet. I've had a good look through the binoculars there at Ollie. He will take a trip to the medical centre and get a little bit of a check-up as we keep our eyes on one of his countrymen, Jack Mahaffey, making his way in towards the hairpin, and then Mahaffey will take the Astro JGR Hippo Suzuki down towards Barn Corner, where Ollie just unfortunately slipped off a lap or so ago. Here comes Mahaffey across the line. Jack currently in 10th place. Crossing the line now, it's Kennedy, Bayliss, Harrison still your top three, with Truelove, Wadsworth and Stapleford. We keep our eyes on Luke Stapleford to see when he gets back on track, which he is, and we'll see exactly what he can do. His personal best through sector number 1. Behind Luke Stapleford, Lucas Brown, Jamie Davis, Ben Curry, then Mahaffey, Barr and Hall. As we catch back up again. Keeping our eyes on Mahaffey here, because Mahaffey's putting together a really good run of laps as he goes through the first sector, but it's Luke Stapleford that I would like to see, because he's personal best and he's fastest of anybody through the middle sector on the number 8 Scars Ducati. We wait to see Stapleford making his way in towards the Hall Bends area on the track. And this will be a lap that Stapleford would like to put himself back towards the sharp end, right towards the, I would imagine, the front row. It's what you want to have here at Cadwell Park. And also, interestingly, he'll be very much aware of two of his championship rivals. As Stapleford goes fastest by half a second, both of his championship rivals have put themselves down onto the tarmac in this qualifying session. Jack Kennedy at the kind of halfway up the mountain, and Ollie Bayliss at the exit of Barn Corner. So Stapleford, 1:28.085 is his time. Let's have a look and see what he did yesterday. 1:28. So that's the fastest lap of the weekend. 1:28.1 was what he managed yesterday. So 1:28.085. Luke Stapleford really has gone under the lap record by 0.2 of a second as well on his Scars Ducati. So who knows, you might get an interested, you might get a happy Luke Stapleford at some point this weekend, Larry, because you've it's been interesting, some of the Stapleford's comments that you have had throughout the course of this year.
Well, I thought I might be refereeing a boxing match again at one point in time this weekend. Whether or not I get to speak to them very often remains to be seen, but Stapleford will know that both Kennedy and Bayliss have tipped off in that session. But what a lap that was from Kennedy, given that he only did 2 laps and he's still P2, Dunk.
Yeah, Jack Kennedy, very much, we know how Jack Kennedy likes to operate, and he likes to always go out and put a lap in very quickly. We still have, 57 seconds of the session to go. It does look like Kennedy won't be back out on track unless they can get him out for a practice start. And that's something that we do see happening now and again. So if Kennedy can get out for a practice start, they'll get him out. Corey Tinker crossing the line. Here comes Dean Harrison. Lucas Brown also in tow with, once again, Luke Stapleford. What does Stapleford do this time? Well, that was a slower lap from Luke Stapleford. But he is still getting a live lap. Ollie Barr in 11th place, a little bit further down than he would like to be for OB. And we had a text message yesterday which came all the way to the commentary point from Phillip Island, where Ollie's Auntie Nessa and his little sister was out there. Little sister makes it sound terrible. Little sis was out there as well at Phillip Island, and Mum and Dad are on holiday on, I can't remember, I think they're in Greece is where Ian said he was, but he's going to tune in today to find out how OB gets on. We can see him on the main screen making his way through, and having just a little bit of rear end movement from that bike, so I'll look over his shoulder. The checker flag now flies, but Oliver Barr doesn't look like he's going to improve. Well, his personal best through sector number 1, but it looks like he's just knocked it off ever so slightly going through the top of the gooseneck. Yeah, OB gets out of the way of TJ Toms, who is on a hot lap down towards the bottom of the gooseneck, and Oliver, 11th place, sacrificed his lap just going in towards Park and through the apex of Park, the back of that 3B Binge Construction, or Binge Pro Ducati, sorry. was not wanting to hook up to the tarmac. So rather than do what he did yesterday and go down the road, he decided to sacrifice his own fastest lap. But it's Stapleford, 128.085, who has gone purple through sector number 1. He's 0.4 of a second through the midway point on the lap. And we wait to get Luke through and across the line. Here he comes now towards the checker flag. He takes that checker flag, and it's a 128.5. So Stapleford can seemingly pull 128s out the bag at will, and seems to be pretty happy with that as Oliver Barr brings his qualifying session to an end, and he will be 11th place at the end of the session. Ben Curry just ahead of him in 10th. And also, what a run that was for Max Wadsworth to come home in 6th place, but that was a little bit of a topsy-turvy kind of qualifying session, with Luke Stapleford obviously being fastest of anybody. We've seen that. That was a great lap he put down. Jack Kennedy, who tipped off 2nd place. Ollie Bayliss, who had a big high side, he's 3rd place. And then Dean Harrison 4th. We've got Hazza Truelove in 5th place. Max Wadsworth in 6th. Lucas Brown 7th, Jamie Davis, Jack Mahaffey and Ben Curry, your top 10. Outside the top 10, 24 Oliver Barr, 48 Cameron Hall, 2 TJ Toms, 37 Corey Tinker, 93 Mikey Hardy, 78 Freddie Barnes, 66 Cameron Fraser, and Carter Brown, feel for him, 74 Carter Brown, another person who tipped off in that session, only completed 1 lap, but he will be 18th after that qualifying session. That, Alan Hyde, had a little bit of everything, but not for all the good reasons. Let's hope that Ollie Bayliss is A-OK up there at Barn, and we'll get him to the medical centre for a quick check-up from the neck up. We can look through the stalker binoculars all the way from the commentary point, and I can now see Ollie leaning on the actual Armco barrier and the recticel, so you can't see us from here, but we can give Ollie a bit of a wave. He doesn't look like he's in as much discomfort as he was earlier on, Larry Carter, so that is good news, but that will definitely have rung Mr. Bayliss's bell.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship, live from every round of British Superbikes.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K-Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX-10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And now look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army, recruiting now, search Army jobs.
Live online at BritishSuperbike.com, on FM radio and live stream with TSL live timing on YouTube. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
And loads of messages are coming in on WhatsApp, 07482 877 877. Thank you very much indeed for your messages so far. From Auntie Roo, listening in as always from a rainy Aberfeldy, cheering on OB and hoping for a good day of racing. Keep it on track today, Ollie. Thanks for all the chat, Alan, Duncan and Larry, always making me smile. Auntie Roo, thank you very much indeed for your message. Is that Ollie Bayliss? Is that OB? Ollie Bayliss that Auntie Roo is supporting? Ollie Barr. Okay, very good. Okay, very good. Plug for Oliver's Mount Gold Cup 80th anniversary next weekend in Scarborough. Another 3-day weekend of racing. Massive field announced, including Storm Stacey, Dean Harrison, Peter Hickman, Richard Cooper, Mike Brown and Davey Todd if declared fit. I'll be there all weekend, just like this one, making a 3-day working week. That's from Simon, not to mention McGuinness, Parish, Glen Irwin etc. in parades as well. Thank you very much indeed, Simon. Great to have your support on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. This one says, it's my granddad's birthday. He's just turned 66. He used to race here at Cadwell. Would you be able to give him a big shout out? His name is Paul. Thank you very much indeed. Paul Hankin, thank you very much indeed. And that comes from Skylar. Skylar, thank you for your message, and hi to Paul here at Cadwell Park. From Jay, says, morning Al, Duncan and Larry, listening in from hospital, waiting for my next round of chemo. Not being able to get to any of the rounds yet, but listening on BSB radio is the next best thing, and has very much helped me battle through what has been a very hard few months. Good safe riding, everyone. Have a great weekend, and here's to some spectacular racing. From Jay, I know exactly what you mean, and the racing really does help you through when you're facing a challenge. I wish you all the very best. We all do here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. And if we can lighten the load just a little bit for you, then we've done a very worthy job. What was it my mum said? If you make one person smile during a day, you can go to bed knowing you've had a good day. There we go. And if we have lightened the burden just a little bit, Jay, then that's really good news. And good luck to you. Hope everything goes according to plan, and we see you back trackside as soon as possible. This one says, loving the racing so far, from Steve, Ivy and Neves, first ever BSB and camping experience. Ivy, thank you very much indeed for writing in. This one says, hi guys, love the commentary over the BSB weekend. Can you give my son Riley Rue a shout out for his 13th birthday from Harrogate? We are trackside opposite the Med Centre. Can you sort him a ride in the safety car, please, to surprise him? Love you guys loads. From Mark. I'm not sure we can do that sort of thing. I think you have to enter competitions and win, because there are very few opportunities to go around the circuit in one of the safety cars. But we've got pro drivers on hand that will be doing that between 11:50 and 12:10 today. And Duncan Vincent is our very own in-house pro driver. So he will be at the wheel of one of the BMWs over the course of that 20-minute break today.
Is that his official title this weekend? Because
pro driver, Larry.
We have different versions for him, don't we, Al?
Pro driver. He gave me some very valuable advice the other day for how to get my car up a grassy bank, and I ignored it and found out to my cost that I should have taken the advice of our pro driver. There you go.
I'll come to him for some tips of this rally driving caper, because my record here at Cadwell Park after my little duel with Mr. Stacey ended in tears last time, and a very big bill as well, so I might need some tips myself.
Pro driver?
Yeah, pro driver.
I like you a lot.
Yeah.
It makes me sound like a golf club as well.
Very sounds like a golf club. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Morning, gentlemen. Here with Maddie, Andy, Ollie, Lord Ellis, Dave, Jacko, Tracy, Mick, Tracy, Mark and Mel. We're at Charlie's. Looking forward to a great weekend of bike racing. Love your commentary. Thanks from Maddie. And this one says, saw this on Facebook and I thought I'd share with you. Would like to wish Danny Boom Boom good luck as well. That comes from Linda, and it is a link to a Facebook page, and it says we send our best wishes. It's from the British Superbike Championship. Best wishes to Port West Race Safe Marshals Nathan and Teresa, who are set to get married after next week after Cadwell Park. And there's a great picture of four of our Port West Race Safe Marshals, one with an L plate around his neck and the other with a bride's veil. So good luck to both of you, to Nathan and Teresa as well. Wish you an absolute dream wedding after Cadwell Park, and good to see the priorities are in place and you are here trackside this weekend. Thank you very much indeed, Linda, for sending that in. By the way, when you send your messages in, we only need your first name. We don't need your surname, only your first name. That's all we need. This one says, hi, I'm James from Wyberton. I'm gutted this weekend. I cannot get to due to an injury. I'm recovering from a motorbike accident, but would like to say good luck to all the riders this weekend, and I'll be back next year. Listening on BSB Radio on the TV at home. Oh no, this is terrible. Worst year, 2026. So I lost my dad too. So I think this is just a terrible year. Hopefully 2027 will be a better year for me. We hope so as well, James. Speedy recovery, and you will obviously never totally get used to the fact that you don't have your dad with you anymore. But it does become easier to live with as time goes by. So very, very sorry for you, and thank you for writing in, and I'm glad that you can listen to BSB Radio on the TV back at home. And this one says, good morning from the Hall Brothers Motorcycles in Bridlington, listening in today before coming down to Cadwell Park tomorrow, supporting Team Tolladay this weekend. Have a great day of racing. That's from Aaron in Bridlington. This one says, hi to Angie and Daz from Gainsborough, from Debbie and Dan. Happy birthday, Daz. And this one as well, loads of messages coming in, by the way. 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp. Hello, we're sat at Charlie's with our little boy Luca, who's 2 years old. He has made signs for his favourite riders, having a great time seeing all the action. Chloe, that is absolutely what Charlie should do. Making signs and flags to support the riders. It's such an intimate circuit, Cadwell Park, so make no mistake, the riders can see the support that you offer around the circuit for them over the course of a race weekend. And Luca, hope you have a great weekend, and thanks to Chloe for sending that in. This one says, can we wish Jenny at Port West a happy birthday from Mike, Josh and Sarah at JJS Racing. Thank you, Mike. And this one says, hello from Stella and Jill, sitting at the bottom of the mountain. Big loves to Duncan, Larry and Alan. Keep up the good work. Stella, thank you very much indeed. And the last one for now, please say hello to Eddie, Karen, John and Helen, watching at Charlie's first visit to Cadwell Park for John and for Helen. Well, you are very welcome, John and Helen, and great to have you here. Eddie, Karen, John and Helen, thank you very much indeed for writing in on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Larry,
British Championship leader, just making his way down pit lane. We don't get a chance to have a chat to them too often, but car ride down here. Well, Carl, at least the sunshine's come out for you this weekend. It was always going to be a tricky weekend with the weather forecast as it is. But after Thruxton, then, you're still in command of this championship and looking forward to this weekend?
Yeah, obviously it's been a great start to the season. Obviously we're 70% through it now, so it goes thick and fast when we get to August and September. But yeah, I've done a really good job. I think yesterday Stuart did a great job with the schedule as well, so we managed to get some dry track time after unfortunately missing time on Friday night. So yeah, bike feels all right. Not perfect, but everybody's only done, 10, 12 decent laps. So yeah, this free practice 3 will be an important one, but also you can't crash because we've only got an hour in between that and the qualifying session. So yeah, I don't think anyone's really going to get a decent setting until they finish race 1 this afternoon.
Looking forward to Super Pole, assuming we get it.
Yeah, I think we're looking at the weather. I don't think there's any rain forecast till about 5, 6 o'clock. It's great for everyone that's turned up and bought a ticket. I think they would love to see Super Pole. Obviously, we only get to do it once a year, and all the fans remember it from World Superbike days 15 years ago and how good it was. So, yeah, it's not great for us, honestly. It's very nerve-wracking. We only get one shot at it, and we're on the tightest track in the UK. So, yeah, I'll give it a good shot. I've done all right in the last couple of seasons. Forget first 2 rows, I'll be happy.
Can you remember what track you've chosen to accompany you on your outlap?
I think it's the Prodigy, Breathe. Decent song. I was put under pressure, so I just clicked the first one.
Yeah, a good tribute to Keith Flint as well. Thanks, Cal. We'll have a chat to him there. So, yeah, great there. He's looking forward to Super Pole. I think we all are. Let's just hope that the weather plays Paul.
Here, I know. And so say all of us. I can't wait for Super Pole because we only have it once a year. It's a very, very special thing for us to have. And Alan Hyde and myself, well, it's all technically orchestrated through Heidi and what happens with the MSVR, with the technical running team.
I get very nervous that I play the music in the right place.
Because the pressure's on you, Heidi, to hit all the right buttons at the right time, isn't it?
It really is, yeah.
You'll notice that me and Vincent, we absolve all responsibility when it comes to that. It's really all on you, Heidi. And if you get it wrong, mate, you get it wrong. We don't get it wrong as a team for that one.
As long as you don't hear a national anthem halfway through, you know everything's gone absolutely fine.
But I will say that I intended to play it.
Yeah, absolutely. And what happened last year? We didn't actually get Super Bowl last year. It was stolen away from us by Mother Nature. But what Heidi did do...
I still managed to shoehorn them in, didn't I?
And was it during qualifying? You actually
No, you were chatting away with Peter Hickman because there was a delay.
Yes.
You were talking about various riders.
And
as soon as you started talking about the rider, I played the music because I spent a day editing them all.
That was good. Yeah, I know, that's the bit. When the list came out, Alan Hyde texted me saying, well, that's tomorrow's day gone.
It was. I was meant to be doing my accounts that day.
I thought you had somebody to do that for you.
Well, I wouldn't take long.
Making tax digital has made an awful lot of work for self-employed people this year.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, tell me about it. When our illustrious Chancellor at the time decided that all those people that are self-employed have absolutely hours and hours and hours to do accountancy courses,
I know.
She didn't realise the factor in that we might have to put our prices up once or twice, which didn't go down too well with a lot of people.
I know, it takes a lot of work.
You put a price up, Larry? Well, I'm impressed with that. And more so that he gets paid, Alan? Anyway, let's continue with what we've got on track here. The Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship. This is queue number 1 for us. And this is the bottom side of the combined times. Trying to get themselves through into Q2. I've got to say, there are fast people out here. That we do have Harley McCabe, Lennon Doherty, Peter Willis, Harrison McKay, Finn Smart-Whedon, Dan Goodman. I mean, it sounds like we're reeling off the top 10 from Thruxton just 2 weeks ago. That's how impressive the qualifying or the kind of combined free practice times were yesterday. But Lennon Doherty showing a real turn-up in form. Now, you're standing right next to his mother on your right-hand side there, Larry. That's the left, the other side. Claire Doherty is down there, and the Doc's having a really upturn in form. He was fastest until Dan Goodman and Finn Smart-Whedon crossed the line, but he could be one of the 4 that makes his way through in towards the second phase of qualifying. I think is that Chris Barnes down there beside you, or is that his father, William, on the second cat top actually? That's actually Chris Barnes, because Charlie Barnes on track as well. So the boss man for Senkat down there looking after all things on track for his 2 riders with Larry Carter. But also, Harley McCabe, the man who sits 3rd in the championship, does not want to find himself not getting through into Q2. It's been a difficult kind of mid-part of the year for Harley. He was the perennial 3rd place finisher, Larry, all the way through, and he was always in that 3rd place in the championship as well. But it's just drifted away ever so slightly at the end of, in the mid-season before we finish the main season and going towards the showdown. Harley needs a little upturn in form. He just needs that little bit of goodness to come back towards his riding. Both Fibertech Aprilias find themselves in this part of qualifying. Dan Goodman on 71 and Harley McCabe on 79. But also double race winner passes us just now with Lennon Doherty hot on his heels. Double race winner Harrison McKay now goes P2. Doherty goes into P3. So Peter Willis is fastest on the Moto 12 CF Moto. Willis, McKay, Doherty, Goodman, Smart, Whedon, McCabe, Whelan, Charlie Atkins, Clinton, Proudfoot, Rooker. Now that's a new name for us as well, Larry. We need to comment on this one. Big number 73, Travis Rooker from Sweden on the Rooker Motorsport Aprilia. He was pretty impressive yesterday when he was on track. And these guys, actually, the sport bike class were the only people to get 2 dry sessions yesterday, Larry. Everybody else had a little bit of weather affectedness when they were running. But the sport bike class was very much in fine form. Just going to change a TV screen in our commentary point here. Bear with me for a second. Well, it could go horribly wrong. Alan Hyde's told me so many times not to do that, but he's just left for a second, so it's all fine. Everything's good. He'll come back and wonder why I've changed the television screens. Popping up lap time disallowed for Harley McCabe, and that's another thing that we see happening an awful lot in this session. When it says course cut, that just means for us in the commentary point, it says number 71, lap 1 time disallowed course cut. That means they've gone through the chicane after Mansfield and they haven't actually taken that chicane. There's now a timing loop there, which instead of the marshal having to radio in every single time, it's beamed back instantly to the TSL timing screens and the computer room downstairs, brought to you by Omologato and 1P Mobile. And then it updates itself on our screen, so nothing gets missed. That's the other good thing about it. Now we're just waiting to get the bikes round. Quick incoming lap from Harley McCabe. I have to say that McCabe's looking pretty strong. He has got 2 personal bests as across the line go a whole flurry of bikes. But we want to see Harley McCabe on bike 79, who seems to be in the mix of everything as it happens. Harley McCabe goes P2 as he crosses the line. So that's a good lap for Harley. There goes Charlie Barnes across the line. Where does he get up to? He goes up to 14th place. But yeah, good run. Willis, Goodman, McCabe. So both of the Fibertech Aprilias improving on that last lap and getting themselves right back into the mix of it. Dan Goodman, who I think it was Thruxton, Larry, really came alive and he burst onto the scene. It's a circuit that he knows and likes very well. But really the first time that we've seen Dan Goodman showing the pace that we'd expect to see from that young man who comes up from the Talent Cup.
Yeah, considering it's 300 miles away from his base at Easington Collier up there in County Durham. He always goes well at Thruxton, doesn't he, Dan Goodman? Got his first ever BSB level podium down there a couple of weeks ago and showing good form. Knockhill is his nemesis, isn't he? He's he might as well not bother travelling to Knockhill because he just cannot get a good result there, whether it's physical, psychological, whatever. 1 or 2 nasty accidents, and I think his dad took Pooley up there one particular time as well a few years ago, so not good memories of your neck of the woods there, but certainly doing himself well. You're quite right about the quality in this one. You look at that top 10 and any one of them could have been in the main 14, as it were. Great to see Matty Whelan back as well. He ran in Superstock for a season or 2 going back a year or 2, but taking over the ride of Max Chambers, I think it is, this weekend, and looking to take off where he left off a couple of seasons ago.
I think it's great seeing Matty Whelan come into this championship. We know him from Superstock, we know him from stock, but to come back into this championship, it's not a junior championship, you know. You don't need to be young to race in this, and Richard Cooper's showing us that. Not that I'm saying Coops is old before any of the hate mail comes in, and I'm not being ageist at all. And while that was all happening, it's all changed again. Peter Willis has been the one constant in this one. He has been at the top of the times for most of this session. Harley McCabe now goes P2. Demotes Finn Smartweed into P3. Charlie Atkins comes up into the last of the transfer spots. On the outside looking in, 71 Dan Goodman. 24 on the outside looking in, which is Aaron Robinson. Harrison McKay on 61, Lennon Doherty on 60, Matty Wheeler on 53, Callum Beach on 27. You know, there's such a list of talent that we have in this Q1, but only 4 of them will make their way through into the next phase of the qualifying. And we have got 5 minutes of the session to go. What we can tell you now is I think track conditions will be absolutely lovely out there because we have got sunshine beaming in the side of our commentary box window. And speaking of sunshine, Alan Hyde just popped back into the commentary point as well. It was lovely to see Heidi come back in from being on the outside. Heidi, did you manage to pop outside? What's the actual weather like out there?
It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's
absolutely
good.
Beautiful. And also the other thing that we haven't noticed so much because we've had the blinds down. Look at everybody. How cool does Cadwell Park look today?
Oh wow, it's very busy out there, isn't it?
It's really busy, yeah.
Number 61, Fowler at Charlie's. Rider okay. That's Harrison McKay. That's not what they want to hear. Harrison McKay goes down at Charlie's. Bash is okay, but that is the end of his qualifying session. He will be 7th at best in this session, and he won't do anything else. That's a great shame for him. Joshua Proudfoot coming up into 9th place now. Proudfoot making a good bit of a step forward. Gets himself into 9th on bike number 69, Joshua Proudfoot. Another Aprilia mounted rider. Aprilia does seem to be a very common bike in this class, along with the Triumphs. But there is a good mixture. You can use quite a lot of bikes, and it's not been dominated by one manufacturer. That's another nice thing. And right now, it's the CF Moto of Peter Willis for the Moto 12 team, who we see at the sharp end. A 133.961 for Peter Willis. that, compared to his time yesterday, let's see what he did. He did a 34.4 yesterday, so he's found an age of time overnight, and that a lot of that will come down to Aidan Davey and to Richard Cooper, giving him the advice and sitting him down with the data and just seeing the progress from that young man making his way forward in the British Sport Bike Championship. But this Q1, 3 minutes of it to go. Who will be the three that go through? 99 Peter Willis, 79 Harley McCabe, 71 Dan Goodman, and 74 Finn Smart-Whedon. It was very much McKay and Doherty were looking like they were going to join them. Lennon Doherty now circulating, and he is in 8th place, not putting any real fast sectors in. But Harrison McKay, well, he just popped in 2 personal bests before he unfortunately tipped off. So that's going to be pretty costly for him. Another fastest sector of anybody from Finn Smart-Whedon, in fact from Dan Goodman now. Dan Goodman, purple sector number 1, but the lap drifted away towards the end, possibly compromised by some of the yellow flags up at Charlie's in that area of the circuit. We can see the Armada Marine Cables team making their way from pit lane, and they'll head back up. Their young rider. The most important thing is there that Harrison McKay has been badged as being okay, and he can live to ride another day, that's for sure. He can be back later on. Mum Tammy makes her way up towards the top as well. Matching trainers with the Armada jacket, I see, for Tammy. That's a good look. We should try and see if we can get that on scoop in the pit lane. Bit of teal wouldn't go amiss from you, Larry, would it? You're not into that. He's just given me a look. That's all he needs to do. It was
that's
the look.
Not a look. That's a Paddington hard stare.
Oh, it's a hard stare. Yeah, okay. We'll move on from that one pretty quickly before Vincent tries to become a stylist. Good improvement for Callum Beach, up 2 places on the UPVC Outlet Racing Kawasaki that he's on. Callum, we did see him do a bit of a race on the Simceris Kawasaki, but also coming back from a bit of an injury as well is Callum Beach on bike 27. UPVC Outlet Racing Kawasaki Ninja 650. And we've seen Callum with that sponsorship for quite some time, all the way through his junior supersport racing, 300 junior supersport racing, in towards the sport bike class as well. Now here comes Doherty. Doherty, well, maybe give himself a couple of laps just to chill the tyres. He's now, or to not chill them, but to give them a breather. He has now gone personal best sector number 1, personal best sector number 2. Lennon's just been pushed down another position. We wait for bike number 60 to make his way through. He's behind Finn Smart-Whedon and also Sam O'Reilly. Hopefully that traffic's not holding too many of those guys up as Jack Knights crosses the line on bike 6. We look towards Barn, and here they come down towards the line. Doherty looking like he's going to make an improvement. There goes O'Reilly. There goes Smart-Whedon, and Doherty crossing the line. Is it an improvement? Well, yes, there is. Doherty goes P2. P2 for Lennon Doherty. 133.981. Finn Smart-Whedon back down to 4th place. Number 14 tips off at Chris Curve as well. This is a busy session. That's Hayden Clinton from Ireland on the Hayden Clinton Racing R7. Unfortunately, Hayden tumbled as well, if you remember, in qualifying, or free practice, sorry, at Thruxton. So it's been a bit of a trying couple of weeks for young Hayden Clinton. But Peter Willis, Lennon Doherty, Harley McCabe and Finn Smart-Whedon, the 4 who are currently in the transfer spot with 21 seconds to go on our ticker in the pit lane. So that was a perfectly timed lap for Lennon Doherty to get that in there. He's now gone personal best again through sector number 1, but Harley McCabe is on the answer. He's fast in sector number 2, as is Dan Goodman, who is on the outside looking in. He needs to do something on this lap to see if he can get himself into the transfer spots. Remember, there's only 4 places up for grabs to take you from Q1 into Q2. Harley McCabe's taking the checker flag. Dan Goodman goes P2. Dan Goodman goes P2. Good lap for Goodman. He goes P2, puts Doherty to 3rd, puts McCabe on the bubble. As the checker flag now flies, Dan Goodman crossed the line and took the checker flag. And we need to get everybody else through. Who's on a quick lap behind? Finn Smart-Whedon has been somebody who has been in the mix all the way through this qualifying phase of Q1 on his Power Slide Suzuki. We wait to get number 74, Finn Smart-Whedon, across the line. He crosses the line, he takes a checker flag. Lennon Doherty takes a checker flag as well. And there goes Peter Willis across the line. So that looks like our top 4 are locked in, because Charlie Atkins is on a lap in 6th place on the number 56, Simceris Kawasaki. But it doesn't look to be setting the sectors alight. We keep our eyes firmly fixed on the screen to see if there's going to be any changes as anybody crosses. But right now, 99, 71, 60 and 79 will take the 4 spots and move in to the second phase of qualifying. And they'll arrive there absolutely red hot because they've just done a session. They will know what the track's like and they'll be looking forward to getting their teeth into the second phase of qualifying. No improvement for Charlie Atkins. He does take the checker flag, and Travis Rooker will be the last man across the line on 73, and that's it, locked in and making their way through into the second phase of the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship. Qualifying 2 will be 99 Peter Willis, 71 Dan Goodman, 60 Lennon Doherty and 79 Harley McCabe. Well, that's half the job done for those guys. They now join everybody else, the top 14 from yesterday on combined times, when we come back for the second phase of qualifying. Larry Carter, feel-good stories all round there for the CF Moto team, for Dan Goodman, for the Doc, and Harley McCabe does salvage something.
Yes, he does. Finn Smart-Whedon will be a little bit disappointed with that one Finn who quite regularly joins Duncan in the commentary box for his analysis in the junior races. Then he is there 5th ahead of Charlie Atkinson. The South African Aaron Robinson is there in 7th position ahead of Callum Beach. Harrison Mackay, who crashed out. Very much his local round as well, a double winner. He took one at Snetterton at Brands. After that, he did ding himself at Alton Park, though, and spent a day or so in hospital there with a potential back injury, which luckily was nothing too serious as it turned out. But he is there 9th, and he'll be a little bit disappointed with that. Ahead of Josh Proudfoot, the comeback racer Matty Whelan, and Ed Clinton, who crashed out as well. That completes the top 12. Just to reiterate that the top 4 there will join the 14 pre-qualifiers effectively to set the first 3 rows of the grid. 18 riders, 3 riders per row, which is 6 rows. That is the way it works. And the riders effectively from P5 down over, i.e. Finn Smart-Whedon, he will be on row 7. The riders in 8th position, Callum Beach down over, will be row 8. That's the way it kind of works right the way through to the final qualifiers, who will be towards the back of the grid, or indeed on the back row of the grid. Well, we're just waiting for that second qualifier, as it were. The Superbike riders will be making their way down here into the pit lane area. Given that it is the split level, effectively, they do rely on the track crossing to get down here. Just let's see if there's any riders kicking about that we can just grab a word with. Bearing in mind that there is 1 or 2, there will be 1 or 2 less opportunities here this weekend to grab a word with the riders, and there is Roger Marsh and Ryan Vickers just down here. Are you going to be regaling us with some stories this weekend, Roger, in the commentary box? It's a Cadwell Park institution. We've sold about 2,000 advance tickets based on it, so I hope you say yes.
Yes, Larry, I've been up to see Alan this morning, and I'll be on the radio tomorrow between 12 and 12:40, and I'll also be on the ZYN stand on tomorrow as well at 2:15, and Ryan's after me at 2:30. All
right, you're bringing your own posters and postcards nowadays, Roger. You've got this second wind of celebrity status. MCN Man of the Year in 1982. Well, little did we think you'd be challenging for it in 2026 again.
No, I'm back in the green room waiting to go on stage again with David Essex, so that'll be good. Yeah, no, it's amazing. You know, I can't understand it really, but it's nice to still be involved, and it's nice people still enjoy seeing you and the stories, and still want your autograph, etc. So it's very nice.
You're a legend, Roger. You know, you and I have known each other a long time, and I remember as a schoolboy queuing up for your autograph at places like here at Cadwell Park, Croft, Scarborough, places like that you used to race at back in the day. R.A. Marshall, I think it used to be. A for Alan?
Yeah, Alan, yeah, Alan with 1 L.
And we are still looking at
RAM,
yeah, we best not go there, Roger. We're still looking at this book. I mean, the Roger and Out book that you and Keith Martin wrote must be 40 years ago now. Yeah. But there is a second story to tell, and I'm working on it. I know that you are in the background, and we keep asking people if we can get a publisher. If anybody out there knows a publisher that would like to read Roger Marshall's, we're not going to tell you the title just yet because it's not for everybody's taste, but the bike's the beer, and there's another B in there. I can't quite think what that might be, but there's definitely a story there. The Roger and Out book was your definitive story up to the Cosworth days when you retired, but there's been so much more to tell, and so much that book didn't tell either.
Yeah, thankfully to Bob Graves, the late Bob Graves, who I wrote the Cosworth for. He paid for that book to be published, so respect to him. And yeah, we've done a lot since then. Obviously, I've been team coordinator, team manager for Red Bull, in the race control for 11 years, and then back down in the paddock. So.
And yeah, mentoring riders nowadays. And I'll tell you what, Roger, nobody give you credit, but them 2 victories at Thruxton were as much down to you as anybody else for Ryan.
Well, I think it's credit to the team as well. They've been amazing, and credit to Ryan, because when we started the season and things weren't working out very well, Ryan says, right, we've got what we've got, keep our heads up and let's make it happen. And between the boys in the garage here and Ryan and myself, we've made it happen, and we're at the sharp end, which is fantastic for Honda and Ryan.
Well, we'll make this book happen as well. We'll get the messages into BSB Radio, Roger, and see if there's a little bit of support there for the bikes, the beer, and something else.
Bikes and beer.
Bands. I thought there was. I'm glad you said bands. I thought there was something else there, Roger.
I'd just like to say to everybody, have a great day and enjoy the weekend, and hopefully we'll give you some good racing.
Thanks, Roger. Roger Marshall, 12 times British champion. He'll be regaling us with some of his stories tomorrow lunchtime as we get the second qualifier for the Pirelli British Sport Bikes out there on track now.
I've got a suggestion for a title, Larry.
I'm listening.
Goes up to 11, Marshall.
Oh.
Spinal Tap.
Just 11. Well, that was his race number as well for many years.
Well, there you go then. This is perfect, Larry. We're giving you all the information you need.
Absolutely, we're all up for it. Roger and I have had a couple of meetings. We've been perfectly serious about the book, and I've written a few books, as most people know.
Yes, you have.
We've got another one that's coming out this Christmas, Scottish Motorsport, where Duncan Vincent might even get a mention in that one if he's really lucky. Ooh. But unfortunately, my current publishers, they did say that unfortunately the allocation was full at present, and they're not looking to take on any new titles. So it might be a little delay in that, but in the meantime, if we can find a publisher, we will be able to put that book together. And I'll tell you what, having known Roger Marshall's backstory and his story since the previous book came out, there is one hell of a story to tell. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that we can come up with something on that one.
Top man, Larry.
I could just say Roger Marshall, amped.
Very good.
And 11 on the front of it.
Very good.
Should we concentrate on the Pirelli?
If he'd won 10 championships, going up to 11 would be better.
Okay, yeah.
But he won 12.
Yeah, I just remember Roger being number 11 when I was a youngster. Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship qualifying 2. We've had Q1 making their way through. Harley McCabe, Lennon Doherty, Peter Willis and Dan Goodman all joined up. Dan Goodman made a big jump because he was actually 20th fastest yesterday. The big couple of missers out in that one with Harrison McKay and Finn Smart Whedon. I have to say, Harrison McKay, let's hope that he is A-OK, and that off at Charlie's hasn't upset him or hurt him at all. But this is where we now set the front end of the grid. And Asher Durham comes into this weekend carrying a huge amount of form, and he's got the points gap down to only 18 points with he and Alfie Davidson. Asher is on a little bit of a mission. It was a 35-point championship lead at one point Alfie Davidson had. Alfie's still in the lead of the championship, but it's a single race that we have for the sport bike at Cadwell Park this weekend, and that's quite telling. So he must make some sort of... I think Alfie Davidson will be looking to try and consolidate for what he's got. He won't want to lose any more of those points. Another interesting part that we look at, Larry, remember this race last year, the sport bike guys had their elbows out from lap 4 or 5, but Alfie Davidson was one of the guys who was really... He came alive here. It's where we first started seeing that's how aggressive you need to be to ride a sports bike, and Alfie Davidson and Asher Durham were going at it hammer and tongs last year, and they will be also doing that this weekend. But there's another man in here. There's a Richard Cooper. There's an interloper, isn't there, Scoop? A disruptor.
Yeah, absolutely. Cooper man, he's about 40 years young nowadays, and he's as good as he ever was. out there. But you mentioned about that Asher Derham situation. Even going back before the Pirelli British Sport Bikes, we went back into the effectively the Junior Superstock Championship. Do you remember it was here at Cadwell Park that a certain Aaron Sylvester and Asher Derham, they got more than their elbows out, and they ended up putting each other on the deck, if I remember correctly, going back. That'd be at least 3 years ago, that don't?
Yeah, Aaron Sylvester from Horncastle, just along the road as well, very local to this. Aaron Sylvester and Max, the two racing brothers. But yeah, that was in the Pirelli. Was that the Junior Super Sport, Junior Superstock, Larry? I think it was.
Yeah, Superstock 600 as we used to know it. Yeah,
it was a wet race, wasn't it? It was a wet race, and the tyre choice was absolutely critical. And they got a little bit keen and a little bit close with each other. Okay, so what we need to watch out for here? Well, obviously Richard Cooper. We need to keep our eyes on Alfie Davidson. We need to keep our eyes on Asher Durham. What can the guys who made it through from queue number 1 do? Zach Shelton was very fast yesterday as well. In fact, he was fastest on combined times on the XMT Triumph. The number 17 XMT Triumph for Zach Shelton was in fine form, and it's a return to form. Remember, Zach has won a race this year. He won at Donington Park very, very early in the season. Then it kind of came unstuck when he went to Knockhill. He was unlucky in race number 1 at Knockhill, where he got sandwiched between two riders on the run down towards turn number 1, Duffus Dip. And then he had the mother and father of all high sides and took a couple of riders at the back of the pack when he collected his bike at Clark on race day Sunday, and it caused all sorts of havoc round there. But Zach's been on a bit of a comeback ever since then. But yesterday we saw Shelton returning to the mix of things, being fastest on combined times. They had Richard Cooper, Alfie Davidson, Asher Durham and Cam Dawson, twin Cam, very much in the mix of it as well. Sharp, snappy sessions that we have. 9 minutes of the session to go. I look down the pit lane there, and it's nice to see the shadows coming off the pit gantries that we have, because that means the sun is very much out there and the temperature starting to increase. Larry Carter down there keeping an eye on things on the screens as I am, and here come the CF Motos. First of Richard Cooper, then Aidan Davey and Peter Willis. Now that's a bit of team riding, Larry, with Lennon Docherty trying everything in his power to drag himself onto the back of those guys. Cooper goes fastest ahead of Kieran Kent, with Asher Durham in 3rd and Alfie Davidson in 4th. But that's a fast line of bikes we have just watched go through Coppice and into Charlie's. 47, 38 and 99. That's team riding from young Ali Grant, if you've ever seen it. The order would be to go out there, try and drag each other round. We don't have a huge amount of bikes on track, so you will find some space. And then they've got the interloper, the young man Lennon Docherty, who's got on the back of them. You'll be thinking Christmas has come. They're making their way through the top of Park in towards Charlie's. That's where we lost Harrison McKay in queue number 1. And then in towards the top of the gooseneck. That was Cam Dawson crossing the line. He's just starting an outlap. He's been in the pit lane. Zach Weston also crossing the line, with Lewis Smart and Dan Goodman and Harley McCabe, the two Fibertech Aprilia boys, also working together. That was Ted Wilkinson, Super Ted, on the black, pink and blue number 22. Makes his way in towards turn number 1. I'm just keeping my eyes on these 4 bikes that are making their way through the top of Hall Bends, because Cooper has got his young teammates behind him, but it's Zach Shelton on 17, all on his own, just about to come up over the mountain, who is in fine form, personal best and purple sector, as well as Carl Harris, but he went into the pit lane out of the last corner. Here we come, 1, 2, 3 and 4. The 3 CF Motos, chased by the Aprilia of Lennon Docherty across the line, and Docherty does go up to 15th place. He improves there. Aidan Davey went up to 8th place. He improved 1 position, but Peter Willis sits in that 5th place. And here comes Zach Shelton. This could put Zach to the top of the times crossing the line. Shelton crosses and goes P2, 10th of a second behind Richard Cooper. So this is a good thing, but we're seeing Zach Shelton's form carry on from yesterday into Sunday. I was about to say Saturday there. I was about to do it for the first time. I'm grabbing the
easy done.
Yeah, I'm grabbing the binoculars, Larry. That's Kieran Kent that we've got in the pit lane. As I look down there, the Blue Motion Aprilia. Kieran across on the pit wall with Sister Shannon. She's talking him through exactly where he is and what he needs to do on track. Kieran with the very bright pink helmet that he has got on will make his way back over towards that Blue Motion Aprilia, but currently sitting in 3rd place as Lewis Smart improves 7 places for Lewis Smart on 32. That's a lovely improvement for the Smart Racing Triumph Daytona 660 mounted rider. Comes up 7 places. pops himself onto the head of the third row of the grid, if you'd like to look at it. And he shares that with Cam Dawson and Aidan Davey at this moment in time. Kieran Kent, leg back over the Blue Motion Aprilia, and he's going to head back out on to circuit after a bit of a pep talk from Sis. And that's Brodie Goth just doing a ride-through now. You'll see a lot of this, Larry. We're seeing a lot of ride-throughs because they cannot tour on track. They cannot tour in a sector and be less than 135% slower than that fastest sector time. So the obvious thing to do is to just do a ride through the pit lane rather than trying to get pulled up to race control for a reprimand. But the only thing is, by riding through pit lane, you then blow the next lap. So it's one of these situations where you could maybe do it riding through the top pit lane, if you're allowed to do that, but do not tour on the track. We saw that bulletin coming out at Thruxton, and it was amazing how many of the riders, how many experienced riders were actually pulled up into race control for touring in the sectors. They were less than impressed race direction with some of the antics that were going on, but also with reducing the number of bikes on track. It just makes it better. It gives them more track time, and Cam Dawson delivers a great lap there. Cam Dawson, twin cam, P3 for Cam Dawson on bike number 2, all on his own. And that's how Cam Dawson does seem to get the best out of himself. He doesn't particularly want to get a tow. He certainly never wants to be towing people. But Cam Dawson on the Powerslide Suzuki, teammate to Asher Durham. Remember, Asher Durham does have a different fairing on. He's got the Lady Bella backed fairing, the black and gold fairing on his number 64 Powerslide Suzuki, which does stand out and look pretty nice, I have to say, as we now look and make our way through the timing screen in front of us. I'm going to look towards Barn, because still Richard Cooper, or still the CF Moto Brigade will be coming through. Cooper's gone into the pit lane at the top, but we should see, I think, Aidan Davey and Peter Willis and Lennon Docherty coming out, making their way down. In fact, it's just the dock. All the CF Motos have disappeared from Lennon. They've hung him out to dry as Lennon crosses the line, and he puts in a 138.2 last time across the line, so a much slower lap for Lennon. Stays in 15th place. Cooper, Shelton, Dawson, Kent, Kieran Kent still in 4th place, with Asher Durham in 5th and Alfie Davidson in 6th place. Then Peter Willis, Lewis Smart, Aidan Davey and Ted Wilkinson down to 10th. Harley McCabe, 3rd in the championship, sits in 11th place on bike 79, with Ed Best in 12th and Dan Goodman in 13th. Brodie Goth, who we saw doing a ride-through on the number 21 Powerslide Suzuki, Brodie sits in 14th place ahead of Carl Harris, Lennon Docherty, James Bull and Zach Weston down to 18th. But there's still plenty time here. 3.5 minutes of this session to go. Dan Goodman improves again, goes up to 11th, goes 2 places up, and goes ahead of his teammate on the Fibertech Aprilia. Puts Harley McCabe down to 12th and Ed Best down to 13th. That's the ever-improving Dan Goodman through the middle part of the 2026 main season. Just in time for us going in towards the showdown. That's an impressive step forward for the young man on 71 from... is it up Durham way, did you say, to Larry? Is that where he's up your neck of the woods, isn't he?
Yeah, a little bit further north than me. Easington Colliery, just south of Sunderland, just off the A19, Duncan.
Just off the E... Yeah, OK. Up Sunderland, I know that place well. Yeah, absolutely. Good football team up there, Larry, isn't there? Hey, let's not talk about football. He's giving me the hard stare again there. I must have mentioned something.
It's a feature.
Yeah, it's a prominent feature now. Here comes Alfie Davidson, the championship leader. Telling Asher Durham, Velcro to the back of him, and it's all change for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th place. In fact, Shelton now goes fastest ahead of Cooper. So Zach Shelton, fastest of all from Richard Cooper. Then Kieran Kent to good lap up into 3rd place. Asher Durham ahead of Alfie Davidson, 4th and 5th, with Cam Dawson had the shuffle, put him down to 6th place. Then Carl Harris comes up 8 places and goes into P7. So it's all changed there. Peter Willis in 8th, Lewis Smart and Aidan Davey. Interestingly, Cam Dawson crosses the line again all on his own, puts himself into P2. This is impressive for Cam. The only thing is, when he's racing, I very much doubt he's going to be all on his own. Typically a sport bike race has about 18 bikes all in one group, and they're all trying to get onto that one piece off the track. But interestingly, that Cam wants to be out there on his own in qualifying, and he's only, well, look at that, 14 thousandths of a second away from the back of Zach Shelton's XMT Triumph. It is a triumph from a Suzuki, from a CF Moto and an Aprilia. How do you like that for a split of manufacturers, Larry? That's good. That's exactly what Scott Smart has been working away for our sport bike rigs. And Scott is here this weekend. He's got a little office downstairs in race control. the technical advisor for MSVR, the man who has the brains behind the next generation Supersport and very much the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship BOP stuff. Balance of power, balance of performance, the equalisation that they do have. And Scott really always laptop in hand, looking after things and making sure everything's good. Growing across the line again. There's another swap of positions between the two championship fighting guys, though. Alfie Davidson goes ahead of Asher Durham, 4th, 5th. And Carl Harris is in that little queue. He goes up to 6th. So 4th, 5th and 6th all circulating, going through Charlie's with Davidson, Durham, and you'll see the Rocket Rookie Suzuki just off the back of that 3-bike trio. In fact, not just off the back, very much glued to the back. Zach Shelton gets a lap time disallowed. Pops up on our screen, lap number 8 for Shelton. And we've got 30 seconds of this session to go. We're getting into very much the business end here. Once again comes Cam Dawson. What's he got left in that Powerslide Suzuki? Does he have anything left in the tyres as into the pit lane down the far end? Now, who's that coming in there, actually? Difficult for me to see all this way up here. Is that Zach Weston parking up, Larry? It certainly is. Number 35, Zach.
Yes, it is. He's been in and out a couple of times, actually, as Zach. So, yeah, but he won't get another lap now. It's just going out with 5 seconds to go.
We've got hands in the air as well from Zach Weston on 35 on his Speedy Free NW Racing Aprilia. So something not 100%. I would like to say trouble up mill would maybe be the way we could look at that. But let's hope everything's A-OK for Zach. Probably just heading back round and up into the top paddock now, Larry, I would imagine. No point being landlocked down here with your race team. The team are now picking up the stands and the tyre warmers, and they're going to head up as well. But here comes this interesting battle that we have in qualifying. Davidson and Durham again across the line. Davidson and Durham both take that checkered flag. Durham and Harris take the checkered flag. I thought that was Alfie Davidson as well, just ahead. So my eyes deceive me. My glasses clearly aren't that good, Alan. Alfie Davidson looks like he's actually gone back into the pit lane. There we go. The checkered flag flies at the end of Q2 for the British Sport Bike Championship as Ted Wilkinson takes that flag and stays in 11th place. There goes Peter Willis. He's in 8th place. He won't improve. Sitting up across the line is Dan Goodman and also Kieran Kent likewise. Good qualifying session for Kieran there to end that in 7th place. Here comes Cam Dawson, who's just done it all on his own all the way through. A very impressive run of 1 minute 32 and 1 minute 33 laps for Cam Dawson that he put in consistently. But it's Zach Shelton who takes pole position, unless Harley McCabe has got something in his pocket, and it doesn't look like he has this weekend. Zach Shelton on the XMT Triumph for Chris Hicks takes that pole position, provisional pole position. That will go down very well. 2nd place, number 2, Cam Dawson, and 3rd place, rounding out the front row of the grid, 47, Richard Cooper. Row number 2 has 28, Alfie Davidson on the Iron Competition Aprilia, 64, Asher Durham on his Powerslide Suzuki. Carl Harris in 6th place on bike number 9 for the Rocket Rookie Suzuki, and then Kieran Kent on his Blue Motion Aprilia in 7th place. Peter Willis on the 2nd of the CF Motos on bike 99 is in 8th place ahead of his teammate Aidan Davey on bike 38 and 9th. And rounding out the top 10, bike 32, Lewis Smart on his Triumph. That is your top 10, but it's all about Zach Shelton. The XMT Triumph squad will be delighted with that one. They take pole position for the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship here at Cadwell Park. We'll now pause for a quick break. Actually, before we go for the quick break, we'll just have a look at the timetable because we actually move into some corporate activities now at Sir Al. So we'll pause for a quick break and then come back after this commercial break.
Live from British Superbikes, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Product Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
This is the sound of British Superbikes online and on FM radio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
On 88.0 FM here in the sunshine at Cadwell Park. Larry Carter is down there on ground level. I can't see where he is at the moment. I can't see where Larry has gone. Maybe he's come inside to get a little bit of lunch here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Larry, are you there? No. He's not. He's gone off for his break, and he and Duncan will be back in just a few minutes' time when we get things back underway, which we do with free practice 3 for the Zinn British Superbikes in association with Pirelli. 12:25, the bikes are due out on circuit, so loads of opportunity to potentially get something to eat, something to drink. There are loads of places around the various food courts here at Cadwell Park to get something for lunch. And also opportunity for me to mention once again who is appearing and at what times on the Meet the Riders stage down at the Zinn Zone. Dave Neal carries out interviews throughout the day today and tomorrow as well. We are just coming up to 11:45, which means Ben Curry from Supersports is about to appear with Dave. At 12 o'clock, Luke Mossey from Superstocks, he'll be appearing on stage at 12 o'clock. And then at 2:30 from British Superbikes, Josh Brooks. At 2:40, Rory Skinner. And at 2:50, Fraser Rogers. That's the way it's looking today. Located in the Mountain Valley all day today. The Meet the Riders interviews are taking place, and I just see down in pit lane Storm Stacey is here. He's just arriving down in pit lane. He's ahead of schedule today, so he's here nice and early, which is good for Storm appearing, and the Superbike riders all making their way down the hill to appear down in the pit lane. So it might be that we get a few interviews with the Superbike riders down in pit lane, because they're all here now. They've crossed over from the outer paddock and will be potentially available to have a chat with Larry Carter over the course of the next half an hour or thereabouts. We've got loads of your messages as well, which I'm very grateful have been coming in all day today. And we're going to catch up with a few of those now. This one, we've done that one. Morning to all the commentators. Would like to give a shout out to William Clare and our grandson Lennon Doherty, wishing him all the best for his Superbike qualifying today from Valerie and Ronnie. Listening to TSL Timing all the way back in Scotland. TSL Timing, the official timing partner of the British Superbike Championship. And we'll be finding out a little bit more about the TSL Timing company and their involvement in the race weekends as well in due course. We've got the corporate activities about to take place, so if you see the quite beautiful BMWs whizzing their way around Cadwell Park Circuit in the next 20 minutes or thereabouts, then there are some very lucky competition winners and VIPs that are getting the chance with our fleet of pro drivers here at British Superbikes, making their way around the circuit and really getting a feel for, just in a car, how narrow the the circuit is. And bear in mind, they have car racing here as well as bike racing, and how undulating and twisty it is. It is a gift of a circuit, is Cadwell Park, and some very lucky people getting the chance to get a ride around in one of the BMWs. Can you please give a shout out to Neil? It's his birthday today. Love, Harry, his future son-in-law, Neil Cole. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, Nick. Thank you, and happy birthday to Neil. This one says, hi, can you give a shout out to the True Heroes team? We're a not-for-profit organisation. Pop along, meet our riders, Leon and Kenny in the BMW 900R Cup, and Charlie and Paul in the Superstocks. It really is. It's a really great setup, the True Heroes team, and well worth a visit if you're here at Cadwell Park and looking to do some of the activities that are available, some of the things to do apart from the track activity that we have for you. The Sevilles are here for the 6th consecutive year, enjoying the BSB at Cadwell Park. Absolutely love this place. Can we shout out my son Mason, who's been coming with us since he was 4 years old. He looks forward to this every year. Go Kyle, ride number 77. Give us a wave opposite on the hill, if you please. This one says, can you wish Cam Dixon good luck in today's race, and we'll see you all tomorrow. That's from Carol. Thank you very much indeed, Carol. Oh, and this one's something from my sound engineer, Icky, who is sat behind me. It is from Leslie. We were having a conversation, Leslie and I, yesterday about the sound on the FM radio, and Leslie says, fantastic sound this morning, guys. Thank you very much indeed. So there we go. Big thumbs up from our sound engineer, Icky, who really does do an awful lot behind the scenes to make sure that you can all hear us on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. This one says, please, could you please give a big shout out to Phil and Yasmin on Yasmin's first ever time at BSB, from Stuart and Vicky. And could we please also say hello to Sabina and Callum? It's Callum's first time at Cadwell Park. Thank you very much indeed. Sabina, thank you very much indeed for writing in. All of these messages are on WhatsApp, and now is a really good time without noise on the track to get a shout out to people that you might be here at Cadwell Park with, to offer your support to a rider or to a team. All you have to do is to send us a WhatsApp, and the number is 07482 877 877. Kevin says, hi fellas, Kevin and Chris here. Came up from Chepstow yesterday, looking forward to a long weekend of apple juice and great racing. Great comms as always. Kevin, Chris, great to have you both here. And this one says, hi guys, could you please give a huge anniversary shout out to my mum and my dad? That's Mark and Lindsay. 23 years of marriage, and what a way to celebrate. We hope you have the best weekend with lots of love from Flea and from Bert as well. Thank you guys for writing in. Can we have a shout out to Lewis from Blue Motion Racing? Happy birthday, hop along, have the best day. That comes from Laurie. Laurie, thank you very much indeed for writing in. And this one says, it's my granddad's birthday. He's just turned 66. He used to race here at Cadwell. Would you be able to give him a big shout out? His name is Paul. Thank you. You are very welcome. And last one for now. A shout out to Ben and his lime green cap, listening back at home near Alton Park. Pulling for Ben in his BMW. Stay safe out there. And that's from Craig. Craig, thank you very much indeed for writing in. So just to let you know, 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877 is the number. Only on WhatsApp, and we only need your first names, please. So first name and then your message to 07482 877 877. That's how you get in touch with us here in the studio.
Live from every circuit, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2 friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at kawasakiexperiencetour.co.uk.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Don't let it put the brakes on your ride. McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bond Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bond Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
It's bad bitch o'clock, yeah, it's thick 30. I've been through.
Thought we'd get a bit of music, a bit of a test here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki on 88.0 FM here at Cadwell, because as the day goes on, we've got a bit more music which will take front and centre of stage as the day goes on, because of course with the Omologato Superpole, it's very much a feature of qualifying here for the British Superbike Championship race. Here, of course, race today and races tomorrow as well to look forward to. Now, I mentioned that we're going to find out a little bit more about behind the scenes activities with the timing. TSL-timing.com are our official timing partners here at the British Superbike Championship. And Sam Jones has come in from just one level below. By the way, Sam, can I just ask the question, do you hear us clomping around on top of you?
Yes.
Yeah,
we do.
Okay. Maybe I'll try and be a little bit quieter and tell Vincent to be a little bit more light-footed.
It's when he gets animated and excited
Yeah,
about
no,
things.
he does get excited on occasions, yeah, and presumably he's right over where you're sitting.
Yeah, that's my desk.
That's
today,
exactly
yeah.
where you're sitting. Sam, I invited you up to have a chat because there is a huge part of what you do that we all take for granted as part of a race meeting, be it bikes, the British Superbike Championship, or car racing as well, because TSL basically offers a timing service across the board in the UK, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, yeah, and it's customised to whatever the championship and series require. So that can be from your simple club level racing that just requires finish line and pit lane timing to your major events like British Superbikes or touring car that require full sector analysis, speed traps, special shortcut loops, everything.
And is that a moving thing from year to year? Are there new things that are required from year to year?
So as we go through the years, we look at, conjunction with the series, we look at the requirements for the following year. It's never just we do the same thing year in, year out.
Yes.
The series always wants potentially more data. The competitors want more data. They want to know, like this year we've been looking at things like microsectors in BSB.
Yes. Yeah.
So just breaking the circuit down into a lot smaller chunks to see if we can provide that level of data that can be analysed a little bit more in depth.
It is absolutely fantastic, and also the speed with which details come up on. And by the way, if you get a message that you need to go and do something technical, then you must go. But the speed with which results are posted as well on the website is pretty lightning, isn't it?
Yeah, so BSB is probably a bit of a quirky one because we take everything through an approval process, so
Yes.
it has to be double-checked and signed off by the race director and
Yes.
deputy race director, make sure they're all happy with it. And we double-check everything here just to make sure that people, anybody who's unfit or, has had technicals, if they're going out and making sure they're actually, what we're publishing is correct and what you're going to see arriving at the grid matches what's on
Yes.
online. It keeps it clear for everyone. But yeah, getting the data out of the system once the checker flag goes out, relatively nice and quick process, and then getting it up on the website. Everybody out there on the bank wants to know what's happened and who is actually getting those points and who's getting those trophies.
It's the championship points that are really cool. If you get the championship points nice and quickly, that's an important part.
Oh yes, definitely, yeah. So we've over the past couple of years we've been making improvements to how we do that, both here at BSB and touring cars and other championships like British GT. And that all gets played or automatically. We've got a system that connects into the rest of the data, and at the end of it, out comes a nice PDF that we can publish to everybody.
Which is amazing, yeah.
Straight onto the website, and it integrates into live timing as well, so it's all there for everybody to see.
Sam, I know the systems change from year to year, but I've got something that I missed that we used to have on TSL timing that we now don't have anymore. So when I used to click on a particular rider or driver, I used to be able to highlight them in red so that I could follow them over the course of the race.
Can.
How do I do that now?
You still can. On the live timing, you can still tap on them and follow them.
So all I get now, if I tap on them, I get a little box that gives me individual data about that. So
yes, yeah. So we also have that. That's a new feature that's come this year as well. You've got the ability to see, particularly probably more relevant to your endurance style races.
Yes, yeah.
Where you can see their individual lap times, stint times, sector analysis as well, all in there, so that you don't have to wait for that piece of paper at the end of the end of the
Which
session.
is incredible analysis. It's really cool. Can you explain to people how it works? So you've got
short answer.
Yes. Yeah, we've got about 10 minutes.
Yeah, okay, I'll keep it short then.
So how does the timing work?
So for those of you here, you might see my colleague Richard, who's actually down at the finish line at the moment, who's waving at us.
Yes, he is.
At every timing point around the track, there is a set of tram lines, and those tram lines are the timing loops. They feed back to a connection box on the wall, and we put equipment in or around that location that we can get all the data back from the track. So when a transponder goes over that timing
loop, so that's a transponder on the bike?
Yeah, on the bike. or on a safety car in the instance of these corporate laps we're doing.
Yeah.
We can get that data back, and we get a registration into the system that says, hey, this loop or this transponder at this time. And
you don't time these laps, do you? The BMWs are doing because you know where I'm going with this. If Duncan Vincent found out that he was the fastest of the BMWs that were on,
he's not. Don't worry.
We'd never hear the last of it. No, he's not. No,
he's not. He's not.
No. Okay, very good.
No, we do have transponders on the safety cars purely for when the safety cars are deployed during races. It gives the race directors the ability to understand what's going on, see where the field is, and make any judgment calls they need to in terms of getting resources out onto track.
Right. So that was the short potted version. Split times. How do we get the split times, which are pretty much vital for what we do?
Same process again.
Right.
Tram lines in the track hold the timing loop, and when a transponder goes over them, we get that data fed back to us using the circuit infrastructure, whether that be fibre networks or old copper cabling.
Yes.
It all comes back, and then we match it up to the competitors in our software downstairs, and you get your lovely timing screens here that output it and make sense.
Which
hopefully.
is output on a closed circuit TV system, which comes in on like an aerial cable.
Yeah, RF cable, and obviously then it also gets fed out to live timing, which is what I'm pretty sure everybody looks at.
Yes, yeah.
And from there we then, at the end of the session, produce it into PDF results, sector analysis for everybody to have a look at. The sector times, as we're talking about transponders, only work when people actually put a transponder on. Very important fact.
I am always incredibly impressed by what you do, Sam. It is brilliant. I know you need to get back to your station now to get ready for the Homologato Super Bowl and qualifying for the British Superbike Championship. And all I can say is, Sam, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for joining us here.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Sam Jones from TSL Timing. Now, I wonder, is Larry Carter down in pit lane? Because British Superbike riders are standing by and ready for their qualifying session, which gets underway very soon indeed. 12:25, we have free practice 3 for the British Superbikes in association with Pirelli, and then we will be qualifying, and we start that at 12:45. I wonder where Larry Carter is. We're going to take a quick break here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, and be back just after this. on 88.0 FM here at Cadwell Park, and Superbike riders have made their way down from the paddock, and so too has Larry Carter.
Yes, had a couple of phone calls to make there, Al, and back down here in pit lane now, whereby we don't have the pit walk, unfortunately. The logistics just don't lend themselves here at Cadwell Park. So what we do normally is, you Cadwell Park regulars know what we do after the second Superbike race, which will be tomorrow. It won't happen today, unless you were Tommy Bridewell and decided that you wanted to do it himself, as it was. But we will send the riders out to you at some point in time when we get a chance to bring the riders out into the crowd. We will do that. It will most likely be after the second Superbike race tomorrow, but if we can get a chance to do that at any point in time before then maybe that's the case. Here's Max Cook coming down here, walking a little bit gingerly there, Max. That was a big off at Thruxton, wasn't it? He was lucky to get away with that one. How are you?
Yeah, I'm happy to be back on the bike, to be honest. Yeah, just desperate to come back. Obviously, I'm not 100%, but I'm definitely going to give it a good go and do the best of what I can. But yeah, obviously, the team and everything is, there's no expectation, I suppose, this weekend, and they're being really good to me and being really supportive and not putting, too much pressure. But obviously for me, I just want to build up this weekend and, be good for Aston and obviously the last 3 rounds. So
what exactly is the extent of the injury still, Max?
So yeah, I had the concussion and I follow the protocol really strictly. And then also I've got a big whack on the lower part of my back, like kidneys, coccyx bone, pelvis. So it's pretty uncomfortable when I'm out there and the bike's moving around and stuff. But yeah, hopefully when I get the adrenaline going, I should really be able to forget about it. It's just at the minute the bike feels quite heavy, so going in through Hall Bends isn't the easiest task, but yeah, I'll just give it a good go.
Well, I'm glad you're back with us, Max, because we were a little bit worried about you anyway. That's great stuff. After a little while in hospital, he was discharged towards the end of the evening there. Here's Storm Stacey. Now, last time I interviewed Storm Stacey at Cadwell Park, it ended up costing me a load of money, actually, because we had a rally challenge here last autumn. I think it's fair to say, with you in your Super Works special super clicky boxed powerhouse that you had, you're always going to see off the poor old little Peugeot Super Shopper. I was on a hiding to nothing irrespective of it, but I'll give you a good go, mate.
So you're saying it cost you a load of money because of me, but when you went straight on at Park...
Listen, that oil that you put down, mate, I wasn't expecting a James Bond smoke screen.
Well, I managed to get round the corner just fine. I did go on the grass, but I certainly didn't go flat out into a bale.
Yeah, all right, mate. Yeah, enough said about that. Anyway, here at Cadwell Park, mate, you've just had a little bit of a run in the doldrums lately, haven't you? Are you going to put things right this weekend?
Yeah, I think definitely. I think we've got some new parts for the bike this weekend. Team's doing a good job as well, so we're all pushing in the right direction, trying to do a good job of it. So be interested to see what Superpole brings this afternoon. I think I've got good one lap pace anyway, so just need to go a bit quicker than what I've already done. Didn't get out yesterday because unfortunately I was still asleep while the session had started. My mistake on my part, because the schedule had changed and I hadn't seen it. So yeah, by the time I got down here it was actually raining, so there's no point going out anyway. So yeah, should be a good day.
Yeah, looking forward to the Benny Hill theme tune as well for Superpole, mate.
The what, sorry?
The Benny Hill theme tune.
Yeah, should be good. Yeah, should be really good. I mean, it's just one of them songs where it's just, you got to make people laugh. I did think about if I could get a last-minute change for a Dolly Parton 9 to 5 or Jolene, but we've picked what we've picked, and that's what we should go for. But yeah, gutted to see that Dolly Parton died, because I'm a really big fan of her music.
I can do a change if he wants it, Larry.
If you want to change, mate, Alan's just said in my ears that he can change it, mate. But I quite like Benny Hill, to be honest. It's appropriate for what you're going to do out there.
It's pretty appropriate for me, to be honest.
Well, we'll have a bit of Dolly a little bit later on. How's that, Al? Anyway, great to speak to you, Tom. And we're not doing a rally challenge this year, mate. Remember that one. That is the Batham's team just coming down to their bikes, just getting ready for their session a little bit later on. Here's Plater. Here's Steve Plater. When I was a lad, and going back about 40 years, you won a superbike race round here, Steve.
During the war.
During the war, yeah. The First World War, mate.
You get out. No, it's not that long ago.
2006, was it not?
Do you know what? I can't remember, Larry. No,
I mean, maybe it's 08.
03, I won a race, I think. And I think, I don't know. I can't remember. hey, the years fly by, and I rode so many different classes here as well: Super Stock, Super Sport, Triumph Speed Triples, and of course Superbike. And I think won them all over the years, but I'm not sure how, when, and what. Hey, it's great though. Do you know what? It's mega to see the same amount of people coming year in, year out. It blows your mind when you arrive here on Thursday, and then we came in Friday morning. The campsite's empty as you approach on the road. You leave very late on Friday night for me to go home because I live close by, and it's absolutely rammed. It's so good to see.
Yeah, it is fantastic. Anyway, keep with the good word, Steve. No doubt catch Steve Plater, the legend that is Steve Plater down there. That's the sound of the factory Honda of the O show out there. We mentioned about the fans out there. Jason O'Halloran is just down there, and see the big O show flag across there. The biggest flag here at Cadwell Park for Jason O'Halloran, and we'll see if we can grab a quick word with RV Flying Ryan, or he is the man of the moment, the Ryan Vickers. Can we call you that, the man of the moment, after that superb double at Thruxton? Because I'll tell you what, Ryan, with all due respect, not many people saw that one coming.
No, it was a nice surprise though, Larry. We'll take them when they come. And yeah, thanks to the team, everybody. It was fantastic racing. All the lads, we had great battles on track, and yeah, it brings back 2024 memories. I did a second and then the double on Sunday then, and I did a third and the double this year, so really happy. Thruxton's always been good to me, and really enjoyed it.
You've got a double spread in the programme. I don't know if you've seen it, the burnout at Thruxton after the second victory with a smile on your face, but I've been picking up some social media stuff over the weekend. I don't know whether you've seen it, and we call you Flying Ryan, but TNT Sports have outdone us, because there's a picture of you 4 foot in the air over the mountain, Ryanair. Yeah. Quite simple as that. You're rapidly becoming the king of the mountain over there.
Yeah, exactly. I know, I was surprised. Josh hasn't been sending it like he usually does, and he's been doing a lot of motocross as well, but no, I really enjoy it here at Cadwell. It's fantastic. We get to go over there, launch it. I look forward to it every lap. Been a little bit sketchy this year, to be honest, but we've just not done many dry laps. I've not been able to dial it in, but we'll smoothen it out today and get some good air for everybody. But I love it. All the fans are there cheering me every time, and I love seeing all the videos, all the photos of me jumping it. It's great, and appreciate the support.
Good luck, Ryan. Thanks. I hope you can pull it off this weekend. Well, we've got Sergeant Laura on the YouTube camera here. Let's go and see who else we can get, because one bloke I upset on the grid at Thruxton, just having a chat to his crew chief down here, along with Stuart Shenton and John Laverty, is Rory Skinner. Rory, when I turn around and tell you that you're riding crap over a weekend, all of a sudden you throw decent results in.
I don't know, you tend to tell me every weekend, Larry. It doesn't always work, but no. Hey, it was a good weekend at Thruxton. It was nice to be back at the sharp end. It's been a little while, 11 months I think. So yeah, trying to carry it on this weekend at Cadwell Park. It's been hard so far with the conditions, not really playing ball for anyone. So yeah, getting some laps under my belt with the Yamaha slowly but surely, and yeah, feeling all right.
Was it a big loss missing out on the Friday night session? You were one of 3 riders that chose not to go out.
Yeah, just we didn't feel like it gave us any value really. You know, half the track was dry, half the track was wet. What could you really learn? It was, yeah, one of those. I mean, we were straight through to Q2 yesterday, so that was, or Super Pole yesterday, so that was fine. That was kind of our main goal. And yeah, FP3, we made a couple of changes for the bike now, and we'll see what's what.
All right, you're riding better this weekend, mate. Go on, do it. Rory Skinner. I said to him on the grid, I said, that podium, that was a little bit out of the odds. And he says, Larry, you're so negative. See, Jason, could we grab a quick word with the old show? Just a little bit of radio, Mike. I don't know if you've seen it, the biggest flat at Cadwell across there for the O show, Jason O'Halloran. These are obviously the near neighbours from Market Racing these days.
Yeah, it looks. I like the. Looks good. Good to see lots of people here at Cadwell. Obviously, I didn't do the race here last year and missed it, so really happy to be back and looking forward to this afternoon and tomorrow.
It's been a tough season, Jason, by your very high standards. Obviously, adapting back from the Endurance World Championship, where you won the World Championship, back to the short circuits of BSB. Has it been a little bit tougher than you expected?
Yeah, you know, the start of the year's obviously been a little bit tricky. You know, trying to adapt to the Honda and trying to get the best out of it. You know, we've had a few issues along the way, and the last couple of rounds have been better for us. The speed's improved, and as soon as I get the feeling back, I can go fast. You know, and this weekend's another good And for us, just keep doing our thing and keep working away.
You've won at Cadwell Park before. Is it a big ask to try and get on the podium this weekend, or is that a possibility?
Yeah, you always turn up to do your best, and that's always the target. Yesterday we weren't a million miles away, so let's see how qualifying goes today, try and get as far up the grid as we can and then get stuck in the races.
Wish you well, my friend. Thanks very much. Well, the dulcet Australian tones there of Jason O'Halloran, but makes his home now at Market Racing, just a few miles up the road from there. There's Joe Talbot. We can see Joe just at the back of the garage there, just moving past the Motor Rapido Ducati garage with Leon Haslam and the rocket that is Ron Haslam there. The provisional pole position setter Bradley Ray. Brad, who's at the back of the garage there. The Cowboy, the comeback kid Scott Redding. We had a chat with Cartwright earlier. He's Glenn Irwin down here. He's got his race face on. Got the old race face on. Glenn, ready for Super Pole?
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's always a challenge because it's not something we do so often. You know, it's full send for a lap really. Tried different approaches in the past of bring it back and don't go full send. That didn't work. So last year was not full send, but this year we go full send.
Looking to try and get back on the podium like you were at Knockhill. It's been, by your very high standards, a fairly disappointing season, Glenn. But you're a double winner here at Cadwell Park a couple of years ago. If you were to replicate that form now, the end of the season should be good.
Yeah, look, we've been King of the Mountain here, which is it's probably the nicest overall weekend you're going to have to win this one as such. You know, the highest point score in leaves with King of the Mountain. It's the most challenging track probably in the world to race a superbike, so grateful to have that. No doubt the good memories, the good feelings like that are currently memories will replay into now in the future. Pack Cadwell merchandise is flying, so thank you to everyone with the Glen Irwin flags, caps, t-shirts, everything else. Yeah, and I think us riders really appreciate the support we get in this championship, and to see that grid, or that banking beside the grid, lined on race day one is great, and we look forward to the rest of the weekend.
Thanks. Have a good weekend, Glenn. Glenn Irwin there. There's his dad. To talk about the dads, there's Alan Irwin there. Alan with the grey t-shirt on there, just picking that up. And is Glenn Irwin's. The guy to his left, our right, is Sean Wright. That's Kyle Wright's dad as well. Another ex-team manager down here is a certain Ben Atkins, who ran the Reve Red Bull Ducati concern for a long time. A long time since you were here as a team boss, Ben.
Wow, it's been a long, long time, hasn't it? But not a lot has changed.
No, it's still got packed bankings and whatever. It's still wonderful to be here. The track's never changed.
Yeah, well, we just need the weather to stay fine for us, and yeah, I think we'll be all right. We'll see how we go.
Yeah, it's a wonderful time, wasn't it? It's hard to believe that it's getting on for, what, 25 years ago since all that happened, Ben?
When you say it like that, it's gone so quickly, hasn't it? Yeah, but it's nice to see the old faces still around the paddock.
Yeah, we were just talking to Roger Marshall earlier on. He was one of your lieutenants at one point in time, and I think you had Bozzy in there as well, and the wonderful times that you had with your effectively adopted son, John Reynolds, who brought you so much success, and Sean Emmett, James Hayden, and what have you. Plenty of riders that you had over the years.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the times. I mean, you look back now, and yeah, very exciting times. Miss it, but following Frank and Jordan now is enough for me. It's brilliant, really enjoying it.
Did you ever think, because you and Paul Bird, of course, this is Ben Atkins, the former boss of the Reve Red Bull Ducati concern, and his two grandkids are Frank and Jordan Bird, because his daughter Karen is the mum. Did you ever think when, back in the day, that you and Birdie were sworn rivals at times, you're battling each other for the British Championship, you'd ever be wearing his colours at some point, Ben?
No, I tell you what, honestly, when Karen came back and told me she was going out with Paul, I was not happy at the time, but obviously you get used to these things. But yeah, I mean, no, you would never envisage that was going to happen, would you? But these things happen, don't they? And the kids have now going, I mean, Paul had a fantastic time, didn't he? Incredible supporter of the British Superbike Championship. So fair dues to him, and the kids have taken on the mantle now, and they're doing great. Really proud of them.
Yeah,
and you know, they don't need any advice from me. They're already doing a better job than I ever did. So yeah, I'm really pleased for them.
Yeah, because a lot of people thought that when Paul passed away, that was probably the end of it. But Frank and Jordan really have stepped up to the mark.
Yeah, absolutely, they have on every single level. You know, the way that they conduct themselves, the way that they organise a team, the way they manage to keep the team together, the riders they've pulled in. I'm really impressed by them. I've got to say, I mean, they are my grandkids, so I'm bound to be sort of proud of them. But yeah, they're special kids. They're doing really, really well.
Yeah, well, never say never, Ben, but you never know. You might be back to rival a PBM team at some point in time. Never say never.
I don't know about that. I'm too old for that now.
Yeah. Keep the money you've got in the bank, mate. Yeah, you've done your deeds there. That is Ben Atkins there. Go and have a chat with another team boss across here, or the two team bosses. That's Nigel Snook and Darren Fry across here. And now, so I had a chat with Max a little bit earlier on. He's still a little bit battered, a little bit bruised, Nigel, after what happened at Thruxton, but he was probably lucky to get away with the level of injuries that he got.
He certainly did, Larry. You've seen some of the photographs. You know, we were worried about his neck. The concussion's passed. Seems to be sleeping okay. He's not reporting any headaches. But I think his timing's probably a little bit off.
Yeah.
And he's feeling very stiff around the middle on the bike.
Yeah.
And you need to be able to pull it from side to side around here. So
it's a bad track to come back at, effectively.
Yeah. We've promoted Joe Talbot to team leader for this.
Does he know that yet?
Yeah. I told him about 10 minutes ago. Well, we promoted him to team leader at Thruxton for obvious reasons.
Because he was the only one of the team left.
Yeah, he was the only one left, and and we couldn't risk putting Darren on it.
Well, I want to take you up on that, because now he's obviously got the he's now a point scorer in the BMW Championship. Has he started to get a little bit prima donna-ish?
I hadn't heard the news. Did everybody else fall off then?
Yeah, no, he actually scraped a point in the point. Just saying, it's changed you as a person, this Darren, scoring that point.
Just wanted to give him a chance this weekend to regather and for the next one. Yeah.
That's why you've not entered yet.
The real issue is Joe's regular crew chief, Jason Brown's poorly, so good wishes to Jason. So Darren's been trying to help, and despite that, Joe's managed to put a good performance in.
Poor old Talbot has no chance now, has he, this weekend?
There you go. Thanks, Larry. No, we've told Max to just take it steady, be careful, pick up a few points if they're there.
And that's all he can do.
And then he's got 2 weekends off. He loves us, and so let's have him fit
bounce
for
back
that.
there. 3 weeks' time, a lot of healing to be done that time. Good luck this
Thank you.
weekend.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Cheers,
That's Nigel Snook, the team owner, joint team owner, effectively, of the AGN steel stock Bimoto. The Bimoto, it's effectively a Kawasaki engine in a Bimoto frame. There's Danny Kent, the Moto 3 world champion from a couple of years ago. So my Nantakoon down there having a chat with Anne Haslam down here. Brooksy is there in the back of the garage, as is Lee Bob Jackson. Lee, whether or not we could just grab just a very quick word with Lee Jackson here, because he only keep you just literally a couple of seconds. Your home track, Lee. We've not had a chance to have much of a chat this year. It's not gone really to plan for you this year. But here at Cadwell, you know your way around here. You've been on the podium a couple of times. Fancy your chances?
Yeah, I could do with some local support this weekend if we can give me a big cheer, because it's been tough this year, but I'm feeling good today. Hopefully have a strong FP3 and get myself through to Super Pole, and we can do a good job from there.
Well, leading the cheering is your mum across here is Sam, so no doubt she'll be crossing the banking to do that. No, seriously, Lee, I just hope he turns around this weekend for you. He's not had the best of luck.
No, and obviously Cadwell, I need to get myself in Super Pole to get a good starting position. You know, here it's really tricky to pass, but feeling good this year with my start, so fingers crossed we get through to Super Pole and we can do a good job for myself and Dar Racing.
Wish you well. Thanks, Lee. Lee Bob Jackson there. Then literally 1 minute to go to the free practice opening. Here is Michael Rutter down there. As Blade, have you turned things around then? You've had a bit of a run in the doldrums with Storm just lately. It's not really worked out for you. Going to do things this weekend?
Hopefully, yeah. We've got some new parts, new swinging arm, which is we've been waiting for since the first round. So that's the big change for the bike. So it's you know, that obviously that does everything with the bike, the feel of the bike, everything. So yeah, I think it'll turn around this weekend, and we've been trying to solve problems which we knew what it was, and hopefully that's the answer. We'll soon find out.
Yeah, thanks, Blade. Thanks for that, Michael. Michael Rutter, the boss of the AGN Bathams Ducati squad with the Lord. Storm Stacey is there with him. Literally 1 minute to go till the pit lane opens. Whether or not we get a chance to have a word with any of the other riders. There's Ilya Mikhalczyk. All the riders now sat down here in pit lane with their crash helmets on. There's Danny Boom Boom Buchan. Welcome back to Danny Boom Boom Buchan. He's back here for the first time in 3 years. As there is Andrew Irwin. Had a chat to Andrew Irwin. There's Steve Dare. Grab a quick word, very quick word with Steve. How good is it to see Danny Buchan back?
it's great because it means he's not with us for most of the weekend.
I was going to say, is that a benefit, James, not having Buchan with you this weekend?
No, well, he's doing it. He's trying to do everything. He's like a sort of Swiss Army rider stroke commentator. But the best thing is, you look at him in his leathers, he's obviously put 2 stone on since he retired, which normally riders do, and then he's given the same size as he used to ride in 3 years ago and expected him to fit. Anyway.
So is your money on this weekend, Steve?
Well, a tough one. It depends on the weather. It really does. I fancy Vickers again, you know. I think the momentum he carried from Thruxton, I think Kyle will have one eye on the championship, but who knows? It's BSB.
Anybody's against answer that. Well, with that, the bike's heading back out for this track action, recommencing with free practice. A very short 10-minute session before we then go into the Homologata Super Pole qualifying session. Fairly straightforward. If you've got a program that tells you all about it, all how it works, but this free practice session, this counts for nothing other than track familiarisation for the 24 Superbike riders that are heading out there now.
Thank you very much, Larry. Scoop, Carter, bikes are on track for what we have called in the past the Hickman session, the free practice 3, the little 10-minute warm-up before we get going for what we hope. And we look around, everybody watches the skies, but I think, and I agree with Alan Hyde, I agree with Heidi, the old Grandmaster himself, I think we're going to have a Super Pole. There has been a time where we came here primed for Super Pole, and we have to build ourselves up, Alan.
We'll
and
be fine.
Before you know it, we don't get it.
We will be fine. Every single one of those 15 bits of music are going to be played.
Every single one of those 15 bits of music. That's probably the best thing I've heard you say today. I like that. And we'll have them playing loud and proud.
And I'll probably play the other ones as well. I'll shoehorn them in somehow.
Just for love.
Yeah, I will.
Just for actual love. Free practice 3.
But we probably should point out at this point that our YouTube viewers, we're not allowed to play music on YouTube. It's a copyright thing. So when we play our little stings of music, it will go quiet. Do not adjust your sets.
Yes, we will. As soon as the music goes off, we will be live with the commentary lap. But we, as Alan says, we've had one broadcast blocked this year when we were at Knockhill, and we don't want to have that happening again because we want people to go back and listen to our archive that we have of the Zin British Superbike Championship. And free practice 3 on track just now. Basically, it's a little 10-minute, it's almost basically like a warm-up for them before they go into their actual qualifying session. And we are blessed with glorious sunshine, but unfortunately not blessed is Richard Kerr. Now, Richard Kerr has unfortunately got a problem with the SM Racing Honda, and that's not ideal at all. That's being pushed back into the bottom pit lane. And we wish Richard the best with that one, but the bike doesn't look like it's been down. It looks like it's just purely stopped on Richard. Now, this is the hard part, Alan, because that looks like not too steep a hill. But if you were to push a bike up that hill, you would know all about the mountain.
Oh, yes, you would.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the SM Honda team will be racing to help Richard and help him push that up there. But that's not what those guys need just before they go into the Q1 phase of our Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying session. Just to recap, who has made it directly through into the second phase of qualifying Super Pole? We have got Bradley Ray, Kyle Ryde, Ryan Vickers, Joe Talbot and Storm Stacey. Christian Idden, Leon Haslam, Glenn Irwin, Jason O'Halloran, Rory Skinner, Josh Brooks and Ilya Michalczyk all make it through in towards the second phase of qualifying automatically Super Pole. From queue number 1, we will take 3 other names. Whoever's first, second and third, we'll add them to the list, and that will give us our 15 runners for a run at Super Pole round Cadwell Park's famous 2.1 mile track, which is very tight, very twisty. The cambers that you get out there are absolutely glorious. Going through turn 1 in towards turn 2, then all of a sudden you go over the crest of a hill, it's gone blind, you can't see where the road goes, and Charlie's comes up on you quicker than the top of Park Straight does on the brakes. It's going to be fun. We have 15 pieces of carefully selected music, apart from Kyle Ryde, who was under pressure. He just said the first thing that came to his mind, which is a good track.
It is.
He has gone for a good track.
Worked really well.
As Larry rightfully said, a nice tribute to Keith Flint, who was a friend of the paddock and the series, and much missed musician, but also just much missed in general. So we'll look forward to having the Super Pole run at the Rocket Oxygen Performance qualifying Super Pole round Cadwell Park. Right now I'm keeping my eyes on the Pocket Rocket Leon Haslam and Christian Idden. They're making their way through Hall Bends. And if you remember, quite a few years ago when we had one of our Super Poles here, we had Rory Skinner on one of his, I think it was his second year in the FS3 Kawasaki, who was about to take his first pole position. He was half a second up on Brad Ray going in towards the bottom of the mountain. And then Bradley Ray delivered one of the most devastating woodland sections that has ever been seen around this Cardwell Park circuit. Kyle rides on the floor! Good grief. What did he say to Larry Carter in the pit lane? You cannot afford to crash in this session because there's only an hour until we get going. Kyle Ride is down at the hairpin. The Portwest Race Safe Marshals have the bike up. Kyle's looking at the side of it to try and see if there's anything he can do to fix that, to ride it back to the pit lane. But the defending reigning champion has commentator cursed himself up at the hairpin. They're going to push that bike out of the firing line. That will be a request from Race Direction to get away from where you are and see if you could fix it behind the actual Max's van. But Kyle doesn't want to go too far with that bike. But this reminds me of last year, Larry. This reminds me of the Brad Ray situation that we had last year when things just started to unravel. We've seen Kyle on the floor at Cardwell Park.
3 words that have been synonymous with me and British Superbikes for as long as I can remember. Expect the unexpected. It's happened again. The championship leader falling at the hairpin. Yes, okay, he doesn't have to go in Q1. That is for riders finishing 13th to 24th in the qualifying session, of which 3 will progress. He's already locked in his Kyle ride, but it depends on the damage to that bike. You can see Paul Curran down there. They will need that bike back here as soon as possible.
It's on its way, Larry. It's on its way.
We will be all over that, just keeping our eye on it to see whether or not he can get out there.
Kyle Ride making his way into the pit lane now. Richard Kerr also in a whole world of trouble in that SM Racing Honda. It stopped on him again, and he's going to have to park that down the bottom pit lane. But Larry Carter is on foot down towards the second pit box, which is the first pit garage at our entry point. Kyle has a quick word with Tommy Hill, just looks across. Just looks like he folded the front going through the hairpin, but that is a fairly high drama moment, and that is it. Expect the unexpected, predict the unpredictable, believe the unbelievable. Larry Carter's coined the phrases for many, many years. You're down there, Scoop. What can you see in the garage?
Well, there's work started already. The fairings are off of that. And the team down here, they will be getting a new fairing. The big thing is whether or not you saw TV pictures. Did the bike just slide or did it flip?
Just slid. It just slid straight into the deck to sail head on.
They've got a fighting chance of getting this ready then. Can see Tommy Hill looking. It's gone down on the right-hand side. There will be the footrest assembly. That is all still in situ. The casings all look to be perfectly fine with that one. Whether or not it's done any damage to the front clip-ons or anything else like that. But with it just sliding down the road, that gives them a fighting chance. Had it gone base over apex, and they would be looking at replacing various parts on that bike, then that is a different dimension. But I think, all being well, they will be able to get this bike back out. On the case dunk down here, I'll keep behind this.
Great stuff, Larry. You can also see that if you're watching our YouTube stream, you'll be able to see some of the stuff that's going on down there. But on track, we continued. Would I be too early, Larry? Would I be too early to say Advantage Bradders around here? Is that Advantage number 28 Brad Ray? Or am I far, far too early to write off Kyle Ride and that Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition team? I think that's something that we'll just hold back for the time being, but there you go. That's not something that we expected. You know, when he was mentioning those words, Alan, to Larry in that interview, I cringed. I actually cringed and thought, oh, don't say that.
An unforced error. Yeah.
He can't afford to crash in this next 10-minute session, is what he said.
Yep.
And he's gone out there, and unfortunately, he's done a very un-Kyle Ride manoeuvre as Brad comes past the area where Kyle slipped off.
A racing driver told me once, many years ago, that you really can't afford to even have those negative thoughts in your mind.
Yeah, because you can manifest it into
you have
happening.
To banish them.
Yeah. And the other beautiful thing about it, if there is anything good to come of it, it's the slowest corner at Cadwell Park. The slowest corner in the British Superbike Championship, Kyle Ride's chosen to fall off at.
Well, if you're going to do it there 100%, Larry, because there's other places around here that you certainly wouldn't want to go missing, and that's not to be thought about. But Brad Ray fastest in this quick 10-minute free practice 3 session from Leon Haslam, Ryan Vickers, Joe Talbot, Rory Skinner up there in 5th place, ahead of Christian Idden, Storm Stacey, who managed to get out of bed today. I don't know if you heard that yesterday, Larry. He looked at his
He was here early.
Oh, was he here early?
He was the first one down.
I'm surprised because if we arrived late for our job, we'd get sacked. But Storm Stacey looked at his original schedule, never got the updated schedule. Says my sister Lola was flapping, and I just didn't really know what to do at that point. But he
was banging on the door, trying to wake him up.
Very much trying to get him out of bed. But yeah, Storm Stacey a little bit too much relaxed and horizontal. But he has made the session today. 9th place, Storm Stacey. 10th, Jason O'Halloran. Then we have got Danny Kent in 11th with Kyle Ryde. We've seen him go down after 2 laps. 12th place, Lee Jackson, Eli Michalczyk, Josh Brooks, and Max Cook with Charlie Spud Nesbitt. And you may notice a slightly different way of pronouncing Elia's name, Larry. He actually came and had a word with me, with Ian Wallacott, and we were just talking about all sorts of things next year, what's happening. And I actually said, look, I just want to, am I getting the pronunciation correct? And he says, Duncan, just drop the K. Imagine the K is not there. That's how you pronounce my name. So I said, you say it to me once. He did, so that's it. So just remove the K. Michalczyk is exactly how Ilya. And he said, thank you very much for that. He goes, I've been called all sorts of things over the years. He goes, but I do feel, it feels at home here as well, Larry. That's another thing that the fast Ukrainian, the big Ukrainian, because he gives you that steely, icy stare, but he's a very warm person below that.
Well, actually, if we're being truthful about it, the spelling in the programme, Ilya Michalczyk, is the anglicised version of it. It's not the Ukrainian version of it, which is totally different. So to make sure that we could print it in every programme, it was decreed that we would go with the kind of English version of the way that it's spelled. Work still going on at a plenty down here for the nitrous competitions. Nitrous coin Ducati of Kyle Ryde. And if you think about it, Duncan, he's got this remarkable run. I think it's 73 consecutive races now that he has finished in the British Superbike Championship. But he has had 2 crashes recently, one of which was at Alton Park, if you recall, where he did do himself a little bit of damage on the Friday of that particular weekend. And he went through that weekend not complaining a lot, but he did make reference on a number of occasions that I've twisted my back, I'm not feeling 100%. But Kyle Ryde, if you are going to crash, make sure it's in the qualifying session, not just before Super Pole ideally, but if that's going to be the total negative points of his weekend, then he will settle for it.
Yeah, he was sitting at the back of his garage looking cool, calm and collected with Tommy Hill as ever by his side. The crew working away in the bike, but there's no urgency to start thrashing spanners and throwing bits about the pit box because he's not out in the next session anyway. And they've had the remainder of this session to get fixed. It just looked like a foot peg and a clip-on, and there'll be some various bits of bodywork that get put on there. Checker flag is out for the end of the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli Free Practice 3. And it will be Bradley Ray who ends that session fastest from the pocket rocket, Leon Haslam, as we see Brooksy making his way down. 2 of the giant screens are here today. I'm glad that you guys can see the giant screens. One just beside our medical centre across here in the infield, and the other one on the inside of the circuit up in the middle of the park and Chris Curve area. So these giant screens giving you a really good visual of what we are seeing. Scott Redding talking to Richard from Olins up the back with Johnny Moat rubbing his head, and James Mead in the PBM team with the cap on looking at the data, the all-important data, which is kind of how racing is driven these years. It's all data-driven, data analysis, and that's what you're looking for. But Bradley ends it fastest from Leon Haslam and Ryan Vickers, with Glenn Irwin a good 4th place ahead of Joe Talbot. Again, Joe Talbot, the leading of the Bimotas, and that's been something that's been standing out for me quite a lot this weekend. We look further down, Lee Jackson 13th with his teammate Josh Brooks, Ilya in 15th place ahead of Max Cook, Charlie Nesbitt, Danny Buchan in 18th place. You know, 18th place, but I mean, no matter where Danny Buchan finishes, no matter what Danny Buchan does this weekend, I will doff my cap to him, because to jump back on one of these bikes and do what he's doing, he is only 1.8 seconds away from the fastest time that Bradley Ray's put in there, a 1:25.839 from Brad Ray. That's simply stunning for Danny Buchan, and long may that continue. I do hope we see Andrew back for Assen, Larry, but if that's not going to be the case, you never know. Danny Buchan could get the double call-up. He did say to Andrew, if there's 3 tracks I could do in the UK calendar, it would be Knockhill, Cadwell and Assen. Well, who knows? Fate might play a hand there, and we may see Danny Buchan at that next event. But we would love to see Andrew Owen back on that MET Fonacab Ducati.
Yeah, when I did that quick interview with Andrew a little bit earlier on, Duncan, he did intimate that I, as in Andrew Owen, will be having a fitness test before Assen, and whilst he is hoping to be back there, but he says, if I'm not, and it's not going to be possible, then Graham's not an option for that weekend at Assen. He said we may offer Danny if he wants it and if he's available and everything else with his broadcasting commitments. There is a chance that he would be on the bike again at Assen, so a circuit that again he has experienced that and he goes pretty well at. So that is a case of if Andrew isn't going to be fit, then it might be, it's either going to be 18 or 83 on that bike at Assen.
Well, time will tell, that's for sure, but that's the end of free practice 3 for us here. We will move into the next phase of the day, which will be the Rocket Oxygen Performance Qualifying. We do Q1 and then we run into Superpole. We'll head to the studio with Alan Hyde for a very quick commercial break and come back after this.
Sunday at Cadwell Park for the British Superbike Championship is like no other. It's a huge privilege to be up in the commentary box ahead of the Omologato Superpole. And before that, we've got qualifying to work out the last 3 that will make it into the top 15 that will go for Superpole. Duncan Vincent is up here in the commentary box and Larry Carter down there in pit lane. And I've no doubt that Larry will be looking in to see how they're doing down at Carl Ride's bike, and we'll bring updates whenever we get them here on BSB Radio.
Yeah, still working on the bike. Whenever these motorcycles go down the road, as you can imagine, it's not just a case of kicking it straight, as it were. There's all sorts of fine art parts that need changing. Looks like they're going to be replacing something on the right-hand side of the bike, which I'm not mechanically minded these days, but it looks like there's a new clutch going into that particular bike. Carl's just keeping his eye on proceedings at the back. Superpole opens for Q2. Reminder that this is for the riders that are placed 13th and down over after the combined free practice sessions of 1 or 2. The top 12 are already locked in to Superpole, and Duncan will give you a definitive list of them riders. These are for riders placed 13 down to 24 who didn't lock themselves in to the top 12 in free practice 1 and 2. They have got a chance to get into Superpole now, where there are 15 places up for grabs. 12 have already been taken, so the top 3 in this qualifying session upcoming will join the other 12 riders for the one-lap wonder, the Omologato Superpole, at the conclusion of this session.
A new clutch going in that bike on the right-hand side, Larry. We're dry clutch, so it's wide open to the elements, and it would have taken an awful lot of dirt into it there as it slid along the tarmac and then in through the kind of mud. So you would imagine that's just a precaution more than anything, but I like the fact that there's no real rush. You know, they will take their time down there to make sure that everything gets back in as it should be. But you're correct. I mean, where was it we saw? He's had such a run of form. You know, X amount of days, or since he last had a tip off, and it was Stirling's at Brands Hatch. You told me, Larry. Since the podiums stopped coming as well. But this won't really affect Kyle. From what I see, he is a man now who is very much aware that, as Josh Brooks said to us quite some time ago, this is part of motorcycle racing. You know, you go racing motorcycles, you will fall off and slide down the road.
And when you've got 11 meetings and 3 races each weekend, it is almost impossible to go without a couple of little hiccups along the way.
Well, some people struggle to drive to the shops without a couple of hiccups on the way.
That's
you know,
me.
That's you. Yeah. Some people can't drive up the grassy hill behind me without a few hiccups.
But you see, we need professional driving advice there, don't we, on that one?
Exactly that, Larry.
Well, when you consider that it was Alton Park 2024, the last time that Kyle Ryde didn't get onto to see the checkered flag, I should say, in a British Championship race. I think that is sort of bordering on 73 races. I don't have my exact stats with me down here in pit lane, but the fact is that he has such a wonderful record here, and that crash at Brands Hatch, 367 days I think since he last crashed at Brands Hatch. Then he tipped off at Halton in qualifying, then he's tipped off here in free practice session. It's not akin to not finishing sessions, but the fact is that he will be looking to try and shoot onto that front row of the grid for the 3 races, 1 later on this afternoon and 2 tomorrow here at Cadwell Park.
Okay, well, we have Q1 to get through, and some of these names I'm going to list off for you guys, you'll be thinking, really?
Some big names here, aren't there?
Huge names.
Yeah.
Okay, the first man who didn't make the cut was Max Cook, Lee Jackson, Fraser Rogers, Scott Redding, Danny Kent, Danny Buchan, Charlie Nesbitt, Luke Hedger, Eugene McManus, Richard Kerr, who's having a bit of a nightmare anyway in the free practice session, Rhys Irwin and Braden Elliott. Max Cook, Scott Redding, Danny Kent. These are guys who have been at the sharp end. Lee Jackson's a former winner in this championship as well, as we look and see Max making his way out onto circuit. Been slightly overshadowed by his younger teammate. Now, you know, Max has never really had a really good run at Cadwell Park, Larry, and it's a historical event that it always seems to happen to him. He has usually such a great Thruxton. I remember one year he came here and he didn't get through the free practice Friday that we had because he put himself down at the mountain fairly heavily on the way into it and beat himself up there. So it's one of these circuits has never been that great to Max in Superbike. It has in other formulas or other classes. But for the Superbike era, it's been a bit of a struggle for Max. And it's a place that his teammate Joe Talbot absolutely adores. So we wish Joe and Max the best of luck. We wish everybody the best of luck, actually. But right now, your big screens that you can see trackside, and what I can see in the commentary box, well, we're looking at Scott Redding making his way through the chicane. He's towing Fraser Rogers around as they make their way in towards the bottom of that mountain. And those two are very good friends, I have to say, Fraser Rogers and Scott Redding. They go back a long way. But both the Tag Hondas are in this session because Charlie Spud Nesbitt also finds himself in this queue number 1, and as Larry has rightfully said, and Alan and myself, we take 3 from this session and they will join us for the main event today, for qualifying anyway, which will be the Rocket Auction Performance Super Pole. The Omologato Super Pole returns for us at Cadwell Park. We're watching Lee Jackson, who was purple through sector number 1. That was until Danny Kent went through that first sector, and Danny Kent stole the fastest sector away from Lee Jackson. He manages to get the Dow Honda through the chicane and accelerates towards the bottom of the mountain. Lovely set of corners here, a bit of banking on the way in. You can really ride the bike in, but it is tight on the second phase before you go up over the crest of the mountain. And then there's so many different ideas for how riders want to go up over there. Some riders like to launch the bike with gusto, like a Ryan Vickers, Josh Brooks and Jonathan Ray used to do. Other riders like to keep it a lot closer to the ground, Larry, in order to drive the bike forward when it lands. So there's different ways the riders go about getting over the mountain, but whatever works for those guys is best. Crossing the line goes Lee Jackson. He stays in second place behind Charlie Spud Nesbitt. Spud's 127.9 is a pretty hot lap, actually, as we see Danny Kent coming through the back of the circuit. He's about to come out of Barn, And from Barn, he'll head down and along towards our control line. Danny Kent about to go to the top of the times. Not a man we'd expect to see in Q1. Kent does with a 126.718. 126.718. That's quicker than his teammate did yesterday. Oh, Braden Elliott. Braden Elliott, what's happened there? Has the bike stopped or has Braden gone down? Walking away from that one at the top of the mountain. Has Braden actually gone down there? Well, we just saw the bike getting a bit of help. No, Braden thinks parked that actually. And the Port West Race Safe Marshals now away to collect the NP Racing Honda. Neil Pearson and the guys housed in that top paddock. Max Cook crosses the line, 126.6. He puts himself into the mix and goes to the top of the times ahead of Danny Kent and Rhys Irwin. Good lap from Rhys Irwin there, I've got to say, as the NP Honda is now collected. Port West Race Safe Marshals. Chief paddock man Stephen Curd in the background as well. As we catch up with Danny Buchan making his way around. Danny Buchan on the side of the tyre, just making sure that he gets through all the necessary areas on this track. And it's just about feel for Danny, getting himself back together and doing exactly what Danny Buchan does around here. He's quick around here. He knows it really well. He likes the place. Having said that, forever, Danny Buchan has always tried to run off the side of the track up at the top of the pavilion area to get himself the most amount of attack angle in towards Hall Bends. And he gives me a fright sometimes, does Danny Buchan. As crossing the line goes Rhys Irwin. Here comes Boom Boom Buchan now across the line. Boom, what does he give us as he crosses the line? Danny P6. Danny goes P3. Buchan into an early transfer spot. Wow, sensational. What can Scott Redding do? Redding, who hasn't had very many laps this weekend at all. Laps interrupted by rain, by red flags, by people crashing. I don't think he's put 10 laps together, has Scott Redding, as he crosses the line and goes fastest with a 126.685. Who needs laps? Alan Hyde, as he shrugs his shoulders in the commentary box in the studio. That's a good lap for Scott Redding. At 126, he needed to do that, but he's already been gazumped by 26.3 from Max Cook. Max Cook with a sensational lap there, 126.359. That is incredibly fast for young Max. As Fraser Rogers, who was getting towed by Scott Redding, hasn't been able to keep up with Scott. Scott's just started to put a bit of distance between himself and the tag Honda rider, but it has got Fraser forward. Oh, we've got somebody on the ground, I think, across there. Port West Race Safe Marshals in attendance. Oh, it's Richard Kerr. Richard Kerr's not having a day today, is he? We've seen the bike stopping him twice, and now, unfortunately, he slides from the SM Racing Honda off at the chicane. He's up on his feet, walking away, and the bike a little bit second hand. We'll see a replay on the big screen. He loses it on the way in and then slides across. A little bit of debris going in there as well, which is a great shame. But Richard Kerr will be wanting to forget this day and put it forward to he'll look forward to tomorrow racing around the Cadwell Park circuit, a circuit that he knows well and goes well at, but just a few technical issues, and then unfortunately sliding off the lovely blue and white Honda with his AMD sponsorship. Fraser Dykes and Mary Dykes still very much prominent on the backing of Richard Kerr and his team. So here comes Scott Redding. He's still got Fraser Rogers tucked up behind him. Is Redding going for another lap, or does he head for the pit lane? He goes for another lap, but he's got Fraser tucked up behind him and Eugene McManus. That could be an issue for both those guys, because Eugene goes pretty well round here, and give him a bit of a tow. He'll be like a dog with a bone. He will not want to let go as they go through Charlie's, over the crest into the second part of that, and then down the park straight. Get an exit from here, so important. And Scott doesn't use all the road, but he gets a good drive down the hill and up towards the crest. He's gone purple through sector number 1, Scott Redding, and that's a good way to start your lap. Fraser Rogers backs it in from a long way, runs a bit wide mid-corner, and if anything, that's going to trip up Eugene McManus ever so slightly. But Fraser personal best through sector number 1, but he was leaving everything on that one on the brakes going in towards Park at the top. Through the gooseneck, Redding, Rogers and McManus. This is like a little bit of a race here, but Scott Redding, the Pied Piper, trying to drag a lap time out of this Hagar PBM Ducati, which is looking pretty good, pulling away from Fraser Rogers as he goes through the chicane. Purple sector 1 for Redding. Purple sector number 2. Fastest man off the moment around the circuit in those first 2 sectors. We watch him go up over the crest of the mountain. And Scott's one of the guys that likes to keep it low. Fly low under the radar. Don't get too much air there for the camera, guys. And just make sure you can get through. A little bit wide through the heart of Hall Bends. But he's also dragging his good buddy along to a decent time as they come in towards Barn. Get a good drive at a Barn down towards the control lane. Here goes Redding. Is Max Cook currently fastest, but with 2 purple sectors. Scott Redding crosses the line. Does he go to the top of the times? No, he doesn't actually. It drifts away in that last sector, and Scott Redding is only 83 thousandths of a second away from the fastest time, or 800ths of a second away, depending on how you like to look at it. But it does definitely get closer to Max Cook. Cook, Redding and Kent in the 3 transfer spots.
Quick mention of how well Danny Buchan is going.
Just to wait to see on the outside looking in. He's on TV right now. He's on the big screens looking over his shoulder. Danny Buchan in 4th place. That is impressive. A 1:26.9 for Danny Buchan. I heard James Whittam giving him a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek hard time on the interview with you, Larry Carter. But I think Whit gets away with that. But you know what? That's impressive for Danny Buchan. 1:26.9 on his superbike. Well, it's not a return. It is a return, but it's not a comeback. That's what it's not called. As Danny will head back round. He's got 5 minutes to maybe try and gasp some air back into those lungs and then go for another lap if he thinks he's got anything. He could make an appearance in the Super Pole here. Danny Buchan could. He's only 0.2 of a second away from his namesake, Danny Kent. And wouldn't that just be a scalp to get?
What I will say is if he doesn't make it into the 15, I will still play his piece of music.
Oh, is it a good piece?
Yes, it's the best.
Oh right, okay,
Yeah.
It's the best. Heidi's a music man as well, so we'll go with that. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Okay, what have we got left to go? 5 minutes left to go, and still laps being pulled. Danny Kent is back out there. Danny Buchan was just having a slower lap to now go for a push lap. He's got Danny Kent ahead of him. That could just be the carrot that the MET Fonacab Ducati star needs as he comes through over the crest of Charlie's. Buchan's always looked good here. I saw him in a little bit of pre-event testing, right out to the white line there. There's not much left on the table for Danny Buchan through that area as he goes down the dip. And Kent, personal best, sector number 1. Buchan not far off him, 0.3 adrift at this moment in time, but he manages to get the bike stopped on its nose going through park. And then we see the true style of Danny Buchan as he hangs that big long body off the side of the little Ducati as he goes through the top of the gooseneck and then down towards Mansfield. Backs it in from quite a way back. You know what else this will be doing? This is doing the MET Fonacab Ducati team a whole lot of good. They have had a difficult year with Andrew getting injured so early, and then with Graham stepping up and doing a fabulous job getting the bike some track time and valuable data and making sure the bike runs. Now, Danny Buchan's shown the team just exactly that this bike is very, very capable. And when Andrew comes back to full fitness, we can't wait to see exactly how he gets on. We're looking at Lee Jackson now. 0.3 adrift at the first sector. Well, if he keeps that to the line, he'll go ahead of Danny Kent, but he's already lost 0.3 in that first sector, which means there must be a little bit more natural slippage coming his way. Fraser Rogers crosses the line. No improvement for Fraser. Still sits in 5th place. Or was that Charlie Spud Nesbitt actually across the lane? It was Spud, sorry. Charlie Spud Nesbitt. Fraser's in the pit lane. And Spud Nesbitt, who had a bit of a trying day yesterday, we spoke to Charlie on air, and you could actually almost hear him a little bit despondent in that garage, unfortunately. And they were just looking at weather forecasts of what was about to happen and what was coming in as Lee Jackson makes a funny angle coming over the crest of the mountain as he headed towards the pavilion on one wheel, trying to wheelie away from the edge of the track. But Lee, this is a good run for Lee Jackson. This could put him ahead of Danny Buchan. It could put him into a good 4th place, but it's not a transfer spot for the Dow Honda man as he comes down and crosses the line. Where does Lee Jackson go? He does go into 4th place ahead of Danny Buchan. That's a good lap. Solid lap for Lee Jackson as we catch up with Spud Nesbitt. 0.7 of a second away would put him just behind Rhys Irwin and move him up 1 position ahead of Eugene McManus. But he's got to hold that through the bottom of this mountain section and then get him back round to through Hall Bend, through the woodland section to the line. Lovely change of direction from Charlie Spud Nesbitt there. All action, all attack. But just looks a little bit cautious on the brakes as he comes in towards the hairpin and then in towards Barn. Accelerates towards the line, but may move him up 1 position. Let's see what Spud can do as he crosses the line for the Tag Honda squad. Does he move up a position? Yes, he does. He moves up 2. He finds time and he goes into 7th place. Here comes Danny Kent across the line. Danny, 1:34.1 as we wait to see Lee Jackson, who is on a quick middle part of the lap. 0.2 of a second outside is Lee Jackson. This would put him ahead of Danny Kent if he can hold this to the line. He's got a very unique lineup over the crest of the mountain, and we catch up with the Dow Honda star as he comes through the left right section before he comes back in towards the hairpin. Gets on the back brake as well as he comes through. You can see the bike changing direction quite violently for him and then accelerates towards the line. What will this do for Lee Jackson? Can we see him go ahead of Danny Kent here and put himself into the transfer spot? Yes, he does. Good lap from Lee Jackson. That's a big lap for the Dow Star. Bike number 14 up into third place. Danny Kent's on the outside looking in, but Danny Kent's on a quick lap. He's a tenth of a second away. He could repay the favour to Lee Jackson and go ahead, but no, he's sat up going through the chicane for some reason. He has gone through it, but he's sat up and he's just gone ahead of Charlie Nesbitt. Now, Danny was on a really strong lap. Wonder why he has bailed out of that one. Still Max Cook fastest from Scott Redding. They both sit in the pit lane in their pit garages. Then it's Lee Jackson, who we've just seen go ahead of Danny Kent. Now, is Danny just building up to a lap here with 40 seconds left on the clock? He can't come into pit lane. He's going to be out of qualifying. He's not going to get to Superpole if he comes into the pit lane here. Danny Kent needs to stay on track. Charlie Nesbitt goes, and so does Danny Kent. Danny didn't want to lead. There we go, crossing the line. Let's hope he's not lost too much of a drive out that last corner. And it's now or never for the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha star on number 52. He's got to do it here. Oh, the bike chattering its way through Coppice in towards Charlie's. That didn't look nice at all. But he's so much quicker than Spud Nesbitt, and he has caught him up through that Charlie's area off the track. Let's hope that Charlie's not going to be an issue here and cost Danny Kent time, because Danny looks like he's actually almost too close. And Danny Kent's just said a purple first sector, but in my eyes, he's far too close to the back of Charlie Nesbitt, and this is now costing him time as he come through Chris Curve in towards the top of the gooseneck. Purple sector number 1 for Danny Kent, and the lap time will not be, I wouldn't imagine, still with them as they come down in towards the second checkpoint, which is at the bottom of Mansfield. Let's see as they come out of here. He needs to try and dive bomb Charlie Nesbitt now. If he can't do it. And no, a 28.1. He is some 0.4 of a second away now, just too close. And you can see the head shaking on Danny Kent. He knows exactly that he's caught up far too quickly. However, this could still move him forward. He's 0.09 of a second behind as he's all over the back of Spud Nesbitt as they go through. Danny's going to have to keep the lap going. He was on a good one, but it looks like he's backed out of it, and that will be Danny Kent's day done for Superpole and qualifying. He will not make it through. He's in 4th place. If he had kept that going, Larry, I think he could have got back ahead of Lee Jackson. That's a great shame. Just caught Charlie Spud Nesbitt too quickly on that lap. It's a really strong start from Danny Kent, but he rides into the Cheshire Moulding Garage. That will be a bit of a shaking head moment down there. I don't know if you're in the pit lane across there, Scoop, but a very interesting end to the session for Danny Kent.
Yeah, he obviously didn't want to give Spud Nesbitt a tow around, but by doing that, he compromised himself. He didn't get the drive out of the final barn corner, but even so, he was up at the first split, as it were. But then he just caught him and really trying to get past around Cadwell Park on in a race. It's a little bit different because you're not really bothered about lap times. But after he
was only 0.09 of a second though going through the mountain. You know, he was still in chance. Still in there.
He was, but he knew that once he got to the swervery up through the mountain bottom, mountain top, and through all bends into the hairpin, that it really was game over, because he was just going to have to play follow my leader through there. Yeah. So he'll be desperately disappointed with that. He's just having a chat with the team down here. But the fact is that he's not made it through. He's not one of the 3 that go through there. He will effectively go on to row number 6 of the grid. P1 on row 6 of the grid, and those riders thereafter will line up behind him. But the 3 riders that progress, Max Cook, Scott Redding and Lee Jackson, they're going to Superpole, Dong.
They certainly do. Lee Jackson and the Dow Honda squad will be absolutely delighted with that one to get through. Why? Because that means they have 2 bikes in Superpole. That's fabulous for those guys to have the 2 bikes in Superpole. Shows that the progress maybe is starting to show little signs of optimism down there in that Dow Honda garage. Larry, can you give us an update on Kyle Ryde if you're still down that end? Oh, you're right in the middle. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry,
good to go. I just poked my nose in there 5 minutes ago, and that bike, it's got the streamlining back on it and everything else. They were just doing the final geometry checks on there. Let me just go whilst we have got a very short period of time before we then go with the one-lap wonders. Here comes one of the tag Hondas into pit lane now. Who's that? That is Charlie Spud Nesbitt. As that is the background noise of Kyle Ryde's bike, just in the background, just making sure all is okay with that one. So yeah, I think we are just good to go, just doing the final checks there, just making sure that every bit and pieces are actually working there. So all good to go by the looks of it with Kyle Ryde after that little tip off at the hairpin.
Larry Carter down in pit lane now, between now and the start time for the Homologato Super Pole at 1:15. We've got 12 minutes. We also have a heritage moment with Honda, Larry Carter, and that will be taking to the circuit very soon indeed. And this is all the build-up to what is a unique experience in the year for the British Superbike Championship. We'll take a quick break here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, and back with Larry and Duncan and the build-up to Super Pole in just a couple of moments.
We are now streamed all weekend around the world on YouTube, video, TSL timing and audio. We are fully loaded. It's BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And now, look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K-Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX-10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
On 88.0 FM here at Cadwell Park, just ahead of the Homologato Super Pole. We've got 9 minutes and we have a bike on circuit. It's a tip of the hat to the past with Honda. Down there in the pit lane is Larry Carter.
Yeah, that's Dean Harrison out there on the bike, the Yuichi Kiyanari. I'm not exactly sure which model it is, whether or not Scott Hargreaves is down here. But he's got a smile on his face. Scott, that's Dean Harrison out there, I understand, on one of Keogh's bikes that he won the championship on. What exactly year was that one?
That's the 2007 Keogh bike, yeah. It's obviously one that's we've had at the workshop, and it's a big part of Honda racing history, so nice for you guys to see it.
And that's the 2007, so that would have been his championship winning year, wouldn't it, in that one, the second of his BSB crowns. He won 3, of course. And that's Dean on that bike. It's the first time Dean will have ridden it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see his comment. I mean, he's obviously had leathers made and bits and pieces, so it's really nice to have a cast back to Honda racing history, and 2007 was a very, very successful year for us.
Well, I think Yuichi Kiyanari was a massive part of this championship, wasn't he? Certainly a big part of the Honda family. Even when he wasn't racing in BSB, he did stints in MotoGP and the World Superbike Championship and what have you. You never know. We keep threatening to invite Keogh back at some point in time. Do you think he'd come?
Yeah, I mean, years ago, I think 2018, we had him do a wild card event for us because I think Dan had injured himself. So, you can never say never, and he'd always be welcome back here.
He also used to tell me about the nights down the Splash, where he was lodging in Louth, and we taught him a little bit of English way of life that time that a Japanese rider wasn't perhaps used to.
Yeah, he always had a reputation for a few beers, which is good to see.
Yeah, it was great. And how many laps is Carl going to do then? He's just doing 1 or 2 out there?
Yeah, just 1 lap, I think.
Yeah, all right. Well, hopefully, whether or not he comes back down here into pit lane, and we will get a Carl Freudian slip there to Dean. Back to Carl Harris, of course, the great Carl Harris. But whether or not Dean Harrison, who, remember, of course, is no stranger to superbikes, prior to his tenure in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, he did. In fact, he's going through again. In fact, he says, you know what, boys, I'm going to do a couple of laps.
3 laps, I think it was going to be, Larry.
Okay. Yeah. Well, don't tell Scott Hargreaves as a Honda because they've only fueled it for one, apparently.
Oh, no.
So let's just hope that there's enough out there on reserve. But one rider that did actually race the HM Plant Honda was Michael Rutter out there, and he was a teammate to the likes of Keogh, to the likes of Carl Harris and what have you. I'll tell you what, Blade, this winds back the years, doesn't it? Did you not get the invite to ride it?
Funnily enough, no.
But it's great, isn't it, seeing that bike? Keogh's from 2007, which would have been bang in the middle of when you were in British Superbikes.
Yeah, I think it's one of the older bikes, so probably with me and Keogh rode, yeah. So, yeah, it's amazing bit of kit that HRC bike was at the time. It was years ahead of its time. It was fantastic.
But how things have come on, because back then, Blade, we had the Dunlop versus Michelin tyre wars, we had the Ducati versus Honda, the bikes straight out of the factories and what have you. It's changed a little bit in BSB now.
Yeah, it has, and I think it's changed for the better. You know, look, you know, when we had a factory bike, it was unfair against people back down the field. You know, I think the HRC bike was probably worth about £500,000 then. You know, so it must have been like £1 million bike now. It's you know, like you can go and buy a bike like we have. We've got a road bike we built, and we're out there, you know, hopefully near the front sometimes, you know, so it just shows you can do it now. We just the bikes are so even, and the tyres are made a lot closer as well, so yeah, it's all good.
You couldn't sneak one through the back door of factory Honda. You remember Guinness has managed to get a collection of them, hasn't he? But I don't know how he's managed that, but you weren't given one as a leaving present, were you not?
No, I've got nothing. I've just got a P45.
Probably best not go there, Blade, anyway. So, yeah, Michael Rutter, who ran in them HM Plant Honda colours for a number of years. In fact, there is Dean Harrison. That's it, folks, around the Cadwell Park circuit. The biggest crowd of the season that we get here at the British Superbike Championship, showing their appreciation to Dean Harrison as he goes and makes his way around there, with the notification down here that in 4.5 minutes we get a Mulligato Super Pole underway. The only one and only time this year that you will see this at any round of a Superbike Championship anywhere in the world. There is Ilya Michalczyk on his way back to the garage down there. This will be a new concept for him as well. With that was his Super Pole caper then. Anybody want to tell us what all that's about? And Stuart Higgs will have been briefing everybody out there. The officials, they will be timing this with military-like precision to make sure that the riders come along at the exact point in time, and it's not just thrown together, this, you know, there has been a lot of work put into this as Richard Fothergill makes his way down there. Good luck, Richard. There he goes into Super Pole. I had a quick chat with Richard last night. He says, I'm a little bit worried about this scoop. I've never done this before. So he'll be down there as well. I'm pretty sure that they will make a good job. But to start the build-up then to this Homologata Super Pole, the weather gods have eventually shined on us, and we are going to get this away in dry weather conditions, whereby the one-lap wonder, remember, one out lap, one flying lap, and then one in lap, and the fastest rider at the end of Super Pole will take pole position for the sprint race later on this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Larry Carter. Yes, there's a lot of planning and a process that goes into this, and you'll see Richard Fothergill and Christy Woods down there in the pit lane with you. They give the board to the front of the rider who will be out next at the front of their garage. There's also a hard countdown clock as well inside the actual garages. They have been advised to put one of the TSL timing screens brought to you by Homologato and 1P Mobile onto page number 2 of the timing so they can see that. And not everybody takes it so seriously. Look at the cool nature of our defending reigning champion. Kyle Ryde swaggers up the pit lane, leathers on his waist. He's just so cool and chilled out right now, isn't he, Larry?
He was smiling away, wasn't he?
Yeah.
What happened there then, boss? That wasn't in the script, was it, to throw it down the road just before Super Pole?
Yeah, it's obviously the worst timing possible because you only get an hour. Luckily, I qualified second yesterday, so the boys have got an hour to fix it. But yeah, it was only an handlebar and something else. We tried something with the front, and I didn't feel great. But I was going steady where it didn't feel great. But obviously at the hairpin, it's just caught me out. So yeah, it was not too fast of a crash, not ideal, but I'll be fine.
Yeah, slowest corner in British Superbikes that you chose to go down at, so sometimes the gods are smiling.
Yeah, if my mum had to pick a corner to crash at, it's definitely that one, so hopefully she's all right.
I bet you've had a rollicking off her already. He's been non-committal there, isn't he? Eh? But anyway, good news is bike and ride
that was a yes,
okay.
Larry. That was a yes.
He's now giving them a wave across the far side as well. The Kyle Wright fan club is pretty big. It's pretty massive. So there's your defending champion giving a wave across.
Oh, the Jacksdale Massive here, are they? Oh, can you see the mother in there amongst them all?
I've got my blinds down. It's maybe for the best.
Yeah, she's not there with them, is she? Where is the mother's not there with them, is she? Have you seen the Jacksdale Massive?
Yeah, they're all dressed as golfers. So yeah, if you see 30 bunch of idiots, it's all my family.
Oh no. Cost him a fortune in admission tickets again, hasn't it? So there we go. We are ready to go with the Homologato Super Pole to take you through it. On the decks is MC Alan Hyde, and to talk you through it, commentator Duncan Vincent.
I want to see the Jacksdale Massive. Actually, I'm putting the blind up in the commentary box. Oh,
they're right there.
Look at them. They're 30 paying stewards across there. Fabulous. Hello, everybody. We like that. Well, as long as Kyle's happy, that's all that matters.
Inflatable golf clubs and everything. Very impressive.
Nothing. That's probably what I should play with. It would make my golf a little bit better. But Kyle, a very keen golfer, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yeah, and a very good one as well.
A very good golfer, very keen golfer. But are we ready for Super Pole?
Ready.
Bike number 14 will be the first bike that we have out on circuit, and there is 2 minutes until Lee Jackson gets the call down. There'll be a 30-second hard countdown from the pit box, and then he will come out and make his way around. We'll talk around to round about the bottom of the mountain. Then after that, it will be the theme tune, which Alan Hyde has his finger primed on the button. Now, if you are listening via YouTube and watching via YouTube, just remember that the music will not be played on YouTube because we don't want to lose our stream, but you will still hear it around the circuit and on TSL Timing and BritishSuperbike.com, but we can't play it on the actual YouTube, but we will give you all the commentary. Here we go. Next rider, Lee Jackson. The countdown is on. 4, 3, 2, 1. He goes on to track. And all of a sudden, Alan, it's become that little bit real. We are having a Super Pole at Cadwell Park. The Homologato Super Pole is live, and it's so good that we get to do this. It's once a year. It's very, very unique to Cadwell Park. You know what? The riders love it. They get to choose their music. I think we all love it internally, but I know that you guys, the spectators, love it because it's something completely different. You're all focused on the same thing. The one rider on track doing his work, doing his job, and we get to watch exactly what they do. Lee Jackson makes his way through the top of Park, and he'll head round towards Chris Curve and then down towards the gooseneck. From the gooseneck is down to Mansfield on the brakes, and he'll be just running through the perfect lap in his head, trying to control the breathing, trying to make sure he's in a perfect position to start the Super Pole lap, because you can't afford to make an error. You can't afford to blink. You have to be absolutely spot on, and that's something that Lee Jackson has been for a long time in his career as he comes in towards the bottom of the mountain. Super Pole is go at Cadwell Park. All eyes on the Dow Honda man as he starts his Super Pole in towards turn number 1 here at Cadwell Park. Lee Jackson is effectively the benchmark for everybody in the pit lane garages as we watch him make his way up over the crest into Cop Charlie's and then down Park Street. He gets out towards the exit of the track, but he's nice and smooth. It's looking good for Lee Jackson, as it will be. He wants to tick off all his markers, hit your braking zone, make sure the bike's under control on the brakes all the way in and bleed the brake off back through the apex. Obviously, he is fastest of anybody at this point, but we have to look back to what he has just done on track to see if it's going to be a good lap for Lee Jackson. Scott Redding joins the track and heads out onto his Super Pole warm-up lap, where Jackson makes his way down in towards Mansfield. From Mansfield, he'll just get the bike up on the fat part of the tyre, then you're braking on the side of it back in towards the chicane. As he comes through the chicane, Lee Jackson can now see the bottom of the mountain. This is where it becomes pretty important important for him as he comes through the left, back over towards the right, up over the crest of the hill. Lovely. Oh, controlled again. He's almost off the edge of the track as he goes past the Cadwell Park Pavilion and in towards the Woodland section. He comes going over the crest as you come in towards the last corner. Lee Jackson really throwing caution to the wind in this one. In through Barn, where he's wide. We saw Ollie Bayliss having a moment there. Jackson makes a meal out of that last corner, crosses the line, and it's a 126.6 for Lee Jackson as he crosses the line. Put that next to a 27.2, which he did earlier on. Over to Scott Redding now. It's Reading power time. Gala, Free From Desire. What a tune that is, and what a way to start Scott's lap. A 126 for Scott Redding. 126.926 has been his fastest lap of the weekend. He has been short of laps. He hasn't put a big long string of laps together. And we see Redding now making his way down the Park Straight, going to cross the first sector. What does he give us as he goes through that area? We would like to see it purple. He would. He does. He's 400ths of a second ahead of Lee Jackson as he comes through the top of Park. He's got to control this all the way through Chris Curve on the side of the tyre. It tightens on the apex, but then as you get towards the exit, you really get hard on the gas before you're back towards the top of the gooseneck. Redding looking pretty cool so far as he comes through the gooseneck. A bit of road to play with on the exit, but didn't take that option to use it on the Hagar PBM Ducati as he comes in towards the bottom of the chicane. Through the right, through the left, gets it picked up. I can see him now coming back towards our part of the circuit where he goes through the bottom of the mountain before he comes back up over the top again. Purple sector 1 and sector 2 for Redding as he goes over the crest and in towards the Woodland section. He's a 10th of a second quicker than Lee Jackson as we get the head-on shot again. A little bit wide through the heart of the corners going in there, but managing to get back to the apex where we saw Kyle Wright tip off. He doesn't look 100% comfortable on this lap, Scott Redding, but it is quicker than Lee Jackson, and that's all that matters. Much tidier out the last corner as he crosses the line. Redding power puts down a 126.643, and that puts him to the top. Next man on track, Max Cook. The Superbike riders not letting us down so far with the song choices. I actively didn't look at the list of music because I wanted to be surprised as Alan Hyde plays them. And Max Cook is our next man on a live lap on the AGN Steelstock Bimota, the KB 998 Rimini. Max was pretty quick earlier on in the second free practice and third free practice, actually. Third free practice it was. We saw Max really starting to shine. He has been overshadowed a bit this weekend by Joe Talbot, and he's already a 10th and a half underneath Scott Redding going through the first sector. There are big names at the back of this list, and this is the three guys, remember, who were in queue number 1. Normally they would be in Q2, so it'll be interesting to see what the latter guys in Q2 can do. Brooksy has just made his way out onto the circuit as Max comes through the bottom of Mansfield, right out to the edge of the track on the Bimota before he goes through the chicane. Neat and tidy as ever. Along towards the bottom of the mountain. Nice bit of camber on the way in for him here to bring it back to the left before he flips back onto the right. Oh, he's wide through the bottom of that second part of it though, and he comes up over the crest of the hill. Did he lose a little bit of time going through that section of the mountain? We shall soon find out when he gets back to our control line. But Max Cook looking like he's got that Bimota tuned in underneath him in towards Barn. We've seen a few people make mistakes here. Oh, he was back in that sideways on the way in, but he manages to get through. Here comes Max Cook towards the line. Can he beat Redding's 26.6? Where does he go? 26.359, fastest for the AGN Steel Stock Bimota. It is Max Cook up next. We should have, is it Eli Michalczyk? Yes, it is. Eli Michalczyk at the mountain. Slightly different choice from Ilya Michalczyk than we have heard previously.
Ukrainian DJ said this morning to Larry.
I think it was a friend of his as well, possibly, as we watch Ilya on the rocket BMW Motorrad Superbike team make his way through Charlie's, Ian Walcott, James Buckingham and the rest of the guys behind this team as Ilya gets tucked right in underneath the bubble and makes his way up in towards the top of park. It's a tenth of a second the wrong side from where he needs to be, but he's up against some big hitters. He's up against Cook, Redding and Jackson. These are fast guys. The next man leaving the pit lane underneath us is this time Josh Brooks. I've got a bit ahead of myself there as we watch Ilya make his way in towards the top of the gooseneck. As Larry Carter rightfully said, this is a new experience for Ilya in the British Championship, down towards Mansfield. A lot of speed on the entrance with that BMW, but things are starting to kind of come good in this little solo one-bike team that we have down here for Ian Walcott and his gang of merry men. Always a smile in that team whenever you go in there. And Ilya comes through the bottom of the mountain. Really, really nice line through. Doesn't want to jump the bike. Wants to keep it on the ground and drive towards the woodland section. And through he comes. Through the Hall Bends area off the track in towards where we had Kyle slip off in free practice 3. This has been a lovely lap. It puts him 0.4 of a second away. I'll probably keep him in 4th position unless he can do something to get ahead of Lee Jackson here, where Lee was a bit wayward at that last corner. Ilya crosses the line and it puts him into 4th place with a 1:26.885. The next man on track is just leaving the chicane, and it's that veteran himself. It's Josh Brooks. Brooksy starts his Super Pole lap to the sound of Led Zeppelin, and that's a pretty impressive way to start your Super Pole lap, I've got to say. I like that. It's a mix as well. I've never heard that version of it. Brooksy goes through turn 1. He's already into turn 2 Charlie's, and he'll now get down behind the bubble on that Dow Honda. He's seen what his teammate Lee Jackson can do. Can Brooksy deliver something pretty similar as they come up Park into Park Corner? Park Straight. Big long curve that brings you up there 0.2 of a second away. That's a chunky advantage to give away at the very beginning. A bit of a disadvantage going back towards Brooksy as Rory Skinner leaves the pit lane on the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha. Brooksy back towards the top of the gooseneck, through the right, through the left. He picks the bike up and doesn't get too close to the edge of the track, actually. He had a little bit of room to play with, but this man knows his way around Cadwell Park so very well. And I think he was just delighted to get himself straight into the Super Pole area as we make our way along towards the bottom of the mountain for Josh Brooks, bouncing about on the brakes in the way, and that looked a little bit uncomfortable actually, but he stopped and got back to both apexes. Here we go. That's what we like to see over the mountain. Brooks is in town. The bad boy gives us some proper air. Looked like Guy Cooper going over the crest of the hill there. Now there's a Supercross flashback in times gone by. He comes through the hairpin. He's out to the edge of the track. Brooksy putting absolutely everything into this. He's not slowing down with age, that's for sure. He comes down towards the line. Where does Josh Brooks go on this lap? He crosses the line and he goes into 5th place with a 1:27.132. Next man at the mountain, Perth's finest, Rory Skinner. Well, Rory Skinner, AC/DC's biggest fan north of the border, has the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha moving about on the way in towards turn 1 and turn 2. A little bit similar to what his teammate Danny Kent had earlier on Q1 as they come out of Charlie's, now tucked in behind the screen. Look how Rory gets right behind the screen so well on that Yamaha as they come up Park in towards Park Corner. He's only 0.04 of a second away from Max Cook. Skinner looking pretty strong at this point. If he can hold this through the Chris curve area, which opens on the exit, and then you kind of tighten back towards the heart of the gooseneck. Rory looking pretty strong here. He gets it back across towards one apex, gets to the next. Let's see how much Rory uses on the exit. He's not too far wide there, but you have to watch and not get too wide, otherwise it really does affect your braking in towards Mansfield. But Skinner looking strong. He's gone fastest of anybody through the middle sector. We're about to have a change downstairs for the provisional front row of Max Cook, who is fastest, with Scott Redding and then Lee Jackson. One of those guys, it could be Lee Jackson, could be removed from the top three as Rory Skinner comes in towards Hall Bends. You'll remember this from Bradley Ray in the Yamas. You used to watch him going through here, and Skinner using every little bit of track. And how did he keep that one together as he backed it in not once but twice? Rory Skinner leaving absolutely nothing on the table here as he brings a Cheshire molding Yama. He crosses the line. Skinner goes to the top with a 25.7. Sensational run from Rory Skinner to get the lap time through that section of the track. Applause from Steve Plater and the guys in the garage there. That was something just a little bit special from Rory Skinner. Next up, Jason O'Halloran. Jason O'Halloran starts his Super Pole lap. He will be delighted to have the Honda UK Fireblade into Super Pole, both Honda UK machines in the Super Pole phase, and that will cheer up Scott Hargreaves and Neil Fletcher down there in Honda UK land. Their local home circuit, the Osho, knows this place so very, very well. He's been here before for Honda. When he was a super stock racer and a previous superbike racer, he will have done a lot of laps around here. He's 200ths of a second slower than Rory Skinner as they go through that first area, as we unfortunately see Lee Jackson making his way back down towards his team. But what a good lap it was for him in that Super Pole. It's Skinner, Cook and Redding, our top three. Redding in the bump zone as Jason O'Halloran comes through the top of the gooseneck and in towards Mansfield. He'll accelerate hard out of here. He looks good on this bike now. He looks a lot more comfortable on the bike now at this stage in the season than we have seen him at the previous point throughout the course of this year. As he comes through the bottom of the mountain, the red Honda, which will have some new liveries on it for tomorrow, as he stands up on the pegs over the crest of the mountain. Through the Woodlands Hall Bend section he goes, over the blind crest before you come back in towards the hairpin. Jason looking nice and neat. He's 3.5 tenths away, which will put him ahead of Scott Redding, and it will put him ahead of Max Cook. That shows you the improvements that Honda UK and the Osho have made as he heads towards the control line. Jason O'Halloran Super Pole puts him in P4. He loses a whole chunk of time towards the end of that one. P4 for the Osho. The next man coming in towards the bottom of the mountain is Glenn Irwin. There goes Glenn Irwin. He starts his lap, and that's a lovely piece of music that we've just heard from Glenn Irwin.
Added to my playlist. I've never heard it before.
You know what? That is so Glenn Irwin, that piece of music, as we watch the man himself going over the crest of Charlie's back towards this late second apex, and he has a big kick from the nitrous coin. Nitrous competition Ducati. That didn't look nice at all as he comes up to park. What do we get back on the screen? A tenth of a second slower than Rory Skinner. Estimated P2 though for Glenn Irwin as he goes through. Skinner's lap was that strong for Rory Skinner. There's a 6/10 of a second gap between Rory Skinner and Max Cook. That was something special. Rory Skinner knows the Yamaha worked through that area of the track, the Woodlands, and he really pulled everything out the bag. But we're watching Glenn Irwin come down to Mansfield. Glenn leaving nothing on the table, as well as none of these riders will in Super Pole. He has that bike on the move in towards the chicane, right then back to the left, accelerates along towards the bottom of the mountain before he takes the first part of it. It tightens up on the second. Let's see what Glenn does. Does he give us a big air? He gives us not too bad air. Likes to keep the bike low again and drive it hard towards Hall Bends. where we see him bouncing his way through that area off the track, over the crest of the hill. He has the bike nice and neat and tidy. That's kind of Glen Irwin through and through, before he comes through the last couple of corners, out to the white line, right out to the edge of the tarmac, and then accelerates towards the line. Glen Irwin, where will we see Glen going? Will he be in P2 as he crosses the line? Glen Irwin does go, he goes P6 with that one. It drifts away ever so slightly for Glen Irwin. He is P6 across the line, and that won't be too happy with that one, but Scott Redding hangs on another time. Here is the Pocket Rocket.
Black Eyed Peas.
Leon Haslam starts his lap to the sound of the Black Eyed Peas. And is that a little bit of Dirty Dancing as well in there, if I'm not mistaken? It could possibly be. The Dirty Dancing Black Eyed Peas and the Pocket Rocket making their way around Cadwell Park as Leon takes it right out to the edge of the track at the exit of Charlie's. And now he's behind the bubble on that Moto Rapido Ducati up towards the crest of Park. That thing's moving about in the brakes. He's in there pretty hot, but he gets it stopped at the apex. Accelerate hard towards Chris Curve. It's nice and gently on the way, and then accelerate hard on the exit of it towards the top of the gooseneck. And Haslam has that thing spinning right at the top of the rev range. Drew him a little bit wide at the start of the gooseneck, but he manages to get through. And on the brakes down towards Mansfield. He's not hanging about here, Leon Haslam, but that was a fairly sizable warning. He's obviously asking a lot from that Ducati on full lean. And that back Pirelli didn't want to play ball as they come along underneath the Caronash Bridge in towards the bottom of the mountain. He goes through the left, he goes through the right. Now, what does he do up over the crest of the hill? Look at that, almost keeps it on the ground and drives it forward hard in towards Hall Bends for the Pocket Rocket. He's 0.04 of a second away. Scott Redding knows his time may be slightly limited downstairs, unfortunately, as he stands with Max Cook and Rory Skinner, because here comes the Pocket Rocket. Remember last time at Superpole, he didn't make it through there. He comes down towards the line. Leon Haslam crosses the line and he goes in to P2. It's Skinner, Haslam and Cook who remain in the provisional front row slots. A good lap there for the Pocket Rocket. Up next, Senkat Yamaha, Christian Iden. Christian Iden starts his lap. Rascal Flats, the theme from Cars. If you've got children like me, you know that song so well. And Christian Iden makes his way onto his Super Pole lap over the crest of Charlie's. What can the Senkat Yamaha give us? He got through here on pure pace, and the Senkat Yamaha team down there have high hopes for Christian Iden. And there's a whole lot of people behind him hoping he has a good form here at Cadwell Park as he drags a leg in towards Park. He's pretty hot in there, but he managed to stop it. He's a 1/10 of a second away, which could put him ahead of Leon Haslam. If he can hold this round for the remainder of the lap, he doesn't have the huge wheel spin moment that we saw Leon Haslam have going through that area of the circuit, but he is already through the top of the gooseneck. And Ido looking pretty good here. A little flame out the back of the Yamaha on the overrun down towards Mansfield, but in towards the chicane. Christian now 0.3 of a second away, so this will still put Max Cook unfortunately off the provisional front row of the grid, and it could put Christian Iden just behind the Pocket Rocket Leon Haslam. What does Christian do over the crest? Well, a bit more air under that Senkat Yamaha as he now comes into Hall Bends. Through he goes, the left to right. He's probably watched Rory Skinner through and seen exactly how aggressive you can be, but Rory Skinner took that to another level down there as he comes in towards Barn, the last corner on the circuit. We see Christian coming into our view now, accelerates towards the control line. Will this put him ahead of Max Cook as he crosses the line? Yes, it does. Skinner, Haslam, Cook, now your top three. Skinner, Haslam and Cook, the top three on track. And that's a good lap from Christian Iden that puts him into that third place. 126.224. Storm Stacey should be the next bike on track, but I can't pick him up. Finally, he comes through the chicane. Looked a little bit like a left to right person there, but here's Storm on the Ducati. Oh, dear. Storm Stacey. Well, that music's basically for Storm yesterday as he was running about trying to get ready because he missed the session because he slept in. But it suits him so very well. Let's see what he can do in the Batham's AGN Ducati as he makes his way up over the crest and in towards Charlie's. He's now down the back straight. Storm Stacey showing such good performance through the heart of 2026 on that Ducati. It's got teething problems. It's had growing pains. But let's see what he can do. He's got the brand new Ducati Corsa factory swinging arm inside that bike as well. And as he comes through towards the top of the gooseneck, oh, he's got that thing on the move and a lovely drift there. Nothing as violent as Leon Haslam had, and he managed to get to the top of the gooseneck, but it was making some sort of shapes and sizes underneath him as he changed direction in the gooseneck. That can be pretty tricky and pretty difficult. He's down to the bottom of the chicane, and Storm goes right then left as he pulls those big arms to get himself through there with the change of direction into the bottom of the mountain. 0.4 of a second away at this point. That will put him only just ahead of Christian Idden if he can hold this to the line. But Christian looked pretty good through this next area of the track. Storm could get himself onto the provisional front row of the grid here as he backs it in like Rory Skinner to the hairpin, accelerates towards Barn, throws it in with huge amounts of gusto. We look towards the exit of Barn. Here he comes, folks, down towards the control line. Will he hold it and go into third place ahead of Christian Idden as he crosses the line? He goes second. He goes ahead of Leon Haslam and behind Rory Skinner. Fabulous stuff from Storm Stacey as he gets the Batham's AGN Ducati on to the provisional front row of the grid. Next up, it's front row Joe Talbot. Here goes front row Joe. Can he get himself onto the front row for the first time in the British Superbike Championship as he comes through turn 1 and turn 2? His teammate Max Cook has been removed from that front row 3 and Max now sits in 5th place. Can Joe put himself top bimota here at Cadwell Park for our bank holiday party in the park? Well, if determination's got anything to do with it, Joe Talbot should go fastest here. He loves this place, and you can just tell behind that dark visor, he is absolutely loving his work as he comes through the top of Chris Curve. Accelerate. Let's watch the back of this bike. It drives forward. Look at that, the bimotor. It's a little bit of spin there, but not too much. It wants to drive and push him forward, which is what you want to do. Through the gooseneck, on the brakes, down to Mansfield. He's got that thing pretty much under control, although it was very much on the bounce on the way in there. Did he go a little bit wide through there? Well, only time will tell. He's 3/10 away right now, and that won't put him on the front row of the grid, but it will slot him between Haslam and Idden with a possible 4th place for Joe Talbot as he comes up over the mountain. That was nice and controlled for front row Joe as he goes through the start of the Hall Bends Woodland section here. You can see how aggressive Joe is as he comes through there. He's got the bike all out of shape as he goes over the last airborne area before the hairpin. And then it's all about Barn. Get a good drive out of Barn. Can he put himself behind Leon Haslam into 4th place as he accelerates down towards the line? Will that 3/10 of a second stay? Talbot crosses the line and does go 4th. He puts himself right behind the pocket rocket Leon Haslam. Good lap for front row Joe on the bimota. But up next, if you're at the mountain, stand by. You're about to get some serious airtime because here comes Ryan Vickers. The most recent winner in the British Superbike Championship, Ryan Vickers, comes hot into Cadwell after being absolutely on the money and the top step off the podium at Thruxton. He picked up a lovely double for Honda UK, and confidence is very much a preference, and he's riding the crest off a wave as he tucks behind the bubble and heads up in towards Park. What can Vickers give us at the first split point? He's 0.02 of a second Oh, hey, this is looking good for Vickers. Keep this in mind. If he can keep this right round the remainder of the lap, he will be in the prime zone to put himself onto the front row. Vickers wants pole position. Oh, that's what we do know. He wants to take a pole position here for Honda UK in their home event as he comes down towards Mansfield. He gets the bike through there. You can see the chatter going through the bike as he puts it on full lean, but doesn't care. Commitment is very much there. He's now lost a bit of time, actually, 0.3 of a second. But we've seen this before. We saw this with Bradley Ray. If he can do this 0.3 of a second to the line, he could go ahead of Joe Talbot in the fourth. But also, we've seen huge air for Vickers over the mountain, and we know how good he is through here. You can pick up time if you're aggressive, and the bike works underneath you through the Hall Bends woodland section. Let's see what Vickers delivers by the time he gets back to the control line as he comes in towards Barn. This could put Ryan Vickers just behind Leon Haslam. Again, Haslam could fight another day on that front row as he crosses the line. Where does Ryan Vickers go to? He goes fifth. So it drifted away for Ryan Vickers, not to be. He won't start on the front row of the grid, but as we look along towards the chicane, next up, it's the defending reigning champ. It's Kyle Ryde. Nothing better than a little bit of prodigy when Kyle rides on track as he goes through turn number 1 on the second of the Nitrous Coin. Nitrous Competition Ducatis. We've seen Glenn Irwin, Glenn in 11th place for this Super Pole, and it's all about his teammate. All eyes on the defending reigning champion. He was on the ground earlier on, if you remember, up at the hairpin where it went horribly wrong for Kyle. And he's fastest of anybody through the first sector. Did you expect anything else from Kyle Ryde? I didn't, and he doesn't hang about round this Cardwell Park circuit as they make their way down and in towards the gooseneck on the side of the tyre. You can see it trying to spin before he comes back. Oh, he's almost on the curb through the top of the gooseneck. That was incredibly close for Kyle as the thing looks a little bit lively underneath him on this lap in towards the chicane. Can he stop this? Can he get it back to both apexes? The change of direction is critical, and he gets it absolutely on point as they go through here, and he's now 0.03 of a second behind Rory Skinner. It shows you just how impressive that lap Rory Skinner put down was as they come up over the crest of the hill in towards the woodland area of the track. Just watch how aggressive Kyle is through here. If you're up there watching, if you're standing trackside, if you can see the big screen, look at the bike, then dive on the brakes in towards the hairpin. Much more control through there than he was earlier on. The provisional front row glued to the screen downstairs. You can see them licking their lips. Is this goodbye to Leon Haslam as he crosses the line? Kyle Ryde goes second. Skinner, Ryde and Stacey now your top three as Leon Haslam, who is taken off the front row of the grid. And all eyes now turn towards the fastest man on combined times. Let's see what number 28 Bradley Ray can do. Bradley Ray starts his Super Pole lap here at Cardwell Park, the Omolagata Super Pole, with the sound of 50 Cent echoing through the valleys here in Lincolnshire. And Bradley Ray, well, he may be the undisputed king of what we're about to see. Remember his championship winning year here. He was in absolutely devastating form on the Yamaha when he was Kyle Ryde's teammate. What can he do today? He's actually slower than Skinner through that area of the track by 0.02 of a second. Skinner, Ryde and Stacey. Well, the front row will definitely be Skinner, Ryde and somebody else, but what order will it be in? Will Storm Stacey manage to hang on here? Will Bradley Ray deliver the lap they were expecting, or can Storm remain on that front row as they come through the gooseneck? Bradders looks pretty much good and in control, but a little bit slower than Skinner in that first initial area. He's going to really have to bite the screen though from here on in. The back wheel pops up in the air going in towards the chicane, but he still manages to get it back through as we come in towards the mountain. This is where it's prime Bradley Ray. This is where we know he can really extract the most out of this Yamaha. If he's got it underneath him, he does a nice big air jump over the crest of the mountain, and just watch him through this area of the track. This is where he was devastating years ago and just put half a second into the rest of the field. But through here, Purple through that middle sector, what can he do as he comes down towards the control line, as he exits barn? Will this put Bradley Ray into provisional pole position for the Omologato Super Pole as he crosses the line? What does he do? He goes fastest with a 1:25.361, 3/10 of a second faster than anybody else, and he did exactly as we predicted. It was all from the bottom of the mountain round towards the finish line. Bradley Ray takes pole position for the McCams Yamaha. Rory Skinner is on the front row of the grid though in P2, and Kyle Ryde rounds out the front row of the grid in P3. Storm Stacey, a big kudos and a well done to Storm Stacey. That was some serious lap that he put down, and he didn't leave anything on the table, as none of them did. But Storm, a little bit shy of lap time. And you know what else is good for the Storm Stacey lap, Alan? It gives that Batham's AGN team that little bit of a pat on the back that they were so very much needing after a bit of a disastrous Thruxton. But Bradley Ray fastest from Rory Skinner and Kyle Ryde at the end of our Omologato Super Pole. Storm Stacey in 4th, Leon Haslam in 5th place, and Joe Talbot in 6th. Ryan Vickers 7th place. I expected a little bit more from Ryan Vickers, but it didn't quite work out. I had Christian Edin, Max Cook and Scott Redding down in 10th place. The O-Show, Jason O'Halloran 11th, with Lee Jackson in 12th, Glenn Irwin in 13th, Eli Michalczyk in 14th place, and Brooksy in 15th place. Well, I hope you guys all enjoyed the Omologato Super Pole as much as I did, because Larry Carter, that was something just once again a little bit special.
Well, it was absolutely fantastic, isn't it? And so well done to everybody out there. A totally clean Super Pole out there, and a little bit disappointed for Rory Skinner, who is down here with Storm Stacey. I'll just move in whilst we wait for that one. Oh, Rory, you've got to be delighted in one hand, but disappointed that could have been the first pole position of the year for you.
Could have been Larry, but we're still in the front row of the grid, so honestly, pretty happy with that. Found, I think, a second on my best lap of the weekend so far, so yeah, good job to the boys. Bike was feeling good. We've had very limited dry track time this weekend, so it was good to just get out there and yeah, get the job done.
Great performance there, and likewise Storm out there. You've shown great pace in the damper conditions all weekend, Storm. It's nice to do it when the sun's out.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, with the banks here, the crowd's rammed. It's always good to see. Cadwell Park's so special as well, and on a bank holiday is amazing. You always get the people in, coming camping all weekend. But yeah, we hadn't really done. The fastest we'd done before that was the 26.8 or something like that. So it was a bit unknown to what we could do if we wanted to push that far. I maybe was I lost a bit through sector 2, could have probably done a bit more, but to be 4th on the grid, first on that second row, we're right where we need to be, and bike's good on power, bike's feeling good setup wise. I think longevity in a race, I'm really looking forward to this afternoon's race, because I think I've probably got a good chance for the podium maybe.
Would love to see you up there, Storm, and I'm sure half of Cadwell Park would as well. Well, there is he who ended up P4, there is Carl Ryder, here is Leon Hassan making his way down. Brad Ray will just be joining us down here on the podium as well. But don't dash off anywhere, folks, because we will be going racing very, very soon. In fact, Brad Ray has already pulled up down here. He's underneath the Omologato Super Pole arch there, and I think he'll be just getting whisked off for the TV interviews there. Whilst we wait for, we will get a quick word with Carl Ryder and indeed Brad Ray, as well as the team just gets the photographs down here, and he will be whisked off for that one. Team boss Steve Rogers down there, got to be happy with that one. Steve, saved the best till last.
Oh yeah, what a job, yes. Yeah, fantastic, and it did a mega job there.
We think we should have Super Pole every round. Could the old ticker take it?
Oh, I'm not sure, you know. It's when they start getting down, there's only 3 riders left, and yeah, it's not good for you.
Good, thanks, Steve. Well, Brad Ray will just be undergoing the TV interviews. We'll grab a word with Carl Ryde. Storm Stacey just having a word with the team boss, Michael Rutter, down here, as Brad just about gets ready to do the TV interview down there. We'll let TV take that, and then we'll wait for Brad, and we'll just grab a word with Carl, who is just having a quick chat with with Shaky Byrne down there. He congratulated. It's nice to see, because the two of them were off each other's Christmas card list at one point in time after that little coming together at Snetterton a couple of months ago. But nice to see that they are there again, just having a chat to whoever they needed to as well. Brad, you've got to be happy with that one. I'll come to you in a second, Kyle, if that's okay. You've got to be delighted with that. Save the best till last.
Yeah, it was, I was just saying to these boys, I found it really hard to sort of sit there for an hour and then obviously go out and go like mad, but...
Anyway, yeah, we'll come back to that one there. Cut off in the prime there. Just didn't quite have what he took there, Carl, but when you were led on the deck up the hairpin, P2 seemed a long way away.
Yeah, P3.
P3, sorry, yeah, Rory's in front, yeah.
Rory's just on the front row, yeah. I think us three did a good job there. I think these two's probably thought what they was going to do. I always thought I could do a 25-7 and I managed to do it. I made a little mistake at the gooseneck which cost me second place, but Rory also made a few mistakes in the last sector even though it was a fast one. So I think obviously the last three to go especially, it's so hard. You're watching everyone go around, you see people make mistakes. It's so hard to do a consistent lap, so to do a 25-7 after that little crash, I'm happy.
Yeah, especially when there's golf balls flying across the start and finish line across here, Carl. So bunch of nutters that you have across there. Well, that does conclude Super Pole. Let's just see if we can just finish off that quick interview with Brad, because whilst we do have to sort of tip a nod in the direction of live TV, you good people, like the rest of it, you pay your money to come in and you want to hear the riders as well. So my job down here is to make sure that we do get as much of a chat to the riders as we possibly can, given that the logistics. We'll just finish that one off there, Brad. Anyway, pole position now. After a little bit of bad luck over recent rounds, again, you won here last year at Cadwell Park. Same again.
Yeah, it'd be nice. It was a good lap. There was a few bits on there where I was maybe a little bit too cautious, especially sector one, but tried to make it up the best I could through the other two sectors, and honestly wasn't expecting that lap time. I saw Rory's and I thought that was strong, but yeah, it's nice to start obviously pole here at Cadwell. Had some good form around here. We'll see what the weather does this afternoon, but it's always a bonus starting pole here.
Yeah, well done, Brad. Thanks for that. Yeah, well, that is indeed case, because we are expecting a little bit of rain down here at one point. Hey, Shaky Byrne down here. Do you remember the good old days of Super Pole, Shaky?
I remember the good old days of Super Pole, and I remember the great old days of Cadwell Park as well. One of the circuits that you know, us as riders, we always look forward to coming to. There's always a fantastic crowd. It looks like you're packing yourselves in nicely here as well this weekend. So I'm sure they're going to get treated to some great racing. Great lap by Brad there, pole position, but it's very close at the top on it. So the race is, who knows what's going to happen.
And you've got a vested interest in that one, of course.
Maybe.
All right, Shaky, thanks very much for that. Shane Byrne, the 3 times British champion. Well, that does just about conclude a Mulligata Super Pole. That front row of the grid sees Brad Ray, Rory Skinner and Carl Ryde. That's the way that they will line up for the sprint race a little bit. No, this is the first of the feature races later on this afternoon. The sprint race goes tomorrow early afternoon before the second of the feature races later on tomorrow afternoon. So that is the way that they're going to live up. As ever, Super Pole delivers, and the weather for once played ball with us, boys.
Certainly did, Larry Carter. Thank you very much indeed. Great to hear from the top 3 riders down there with Larry here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Product Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
In the sunshine here at Cadwell Park on 88.0 FM. Hope you enjoyed that. What an amazing spectacle it is to enjoy the Omologato Super Pole here in the sunshine at Cadwell Park. And now we get ready for racing. Here we go, everybody. We've got a 15-lap race coming up for the Pirelli National Superstocks. Following that, we've got a 12-lap race, a sprint race for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. And before we know it, we've got Superbikes back out on circuit as well. Their race gets underway. Pit lane opens at 4 o'clock for race 1. 18 laps around Cadwell Park, and then the race gets underway at 4:15. And then at the end of the afternoon, we've got 2 heats for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. So it's action all the way here at Cadwell Park. And how close are you to the action around the circuit? Absolutely superb. Thank you for all of your messages as well on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Could we give a shout out to Kane, also known as Biff, attending today for his 20th birthday. Tell him his mum Sarah and dad Ben, we love you very much. Thank you guys. You are very welcome. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. And William says, happy birthday to Grant. Hope Vicky bought you a new Panigale. I'm not sure about that, but have a happy birthday anyway. Great to have you here. And Nick says a big shout out to Cragsy, Benj, Cy, Norm and Moose. Top weekend so far. Hoping the Cowboy gets the treble. And this one says, please can you wish Meg and Kirk a massive congratulations on their engagement. They got engaged at Cadwell weekend under the clear skies, the stars and a full moon as well. We're watching today from Charlie's. Congratulations to you both. You are now a fiancé. Love always from Amy, Jake and Mum as well. Now Larry Carter, what we have here at Cadwell Park is all the teams and the bikes and the riders all making their way down from the paddock into pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, given the logistics of Cadwell Park, as we said, normally we've got the pit lane complex where the Arctics and all the trucks are packed up to it and the teams don't have to go too far to get the various equipment. Well, here at Cadwell Park, it is a little bit of a logistical nightmare, given that the teams are all ensconced up at the top of the paddock, and effectively the various wheels and equipment and everything else that they need to come down here with the tyre warmers and other bits and pieces, they've all got to be lugged down what is effectively something like a 1 in 10 hill. And they've got to be looked up there, back up towards the end of this race as well. Well, the riders are just sat down there in the pit lane area, just waiting for the green light to go on that one. We have got pit lane opens in 1.5 minutes, whereby the riders will then do what is effectively an outlap, and they will assemble down here on the grid thereafter. It will give me the chance to just grab a quick word with 1 or 2 of the riders, hopefully, before they're dispatched onto their warm-up lap just ahead of the race, which I think you said was scheduled to go over 15 laps for the Pirelli National Superstock.
Yep, 15 lapper.
Originally, there was only supposed to be 1 race on the agenda this weekend and a triple header at Brands Hatch at the end of the season, but the calendar has been reshuffled so that the 2 races here this weekend, 2 races at Donington Park, bearing in mind that the stockers don't go to Assen, along with 1 or 2 of the other support classes that don't venture across to the Netherlands. So they have this round and one tomorrow. Then they've got 2 races at Donington Park in early October, and then the championship finale, which does see the points ramped up in all of the classes, not quite to the extent of British Superbikes, but then the effectively enhanced points at the final double header at Brands Hatch in the middle of October. That is the kind of way it works. So we are just waiting to go with 30 seconds before we get the riders round here, which might give Duncan an idea to give the grid.
Thank you very much indeed, Larry. Duncan not in the commentary box at the moment, but we've got loads of messages to get to. Hi guys, please say hi to Simon, a belated 60th birthday present. Love from Paula, wifey. Great work guys, thank you very much indeed, Paula. And this one says, say hello to the 3 old riders, Chili, Snuffy and Pete, watching the racing near the Ride Safe tent. Hi guys, please say happy 17th birthday to Charlie for today. Lots of love from Auntie Debbie, Uncle PJ and the rest of the Randalls family. Have a great day to everyone involved, and a big shout out to the amazing Orange Army. Pit lane is open now, green light shown at the end of pit lane, so bikes heading onto the circuit. 51 years this weekend since my first visit to Cadwell Park, August bank holiday 1975. 2 Haslams racing that day, Ron and his late brother Phil. That comes from Derek. Derek, great memories from a circuit that has such a huge history of racing for many, many decades of years, and not least for motorcycle racing here at Cadwell. It's just made for it, this circuit. I think you rather had that proven when we just enjoyed the Omologato Super Pole. But Derek, great to have you here 51 years after your first visit to Cadwell Park. This one says, please say a big thank you to Hayley and Paul, who always look after us at the track, getting us a good spot. They get up early and I don't. And we always miss their shout out. Safe racing, boys. Hope everyone is having an amazing weekend. Duncan Vincent showing me an amazing picture as well. Think of Ryan Vickers, was it? I think it probably was. Kaz and Andy. Thank you very much indeed, Kaz and Andy. Hope everyone is having an amazing weekend. Good luck to Scott and the PBM team this weekend. The Cumbrians are here, ready to support Cadwell this weekend. That comes from Chloe. Chloe, thank you very much indeed. And this one says, hi, having a great day so far. Could you say happy 60th birthday to Pops, aka Richard? Love from Chloe and Daniel. Enjoy your day. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, and great to have you here at Cadwell. We've got loads more messages to get through, but we can get through more, so send them in on WhatsApp. It's 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877. I wonder if it's time to get down to the grid and Larry Carter.
Just reveling in the amount of flags that are down here on the start and finish line, showing support not only for the Superbike riders, but a massive South African contingent down there showing their support for Blaise Baker and Aaron Robinson down there. We've got the South African tricolour down there, and great to see that we've got a number of Ash Barnes fans down here as well, because the Lincolnshire Flyer has got a real chance in this one, folks. Ash Barnes, who goes from row number 2 of the grid, but sitting here proudly on pole position is Luke Bossy. He's about to just have a quick chat with Shane Byrne, but Luke, who took that victory, it was a bit of a fragmented victory at Thruxton a couple of weeks ago, where Matt Truelove made a complete pig's ear of the final chicane, and Luke thought he was going to have to settle for second position, but then the subsequent time penalty that came the way of Matt Truelove meant that whilst he did cross the line first, Luke Mossy was effectively handed the victory. There is Skippy McConnell, the steely-eyed, blue-eyed figure of the English-based Aussie, who's been here for many, many years, and runs for the local Chris Fairburn, the Louth businessman, and he's just arrived back into the Superstock Championship out of BSB. But there is Louis Rollo, just going to make a call of nature. But here is Ryan Campion down here. I'll tell you what, Ryan, this does the heart good, mate. It's been a couple of years since we last had a chat down here. I think it was at Cadwell Park, but what's it like to start a Superstock race from the front row of the grid?
Yeah, funnily enough, last time we was here was at Cadwell Park, so blessed to be here again. Just another row up from last year. Yeah, it's something about this place, really like it, so looking forward to get the ball rolling.
And you're okay now, because you have suffered a little bit with injury this year?
Yeah, unfortunately we've been out of the game for the last 6 weeks, not been able to do much, sustained an injury, training unfortunately, but we're bouncing back and I'm feeling good to go, if I'm all honest.
Wish you well, my friend. Thanks for that one. Well, let's go and have a word with Ash Barnes down here. He's got Davey Wavy-Hewson, Matt Bainbridge, Claire Armstrong and the rest of the team down here. Ash, not going to put any pressure on you, mate. There's 1 or 2 flags out there, though. Can you do them justice?
Yeah, hope so. You know, past couple of years at Cadwell, it's not been very nice to me. So, hopefully for time to charm. Different class for me this year, new class. So, got some fast boys around me. Get stuck in and learn from them and, keep chipping away and, we'll get there.
Wish you well, my friend. Well, there you go. That is Lincoln, one of Lincolnshire's great hopes on this one. Here is David Allingham, D-Bomb down here, looking to try and get back to winning ways, David. You're still in control of the championship, but just surrendered a couple of points recently.
Yeah, that's not really part of the plan, is it? But no, we want to get a good start here and try to get to the front. I know I'm good around this track. We done a track day a good few weeks ago now, and I was really strong. So let's try to get to the front and push the pace.
That's all you can do. Wish you well with that one, David Allingham, the rider out of Greysteel across there in Northern Ireland. There is Luke Mossey. He's got the Padgett's Milenko concerned. Well, they do say, Luke, that once you win one, then they all come along like number 10 buses, but this is going to be hard work for you.
Yeah, not saying too much. Just missed Cadwell last year due to injury, so it's nice to be back. Qualifying obviously went really well for us. A bit damp in some places. I think the race will be a lot quicker this afternoon, but 15 laps around Cadwell should be interesting.
Thanks, Luke. Well, he, of course, won at Cadwell at Thruxton a couple of weeks ago. Is Skippy McConnell down here? He's just having a chat with the team down here. Hey, I tell you what, Skip, it's been a while since we and me have had a chat, mate. Yeah. Must mean that you're doing quite well when you appear on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, mate, it's always good. Cadwell, I love it. Big thanks to CNL Fairburn and the MMB team for putting the show out here for us, and let's see what we can do.
I'll put it like that. The fans have said that if you manage to put it on the box here, that old raggy tash has got to come off.
The what?
The old moustache that's trying to grow on your face here.
Top of my head instead.
Well, there you go. And it's great to be running for Chris Fairburn as well, local businessman here at Cadwell.
Pardon?
I say it's great to run for Chris at his local track.
Yeah, Chris here on the grid, mate. You know, he's a part of the CNL properties around the local area, so it's we put a show on for everyone.
Good luck. Thanks, Billy. Well, let's just go and see if we can grab a word with 1 or 2 other riders. There's Lewis Rollo down there. He is the housewife's favourite, the pin-up boy of the Superstock Championship. And that is Scott Swan. A little bit further down the grid than what I would have expected you, Swanee. You didn't quite work out in qualifying.
Yeah, do you know what? Qualifying was actually okay. I was on a good lap on the last lap. I went green and purple, and then there was a rider down in the last sector, so I had to roll out of it. So I know I've got the pace, I've looked at it, and no, to be honest, I'm not that bothered. I'm more than excited for this race.
Thanks very much. Well, we're not going to get a chance to have a word with Lewis Rollo or Danger Scouts, Josh Owens. We've had a chat with most of the riders there on the first 3 rows of the grid, but the 3-minute board is my cue to leave the grid and leave just essential personnel down here as we get set to go with this first of the weekend's races here at the Party in the Park, the biggest crowd of the season here at Cadwell Park, with over 50,000 people expected during the course of the weekend. And we are set to go in the glorious sunshine here at Cadwell Park. And you know what, boys, when you were painting that picture yesterday of having to end the track action early because of the rain, little did we know that we'd be swathed in sunshine down here at Cadwell Park.
Looking forward to this one, Larry. Thank you very much. Great stuff down there as ever on the grid as we get ready for, as Luke Mossey said, 15 laps of Cadwell Park in the sunshine can only be good fun. Sam Cox has joined us again in the commentary point, as he has done throughout the course of his injury comeback, we'll say that, and it's been a pretty long comeback for Sam Cox as well. But thank you very much to Larry Carter and Alan Hyde for giving us a bit of a flashback in names there, wasn't it, Larry? For giving us the build up towards this race. Sam, you've been down there, you've been on the grid, you know how warm it is. You know what these guys are going to be going through around Cadwell Park, as we're a minute and 30 seconds away from our warm-up lap.
Yeah, no, it's just starting to get a little bit hot. It was quite cool this morning still. Obviously qualifying in mixed conditions, but now the weather's sun's coming out, bathed on this sort of Lincolnshire sunshine. It's really warm down there. So it's a long old 15 laps around here. I was having a little chat with Brad Ray earlier as well, and he was saying, look, it's really physical around here on a superbike, and it's pretty physical on a stocker as well. So these boys are going to be it's a bit of an endurance event, but yeah, it's going to be good fun to watch.
Yeah, 15 laps on a stock bike. I mean, what do the tyres last around Cadwell Park? Is it abrasive on tyres? Is it okay?
Well, I think when you come in from Thruxton, anything feels like they last a lot longer than there, because that's sort of 5 or 6 laps and you're spinning. So it's not too bad here. They don't really need to consider it. Obviously, they're all on SC1 rears, brand new slicks going in for the race. So yeah, they should last the full distance. It's more whether the riders do or not, because I know there's a few boys up near the front that have had a few knocks and bangs and injuries recently. So be interesting to see how they fare in a more physical race. But it's I think there's anyone in the top 6 here can potentially get a result. So it'd be interesting to see how the race pans out.
Yeah, this one will be interesting for sure. David Allingham was a 44-point championship lead at this point over Luke Mossey, who sits on pole position. We'll do the grid on the warm-up lap as they make their way around. But the championship has got David Allingham, Luke Mossey and Lewis Rollo, our top 3. Matt Truliff, who's on the injured reserve list this weekend. He won't be taking part in Tag Honda, 4th, and then Scott Swan in 5th place. But the grid may be a little bit topsy-turvy from what you're used to seeing. Mossey on pole position, yes. Billy McConnell front row.
Just watch that one. I think, was it David Allingham that seemed as though the bike just would not pick up? And I think that was D-Bomb that got away right at the back. And how the hell everybody just missed him there as he was trying to select something to do with the bike. It was as if it was stuck in a gear or it just wouldn't rev. And I'm pretty sure that was David Allingham that seemed to have and how they missed him, Dunk, there. Were you watching it?
I wasn't, Larry. I was looking at the TV screen and reading my sheet. Thankfully, I didn't see that because I got a fright with that with Elia at Snetterton a couple of years ago. So I don't want to see that again, Scoop.
Well, the big question there is if, and it was me sort of looking into the sun and trying to determine it between 40 bikes.
It looked like D-Bomb at the back.
Who it was. Is this problem manifesting itself now? Is there a bigger problem for him?
Well, I hope not. He's making his way around anyway. And let me give you the grid. Mossey on pole from McConnell and Ryan Campion. A really good show from Ryan Campion getting himself in the front of the grid. David Allingham, Ash Barnes and Scott Swan with Lewis Rollo, Josh Owens and Cam Dixon. Blaze Baker has Ash Beach and Carlin Bay for company no 4. With Jack Bednarek, Ian Hutchison and Jamie Van Shakliris on the 5th row. Harrison Crosby, Max Lofthouse and Dan Brooks make up row 6. And row 7 is Thomas O'Grady, Simon Reed and Charlie White. We then have Luca Jennings, Gavin Watts and Paul Cunvin on row number 8 with Lee Healy, Jake Major Bird and Caden Wilkinson. And all the way at the back, Brandon Petty has been moved to the back, Larry, after a penalty points accumulation. So he's got enough of those bad boy points, and Brandon Petty finds himself on the back row of the grid. Scoop's down there, poised like a meerkat, looking for anything if David Allingham heads for the pit lane. Hopefully he doesn't, but if you remember back at Snetterton, Larry, we all had a fright when Eli Mickelchick's bike wouldn't get off the pit lane speed limiter or whatever it was.
Your vantage point's better than mine down here.
D-Bomb's on the faraway side, making his way up towards his gear slot now, Larry.
So if he does that, but we just need to keep an eye on it, make sure that he does get away with them.
Yeah, David making his way up towards his 2nd row grid start.
You'll know as a rider if it's safe to rejoin. Yeah. So I'm sure Allingham's checked it out on the warm-up lap, and he's felt confident it should be okay. It might have just been a case of him clicking neutral rather than 2nd, but we'll see as the green flag waves at the back.
Here we get going for a start here at Cadwell Park. 15 laps of Pirelli National Superstock Racing. Red lights out and away we go, and it's down towards. It's a good start for Allingham, and tell you what, it's one of the best starts for Allingham. He almost comes through from the 2nd row, and will he lead into turn 1? No, but he goes from the 2nd row of the grid into 2nd. So nothing wrong with D-Bomb's bike there, Larry, but I'm glad you did alert to us what was going on the actual installation lap. Maybe it just sharpens his senses for David. Make sure he's got all the buttons in the right places and he's got his feet on the pegs ready to click whatever needs click. But he's making a dive or making a run up towards Billy McConnell, in towards Park. He doesn't want to go too early, but he does level Billy McConnell, and through he goes. That was good. McConnell comes straight back through on David Allingham, but Allingham, absolutely perfect start to the race for David Allingham. He's got ahead of his championship rivals. He leads at the end of the Park Straight, and he's got everybody else now following him. Sam Cox, if you had a wish list starting from the 2nd row, that would be everything ticked off in the first half of a lap for David.
I think we can see his game plan going into this race. I was actually thinking to myself, this race might get a bit spicy. There's not many places to overtake here, so if you get caught up in that sort of 5th, 6th, 7th, you can start taking chunks out of each other. So I was thinking, is Allingham going to play it safe? He's leading the championship. He doesn't want to get caught up in anything in the first lap, and he's just gone straight out there, as aggressive as you like, straight out the blocks. barging his way through on the start, and then got past Billy McConnell at the first opportunity into Park. So he obviously wants to lead this one, and he thinks he's got the pace to pull away.
Is Allingham going to play it safe? Well, not if that's anything. He threaded the needle between Ryan Campion and Skippy McConnell so well, going down towards Coppice, turn number 1. Here comes David Allingham. It's D-Bomb, the championship leader, who leads across the line from Billy McConnell, with Luke Mossey very much in tow. Behind Luke Mossey, it's Lewis Rollo who's up there now. Ryan Campion has slipped back behind Ash Barnes. Campion is ahead, though, of Josh Owens. And is that Swanee away back there? That's Scott Swan in 8th place. So Scott Swan not having the kind of Scott Swan weekend so far that we would expect him to have. Behind Scott Swan, Cam Dixon, Hutchie, Blaze Baker, Jack Bednarek, Callum Bay, Ash Beach, Simon Reid in 15th as Mossy slithers up the inside on Skippy McConnell. Skippy once bitten, twice unfortunately shy. Can't get through on the inside area. He did try it. He tried to accelerate back hard, but both Allingham and Mossy just looked that little bit stronger or more superior in the brakes and towards Park than Skippy. But you got to remember, this is a whole new thing for Skippy McConnell. They're only 2 events deep into this CNL Fairburn M1000RR, so there's still growing pains.
Yeah, I mean, Mossy had to do that, right? He's Allingham's his main title rival. He's had to get in front of McConnell, and now he can't let Allingham get away, because Allingham seems to just start ticking off the laps, and if he starts to build a gap round here, he can pull away quite quickly. So whether Mossy wanted to or not, he had to get through on McConnell to chase down Allingham here. So hopefully, if we want to see a good race, he's not going to let him go, and we're going to tag on to the back of him.
How easy is it to actually build a gap around here, or is it a very difficult place for you to actually stretch away?
Yeah, if everyone plays nicely, it's really difficult to build a gap, because...
was that Ash Barnes? Was that Ash Barnes?
No, Ash Barnes has come through.
No, who was that then? Who was that? It was one of the guys in that top leading line. It wasn't Lewis Rollo, it's Cam... Ryan
Campion.
Campion.
Oh, no.
Not again. Not again, Ryan Campion. Ryan Campion, dearie me. Didn't need that. Oh, he's hitting his head as well. He's up on his feet, ladies and gentlemen. He's perfectly fine. But we got the tiniest flash of that.
Yeah, just a spark off the...
I apologise to Claire Armstrong and Matt
Mossy's making
Bainbridge.
a move here. Mossy's making a move.
He's not going to stop that, though. Here comes David Allingham on the exit, the corner, straight back underneath Luke Mossy. That was a manoeuvre that David Allingham knew that Luke Mossy was not going to stop that there. If you break lane enough into that corner, somebody comes up the inside of you, you're going to get that cut back. But yeah, poor Ryan Campion goes down there. Sorry to the Rapid Honda people who were listening there. It was in that area for Ash Barnes, so he was right behind him. But Ryan Campion slides off at Barn, and the Port West Race Safe Marshals spring into action and get that bike out of the way. But David Allingham, he knows he's got a bit of a race on here. Skippy McConnell is going to have to watch, because there goes Ryan Campion going down. I wonder if he just clipped the curb with his casing going through there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird place to lose the front there. It seemed like he lost the front just on that second apex, and by that point you're normally building the throttle, and the weight's off the front, you're more likely to lose the rear. But yeah, he might have just gone a little bit too tight and caught the casing to lift the front off. But
great shame for a man who's been out with a bit of injury and comes back into the championship and puts on the front row of the grid. But what I can say is here, either David Allingham is not wanting to try and build much of a race pace here, or everybody else just has the perfect setup underneath him, because we've gone from having what looked like going to be 4 bikes breaking away at the sharp end. We've now got a line of bikes as Swanee comes up the inside of Ash Barnes and overtakes into turn 1. That's a big overtake into turn 1. There's not a lot of room to brake on the way in there. The corner entry speed is so high, and Swanee goes through on Swan Racing BMW.
yeah, Swanee's suffering from his bad start here, because we anticipated Swan would be up with these boys at the front, but Mossy's having another look here again. He can't let Allingham get away. He's going for a lunge.
Mossy, that's lovely. That's good. That's a block pass.
Nice.
Lovely block pass.
And McConnell comes through as well.
Go on, boys. Billy McConnell just did not want to give that one up at all. He saw a tiny half opportunity, and he drove his BMW not into the side of David Allingham, but he gave David Allingham kind of 2 options there. You know, it's me, or the space is mine, or you can hit me. Because McConnell was far enough along the inside, but good move there. So 2 places in 1 corner. Allingham under attack from Lewis Rollo.
Oh, no.
Lewis Rollo goes through, lifts Allingham up across the grass.
Is that a little bit of afters from Fruxton there between those two? I know Allingham wasn't too happy with Rollo.
You don't see.
On the after the race
I did hear that. I did hear a few comments from David Allingham that I thought they'll come back to bite you a little bit, David. Well, let's watch this one. Lewis comes from a long way back, but has he levelled them by this point here?
It's just so tight through there. You cannot get 2 bikes through there, and Allingham's done the right thing just to roll across the grass. It's unfortunately has affected Swan as well, who was our fastest. He put in the fastest lap of the race just last time out, but I think Allingham was already pumped going into this one. That's going to send his adrenaline through the roof, and he's going to want to get that place back as soon as possible.
Yeah, no contact here with Lewis Rollo. Lewis came up the inside pretty clean, just did it from a long way back. And David, you're correct. Rather than try and fight out and make the corner, pick it up across the grass and live to fight another day is what he has done. Luke Mossey is starting to pull away a little bit at the front here from Billy McConnell and drag Lewis Rollo forward with him. Lewis Rollo is very opportunistic though. You can see that he's got pace in the bike this weekend. Mossey looked horrid towards Park there, but he manages to get the bike stopped. He's looking at him entering the corner at a rather funny aggressive angle, but he does manage to get the Malenko by Paget's motorcycle Honda through the top off Park before we come through the gooseneck. Tricky corner, the gooseneck, because you're braking on the way towards it, then it's over the crest of a hill as you go back to the left. An area we need to be absolutely spot on.
Yeah, completely blind as you approach that. You can only really see the right hander. You're carrying loads of lean angle around there, and as you hit the brakes, you're not upright. You're still carrying a lot of lean, so you've got to be really careful when you apply those brakes. But it's a really roller coaster of a corner to go through there. It's good fun, but it's so easy to get wrong.
And you don't want to go too far out to the exit because the track almost kinks back towards you. It feels it's like a lay-by.
And it drops off downhill quite steeply as well. So it's a tricky. Oh, we're just saying course cut.
Yeah,
Allingham's getting a course cut.
Yeah, no advantage, thankfully, for David Allingham. It needs to get documented by TSL and Race Direction that David Allingham did go across the chicane there, but no advantage has been gained. If anything, he lost a lot of time, as did Scott Swan. And these two BMWs now have a bit of work to do. Lap 6 of 15. Luke Mossey leads from Billy McConnell with Lewis Rollo in a fine third place ahead of David Allingham, the championship leader, and Scott Swan, who has the fastest lap of the race. Ash Barnes drifting back into the clutches of Danger Scouse Josh Owens himself on Joe Richardson's Saf Holland Honda, the SAF Honda, as they build speed down Park and they come up towards the top. Joe would be desperate to try and see Josh get past Ash Barnes here, but not to be. That's a little internal Honda battle that we have, because everybody else ahead of him, apart from Luke Mossey, is on BMWs, and it's Luke Mossey, the sole Honda, who's doing his bit for the local race team, factory race team based in Louth. Luke Mossey is very much not based there, but as they come through, it looks like Allingham, is starting to catch back up to the Lewis Rollo. Now, this is going to be interesting. This pass is going to be interesting. You know, it depends where it comes. David's not a dirty rider. He won't do anything silly, but he'll make I think he'll make it'd be a pretty forceful pass when it happens.
Yeah, he's going to make sure he lets Rollo know as he comes through. But I mean, Swan's the bit of a danger man for me here. He's got the fastest lap of the race. He put in a 27.9 on the last one.
Oh, Allingham had a big moment. Yeah, big moment at the bottom of the mountain on the turn back to the right. I don't know if Allingham had a bit of a swap around at the bottom of the mountain. Difficult for Richard Coventry, our TV director, to see that because it's so low. But it did look like a really funny angle. Keep saying that, sound like Tyrone, don't I? Yeah, watch David Allingham here, just turns it round, gets in the gas, and it just lights up there. There we go. And Swanee gets another face full of Allingham. Not what he needs. David Allingham's
he's on the grass again.
Had 3 warnings now there. 2 warnings in this race. He's had the Lewis Rollo, he's had his own doing. You know, things happen in 3. So, and in fact, he had the thing on the start lane as well.
Yeah,
so he's managed to get through all those 3 issues. Let's see if David can just get himself together. It's not been an easy race. Look at the gap at the front here now. Mossey and McConnell have pulled right away from Lewis Rollo. It doesn't look like Lewis has got the race pace. Now they've released Scott Swan. Let's see what he can do on the Scott Swan Racing SMR BMW. And David again needs to control alt delete, calm himself down, control the breathing, and start again. But he now finds himself. What is he now? About 4 seconds off the race lead, and a little bit of work to do with lap 7 out of 15. We're halfway through this race already.
Yeah, I can't imagine Josh and Ash behind him will realise how pumped up he might be if they go and try and have a little play with him. I think they're going to get their hand snapped off by Allingham. But I mean, he was leading the race at the front. The first couple of laps, he looked like he might pull away, and it's amazing how quickly it can turn at Cadwell, because you make these little mistakes or you get forced off like he did, and suddenly you drop back, and now he's struggling to stay in the top 5. He's going to have those guys breathing down his neck really quickly. But Mossey and McConnell are pulling away at the front here. They're starting to edge a gap, and I think the only person that could have gone with him was Swan. But he's got Rollo to deal with, so it's a bit of a two-horse race.
Skippy looks good here. Skippy looks really, really good in this black BMW with the black Frank Thomas leathers, trying to get a tear off from his helmet. Once, twice, 3 times.
Practice that.
Did he get it off is the big question, or did he give up as Scott Swan up the inside of Lewis Rollo? That seems to be the Swanee overtaking place. Good drive out of Barn, then up the inside in towards Coppice. It's a fast entry point. You've got to be absolutely pinpoint through there. Remember a couple of years ago we saw Ryan Vickers hit the apex curb in that area of the track, and they're going horribly wrong for Vickers. As we come back up in towards Park, we have got Scott Swan defending from Lewis Rollo. Can Lewis Rollo mount an attack? He doesn't want to slide back towards David Allingham, that's for sure. And I'm just trying to catch D-Bomb in a long camera shot. David Allingham finds himself 1.6 seconds behind these guys and not making much of an inroad. Well, he looked a little bit wide in towards the heart of the gooseneck as well, but it does also appear that Owens and Barnes haven't got that close to try and have a nibble at the back of the championship leader when he's maybe just that little bit, not off colour, just out of sync. Well, Owens is very much still there with David Allingham, actually. It's Ash Barnes that's not had the pace to stay with these two guys. On lap 8 of 15 as we come into the mountain, David Allingham will probably still be wondering what actually happened at the bottom of the mountain. Didn't feel like he did anything wrong. Maybe just that big of an angle of turn and a little bit of throttle, and round
yeah,
she
just
came.
looked like he'd ran wide a little bit on that right-hander, and then still sort of tried to fire it over the top and just use a little bit too much lean angle, and the rear came round on him slightly. And he, to be fair, did really well to save it, because it's a tricky corner for you there, and you're not normally having the rear come round on you like that. So he did well to save the bottom bit, and then also did well to stay on once he got on the grass as well. But yeah, he's got Owens breathing down his neck now, which is the last thing you need when you're trying to compose your thoughts, is getting still plus nothing on your pit boy, going, oh, give us a break. I just need to
leave me
have
alone.
a breath here.
Leave me alone, please, leave me alone. Because Luke Mossey will also be thinking, right, I need to know where David Allingham is. I'm pretty sure he'll get that on his pit board. Fastest lap from Scott Swan. But yeah, just Billy McConnell, he's just hungry for a race victory. It's been a long time since Skippy's had a victory. Larry Carter, when did Skippy last stand on a podium? I don't know if you have your super folders with you, but when did Skippy last stand on a podium is a question I will ask you. Should I know this off the top of my head? It's not been
I don't think
anything
Swan's
recently.
out of this yet, because that time is 0.4 quicker than the boys in front of him. And he's got enough laps now. He's still got 7 laps to go. Well, 6.5. But yeah, he's got 1.3 difference to McConnell, which is more than bridgeable if he keeps putting in those times.
Last lap, fastest lap of the race. Like you say, yeah, Scott Swan is on a mission. And Billy McConnell.
Especially if Billy McConnell starts getting involved with Mossy, that's going to slow him up even more.
Yeah, these two veterans, that's what they are, aren't they? They've been around long enough, these two guys. They know exactly. They're still young, though, young-ish. But Billy McConnell, I think he will do everything through this. He'll throw caution to the wind on that Serial Fairburn. Oh, down in the background. That was Swanee. Swanee goes down over the crest. He's in the recticel. Let's see what happens here. It's just at the exit of Hall Bends before the hairpin. Swanee has gone down from 3rd place. He's into the recticel. Yellow flags and yellow boards up there very much waving. We're standing by to see what happens now. Moves Lewis Rollo up, David Allingham up, Josh Owens up, everybody goes up another place. Swanee was on a big push there, but unfortunately that looks like it's just gone a little bit wrong. And it's easy to do that because you're going over the crest of a hill. The bike gets all light and loose, and he's exited stage right going in towards the hairpin at the crest of the hill. 45 rider being assessed at Hall Bends. We are told he's up on his feet. Thank goodness for that, because he went in there at such a speed. But also,
don't go that way. Don't go that way, Scott.
Don't walk to the track. Also, thank goodness that there's recticel there. Otherwise, the bike would have carried straight on.
Safety car.
We need to have a safety car because some of the recticel has been unbagged, and part of the
that
safety
plays
part
into Allingham's hands.
doesn't it? Just to forget about that. Yeah. Recticel needs to get put back in bags as part of the protocol for track safety. But safety car comes out late in the race, lap 10 out of 15, as Scott Swan unfortunately goes down, but he is okay on his feet. Billy, there's a safety car. You need to go back behind him. Oh, he's not happy, is he? Because Billy now knows what's going to happen. Now, if you can see the big screen, watch the top of the screen here. There. Oh, yeah, exactly that.
No.
That's going over the crest of that hill and getting
He's
a
lost
little
the
bit.
rear coming around that little right kink there, and yeah, it's a good job them recticels are there, because when I saw it initially, I thought, oh no, because the guys are about to turn right, which is where you can get that collision. So yeah, those recticels have done their job.
Swanee up on his feet there. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as he stands there with the medic on the inside, just checking that everything is okay for Scott Swan. He went in there pretty fast, but thankfully he is A-OK. Just more upset more than anything. But the riders will be happy to know that they can come into almost. You will catch Scott in your peripheral vision there. And there's a big smile with the long surfer dude here that he has got. Well, there we go. That's not what I expected. You said he was on a charge, and he was on a charge. He just put the fastest lap of the race in a 1:27.613, and down goes Scott Swan, 1:27.613. That's almost Charlie Nesbitt's lap record. That's pretty impressive, actually.
It's sometimes he still had 5. There's still 5 laps of the race. He had 6 when he went down. So sometimes you feel like you've got to bridge that gap straight away and get right on the back of him. You feel like you're running out of time. But actually, if he'd have just kept knocking in the times that he was doing and slowly reeling them in, he'd have been right there last few laps of the race. But it was almost like you get a little bit excited when you see that gap come right down. You just keep pushing and keep pushing. And I mean, he was already 0.4 quicker than anyone. So he was catching them. But he's obviously just pushed a little bit too hard. And it's so easy around here. You step an inch out of line and it can bite you hard. And it has done for Scott, unfortunately, there. But he was catching him.
What you were seeing on screen is one of the hardest things in life to do, to put
them things
Recticel back in a bag. How many times have I said that, Alan Hyde? Putting Recticel in a bag is not an easy thing to do. But you remember David Allingham? You said, oh, it works for David Allingham. He'll be able to roll himself up towards the back of Lewis Rollo.
His good friend, Lewis Rollo.
Yeah, after that, there was a bit of a war of words there at Thruxton. I actually had forgotten about it until you reminded me. From David Allingham was pretty vocal about Lewis Rollo, actually. And
that's one way of saying it.
I'm just trying to pick my words carefully because they're both really good friends. We didn't see what was happening on track at Thruxton. That upset David. I couldn't see anything.
I think it was Allingham was trying to get clear, wasn't it? Or trying to get past Rollo to catch up with the guys in front of him, and Rollo just kept sort of... You can do a move in racing and you can do it where it's kind of fair to both of you and you don't lose too much time, but Rollo was doing it very aggressively and costing them both time. And Allingham was like, come on, mate, let's work together and we can catch up here.
Was the
and he was sort of banging on the seat tap.
Remember that
sort of
banging
stuff,
his seat? And myself and Alan Hyde were saying, oh my God, he's tapping the seat.
Well, I think tapping was an understatement. It was more a seat punch, I think, by the end of it.
It was a seat. It was a really aggressive one from David Allingham. And that's it, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Allingham had a lot going on in that race. He had issues with Lewis Rollo, and he also picked up on Scott Swan touching the green at Church on the end of the last lap.
Clipboard out, didn't he? He was making notes of everyone's.
Allingham had the clipboard out, yeah. But that's what you got to do. You know, that's when you're actually a racer in that area where you guys both are. You are very much aware of what's going on around you. You're not just focused on this little tiny moment here. You can see things that are happening. You can see people, he's not meant to be doing that. Why is he over there? Or the lights have gone off the safety car. Why are these guys not getting the gap up? So that's what we're seeing just now. Safety car is ending. It will be coming in. Chris Glendenning behind the wheel of the safety car. And then we also have Luke Mossey, who will take charge of the race. So Luke Mossey up behind the safety car with Billy Skipping McConnell, and David Allingham just lines up alongside Lewis Rollo. Yeah, just practicing for a dive bomb into a corner somewhere around this circuit. Safety car will pull in to the pit lane here at Cadwell Park. And Chris Glendenning behind the wheel of that one will accelerate away out of the barn area and head for that pit lane. Remember, they can't pass the safety car when it's on track. That's a rule as well. They can't be side by side with that, so Luke Mossey has to be clever about this. Remember Taz McKenzie, Bradley Ray at Stetterton. We have a little look at the box window. Mossey's held them back long enough. That's good stuff. Glendenning has a pit lane. That's a veteran move from Luke Mossey. He knows exactly what he's doing. Here we go. Look at David Allingham. Here comes Allingham. He's winding up along the inside of Lewis Rollo. This is Allingham's chance. Through he goes on the inside. Lovely move from David Allingham. He lined Lewis Rollo up. He ran wide and through again goes Lewis Rollo. So it shows you how hard David was having to push in towards that first corner. He ran himself wide and didn't get the proper apex or the exit point, and through goes Lewis Rollo. So Lewis now knows that David wants this as Mossey makes hay and pulls away at the sharp end when they all start to battle internally behind them. Billy McConnell a little bit shy on the restart on the big BMW as Ash Barnes makes a mistake coming through Park and falls back towards the clutches of, is that Hutchie? It certainly is on the Team RST BMW. Great ride for Hutchie to find himself in 7th place.
Yeah, really good from him. And I mean, it was a really good restart. Rollo was so smart there. I mean, Allingham was making that move whether he was going to make it or not, and he just went straight through. But Rollo just let him run wide, kept the right line and got him back on the next one. But yeah, Allingham's now got Owens back breathing down his neck again. Yeah, David threw that one in there. You're correct. Lewis was quite happy to let that one go. And David lucky to stay on the track there, and you don't want to go down there. It's a fast place as Josh Owens has a little bit of movement from the rear of his Saf Holland Honda as they make their way back up onto the top of the mountain through the area where we lost Swanee a couple of laps ago into the wreck to sell. Everybody manages to keep it together through that area. Simon Reed's got himself up into 10th place as well. That's somebody else who we need to mention. Simon started deep in the pack, remember. Didn't get through the first phase of qualifying. No, that was a surprise.
So Speedy Reedy, 10th place improvement from 20th up to 10th. You can see him just off the back. He's behind Jack Bednarek, another man who came through from Q1. Jack Bednarek with a really strong run as we go into lap 14 of 15 as they make their way up through turn number 1 in towards Charlie's. Callum Bay in the middle of that as well in 13th place. Unlucky for some, but good for Callum all the way from Huntley and the Knock Garage sponsorship, which he has got. Here comes Lewis Rollo. Hang on a minute. This was never in the script. Lewis Rollo eyeing up the back of Skippy.
Yeah, I can't imagine Skippy was too happy about that because Mossey just clicked straight back into his rhythm, started pulling away. But yeah, like you say, oh no.
Caden Wilkinson.
Someone's taken the wrong turn, I think.
Yep, number 50. Is that 59? Caden Wilkinson, it certainly is. More colours in the rainbow in Caden Wilkinson. Oh. Yeah, now, as he chains come off for Caden Wilkinson there. over the mountain, a little bit of a kick back from left to right, and then the chain popped off instantly. So
he doesn't realise at this point he's still going. Why is it? I'm just turning the end. I'm turning my throttle. Nothing's happening.
A lot of noise.
What's going on?
A lot of noise. No forward momentum. It's actually got spaced out a little bit here now. 1, 2, and 3. Oh, no, Lewis Rollo, down he goes. Lewis Rollo, high side to the bottom of the mountain. He's up on his feet halfway up the hill, and that was directly in front of David Allingham. Allingham watched that happen, and it almost takes the pressure off Allingham having to try and fight for that podium, but he's got to try and fight for Josh Owens. Lewis is up on his feet, ladies and gentlemen, but he's not happy with that. It looks like he's beating himself up just a little bit. By the way, he is a hardy pup. Talk us through it, Sam.
Yeah, you just see lost the rear going into it, which is a bit strange there. I don't know if he's got a bit of engine braking that might have just brought it around, but his rear going in slapped him down hard on that hip, and he's starting to feel that now. The lady's trying to gently walk him out of danger there because he's still kind of just off the edge of it, but that will be hurting, as you can see.
Adrenaline instantly got Lewis to his feet. Unfortunately, though, the adrenaline wears off, and then Lewis, you can see him just in a bit of pain walking away there. But that was a really strange high side, that, wasn't it? Yeah, very early. An off-throttle kind of high side?
Yeah, you normally... Well, he might have just given it a little squirt before he went into that right-hander, but he was already turned right. He was already committed to the apex, and the rear started coming around on him. So sometimes you can have a bit of engine braking on these things. You shut the throttle, and it slows down the rear wheel and breaks traction. But, yeah, it's not often you see a high side like that going into a corner. It's normally coming out of, so... Bit of a weird one there. He's obviously pushing hard. He was obviously smelling McConnell just in front of him, thinking I can have a second place here. And yeah, he's just been, again, shows you how easy it is to step over that line here at Cadwell.
We're on the last lap as we make our way along towards the bottom of the mountain, and it is Luke Mossey who is in control of this race. But here comes Josh Owens with a chance at a podium. Skippy McConnell second, David Allingham in third place at the moment. Watch if you're at the hairpin, because Josh Owens could be building for some sort of hero move in towards the apron on David Allingham as they come through. Owens looks good, but unfortunately unable to do anything on David Allingham. Debo managing to hold the line as they come in towards Barn, the last corner. It will be Luke Mossey who will take the victory. Luke Mossey across the line wins on the Malenko by Paget's Honda. Second place for Skippy McConnell. Third place for David Allingham. And Josh Owens picks up a really good fourth place. Ashbarn's fifth. Hutchie up to sixth. That's a stonking result for Team RST rider Ian Hutchison. Jack Bednarek likewise in seventh, made it through from Q1 up to seventh place.
Really impressive, that.
Yeah, Cam Dixon 8th. Simon Reed, another man who came from Q1 in 9th. And Ash Beach in 10th place. Blaze Baker, Callum Bay, Dan Brooks, Jamie Van Shakliris, Harrison Crosby, Thomas O'Grady, Max Lofthouse all crossing the line. But that race had just a little bit of everything in Sam Cox.
Yeah, it was really well, where to start, right? It was Allingham was leading, then it kind of lost a bit of momentum, and then Mossey and McConnell were looking like they're pulling away, and then the safety car comes out. So yeah, it was a bit of a crazy race. I think it was the right person won in the end. Mossey didn't really put a foot wrong in that, and it was a bit unfortunate with the safety car for him. But yeah, there's definitely more talking points going on behind Mossey, and it's I'm glad it's Larry that's going to be talking to the guys at the front and asking Alan what he thinks of Rollo's moves there rather than me. But yeah, it's a really exciting race to watch.
Yeah, Billy McConnell celebrating big time when they're
He's enjoying that.
Yeah,
he is enjoying
it's been a long time, Larry. You can ask Billy McConnell exactly when he was last on the podium. You're probably going to tell him. You'll know the fact yourself. But there, Luke Mossey delighted on his in-lap as he heads round to see Larry Carter. And I just want to thank Sam Cox and Jake Hopper for popping up here. Good to see you. Hopefully you're both back on a bike soon and injury-free, guys. So, Larry, without further ado, down to yourself.
Yeah, just heading down to the podium. Brands Hatch 2023. Last time Skippy McConnell was on a Superstock podium when he took victory at the season finale down there at Brands Hatch. So it's been a few years since Skippy has been there or thereabouts. But yeah, what a ride. But yeah, we'll do our best to ask questions of that one. Don't want to pour too much fuel on the fire because we know that there's not much love lost between between David Allingham and Lewis Rollo. The comments at Thruxton, yeah, my eyebrows went north when I heard them as well from David Allingham about a Scotsman who was using different lines. But we'll go and have a word and have a chat to the riders. But Luke Mossey, then all he's doing is doing what he needs to do, and that is pull points back on D-Bomb, isn't it, David Allingham? That's 2 races now on the trot that he's reduced that gap at the top of the championship. As he gets a hug from Clive Paget, and there is Skippy McConnell as well. So the Englishman, the Aussie and the Irishman down here as, yeah, David Allingham not happy with things. That looks as though that is the case there. Skippy gets a hug. We'll just ask David. David, important points for you there, but the body language tells me you're not very happy.
Sorry, said again?
I say the important points for you, but you don't look too happy with that.
Yeah, not really happy with that at all, you know. I don't know. As I say, we done a track day here a few weeks ago, and the bike was amazing. Today it's horrendous. I just couldn't stop it, couldn't turn it, couldn't open the throttle. Yeah, frustrating, but valuable points. Valuable points.
Important points, yeah, absolutely. Well, there is the one of the vehicles just coming through. Watch your back, Eddie. Just we don't want you run over as well. There is the ambulance just heading to the med centre to get sorted out. There is Luke Mossey down here. He's happy enough with that one. Congratulations, Luke. Well, I didn't want to tempt fate on the grid, but that's 2 out of 2.
Yeah, I didn't want to say too much because it's either you or Duncan that keeps jinxing it, but no, over the moon. Felt really comfortable, you know. I wanted to get out in front and control my own race, and at first I didn't think it was Billy. I thought it was either Swan or Allen. I didn't know Swan went down until the slowdown lap then, but yeah, over the moon, obviously Thruxton. Felt a little bit like it was given to us, and that was a proper one today, so keep them coming, baby.
Yeah, that's all he could do, is get them points, and Skippy McConnell down here as well. Skippy, we'll walk across the TV podium whilst we do that. We're going across the TV podium, mate, but absolutely, yes, Cloud Padgett gets a kiss off him, of all things. Everybody congratulating Billy. Congratulations, Skip. There he gets a kiss off Mrs. Padgett as well. As well, mate, job done as far as that's concerned. Well done, mate. He's forgotten the crash helmet. That's there we go. Just give it a crash helmet, mate. Then we might be able to do this interview. Yeah, congratulations, mate. That's job done.
Yeah, you know, we got another one tomorrow, so, you know, Luke's been one of my best mates for a long time. We've had races together and all that, so we was behind him, and, you know, I was quicker in a few spots, but always around Cadwell. It's always hard to pass, but have a good friend win is always acceptable.
Well, that's it, exactly. Well, he's good, mate. Luke Mossey has taken victory to that one. So, there you go. What a cracking race it was. It's had drama, it had intrigue. Our very best wishes to Scots one. Hopefully all is okay with the blue-eyed, blonde-haired rider from across there in Larne in Northern Ireland. Because I didn't actually see that one, but the way he described it, Dunk, it was a bit of an egg beater. And likewise with Lewis Rollo, a near neighbour of yours from there in central Scotland. Hopefully all is okay with him as well. So we're going to head up north to do the podium. So in the meantime, whether or not we can just hand back to Al in the studio for a couple of messages.
Of course you can, Larry. Thank you very much indeed. And I won't go into an ad break. I'll just say hi to the huge amount of people that have been sending in messages on WhatsApp. Thank you so much, everyone, for writing in. Hey guys, it's Nathan here, having a great time at sunny Cadwell, still posting about every session. I hope one day I'll get a nickname as cool as Scooby-Doo. If ever you want to read any, it's BSB Newsway on all platforms. I'm looking for constructive criticism, which is scary to say online, as you know. Looking forward to Assen, which is on my birthday and my last round before going back to university. Nathan, thank you very much indeed. You've written in a few times this year, haven't you? So if you want to have a read about things that are going on, BSB Newsway on all platforms, and Nathan is looking for constructive criticism. Morning.
I hope that was Scooby-Doo and not Scoopy-Doo, as Duncan Vincent decided to.
I think it was probably Scooby-Doo.
Rename me at Alton Park, I think it was.
I think it was probably a Scoopy, I'm
right
afraid.
now he's running up those stairs, Alan. You know?
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo is up the stairs like bongo feet.
Oh,
yeah, so
no, I'm not on the right screen.
Oh, right, okay.
This one from...
You might as well do the sound effects, Andy, because we're all waiting for them.
Okay.
Only if you want it, Larry.
I need to...
Well, I don't get a choice in it, do I, mate?
No, you don't. Where are you, Larry?
On the podium.
Oh, you're there?
Yeah, well, we're still waiting for riders to undergo the TV interview, so we've got a couple of minutes.
Do you want to go back down from the podium and come back up again?
No.
Just to make my sound effect work?
We found people can leave that to their imagination.
Oh, I'll just do it anyway. There we go.
You go off people very quickly in this game.
This one is from Sue and Darren. Says, great day yesterday. Looking forward to the next 2 days. Good luck to everyone, especially Ryanair, Corey Tinker and Harley Preble as well. Hoping to see Scotty Carson back racing soon. Scooby will be missed in Assen. Scoopy will be missed in Assen.
He will be.
I've just edited that as we go. Thanks for all your hard work from Sue and Darren. He certainly will be missed in Assen. Yeah. We're still working out some kind of way to sort of time warp him over to Holland, but
well, Scooby-Doo.
Yeah,
I have an extradition order on me. That's the reason I can't go to Holland.
We did wonder.
We could just put him in a mystery machine.
And I've never
Yes,
never owned a
we could.
passport in my life, so that might have something to do with it.
This one says, if we go down the tribute route with music, it was something for Dolly Parton today, could we have the time warp for the late Tim Curry? Great commentary as always. Tara, much love from Dave and Gail on our first Cadwell weekend. Well, great to have you here, guys. What a great place to come for your first time, and welcome along. Hi, commentary team. Great job this morning. Can we have a shout out to Teddy and Billy, first timers at Cadwell and watching the bikes. They are absolutely loving it. Thanks so much. Joe, you're very welcome. Thank you for your message. And can you say hi to Claire, Adam, Bradley, Tiddy, and all the other marshals that are on duty today? Thank you. And that's from Jan. Thank you, Jan, for writing in. On WhatsApp, 07482 877 877 is the number. 07482 877 877, and you can get a shout out on air. We take emails as well. If you've got slightly more to say, then you can email the studio at bsbradio.com, which Chris has done. A shout out for the True Hero lads, Charlie, Paul, Kenny and Leon. Speedy recovery to Chris Duggan after Alton Park. Keep it sunny side up. That's from Chris. Chris, thank you very much indeed. And we haven't heard from Jazz and Zoe Charlotte for a little while. Duncan was asking Billy McConnell's last podium. Jazz is pretty sure it was the last round of 2023 at Brands Hatch in Superstock Race 1. Billy won the race. Hope this helps. And you are absolutely right, because Larry has already confirmed 2023.
Skippy gave us Skippy-Doo gave us that off the top of the head, didn't he?
He did. He did. Jazz and Zoe Charlotte, thank you very much indeed for listening, and thanks for the info as well. How are we doing down for the podium there?
Yeah, we're just about ready to go, Al. We've got David Allingham there. He's got a smile on his face now. There is Luke Mossey, and there is Skippy McConnell. So let's get them out here then. Round 8, race 11 in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. And we want you to give them a massive welcome here with the massed banks here at Cadwell Park. Third position then for SMS, Nicolaus BMW and Northern Ireland, and David Allingham. As D-Bomb makes his way onto P3 on the podium. Second position then for Australia, C&L Fairburn Properties BMW, Billy Skippy McConnell. And with his second victory of the season, second successive victory in as many rounds for Milenko by Padgett's Motorcycles Honda, the race winner, Luke Mossey. And the team representative from Padgett's will collect the team award as well. And we'll ask one of our representatives from Zinn to make the podium presentation to the third place rider. At this end of the podium in the red leathers there, that is David Allingham, his 11th podium of the season. Important points for David, but not happy with that bike setup. The first podium then in 3 long years. That goes the way of Australia and Billy Skippy McConnell. Well done, Skip. Congratulations. Great to have him back on a podium for the first time since 2023. And adding to the victory at Thruxton a couple of weeks ago, the race winner for a second successive meeting for Milenko Padgett's Honda, Luke Mossey. And the team award as well goes to the Clive and Sue Padgett's Milenko Padgett's Motorcycle Squad. And they get the team award as well. So, boys, you know what to do with the juice. Let loose with the Prosecco, the Baglietti Prosecco. We will make our way off of the podium because we don't want to get too wet down here. And with that, we can hand back to the studio.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry Carter with our first podium of the day for the Pirelli National Superstocks. Coming up, we've got the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, the sprint race over 12 laps, and then, of course, Superbikes back out on circuit. 18 laps for race 1 of the weekend here at Cadwell Park, and we'll have all the action for you here live on 88.0 FM. It is the sound of the British Superbike Championship, BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
Duncan, Larry and Alan on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Didn't let it put the brakes on your ride? McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bolton Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bond Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2-friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at kawasakiexperiencetour.co.uk.
Duncan, Larry and Alan live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
In the glorious sunshine here at Cadwell Park. Cadwell Park looks absolutely fantastic. So good to see so many of you here and enjoying the racing action that we've got. What have we got coming up this afternoon? Well, plenty. We've got the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship Sprint Race. That's coming up over 12 laps, 18 laps for race one of the weekend for the Zinn British Superbikes in association with Pirelli, and 2 heats for the Rocket Off BMW F900 R Cup, heats 1 and 2. All of those coming up, and then of course from tomorrow a full day, 5 warm-up sessions to get the morning underway, and then racing all the way through until probably about 6 o'clock. Can I hear Larry Carter down in pit lane?
We've got an added bonus here at Cadwell Park today. Bearing in mind that we've got a big crowd here at Cadwell Park, and once again I've just had a chat with race director Stuart Higgs, and whereas we traditionally do the riders out into the crowd just on a bank holiday Monday, we've just had a bit of a conflab down here, and if people want, but only if they want, then there is a very good chance that after the Superbike race this afternoon, we might just be able to do that.
Oh, cool.
But we will need to put it to the test, of course, as we always do down here. And Stuart said, well, yes, we've got enough champagne, we've got enough bubbly to do that, Scoop, but we're only going to do it if the crowd want to do that. So we'll put it out there. What do you think? We should put it out there to the masses to see if we should do that.
I think you should take a vote. Yeah,
so
referendum.
You've got people on the start and finish line down here. Do you think that's a good idea if we get the riders out into the crowd after the Superbike race? We've got a ripple. We'll work on that one. We'll get the champagne out of the prosecco out of the boxes, but we might just have to make a little bit more of a noise than that to get the riders out there. But hang about. But the only thing is, if you people along the front down here, if you don't want to get wet, you might just have to take a step back, because it does get a little bit sticky as we go through the day. So there is a possibility that we will do that after the second Superbike race, and you just might get a little bit of a souvenir. There might be an odd knee slider out into the crowd, a bit of a hat and whatever, given that the riders still have 2 more races to do this weekend. But after that first Superbike race later on this afternoon, if you really want them, we will do our best to see if the riders will come out into the crowd.
That would be an absolutely brilliant idea. And Larry, you haven't got this sort of aerial view of the crowd that we have from the commentary box, and it was a resounding yes. Hello, sir. Very good. Getting away from the other side of the fence. I think it was very much appreciated, Larry. We'll look forward to that here on Superbike Sunday, and of course we've got Superbike Monday to look forward to tomorrow as well. We've got loads of your messages as well as we get the various teams, bikes and riders down for our next race of the afternoon. The race will get underway at 3:15, so that's just 20 minutes away. And I've got time for a few more of your messages that have been coming in on WhatsApp. The OAPs and Paul are here from Penzance in Cornwall. Last time out, Duncan Vincent is about to put the shorts on, I think. He's going to make a little changing room with the backdrop. Very smart. I can see in the side of that. And to be honest, I don't like it. This one says, the OAPs and Paul are here from Penzance in Cornwall. Last out at Thruxton and Alton Park, so we've clocked up a few miles over the last month or so. Happy birthday to Mel, one of the OAPs with me, and that's from Paul. Paul, thank you very much indeed. All of these messages are on WhatsApp. Very simple to do. Just send a message on 07482 877 877. We only need your first name. That's the only identification we need. No surnames here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, but your first name and your message on WhatsApp to 07482 877 877. This one says, listening on TSL as we're travelling back from our holiday in Ireland, wishing Rory Skinner and all the tag team all the best for a fast and safe weekend, from Kath, Darren and the girls as well. This one is a quite super picture from Ryan. Ryan Kirk Photography sent a picture in of Ryan Vickers launching it over the mountain. Always good comms from everyone involved. Thanks for that. And clearly always good photography from Ryan Kirk. Thank you very much indeed for that picture. It is a super picture as the bike goes away from the camera. It's an unusual shot. Normally you get the front-on picture, but this is the rear of the bike. This one says, everyone at MAS Security is tuned in, cheering on the XMT racing team, and come on, Zach Shelton. Thank you very much indeed, guys. Regular WhatsAppers to the studio here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. And I like this. I don't know why I get the feeling that Larry Carter would like looking at this picture. Can Team Frog from County Durham have a shout out, please? We are here at Charlie's. They all have frog bucket hats with little eyes on top, and they look very smart indeed, very amusing. The reason Larry Carter would like it, it also includes the frog emoji on the WhatsApp, and we do like good emoji use. This one says, a shout out to Fenton. Followed from Thruxton and his first visit to Cadwell, and is in awe of it. Thank you very much indeed, Fenton. Absolutely superb. And this one says, Kevin, hi Chris, hope you have a great weekend of fast racing, and that comes from Mike. Mike, thank you very much indeed. And Chris, have a good weekend. And this one says, T's birthday weekend, spending it at Cadwell, wishing him a happy birthday, from Kieran and from Shannon as well. The Superman change is complete. Duncan Vincent now in a pair of shorts. It's getting pretty warm up here in the commentary box, and I'm sure it is for you that are trackside as well. Lots of water, everybody, and a bit of skin protection as well from the sunshine, because it is jolly warm out now. And last couple for now. Big shout out from my boy, super stock rider Ryan Campion, number 15, Nottingham, is rooting for you. Love from Mum Susie and Dad Martin as well. And a shout out to Tina and James, enjoying the view from Park Straight. Come on, Max, number 30. Love from the red and white Rose Wanderers. Thank you very much indeed. That message from Dawn is still trying to get through. It's struggling, Dawn. Do you want to send it again? And hopefully we'll be able to give you a shout out. And this one says, best of luck to Ben Tolliday from Hibbard Racing. Thank you very much indeed for sending that in on WhatsApp. And hello to Oakland, 3.5 years old, and sat near the winning post at his first BSB. So down there on the start-finish line, just opposite. Hello, Oakland. Great to have you here, and you even get a wave from Duncan Vincent in the commentary box. Right, you've got a very busy pit lane down there now, Larry Carter. I think the transfer from the paddock is complete for Supersports.
Yeah, and we've still got 5 minutes before the pit lane opens, so what we'll do is we'll see if there's any riders down here that we can possibly get a chat with down here. Our old mate Ben Toledo down here, what was that last message that we had from for Team Tolly? There was a message.
Hang on, there was a best of luck to Ben Tolliday from Hibbard Racing.
Hibbard Racing, does that mean anything to you, Ben?
What was that?
Phil Hibbard.
Who's that again? Sorry.
Phil.
Phil Hibbard, yeah. Phil, we've got a message from you into BSB Radio saying wishing you all the best for this one.
Yeah, that's Phil. That's one of our sponsors. He's been on for a few years now. Very generous guy, very enthusiastic as well. So yeah, massive thanks to Phil. He was doing it through like a bike cafe, but he's doing it all himself now. Sponsors myself and a couple of the lads at Oliver's Mount as well. So yeah, thanks to Phil.
You've not got masses of opposition in the Cup this weekend, Ben. You just need to bring it home.
You could say something like that, yeah. We just need to bring it home. But for us, we're focusing now on moving forward and making that step now ideally into the Supersport points. We're getting quicker. We've made some good changes to the bike and we're starting to make headway.
Yeah. Good stuff, mate. We'll wish you well in this one, Ben. Team Tolly there. It's always good to pass a message on there. There's
good work, Larry.
Yeah, there's Cameron Fraser down here. We haven't really got to speak much this year, so hopefully you can have a good run here and the sun's come out and you can have a reasonable race.
Yeah, that's it. We're just going to see what we can do, get stuck in. Cadwell's been an interesting time for us last year. We had some electronics issues, so yeah, I think it's been quicker this time around, so let's just see what we can do, get stuck in.
It's great to see you. You're doing a cracking job there, even though we don't get to speak very much on the grid. There's Lucas Brown, the tall figure of Lucas Brown, Josh Bannister down here. We mentioned about Ben Tollider there. We've got 2.5 minutes. Don't want to get run over down here. Another rider down here is Harvey Claridge. We've not had much chance to have a chat with Harvey. Ideal chance to just have a quick chat, Harvey, down here. We don't get too far down the grid these days, but still plugging away, still doing your stuff in Supersport.
Yeah, no, it's good. Struggled a little bit this weekend, but honestly, Thruxton was a brilliant round for me. It reminded me why I'm still racing and why we're still plugging away at this. So hopefully in the race we can find a bit more than we've had so far, and then, yeah, pushing on for tomorrow, really. That's the main plan, get a good lap time.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because when you're a little bit further down the grid and you don't have the media spotlight, finding the will to pay them bills becomes a little bit harder.
Yeah, no, for sure. A little bit happened earlier on in the season, so there was at one point we were going to stop racing because we didn't have a bike, but luckily we decided we didn't want to end that way and we want to push on. So hopefully towards the end of the year we just keep plugging away and get a little bit closer to the front and makes it all worth doing.
Well, the grid's better for having you on here, Harvey, as well. Thanks for that one. There is Oliver Barr and Carter Brown, just making sure that all is okay with Carter. He had that off this morning. Sorry, they're having a bit of a weekend of it again, aren't you, OP? You had a big crash yesterday. Carter off this morning.
Yeah, it was huge. I don't know what happened, but we're here still.
You're okay though?
Yeah, all good.
Yeah, good, ready to go and what have you. And not what you wanted, not what you wanted in qualifying there, Carter, but at least you're on the grid.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm 17th now, so it's going to be hard work, but I think I'm more than capable of doing it. I was on a good lap when I crashed, so the pace is definitely there. I just need to put a good race together, make some positions up.
Yeah, make your way through the grid. That's what it's all about. Well, a minute to go there. I'm not too sure that me and Sergeant Laura don't want running over down here. There's TJ Toms. There's Cam Hall. Let's just go and grab a quick word with Cam Hall. Cadwell Park, is this where you play your joker, Cam?
Yeah, I like it around here. You know that, Larry. Struggled a little bit yesterday, but worked through quite a few settings. And we're in a good place for the race today, starting 11th, the middle of row 4. So let's see if we can get away with the front guys and try and hang on for as long as we can.
Yeah, that's it. Top 10's definitely on the cards today, Cam. Yeah, good luck, mate. Thanks for that one. Yeah, South Yorkshire accent there. 30 seconds to go. Perhaps just grab a quick word with TJ Toms down here. Well, TJ, we had a chat on the grid at Thruxton. You said a podium's a distinct possibility. I think you got inside the top 10 there. This is a totally different concept, though, Cadwell.
Yeah, I remember us having that conversation. I obviously dropped well, I won't finish that one, but you know what I mean. And yeah, never followed through, unfortunately. But yeah, just to be fair, going to set off, do what we can do, and try and get stuck in, and just make some steps forward. And,
it's a long trip home, mate. You might as well take your trophy with you.
Yeah, we're always trying.
Yeah, good luck. Well, there you go. The pit lane's now open. We'll just go into radio silence whilst the riders head to the grid and see if we can have a chat to there, boys.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry Carter down in pit lane, and he'll be heading out to the grid, have a chat to a few more of the riders ahead of the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship sprint race for the weekend. 12 laps in prospect. Duncan Vincent is in situ in the commentary box, and time for one more message. Hi commentary team, please could you say hi to myself, Kirsty, and my hubby Lee. It's our first time camping at Cadwell and it's his birthday soon. He's a big Storm Stacey fan, and by the way, I have to say, Kirsty, excellent use of the top hat emoji, an oft underused emoji for BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. So thank you very much indeed. Well done for doing that. Look at this, Duncan Vincent. Look at the sunshine. It couldn't be a better scene, could it?
Isn't it wonderful to be at Cadwell Park on the bank holiday weekend? We got the rain out the way, I'd like to say yesterday, Alan, and a couple of days before that.
Yesterday and Friday, yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty...
Friday evening was torrential, wasn't it?
It was that bad, I had to give you a lift back to your car.
Yes, no, that was yesterday.
Oh, what day is it today?
Today is Sunday.
Oh, sorry,
I have to ask myself that every day I get up, you know, these days. Advancing years is not a pleasant thing.
The championship for the Quattro Group British Supersport is led by Luke Stapleford. He's got a 55-point lead over Jack Kennedy and then Ollie Bayliss, with Dean Harrison in fourth place. And on the front row for this race, I had Ben Curry, who's kind of on the recovery, but he's still not 100%. Then Harry Trulove, Oliver Barr, Carter Brown, Corey Tinker and Lucas Brown, the top 10 in the championship. But as they make their way around for their installation lap, our man is down there once again on the grid, primed and ready to pounce on that front row and front couple of rows.
Sadly, without Ollie Bayliss, I don't know whether you picked up the news that I did. Ollie had that big off coming out of Barn Corner in qualifying earlier on. Well, he was assessed at the medical centre. We have a very proficient medical centre and medical team. It's almost like a mini A&E department that follows us around, and such were the bits and pieces that Ollie and the medical team weren't happy with. He's been transferred off to a local hospital for further investigation on that one, and we await news as to what the prognosis for that, or diagnosis for that, is. But suffice to say that he ain't going to be in this race, which is a big, massive hit on his championship, effectively, given that he missed the first couple of rounds due to his World Championship duties, and he needed every point he could get. But hopefully he might be given a clean bill of health for tomorrow. Shane Byrne just about to move in and grab a quick word with the pole position setter Luke Stapleford, who will be, whilst he will not wish Ollie Bayliss any ill, he'll look at this as an opportunity to do that. Well, here's Jack Kennedy down here. He's just got his dad Paddy down here as well. Jack, that wasn't in the script, a little tip-off earlier on, but hopefully you can put it right and get that first win of the season at what is the team's home round here.
Yeah, that's the plan. Obviously, it wasn't the plan to crash in qualifying, but somehow after one flying lap, we still managed to put second on the grid, so it wasn't all disaster, and not too much damage, and I'm okay as well, which is the main thing. So yeah, we get that win. It's been too long. I'm definitely very hungry for it, so let's see if we can pull it off in this one.
And with Ollie not being on the grid as well, it's important to pull them points back as well. Yeah, he just nods the head there. He's his teammate down here, Dean Harrison. Dino, enjoy them couple of laps on Keogh's bike, Dean.
Yeah, I was steady away, really nice to wave at the crowd. It's good for them to see an iconic bike having a few laps at Cadwell Park, so shame he couldn't make it himself and have a bit of a ride round, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So hopefully you can turn this one into a podium.
No, it won't through lack of trying. Hopefully try and get a decent start and settle in. I've struggled a few bits this weekend. I felt 100% comfortable, but Bill 600 Honda's working reasonable, so I'm looking forward to getting stuck in, really.
Good lad. Thanks very much, Dean. The rider that's now based in the Isle of Man there is Harry Trulove, the one and only Trulove brother that's now upholding honours. Well, I see you know about winning round here. It happened a couple of times in the past, but local track and big lots of local support for you this weekend.
Yeah, always loads of home support at Cadwell, isn't there? It's definitely one of the best crowds of the season. But as you say, won a few times here, just try and add to the tally.
Yeah, and without our kid as well, a little bit of pressure upholding local honour as well for the Trulove family.
I don't know, I think most of the pressure's on Lee Bob, isn't it? So I'm just here to back him up. We'll see how we get on. You know, the front three are pretty quick this weekend, so it's going to be a long 12 laps around here, so we'll see how we get on.
Wish you well. Put the pressure on the brother-in-law there, then why don't you? Lee Bob Jackson, and just as Luke Stapleford just puts the crash helmet on, we'll just grab a quick word. Luke, you've no doubt heard the news that Ollie's out of this race, and we don't know whether he'll be fit for tomorrow. So that championship lead at the top, it's all about protecting this as ever. But you know you've got to be in a fight with it around Cadwell like you always are.
Yeah, I enjoyed Cadwell, as I've said to everyone. So, you know, concentrate on my job and just try and do what I've done all year. Obviously, I wish Ollie all the best, but equally, I'm just trying to stay in my lane and crack on with the job that we need to do.
Thanks, Luke. Yeah, as ever, the consummate professional there. He is very focused on the grid and the championship leader there. He has been out, notwithstanding that they threw the best of the world championship at him at Thruxton, yet he still increased his championship lead down there in Hampshire a couple of weeks ago when we had the likes of Channon Chu and Josh Watley, as well as Ollie Bayliss out there, just making life a little bit difficult for the championship leader. And remember, he won this championship just 11 years ago, back in 2015. He was the British Supersport champion back then, was Lucas Stapleford. He'd retired and he came back a few years ago, and now looking to try and add to that tally. But he knows that the two factory holders alongside him in the shape of Jack Kennedy and Dino Harrison, they will give him a run for the money. And likewise, keep your eye on that McCamm's Yamaha of Has a True Love, the number 72 of Max Wadsworth, and the number 29 of Lucas Brown. They're there on row number 2 of the grid as well. We are just about set to go with this one, sadly without Ollie Bayliss. Our very best wishes if you are tuned in just whilst you are just getting a little bit of treatment, Ollie, and our fingers crossed that you will be back with us and fighting fit to go tomorrow, but we await that news in due course, boys.
And here, Larry, and so see all of us. Get well soon, Ollie Bayliss. If you're listening in from Hull Hospital, we saw the social media post, and we were updated from BSB. It was a fairly nasty high side, but it was the way, Alan, that we watched the bike unfortunately follow him into the wreck to sail was the real unfortunate piece.
It was really unpleasant to watch, wasn't it? So all the best. Get well soon.
Get well soon, Ollie. We'll hopefully see you back. Hopefully gets a clean bill of health and we get him back for tomorrow's feature race. That would be interesting. If not, we just want him back at the track. That'll make us feel better. But it's sprint time for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship race. Number 1 of the weekend at their party in the park. 30 seconds until the warm-up lap. I've told you that Luke Stapleford leads the championship. And how focused did he sound on the grid there? You know that there are different types of interviews, pre-race and post-race, Alan, and we love them both.
Laser.
Yeah. Laser focused. Jack
focused.
Kennedy as well, who ended the interview just nodding to Larry, which I like. But as they make their way on their warm-up lap, it is Luke Stapleford, our championship leader on the Scars Ducati, who is in pole position from Jack Kennedy and his teammate Dean Harrison. Honda UK with both the CBR 600s on the front row of the grid. Second row, 44 Harry Truelove, 72 Max Wadsworth and 29 Lucas Brown. Row 3, 16 Jamie Davies, 73 Jack Mahaffey and 61 Ben Curry. We saw Ben Curry limbering up before the start of this. He's just back after injury, after pretty serious injury as well. The fourth row, Oliver Barr on 24, 48 Cam Hall and 2 TJ Toms. Row 5, 37 Corey Tinker on the JDM Ducati. With 93 Mikey Hardy, the teammate to Jack Mahaffey on the second of the Astro JGR Hippo Suzukis. And 78 Freddie Barnes on the Sencat Triumph, teammate to Lee Johnson. Lee not racing this weekend, still injured. And we'll hopefully see the General back in the not too distant future. I think he's already maybe left. I don't think he was staying. I did ask him. Row 6, Cameron Fraser on 66, 74 Carter Brown, who fell off in the first lap of qualifying, and 14 James McManus. With the 7th row, 19 Harvey Claridge, 3 Ben Tolliday and 7 Joshua Bannister. And on row 8, Hayden Nelson on bike number 18, all on his own. 22 super sport bikes, 2 cup bikes out there is the other thing that we need to keep our eye on, because we do very much have Jake Major Bird, who is one of our cup bikes. He's super stock actually. It's Ben Tolliday who's cupping this class, and Ben Tolliday has been putting together some pretty fast laps. And as Larry Carter rightfully said, I think he actually spoke to Ben. I was actually making my way back up from downstairs, listening to that interview, but Michael Large Taylor, yeah. So we'll look forward to seeing the Cup guys, see who gets in the mix of the Cup. I said to Alan Hyde, I'm going to sit down for this race, and I'm already standing up, Heidi.
We have to see the start of the race,
it's the law. Actually, it is the law. It's written in the ACU handbook that you must stand up to watch the start of any race, no matter where you are.
And we're so close.
And Larry Carter's up as well. Here we go, super sport time around Cardwell Park. It's race number 1. It is their sprint race, and we are just getting ready to go. Alan Woods clears the front of the grid. We're now under starters' orders. Watch the light gantry. Red lights on. And away we go down towards turn number 1. It's a great start from the front row of the grid. And here comes Harry Truelove as well. Hazard Truelove trying to menace in beside both Hondas. But it's Stapleford and Truelove through turn number 1. A really strong start for Harry Truelove from the second row of the grid to get himself up into the mix and be right on the back of Luke Stapleford at the end of the straight. In fact, Truelove goes through. Truelove takes the lead as they go into Charlie's 1 and 2. That was a lovely bit of moving from Harry Truelove to get the number 44 McCams Yamaha up ahead of Stapleford and Kennedy. Ever opportunistic, straight through on Luke Stapleford as well. Doesn't want to hold back at all. And this only a 12-lap race. There's not a lot of time. Third place for Luke Stapleford. Fourth place for Dean Harrison. Then is that Jack Mahaffey in fifth place? It certainly is. Mahaffey ahead of Lucas Brown. Good start for Mahaffey and for Brown. Then it's Ben Curry. Then it looks like it's Max Wadsworth on the sole Macadam Triumph that we have out there. Oliver Barr a little bit wide. Looked like it was almost side-to-side contact with Oliver Barr and another rider there. We just caught a glimpse of that. That could have been another JDM bike, or it might have been Jamie Davies actually in the XMT Triumph. As we come through the mountain for the first time of asking, you can actually see them leaping past and then accelerate hard towards Hall Bend. Through Hall Bends they come through the woodland section of the track. Mahaffey wide, curb to grass, and then manages to keep the bike on the track. Turn around to see Alan Hyde smiling in the studio like a Cheshire cat there, but Mahaffey really doing a great job there. A bit wide and lucky to get away with that was Jack Mahaffey. Apex curb to the exit of the track, and yeah, there wasn't a lot left. Lucas Brown wants to try and come up the inside, but he can't do. Mahaffey holds on to that fifth place for the time being as they make their way through Coppice, over Charlie's 1 into Charlie's 2. The second part of Charlie's opens up onto the park straight, and you've got to get yourself a good exit here. Mahaffey's down. Jack Mahaffey goes down. Well, I have to say that looked like it was coming from the middle of Hall Bends. He's tucked in front going through Charlie's. The Hippo Suzuki slides across the ground, and a change of lead at the far end of park straight for Jack Kennedy. Kennedy goes to the front of Harry Truelove. Truelove tries to turn it underneath Kennedy. That's a big manoeuvre from Hazard Truelove, and through he goes. Lovely stuff. That was opportunistic from Harry Truelove. He saw a tiny opportunity and he went straight back through. And Hazard, with that moustache, our Nige, as we sometimes call him in the commentary, because it is a proper Nigel Mansell moustache that he's wearing. But watch the yellow bike at the top of your screen if you can see the big screen. Yeah, Mahaffey just folds the front down. He goes. The bike, thankfully, didn't roll into too many bits, so it stayed on the right-hand side. But a great shame for the Astro JGR Hippo team once again. Another slide off for Jack Mahaffey, but I've got to say that did look like it was coming from the Hall Bends as he rattled one curb and then bounced down the grass on the other side of the track. Harry Truelove, number 44, leads away from Jack Kennedy and Luke Stapleford. In fourth place, menacing as ever, Dean Harrison. He's been on the podium once this year in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. Then in fifth place, got to say, very impressive run for Dean Harrison, for Ben Curry. Curry sits there, just back off injuries, not 100%, but he's fit enough to ride. But he knows this is just about him trying to maintain some sort of points in the championship. He's probably not going to have the race pace or the fitness to tackle these guys at the front. And here comes Kennedy, winding up. The CBR 600 pops out from the slipstream on Harry Truelove, but Truelove strong on the brakes and also dangles the leg across the nose of Jack Kennedy's bike, which almost stops Kennedy going through at that moment. By the time I finished that sentence, we're already coming through the top of Chris Curve into the gooseneck. This was where we saw the last lap, a really strong manoeuvre from Harry Truelove as he went through on the inside there. We did like that. We liked it a lot. And Truelove is looking strong on this number 44 McCams Raceways R9 as they come back in towards the chicane from the exit of Mansfield. Through the right, through the left. That's where we saw Lewis Rollo picking up David Allingham earlier on. And they just follow Truelove in towards the bottom of the mountain. And we need to keep our eyes very much on Ben Curry, but also behind Ben Curry. There's a gap of half a second back to Lucas Brown. Here we see Lucas Brown, 29 on the screen, going into the Hall Bends. He is just ahead of Max Wadsworth, TJ Toms, and Jamie Davies in there, with Carter Brown as well. And then Oliver Barr. There's not really big gaps amongst the pack. It's a bit of a line of bikes behind this there's a bit of a gap back behind Curry, then it's a line of bikes. And here comes Luke Stapleford. He pulls out alongside Jack Kennedy. Kennedy just manoeuvres himself across to the edge of the track, and Stapleford had no room to go through there, couldn't possibly make his way through on the inside. And Kennedy all over the back of Harry Truelove. Now, it's amazing how things change about. Kennedy, 10 seconds ago, was under big pressure from Luke Stapleford. Now he's got huge pressure coming the other way from Jack Kennedy on Harry Truelove. Now that leg's an interesting feature, as up the inside goes Jack Kennedy, and Luke Stapleford tries to go through as well. But did you see the way Truelove throws the leg across the front? He dangles the doctor's leg, but Jack Kennedy almost had to ride through the leg there to get the position. And that is a pretty big move, that, from Harry Truelove. One of these days, I always remember Leon Haslam wearing a bit of a warning tape down the side of his leg as Truelove again up the inside of Kennedy. Kennedy doesn't like this. He won't like this. He'll be rattled by Harry Truelove passing every time he passes, and through on the inside goes Luke Stapleford. That was class. Absolute class from Luke Stapleford in the Scars Ducati. He saw Kennedy being run wide at the bottom of Mansfield by Harry Truelove. He could see what was about to happen, so he knew that he would be lame on the way in towards the chicane. Luke Stapleford got the braking done on the phase on the way in, but could release the brake and take the position away from Jack Kennedy. That was lovely. But Harry Truelove, well, he's shown us now, if somebody passes him, he is going to pass you straight back. Very much the Marc Marquez way of thinking that came to kind of one of the things that people would use in their armoury in MotoGP when Marquez first stepped into Moto2, as Stapleford has a look up the inside but unable to go through, and he needs to follow Truelove through as they go in towards the top of Charlie's, over the crest of Charlie's. Difficult part of the track here. We've seen Jack Mahaffey slide off early on. The track drops away from you, then comes back towards you. And Dean Harrison just sits there in that fourth place watching on as popping out from the slipstream comes the Scars Ducati. They're about to go 3 wide on the brakes. No, Truelove strong on the brakes, but up the inside goes Luke Stapleford. That was lovely. That was controlled aggression from Luke Stapleford. He managed to level Harry Truelove on the brakes, and that's all he needed to do. He didn't need to outbrake Truelove and pass him. Just level him on the inside, and then you have got control of the corner as long as you don't run wide. Joshua Bannister has retired into the pit lane. Oh, that's Corey Tinker who stopped. Now, where is that about? Was that the top of Park Corner on the inside where Corey Tinker stopped? That's a great shame. The number 37 GDM Ducati has come to a halt. Oh, Kennedy has a huge moment leaving the chicane, and that's put him now almost behind Lucas Brown. It has. Lucas Brown's gone past, so Kennedy goes back to 6th place. Looks like, but did he touch the curb through the chicane there, or was he just a little bit greedy, on the actual, I'm going to say, throttle on that Honda, just getting back on. Let's see a replay of this. Kennedy comes in. Did he touch the curb? No, he's just greedy on the throttle on the exit. No, he didn't. He actually ran into the back of Harry Truelove. So that was nothing to do with Jack Kennedy, apart from a slow Harry Truelove on the exit of that corner. Scott Hargreaves in the Honda garage about his kittens, and Ben Curry's got a technical issue. Oh, good grief. All that effort and hard work to come back from injury, to get yourself past fit, to get onto the bike, to go through free practice and qualifying. And the R9 McCam's Yamaha has a technical. What a disaster for Ben Curry as he steps off his bike. I think that was at the last corner at Barn, as Kennedy's now come back past Lucas Brown. And yeah, he won't be too happy with Harry Truelove. There's something must have happened with Truelove and Stapleford that I didn't see that caused Truelove to be slow, because Kennedy just basically rode into the back. Very reminiscent to what we saw Max Cook doing to Leon Haslam at Thruxton, but thankfully Jack didn't come off the bike there. He stayed on the bike. Now, let's see what Kennedy's got in the armoury, Scoop, because he finds himself now the better part of, 2 seconds back? 2.1 seconds back. Let's see what Kennedy can do in the next lap and a half, 2 laps, to see if he can get up towards the back of his teammate Dean Harrison. But that was a lucky one. Kennedy very much getting away with that, not tripping over himself completely and falling off. But as they all make their way in towards Hall Bends, it is Luke Stapleford who leads the way from Harry Truelove and Dean Harrison back onto the podium. And on the podium, with a nice decent gap behind him as we go to the half-distance part of this race. Do you think there'll be team orders in this, Scoop? Is that something we would ever see? I wouldn't have thought so from Honda UK. But Dean Harrison would not want to give up a podium for his teammate, that's for sure. But that gap, 2.1 seconds, 2 seconds as he crossed the line. So Jack Kennedy has managed to take a little bit of time back. Fastest lap of the race for Ben Curry at 1:29.142. Let's see if Kennedy can eat into that on this next lap or two and see if he can get himself up towards the back of his teammate. The gap sits at 2 seconds after the slight incident that they had. As up on the inside, a change at lead. That was a fairly robust move from Harry Truelove. And all that helps into Jack Kennedy's palms. It really does. That was Harry Truelove. making a more or less block pass, but running wide at the same time as he did it in towards Park. Jack Kennedy will have seen that in the distance. Watch the replay on the big screen here. From a long way back, Trulove just releases a bit of brake pressure, then struggles to stop it. Has a bit of a kick from the back end out onto the exit curb. Was that a shake of the head from Luke Stapleford as well? Don't think Stapleford will be too happy with that one. We're about to get an angry little Stapleford again, Larry Carter, and he'll be coming your way after this race. And it'll be directed towards Harry Trulove. But let's see what happens towards the last part of this race. Trulove keeping the Yamaha honours very much open and good as they make their way through Hall Bends. But Luke Stapleford just gnawing away a little bit of enamel underneath that RI helmet, grinding his teeth as Dean Harrison gets closer to the action. And never mind Dean Harrison, look at the number 4 bike behind him. Last time, the gap as he crossed the line, it was let's see what it is. It's now down to 9/10 of a second, 7/10 of a second. Jack Kennedy has eaten into that one massively, and the new fastest lap of the race for Jack Kennedy as Luke Stapleford takes the lead from Harry Trulove, and Trulove sticks it straight back through on the inside. 1:28.8 last time around for Jack Kennedy. 1:29.4, 1:29.4, 1:29.4 for the guys ahead. Kennedy on an absolute mission. Stapleford up the inside. Trulove late on the brakes, but Stapleford's going to walk this one through on the inside. And thankfully doesn't run wide on the exit, because Harry Trulove was lining that one up for the old switchback on the exit of the corner and trying to come back through. But this battle at the sharp end, the lead changing, has just brought Jack Kennedy straight back into this. Kennedy, if he could get past all these guys, looks like he's got the pace to just disappear at the front. But
did we get an answer on team orders?
We didn't get an answer on team orders from Larry. I don't know if Larry was near Honda, but I don't think we need to anymore.
No.
It's not as if Dean Kennedy's going to roll over, lay down and let him in, that's for sure, is it? It's very much Jack Kennedy's fought his way up towards the back. But this is a very valid point in the championship as we get towards the business end of it. Jack Kennedy sits in second place. We have got Dean Harrison, who sits in fourth place in the championship. Kennedy really, as Harry Trulove uses the grass in towards the hairpin, has he managed to get that through? Yes, he has. Harry Trulove's frightening me a little bit now, Alan Hyde. Just a little bit. There's a few things that are making me wince and tighten up. But that grassy excursion for Harry Trulove has opened the door for Luke Stapleford, who now leads on lap 9 with a 1.2 second lead. Here comes Kennedy passing his teammate through. He goes on the inside. It doesn't matter. Team orders were never going to affect the outcome of that. Trulove was going to hold the second place in towards turn 1, but Kennedy was coming past his teammate. 2/3 distance has now been completed in the race. Number 8 on the red and black Scars Ducati has a 1.2 second lead as they climb up in towards Park. Here comes Kennedy about to move up the inside of Harry Trulove, and he will do, and that's hopefully the last you'll see of Harry Trulove in Jack Kennedy's eyes as he runs him out towards the edge of the track. In fact, Harry Trulove run himself out towards the edge of the track there. He is really flirting with the outer extremities of the track.
This could be a remarkable win.
It could, well, for Kennedy, it could be, but he's got to catch his absolute arch nemesis, who is Luke Stapleford. And you know what? I think they need to all count themselves lucky that Ollie Bayliss isn't in this race, because that would be another fly very much in the ointment, who would be giving everybody all sorts of headaches. And who knows, Bayliss might be where Stapleford is right now. In towards the bottom of the mountain they come on lap 9 out of 12. Stapleford crests the mountain, as does Jack Kennedy, Harry Trulove, and Dean Harrison. They've all gone through in towards Hall Bends. Behind that, we've got Max Wadsworth in 5th place. Really strong showing from Max Wadsworth, ahead of Lucas Brown, TJ Toms, Oliver Barr, his teammate Carter Brown behind him, and then Mikey Hardy, the sole remaining Astro JJR Hippo Suzuki, in 10th place. P1 1.2 lap 3 is the board from Jack Ford. That rhymes. Given to Luke Stapleford. There we go. It's a rhyming pitch down there for those guys. That 1.2 second lead's actually gone up to 1.4 second lead for Luke Stapleford now, and that will sit pretty with the new fastest lap of the race going his way on the last time across the line, a 1:28.762. What's Dean Harrison got left in the locker for Hazard Trulove? Can we get Dino onto the podium once again? Honda would think that would be a bit of a dream. But the gap at the front is 1.4 seconds. We'll keep our eye on that. You said it could be a remarkable victory. Couple of laps left. Anything's possible when it comes to Jack.
Luke has responded, hasn't he?
Yeah,
he's responded with a fastest lap of the race. He knows what's coming.
Yeah, it's red with a big number 4 on it, and it's Jack Kennedy. And you just can't afford to give Jack Kennedy any chance, any option. And Jack knows the same about Luke Stapleford as well, as they come through the chicane before the bottom of the mountain. Put in some years ago just to slow the bikes down on the entrance towards the mountain. And here we see them coming through, up over the crest. 1, 2, Then 3-4. I think the battle's on for the last step on the podium as Harry Truelove again heads weirdly towards the edge of the track as they come in towards Hall Bend. He would not want to give this podium away to the Honda of Dean Harrison, but Dino, well, you never know. He might just stick that in a position where it's not wanted. It looked like they were side by side on the run down towards Barn in the background. And no, it's actually Harrison who couldn't get through on the inside of Harry Truelove there. But this one will run towards the end. Dean right underneath the bubble on that CBR 600RR as they go through the first banked corner at Coppice in towards Charlie's 1, over the crest into Charlie's 2 here at Cadwell Park. Lovely flowing series of bends which leads you onto that park straight. The gap at the front, 1.2 seconds. So Jack did manage to take 0.2 of a second back out off Luke Stapleford, but Stapleford managing the race and finessing it hopefully towards the end. He and his team will be hoping for. The cherry picker at the top of park is very high in the air, actually. Just when you think about that, that's a very, very high vantage point for our cameraman to look. As a little bit of movement from the rear of Dino, and we look behind Dino to see Wadsworth Brown, Toms, Carter Brown now ahead of Oliver Barr as well. And Max Wadsworth putting in a really stellar performance here on the Triumph as he almost runs off the edge of the track at the top of the gooseneck. Well, we've lost one Triumph, we don't want to lose another one, that's for sure. Get well soon, Ollie Bayliss, who is in hospital not taking part in this race. But Max Wadsworth on number 72, putting a really good showing together. Top 5 would just be the ticket. Carter Brown's actually pulled away from Oliver Barr, got himself onto the back of TJ Toms, and OB just doesn't appear to too much be at the races this weekend, which is a strange one for Oliver. I thought Cadwell Park was one of the circuits that he loved, but it just seems to be a little bit shy on overall speed. As they cross the line, Luke Stapleford starts his final lap of the race, and his gap has now gone up to 1.4 seconds. We look a little bit further back to see still Harry Truelove holding Dean Harrison at bay. Dino hasn't had a look anywhere around the circuit at Cadwell Park at Harry Truelove. So he's followed him for quite some time now. He needs to try and get a good run through the exit of park here, get tucked in and see if he can make a manoeuvre at the top of the hill, but he's not close enough in the slipstream as they come up park, and Harry Truelove, that's defending wildly on the way to the corner. As long as he makes the apex and can stop it, yeah, that'll be good. As Lucas Brown up the inside of Max Wadsworth, and he makes that manoeuvre work. Good stuff for Lucas Brown on the MSG Suzuki, back into 5th place. Lucas Brown, a top 5 would just be what the MSG team would like, and Lucas getting faster every time he throws a leg over that 750 Suzuki as Harry Truelove holds his own from Dean Harrison down to the bottom of Mansfield. And meanwhile, the leaders have gone through the chicane where Truelove and Harrison are. And Stapleford will just be going in through the bottom of the mountain, about to crest that mountain, as it looks like Harry Truelove has just done enough to keep this 3rd place. He won't shave the moustache off with the 3rd place, but he will with a win. That's not going to happen today, as Luke Stapleford is leading the way with 1.4 seconds on his Scars Ducati, and he looks in fine form as he comes in towards the last corner, managing the race towards the end, out of the corner. Here comes Luke Stapleford down towards the checker flag. The Scars team celebrates a victory for Stapleford. It's 2nd for Kennedy, and here comes Dean Harrison side by side across the line, but it's Harry Truelove who just manages to hold that one from Dean Harrison. Lucas Brown takes 5th from Max Wadsworth, and a really good strong showing at the end. TJ Toms comes home in 7th place, Carter Brown 8th, Oliver Barr 9th, and Mikey Hardy in 10th place. James McManus tripping up a little bit in the last corner there, losing a couple of positions. He'll go down behind Fraser and Claridge down to 15th place. And Ben Tolliday comes across the line in 17th place. He'll take the Cup honours, and our only Cup runner who was actually in that race as well in 17th place. But it's all about the Scars Racing Ducati man. A 128.762, fastest lap of the race, a race victory, a 1.5 second lead across the line. It wasn't easy. Oh, and Oliver Barr's crashed on the in-lap. Oliver Barr has gone down on the in-lap. Let's hope that Oliver hasn't had a moment wheeling that and gone down the road. Lennon Doherty did that many years ago at Donington and got a serious reprimand from Stuart Higgs. And it sounds like Icky's just fallen over in the back room as well. So everything going on at once at the end of this race. OB's up on his feet and perfectly okay, as the Port West Race Safe Marshals now are in attendance. Let's watch this one. What did he do? What did he do? Well, he's just come off the bike. We didn't actually see it, but he has gone down on the rundown park up towards the park corner. Thankfully, A-OK. But as we were saying, it's a win for Luke Stapleford, and it's a championship increasing for Luke Stapleford as he does a beautiful wheelie over the mountain. But he didn't have that all his own way. There was a few flies in the ointment for him Jack Kennedy, Harry Truelove, to name a few. Kennedy comes home with a very well-deserved second place here. He fought hard for that, considering he was back with Lucas Bown at one point in that race. And Hazard Truelove on the podium. He did not want to go down without a fight in that one. Whenever somebody passed him, Hazard was very much straight back. Number 24, Fowler at Charlie's. The rider is okay. We'll find out what happened to Oliver Barr another day, no doubt. But thankfully, up on his feet and okay as the leaders make their way, or the winners make their way back into their finishing positions on the start-finish grid. And once again, our man Larry Carter is down there in the mix of it, ready to get all of the reaction.
Well, it's another victory, a 6th win of the season for Luke Stapleford, and he increases his lead at the head of the championship. Here is Ben Kerry just making his way down there. Let's just see if we can just grab a quick word with Ben. Ben, what went wrong there?
The chain snapped coming out of the hairpin. Super random. I don't know. I don't understand. Normally they snap over the mountain, not out of the hairpin. So weird one.
Yeah, well, it's not what you needed on a comeback, but anyway, things happen for a reason, don't they? Luke Stapleford then takes that victory, and he gets the congratulations of the SCARS Ducati. That's an acronym for what is it? Scarlett, Charlie, Alfie, Reggie and Sol, the 5 names of the kids of the team owners. Let's just grab a quick word with Luke. It's happy little Stapleford down here. He's got a smile on his face. And once you saw off the opposition there, Luke, then that win was always going to come.
Yeah, steady start. Tricky to get by the guys in front, but we knew what speed we had. I think it's just the fact that it's maybe a little bit warmer than qualifying and practice, so struggled for a bit of grip there, but we've got the speed, so all on tomorrow. The long race may suit us a bit better. Hopefully we can get out of the blocks and not get past at the start and set our own pace really, because I think we've got enough pace to stretch off. So let's see what tomorrow brings.
Important points, that's what it's all about, as the second place rider, Jack Kennedy, just gets the picture from the team. Well, Jack, it's important points. It's not the victory that you wanted, but considering that you were nearly on the deck at one point when you hit the back of Hazard and you were P7, I think it's a deserved podium.
Yeah, crazy race. Can't believe I managed to salvage a P2 after the incident. So lucky to stay on the bike, not sure how I stayed on it, and then I had nearly hit the back of another McCams R9 with Curry's chain came off coming out of hairpin as well, so I had a lot to contend with. I've really done something to my ankle when I had that near crash as well, so I don't know what I've done to it.
All right, well, we'll let you go and get checked out. He's going very, very badly down here. I don't know whether you can see that, Duncan, from your commentary point there, but
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Jack Kennedy says, I've done something to the ankle. And
I can see him, Larry, when he pulled up on the grid, he was head in the tank.
What that was. Ben Tolliday's taking the victory in the Cup class. Let's just go and see if we can grab a quick word with Team Tolly down here. Had the pleasure of knowing Ben and done a little bit of work with him over the years. Well, job done there, Ben. That's all he could do is win the race.
Yeah, that's all we needed to do. It's unfortunately only us here, so not a lot of competition. But you still got to finish, haven't you? I think there was one moment going through, saying to Ben, going through Charlie's, whether the front took, the back went. I'm like, oh, just to stay on. But yeah, happy enough, close enough to another fastest lap. Just some work to do for tomorrow.
Yeah, good lad. Thanks for that, Ben. As we get ready, 15 minutes to go then before the start of, in fact, just a little bit longer than that.
21 minutes.
Yeah, a little bit longer than that, isn't it, before we go with the Superbike race. I'll grab a quick word with Hazard Truelove, and then we'll make our way up to the podium, whereby I know that there'll be lots of messages that have been winging their way into the studio. Keep them coming, because we will do our best to read as many out as we can do. There is Harry Truelove. He's just... We were aware there, Hazard, at one point in time. You nearly had a pillion passenger on the back of you.
Oh yeah, I think going into the chicane, Luke sort of ran a bit deep and then messed his exit up, so I tried to avoid him coming back online. And I felt someone clip the back of me, so there wasn't a lot I could do about it, but obviously it's close racing, so it's what we like to see.
Yeah, it's another podium for you at your local track as well, that's important.
Yeah, keep racking the tally up. I'd like to do it in a few more places, but it's nice to always come here and do it again.
Well, if you're going to get it, you might as well get it in your backyard where you've only got 20 minutes back home, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly, get on the beers sooner.
Well, hopefully he's not on the beer too soon before he can go celebrate that one. But Luke Stapleford then just about to undergo the TV interviews. We'll head up to the podium, Al. So with that, just back to you for a couple of minutes.
Larry, thank you very much indeed. The podium is ready and waiting for you. So as soon as you get up there with the riders, then we'll look forward to the festivities. We'll take a quick break here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, and catch up after that with a few of your messages on WhatsApp. All of that's coming up on 88.0.
With all the Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits two wheels can bring.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive, only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
With all the British Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
With your permission, I'll jump straight in there because we're getting urged on by TV to get the podium done. Let's get them out here then. In race 15, round 8 of the Quattro Group British Super Sport Championship, and onto the podium for the 3rd time this season from McCann's Yamaha, Harry Truelove. There you go, Haz. P3, congratulations. Whichever end you want, mate, we're not too fussy. 2nd position for Honda Racing UK and for Ireland. 10th podium for Jack Kennedy. The walking wounded onto the podium there. And taking a 6th win of the season for Scars Racing Ducati, the race winner, Luke Stapleford. And the team award as well, if you want to just group there, Grant, then that is the Scars Racing Ducati squad who get the team award. And we'll ask one of our friends from Zin to make the podium presentation to the 3rd place rider, the blue-clad figure of Harry Truelove. He gets a trophy and a handshake for his troubles, the 3rd podium of the season. Jack Kennedy, 10 podiums now, still searching for that elusive victory for Honda Racing UK at their home track. The Dubliner gets his 10th trophy of a season. And taking that 6th win, increasing the championship lead for Scars Racing Ducati, the race winner, Luke Stapleford. And it is the Scars Racing Ducati squad that, as we get soaked there. Well, old Staple. Richard, how the hell did we manage to stay dry there? I just, you know that, when you have that inevitable collision, you know, when you're skidding on ice or something and you just see the barriers or the car in front of you coming up and you just know you're just waiting for that impact. We were just waiting there, me and Richard down here, and God knows how we stayed dry there. Did you stay dry? Yeah, just about. Yeah, we've got one of our dignitaries down here who's just, he says he's wetter than if he'd fallen in a bath. But anyway, typical Stapleford, just reprobate. Vincent was lurking around down here. He managed to stay dry as well, I'm not too sure. But that eventually Oh, Stapleford, you won't bother when you get back to that awning, mate. Grant Bunting wants a word with you as well. Well done, Hazard. Well done, Jack.
Blue fucking piece of shit.
I consider. Apologies if there was any choice language there that just got picked up in the background.
There was, sorry.
But yeah, apologies. The kids see worse in the playground these days, don't they? But anyway, apologies if that little bit of expletive that Jack Kennedy was issued in the direction of Luke Stapleford, who ambushed him on the podium, then he was less than enamoured with that one. Anyway, with that, we dodged a bullet there on the podium, Al. With that, we can start the build-up to the first of 3 British Superbike Championship races here at Cadwell this weekend. And remember, folks, if you play your part out there, we'll send the riders across to you at the end of this race, but only if you really, really want us to.
Well, do you want to ask them again then, Larry?
Well, we can put it to the test, couldn't
I think we should,
yeah. What about it? Let's. Me and Richard are just going to go out here and what have you. Richard, who's in his first year at British Superbikes here at Cadwell Park. So at the end of this race, we've got a very good chance, ladies and gents, that the riders, the top 3 in the race, which we're about to watch, will finish all the podium presentations here, and then what we'll do is we'll get them across there into the crowd, but only if you want them. Now, we're going to have a pretty big cheer here if we're going to do this. So you guys at the front straight at Cadwell Park, at the end of this race, are we going to get the riders out in the crowd? I think we can probably do a bit better than that, Richard.
That was much better than before,
It was
Larry.
better, yeah. Now, come on. At the end of this one, folks, we've got to. This is your chance now, because on this, Richard, who's the adjudicator down here, he will give us a yay or a nay on this one. So, Cadwell Park, come on. At the end of this race, are we going to the riders out in the crowd? Yeah, OK, folks, yeah, yes. We'll do it. We've done a deal, you've bought it. We're going to get the riders out of the crowd at the end of this one.
That's very good news indeed, Larry Carter. Thank you very much. As we are getting ready now for the first race of the weekend, the first race of 3. It's an 18-lap race for the British Superbikes. Duncan is poised and ready. I just want to get through a couple of these messages before I get over to Duncan and talk about the grid as it lines up after the Omologato Super Pole that we enjoyed earlier on today. And this is a really serious message. And Rebecca, I'm talking very much to you and your mum. I saw your email this morning and was poised to read the message out tomorrow, which I will probably do as well as today, because you have just sent us a WhatsApp just before 3 o'clock today. And I'll just read the message out. It says, "Hi, my name is Rebecca. I bought camping tickets for this weekend, but I'm afraid I couldn't camp because I've got to also see my mum in hospital and she is on end-of-life care. It was unforeseen circumstances, but I would like a shout out to her as she has loved coming here for many, many years and lots of memories have been made." So Debbie, hopefully you've heard that, and Rebecca is missing you very much here at Cadwell Park, but hopefully those great memories will keep you both going over the course of this weekend. And Rebecca, I will shout you both out once again tomorrow. So Rebecca and Debbie, thoughts are with you both, and hopefully you're making the most of the opportunity to be here at Cadwell Park. Happy birthday to Stefan, who is 60. He's currently having a snooze before the next race. That's from Simon. Thank you, Simon. And Sally says a shout out to George Hudson, please. First time at Cadwell Park, here with his granddaughter Holly. Travelled here from Great Yarmouth and love you loads from Dad. Thank you, Sally, for sending that one in. Aaron from Leeds, big shout out to my wife Leanne. It's her first time at BSB at Cadwell Park. Big kiss from Aaron. Thank you very much indeed. And hi to Leanne as well. And wishing Jack a very happy birthday for tomorrow. Love from all of your family. Ben, thank you for sending that in. I think we could possibly get maybe one more in before we get over to Duncan and get the grid announced before Larry gets the chance to speak to the riders down there on the grid. This one says, we get these a few times. They didn't hear this the first time. Can you do it again, please? Please say a big thank you to Hayley and Paul, who always look after us at the track and for getting us a good spot. They get up early and I don't, and we always miss their shout out. We did that again. Safe racing, boys. Hope everyone is having an amazing weekend. That's from Kaz and from Andy as well. It's on WhatsApp 07482 877 877 07482 877 877. Your first name and your message on WhatsApp to that number. But in the meantime, we've got a busy pit lane now, and we are getting ready for our first race of the weekend for the Zin British Superbikes. In the commentary box is Duncan.
Thank you very much, Alan Hyde. 18 laps of Superbike action, and as we look from the commentary box down towards the track, yeah, busy pit lane, busy track as well. The grid boards are at the front of the track. Race number 1, round number 8. Great stuff, Cadwell Park. The party in the park. And we can see the TNT guys getting there a little bit live, filming done as well. James Hayden on the grid with Jamie Whittam, Shane Byrne, and all held together by Matt Roberts. The glue that keeps the TNT guys together. None other than the great Matt Roberts. But what we are going to do for you is give you the grid for this 18-lap race, because Bradley Ray is on pole with his Raceways Yamaha, from Rory Skinner on the Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha, and Kyle Reid on the Nitrous Coin Nitrous Competition Ducati. After a impressive... what do you think of Superpole, Alan? The Omologato Superpole gave us exactly what we wanted.
What do I think of a
speed.
Omologato Superpole? It is a spectacle. It's exciting. And here in the commentary box, it's a little bit fraught.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah.
But it gave us what we expected. 1 lap of sheer speed, and it was delivered by a lot of riders out there. Storm Stacey's on row 2, alongside Leon Haslam and Joe Talbot. First of the Bimotas. Row 3, Ryan Vickers, Christian Eden and Max Cook, the second of the Bimotas on row 3. Row 4 sees a Hager PBM bike of Scott Redding with Jason O'Halloran and Lee Jackson. Row 5, Glenn Irwin, Eli Michalczyk and Josh Brooks. And the 6th row, Danny Kent, Danny Buchan and Fraser Rogers. That's an interesting row back there. Danny Kent just missing out getting through into the actual Super Pole, having to go out in queue number 1. Row 7, Charlie Spud Nesbitt, Rhys Irwin and Eugene McManus, 2 teammates together along with Spud Nesbitt. And the 8th row is Luke Hedger, Richard Kerr and Braden Elliott. Let's hope that Richard Kerr has a better run in the race than he did in the Q1 moment, because it was not looking good for Richard. It was free practice actually that Richard had the disaster where the bike stopped on him a couple of times. You can see Richard down in pit lane here. Luke Hedger has stopped in the pit lane as well beside Richard. And the bikes who are now transiting from the top, bringing themselves down into the bottom. And look at Honda. Scott Hargreaves and Neil Fletcher about to walk out on the track in full, I'm going to say HM plant Honda. It's just Honda. It doesn't have the HM plant there, but it does look splendid. It really does. A nice tribute livery for Honda as Hargreaves and Fletcher walk on towards the grid. The Hondas are going to look something just a little bit special in this race. And it stirs so many memories of when Ryuichi Kiyonari was on that bike. We've seen Dino riding it around the track earlier on today, and it doesn't look dated at all, that HM plant livery. It was on the bike for so many years, Larry, and it just looked right.
Absolutely, we've got a lot of retro liveries going on this year, haven't we? We've had the old McCam's Cadbury's Boost job, didn't we, at Alton Park?
Made us all want chocolate, didn't it?
It did, and old Hardy was searching every service station known to mankind to try and get a bar of Cadbury's Boost. Well, just whilst we're down here with 7 minutes to go before the pit lane opens, given that, as we said, we don't have the pit lane walkabout, so you perhaps just can't get a quick chat with your local riders, and let me try and do it for you. We've got Richard Kerr down here. Well, Richard, it's been a little bit of a testing time for you just lately, and once again here at Cadwell, you're not having the best of luck, so hopefully you can bounce back before too long.
Yeah, definitely luck was on our side. We had a fuel pump issue earlier, so that's the reason I didn't get any laps, and then went straight into qualifying, trying to catch up again. And my first fly lap on new tyres was like the first proper push lap of the weekend, and I ran out of talent and fell off at the slow chicane. So here we are now, ready to go again.
Well, yeah, that's all you can do, mate. Just keep going. You're doing a great job, mate. Congratulations to Richard Kerr there, the 2 Target Racing Hondas down there. I did see Bushy. Here he is, old Bushy Hedger. What's this about? Somebody told me you fell off a roof, and it was as if this motorbike racing caper's not dangerous enough, Luke.
Superbikes is more health and safety than falling off a roof, apparently. Yeah.
It was, 2 stories that you fell, was it? 20 feet?
Yeah, just over to your stories. I was finishing a job off. It was the Wednesday before Alton Park, so my mindset was getting prepped to come to Alton Park on Thursday, and well, that was my last thought before I fell off a roof.
Oh dear. But the good news is now that you might not be 100% fit, but you're good enough to go again this weekend.
Yeah, no, it's not too bad. Honestly, I thought my lungs would be the one that would be fixed faster than my ribs and my neck. But unfortunately, my lungs are the one taking the battering at the moment. But no, I'm riding a bike. I mean, it could have been worse. I could have been walking, so I'm happy just riding a bike.
Yeah, good stuff, Luke. Thanks for that. Well, we wish you all the best with that one, because it certainly has been a little bit difficult. Danny Buchan doing a piece with TNT Sports, completing his leathers. So he's doing a job presenting as well as actually riding the motorbike this weekend, which is always going to be a little bit fun and games. See Bushy Hedge, he's walking with a pronounced limp, is Luke Hedger. Call him Bushy, of course, the nickname Hedge. What do you expect to be called other than Bushy? But there is Rhys Irwin down here. He's got his shadow, his brother Keelan, alongside him as ever. And how's it going this weekend, Rhys? It's a bit of a challenge here at Cadwell Park, isn't it?
It's always a bit challenging. The whole year, to be fair, has been a bit on the challenging side.
Has it been, you're the reigning sport champion, of course, but has it been a bigger step than what you thought into superbikes?
No, not really. There's just been there's a couple of things I'm struggling with at the minute, but I think when I can try and manage all them and sort of that stuff out, I'm sure I can do a good job. But at the minute, I just keep the head down and keep chipping for now.
But you're doing a great job, mate. You're scoring points more often than you're not, and what have you. And I think as a rookie, that's all you can really do.
Yeah, thank you very much. But keep the head down.
Keep your head down as well. So, brother Keelan is there as ever. He's like his shadow down there. He's Braden Elliott down here. What happened earlier, Braden, as well? Was it a technical issue that you suffered? What was the problem?
Yeah, mate. Unfortunately, we had an engine go on the first lap of quali. So credit to the boys. They've done a good job. They've got another engine and got us out for this race. So hopefully it's all good, and we'll see what we can do.
Just need a bit of luck, don't you? Because you've not had much this season.
No, not really, mate. But honestly, the guys are working so bloody hard. So I really want to do what I can to reward them, because the effort they're putting in behind the scenes is next level. So I'll definitely be digging deep and give my best to try and reward all the team behind me.
Championship's better for having you in it, Braden. Just never ever forget that one, and I sincerely mean that. The Aussie who, these guys come halfway around the world to race motorcycles, and when you're running about towards the back end of the field, there's Eugene McManus down here. He's got his young brother Jimmy down there. I tell you what, Eugene, notwithstanding that little off that you had at Brands Hatch, what a cracking mid-season you've had. You've been a couple of top tens, knocking on the door, podium points every weekend. It's all starting to come together for you.
Yeah, but there's a lot of room for improvement this weekend. Been really gelling, but yeah, it's another race here, and we'll do our best, and I'm looking forward to seeing what I can do. Yeah,
you wouldn't be the racer that you were if you weren't happy with P10s and P9s, but Steve Hickin down here, he's not done a bad job, has he? Considering you got two rookies in the team, Steve, the boys have done you proud reasonably.
Yeah, they're coming now, to be fair, starting to show what we know that they're capable of. Obviously, Cadwell's always tricky for a rookie, so yeah, if Eugene can nail Sector 3 and Riesel was pretty similar in fairness. Just the Sector 3's killing us this weekend.
Every bit at the hairpin and what.
Yeah, tough for him coming into it first time on the big bike here, but we look forward to it. Get a race under our belt here and hopefully have a good go tomorrow.
Might we see Mr. Dunlop before the end of the season on one of your bikes?
It might be, let's see, we might see him in British Supersport before the end of the season.
Aye, okay. Well, there you go. If you don't ask, you don't get to find out. Michael Dunlop in British Supersport before the end of the season. That's a tasty one, isn't it? Donington or Brands Hatch or Assen, potentially, for Mickey D to come and do that particular job. Well, just a couple of minutes to go then to pit lane opening down here. Apart from the riders that are in the garages, then we've had a chat to just about everybody that's made their way down here. Did I see Danny Buchan there in the background there? Dan, just see if this works. Just grab a quick word, mate, before you put the helmet back on. Last time I saw you, you're a TV presenter. What's this about being a superbike racer again?
No, Larry, I'm still a TV presenter. I'm just having a little go round now on the motorbikes.
You're doing stuff in the leathers now instead of the TNT Sports gig.
Yeah, I'll be doing all of it.
Good lad, good lad. Enjoying it, Dan?
Cheers, mate.
Are you enjoying it back on a bike?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you after 18 laps round here.
Yeah, he says it seemed a good idea at the time, didn't it? Yeah. But anyway, that is Danny Buchan. It's great to have him back on the grid. 1.5 minutes to go till pit lane opens. We're going to head out there now. So with that, back to the studio.
He's such a cool character, isn't he? Absolutely brilliant. Danny Buchan down there getting ready for 18 laps around Cadwell Park, as indeed are we. And in the commentary box is Duncan.
Ready to go, Al. Ready to go. 18 laps around here. Danny Buchan is such a lovable soul. And
a great character,
he'll
isn't he?
feel every one of these 18 laps around here, every one of the 2.1 miles that he's going to do. But you know what? He'll dig deep and he'll give it his absolute best for that MET Fona Cab.
He was going great in
team.
qualifying.
He was going well in qualifying. And the thing is, Danny can be a bit of a racer. He'll latch onto the back of this. And, you know, if he can finish this race for that team, give them some really valuable data, that's what they're looking for. That's what Andrew Irwin and Graham Irwin have put him in there. Well, not Andrew, that's what Graham Irwin's put him in there for. Graham, effectively, is the team boss. It's Graham's deal that's been put together for Andrew for this year. And interesting to speak to the likes of Rhys Irwin and Eugene McManus down there as well. That, you know, the two rookies, it's never an easy thing to jump into Superbike class anyway. They've got a lot of work to do, but making the best of what they've got around them with that Master Mac Hawk Honda team. And Braden Elliott, you know, Braden was without a ride for quite some time and then managed to get put on the NP Racing Honda. It's maybe been a good thing for Braden to go back to that small size of team just to remind himself what it was like when he was in the C&L Fairburn. No, he wasn't. He was in the what was he in Superstock again? Remind me, Larry. Filtration, CF Filtration team. Just a small little team. You know, Braden doing a fabulous job for Neil Pearson, giving him faster lap times than he's had in quite some time. But as the bikes make their way onto track, we've already given you the grid. It's out there. It's Brad Ray on pole with Rory Skinner and Kyle Ryde. Then we have got the second row, Storm, Stacey Leon Haslam and Joe Talbot. Ryan Vickers, look for Vickers. He's on that beautiful HM Plant replica Honda. He's alongside Christian Iden and Max Cook with Redding, O'Halloran and Jackson on row 4. Row 5, Glenn Irwin, Eli Michalczyk and Josh Brooks, with Danny Kent, Danny Buchan and Fraser Rogers. Charlie Nesbitt has Rhys Irwin and Eugene McManus for company, with Luke Hedger, Richard Kerr and Braden Elliott. This is going to be 18 laps of fun around the 2.1 mile Cadwell Park circuit. I can't wait till the bikes come around here. And it's always great to get Larry Carter down there on the grid and he gets into the riders, and you always get a different pre-race interview than you do a post-race interview. Why are you looking up towards the sky, Alan?
Well, it's gone a bit darker, isn't it? The sunshine has gone in. I don't think there's any threat of any inclement weather, but it has got a bit darker in the run-up to this.
Shall I call you the harbinger of doom again?
No, because I'm going to look it up and just reassure myself.
Yeah. You look it up on the actual weather app and decide what you want to do then. Stuart Higgs has also been looking that way, actually, up towards the sky. It's quite interesting what happens. He's doing that and he's actually shaking his head. So there may be something coming in behind us that we don't know about.
It'll be fine. 6 o'clock.
That's absolutely fine then. No problem whatsoever. Bikes making their way around this Cadwell Park circuit. Have you picked your favourite? Have you seen the Honda replica beautiful tribute livery? What do you think? Snap that sticker on social media and tag the BSB to show that you were at Cadwell Park. Just how cool that livery is. But as the bikes make their way out towards the grid, once again, our man down there, I can see him beside the Rocket Auction Performance qualifying arch. It's none other than Larry Carter.
Yeah, there is one or two black clouds. If you just look out towards the Mansfield gooseneck sector of the track, just one or two.
I'm going with Alan Hyde, it'll be fine.
Yeah, you can't see it from your, because it's 180 degrees to where you're coming from, and there is just one or two darker clouds just rolling
big cloud
into the situation.
Just been sent a picture just behind our commentary box.
There. Just let me pose this question to Stuart Higgs. Stuart, what is the weather forecast? We're all looking up towards the clouds there. What have you seen on your apps?
Well, we should be good for 40 minutes or so, but this is Cadwell Park, so there's localised weather and there's Cadwell weather.
So, in other words, I said it'd either rain or get dark before night, didn't we? We're going to get right on one of them. Yeah, but hopefully he said nothing for another 40 minutes or so yet. This race is due off at 4:15, and we'll just move in there. I think that we've got the Homologator watch to be presented to Brad Ray here. Another one for the collection. I think this is number 41 in the collection. There we go. We've got the Homologator watch as we get the photographs down here. Homologator very much a partner in this championship, as Tim Keaton gets the pictures for the various social media and websites and everything else on that one. And Brad Ray down here, he put that Super Pole lap in. You've got to put 18 of them together now, Brad, so hopefully these black clouds are going to stay away and we can get a dry race.
Yeah, I think we'll see what the weather does. Hopefully it'll be all right, but not sure what the pace is going to be for this race. Obviously the sprint, the qualifying lap was quite quick, but no, not sure we can do 18 of them. So yeah, settle into a rhythm, and always interesting the first race to see what everyone's got.
Thanks, Brad. Yeah, well, it'd be interesting to see exactly what they do with that one. That is Brad Ray's, Rory Skinner down here, just getting the couple of pictures down here as he just gets the back brake pumped up to make sure that all in order with that one. Ready to go for this one, Rory, giving yourself a fighting chance with that Super Pole lap anyway in the middle of the front row.
Definitely, Larry. It's nice to be back at the sharp end again, just like Thruxton. So, yeah, keen to get stuck into this. I think it should be good. Obviously, everyone's had a bit of a limited amount of dry track time this weekend, so it's going to be the first long runs for basically anyone, I think. So, yeah, I think expect the unexpected, and yeah, see what happens.
See what we can do, Rory. Thanks for that, mate. Good luck on that one. There's Ben Wilson, a former Cadwell Park. You're missing this racing caper, Ben, especially here at Cadwell Park.
Oh, what a track. It's absolutely amazing, but we'll see how Rory does today, and yeah, see if it's the weather stays off.
Yeah, well, you've always had a lot of friends down here. And nice to see Nigel Bosworth down here as well. Steve, is this man bothering you at all? Because we can get the security to throw him off. Nigel Bosworth, as I live and breathe. As he said, been sent off in any more football matches lately, mate?
No, because I only play with good refs now.
It's all right. You don't know where there is any, do you?
I can't see one at the minute, no.
No, not one interviewing you. Good to see you, Boz. Nigel Bosworth, the legend that was the former 250cc rider. Well, from one legend to in the past to one current legend down here. And that is Carl Ryde. He's got Shannon Etheridge, his crew chief there, just making sure that that is the case. He's got your race face on there, Kyle, looking a little bit more focused than what you sometimes do on the grid down here, but great to be here at Cadwell Park, and only important to get away on the front row of the grid.
Yeah, we've done the job we needed to do. Two important ones, get through to Q2 and then did a good Super Pole lap. So, yeah, we've all had a lot of pressure between a lot of us on this grid, but we've all done a good job to get into this position. So, yeah, just need a good start and settle in.
Yeah, and watch out for them dodgy golfers as well across there, that is for sure. Well, nice to see there's lots of support down here for Storm Stacey. We've got Ray Stringer down here, his wife Tracy as well down here. But, I don't know, you can see the flags across there, Storm. Lots of support here for you. Nice to see. Yeah, cool. Let's hear it for Storm Stacey. Well, there you go, mate. There's one or two people, but have you sold out on merchandise yet this weekend?
Not yet. There's still some bits left. We did limited edition T-shirts this weekend, and they've been going really well. So, yeah, that's gone really well this weekend. There's not many. You'll have one in your size.
Yeah, thanks, mate. You need to kill a couple of herds to get one my size, mate. Thanks for that. Apologies, we're just getting a lot of radio mic break-up down here. I don't know whether it's because of the RFs or anything else down here on the grid, but for whatever reason, we've just got that one. If I could just squeeze in there. Nice to see Leon has them. Is it fair to call you Mr. Cadwell Park? 9 victories over the years. It's been a little while since you got one, Leon. Another one will be good today.
Yeah, that's always the plan, mate.
Let's see what you can do. But Super Bowl went reasonably well for you.
Yeah, not too bad. We made a bit of a mistake. We lost the rear through Mansfield and got a little bit of a misgear through the all bends. But yeah, only 2/10 off the second place, so happy enough.
Good lad. Thanks, Leon. Well, 9 victories there around here, and resplendent in this wonderful Honda livery down here. He's got the. I thought I was interviewing Yuichi Kiyanari down here for a minute with the old retro colours on, but it's Ryan Vickers down here. Well, Ryan, it's perhaps not where you would want to start this race from on the grid. Just making sure that James didn't want to come and have a quick chat to you there. But here we are, Cadwell Park, local round for the team. You're just across the border in Norfolk, so hopefully this one can go well for you.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. You know, I mean, we've only got to look to our left here and look at all the crowd standing here. It's the Saturday version on a Sunday, but you know, fantastic crowd, fantastic turnout here at Cadwell always. Really brings a lot of atmosphere, and this place means a lot to me. It's one of my favourite places, and yeah, special livery, bike looks fantastic. Honda have done a fantastic job, and we'll go out there and do the best we can.
Thanks, Ryan. Would expect nothing less than that. Yes, the bike does. So forget the normal red livery of the Honda Racing UK. This is got the retro orange and black. Formerly HM plant, obviously not running with a HM branding on this one. We've got the Honda Racing branding there, but certainly is a throwback to the previous days. Well, here is the team leader for the AGN Steelstock squad, and that is Joe Talbot down here. Joe, I think you won a super sport race around here last year, if I remember correctly, so you certainly know your way around, so you must fancy your chances in this one.
Yeah, that was good memories from last year, so I had a good qualifying in Super 4. That was the first experience doing that, so first objective is get a good start, then try and stick with the lads at the front and then try and manage the race. So yeah. Step by step, lap by lap, let's see how we get on. See how we get on. Well, it's a sensible approach if ever there was one. Here is Christian Hidden, who just about poked the Red Devils are dropping in tomorrow, Christian, and rumour has it that your mum might be joining them. I don't know how true that might be, a little rumour that's circulating around.
Yeah, hopefully she doesn't.
For the sake of it, not the case. Okay, here we go, Cadwell Park. It's a track there. You have never been friends in the past, but hopefully you can put it right now. Get up there, challenge towards the front for the first podium of the season.
Yeah, it's been slim pickings for me here at Cadwell, but I've had a couple of Super Sport podiums and had a couple of fourths last year actually, so it was decent. So if we can do something like that, that would be very nice. Thanks, Christian. Well, yeah, it's not been particularly good for him, and the second of the AJN Steelstock Ducatis down here. There is Joe Talbot. And what about this one? The Cowboy is back. The comeback kid, Scott Redding, with a little bit of work to do down here from little bit of work to do from back here, Scott. Hopefully you can get away with them at the front and challenge for a podium.
Oh, that's a big ask, but I'll give it a go for sure. It's been a tough weekend, really, with the weather conditions. But yeah, it's always a challenge for me here. We know that coming into it, going through Q1 to Q2. Yeah, happy enough, should I say, but I need to still learn some tricks here at Cadwell Park. So hopefully get a good start, get a first few laps under our belt, and then try and learn something.
Cowboy can do it, can he?
Cowboy's a bit quiet this week.
Yeehaw, baby! Well, we're going to get a yeehaw from Scott Redding. There's the old show, Jason O'Halloran. He's set to go in that wonderful HM Plant livery down there, the current World Endurance Champion, a double winner at Cadwell Park here, a runner-up twice in the British Superbike Championship. Glenn Irwin is there, a local hero, winner here at Cadwell Park in the past, and a podium finisher in Superbikes, and that is Lee Bob Jackson for Dow Honda, the reigning Superstock champion from the Ukraine, the first Ukrainian to score points in the British Superbike Championship. Ilya Michalczyk is there, the 2 times winner of the British Superbike Championship for Dow Racing. Josh Brooks is there as well, the former Moto 3 world champion running for Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha. Danny Kent is there. Danny boom bucking on his comeback for 3 years on that Met Funacab Racing Ducati. He's had a couple of wins around Cadwell Park. Then we've got Fraser Rogers, the first of the Targa Racing Hondas. Charlie Nesbitt's been on a BSB podium here at Cadwell Park before. Then we've got the reigning Super Sport champion, and that is Rhys Irwin. Alongside him, the Brands Hatch lap record holder in the Superstock category, and a top 10 finisher in BSB, and that is Eugene McManus. Then we've got Luke Bushy-Hedger on the comeback trail after what has been a difficult few weeks for him, the 2023 National Superstock champion, and that is Richard Curran on the back row of the grid on his own. That is former Superstock race winner. That is Braden Elliott, who does another best motorcycle racers on planet Earth, about to do battle around this wonderful 2.1 mile woodland circuit here at Cadwell, and to call it the voice of British motorcycle racing in the UK, once again, Duncan Vincent.
Thank you very much, Larry Scoop Carter, all the way down at pit entrance. That's a proper full-on grid walk we've just had, covering all the bases that we needed to hear from. Thank you very much, Larry Carter. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for Superbikes at Cadwell Park. Race number 1, an 18-lap race around this epic mountain circuit. We could call it that because it has got the mountain, the woodland section, so many key points on this circuit that are fabulous. It's a big ask, says Scott Redding, to come from where he is. Can he do it? The Cowboy's quiet today. Larry Carter gave us the EHA, but in the front row of the grid, Bradley Ray, laser focus, as has Rory Skinner and Kyle Ryde. Can Bradley do it? Can Rory Skinner do it? Or will it be Kyle Ryde? Who knows? Here we go. Warm-up lap time for Cadwell Park.
official tyre of British Superbike's live tyre update.
All riders on the SC1 front and rear tyre. Track temperature 27, air temperature 24. So a lot different from what we saw at Thruxton a couple of weeks ago. Joined in the commentary box by Andrew Irwin. For a couple of laps, see how Andrew gets on. Good to have you here. Let's call this race, Andrew, and see how we get on. 18 laps of fun around the Cardwell Park circuit, and it's Bradley Ray on pole position from Rory Skinner and Kyle Wright. Storm Stacey fashionably late to his grid slot, sits alongside Leon Haslam and Joe Talbot. We're under starters orders. We get the red lights on, lights out, and away we go. Good start for Bradley Ray and for Rory Skinner. Rory Skinner looks like he's nailed the start and could lead this one on the run in towards turn number 1. He does. Skinner takes the lead from Bradley Ray as they come through. Coppice into Charlie 1 and Charlie 2. There was a leg off the peg further back there, Andrew Irwin. Good clean start from everybody.
Yeah, I think Scott got hit. Maybe he was back with Jason O'Halloran again after Thruxton. It looks like they had a little rub together. And then again between turn 1 and turn 2.
Yeah, Scott Redding won't be liking that very much as they make their way up in towards Park Corner. Rory Skinner manages to hold the lead. Storm Stacey's up into third, then Vickers in fourth. Where is Kyle Wright? Because that looks like the pocket rocket is the next man along coming in towards that area of the track. It is Leon Haslam. And Christian Eden, he's had slim pickings at Cardwell Park. He said down on the grid to Larry Carter, and it looks like he's out of the race up at Park, riding around the outside of the wreck to say, I wonder if there's a technical issue in the Sencat Yamaha. But as they make their way through Mansfield in towards the chicane for the first time of asking, through they come, and it is Rory Skinner who leads in the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha from Bradley Ray. Storm Stacey, then it's Ryan Vickers, then we have Leon Haslam, then it's Kyle Wright, Joe Talbot, and is that Lee Jackson up there as well? It could well be ahead of Jason O'Halloran, Max Cook, Scott Redding. There was a little bit of bumping and boring at the first corner, and we're looking for Danny Buchan as well to see exactly where Danny's got. Have you spotted him yet on this lap?
I have spotted him. He's not got the best to start. I think for Danny it's the first race back, isn't it? And yeah, he's there at the back, but I think it's 18 laps. It's a long race around here, longer than anywhere else is what I would say. So I think for him, hopefully he can start to pick up a few as the race goes on.
You said you were more nervous than he was at the start of this race. I could see it in your face. You're a little bit calmer now that it's actually got going.
Yeah, because that's what he had been saying to me. He goes, Andrew, I haven't done a race start. We're here at round 8. These guys have been doing races. This is what, the 24th race, maybe? Something like that, 21st, 22nd, 23rd.
These guys have been on it all year as Vickers comes up inside the Storm. Stacey's not stopping that. Vickers, no! He's onto the grass, he's still upright, but he's got to get back on the circuit. He loses so many places. He's coming behind Scott Redding. I think Danny Kent will have probably got him as well as we make our way round in towards that area off the track. Great shame for Ryan Vickers, just a little bit hot in towards Park there, trying to make the manoeuvre, but you've got to take your chances when they come, Andrew.
We all know how hard it is to pass here at Cardwell, and you go into Park and it gets tight there as you come down the straight, and we've seen this year, especially at Thruxton, how good Ryan has been with the front of that bike, and he just asked for a little bit too much that time. He was lucky he didn't go too far onto the grass, and I think he is in 11th, so fell in behind Scott and Danny Kent in the middle of them too.
Yeah, Storm Stacey would have been chuckling at that one. No, having Ryan come past and run off the road opens the door up for him. Kyle Wright not making any progress. I expected a little bit more. Remember, we are only on lap 2 of 18, Duncan. You need to calm yourself down just a little bit. But
we do see that with Kyle sometimes, though, don't we? He doesn't rush. He knows he's got a long race, and but he didn't. I maybe expected more. The crash maybe this morning affected him more than what he thought it was going to.
Glenn trying to go up the inside of Danny Kent in towards turn 1. You've got to be so committed to try and pass somebody to turn 1, Andrew. It's so fast.
Yeah, you need to make the pass out of the last corner to do it in there. If you go for a lunge, the only place you're going is straight across that grass. And I've definitely seen people do that before. I think it was maybe Rory done a pass and something like that last year. Was it on McConnell maybe?
Yeah, it ended up going towards Charlie's, and Billy McConnell was less than happy with Rory Skinner, shall we say. That was Kyle Wright and Joe Talbot getting pretty close together in that area. Joe trying to have a look at Kyle Wright. Was there a position change here as well? And we've still got O'Halloran on the Honda in the mix as well. But Skinner from Ray, from Stacey, from Haslam, from Ride, from Talbot, Jackson, O'Halloran, Cook and Redding, the top 10.
O'Halloran did just do Lee Jackson into the bottom of Mansfield there.
Yeah, Jason O'Halloran, he's got
how good do the Hondas look?
They look so good. They almost look as good as an MET Phonacab Ducati. Can I put that in there?
Nothing looks better than that.
Yeah, but they look good. But Jason O'Halloran's found something as well since the Snetterton Thruxton. The O-Show has got pace here. You would expect it. It's Honda's home track. They probably have done a little bit of testing here. But it's good to see the Osho back in action and back looking strong as Rory Skinner still leads at the sharp end. His super pole lap going up through the woodland area. Did you watch that?
I seen him into the hairpin, and I seen he just caught. Look, I think there's a bit of netting to the left, and he just pulled the rear brake. It was incredible. It's like a drift and a bike to line him right up. And at the time, the sector was purple even after that mistake. So it's great to see Rory getting the confidence, because we all know how talented that lad is. And to see him come back as Vickers gets straight to the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, 25.8 for Ryan Vickers, 25.864 for Ryan Vickers as the two Yamahas stretch away at the front. The Cheshire Moulding Yamaha leads the way as Bradley Ray comes alongside. Is Brad going to stop that? Is he stopping that? He's never stopping that. Surely he doesn't stop that. How did he stop that, Andrew Irwin? How did he keep that on the track?
I don't know. I'm going to give his electronic engineer a pat in the back, because there's definitely a bit of electronics as well as front brake. He'll pull that back. I'm guessing he had to go back to first gear, to be honest, because he knew he was panicking there. You go in and you think, oh, I'm hot. And
I was panicking for him. You can probably tell.
I thought it's like deja vu with Ryan. It's going to be the same thing, but no, and he didn't. He's lost no time to Rory. Of course, he tried to pass him, but he's still right back in the same position.
Rory now knows that he's quite hot into there. Talk us through this. What caused that?
To be fair, he's got beside him. He's got alongside him, but he's overdone the pass. You just need to get the front wheel in front. You don't need to be 3 bikes in front. And but I think Brad will learn that he's got the speed out of this last corner. Or not the last corner out of Charlie's 2, and he'll get it right into park this next lap.
We saw a still of Steve Plater's face there. It kind of says, it looked a lot like I did in the commentary box a minute ago, inhaling half the oxygen inside here. Leon Haslam up to third, ahead of Storm Stacey. That's a big talking point as well. Storm Stacey has Kyle Wright, then Joe Talbot, and everybody else as they all stream across the line. Jason O'Halloran very much involved in that as well with Lee Jackson. That was Ryan Vickers going up the inside of Max Cook. In the background, we just saw Ryan Vickers going alongside Max Cook. Has that position changed? Hasn't updated on either TSL or TNT. But let's see this time. Bradley Ray again in the slipstream. Will Skinner defend it? No, he doesn't. Rory obviously knows he's quite strong on the brakes. He actually kicks Brad's bike. He didn't mean to. That was just down. Down goes Brad Ray. Brad Ray folds the front and down he goes. The Raceway Yamaha down. Now, I'd like to point out, Storm Stacey's up as well. Storm Stacey goes down. Yes, Rory Skinner did kick the bike there, but it was just a mild tap. That was nothing to do with Bradley Ray going down. He folded the front, and Storm Stacey, whether that's target fixation, we've just lost 2 of the big hitters at the sharp end of this race. Down they go, and it gives Rory Skinner a 1.9 second lead back to the pocket rocket Leon Haslam. Now, this is a different situation for Rory Skinner to be in. Yes, we've seen him on the FS3 days being at the sharp end, but now we actually see Rory Skinner leading a race. Now, watch a replay and talk us through this, Andrew.
Sure, Bradley he does nowhere near as big as pass, and Rory puts his leg out like everybody does. Now you just see that little diamond in the tarmac. It's as if he touched that and it just upset the front of the bike, and down he went, unfortunately. And Storm went down in sympathy. But Joe Talbot is up to 4th. He's having a mega ride, especially Cadwell Park on a superbike for the first time. Yeah,
thankfully that didn't scoop Rory Skinner up there as well there. But there's one Yamaha flying through there. Down goes Bradley Ray, and then Storm crashes in sympathy as well. What an interesting park corner that was, but you're correct. Rory Skinner, Leon Haslam, Kyle Wright, Joe Talbot up into 4th place, ahead of his more illustrious teammate Max Cook. Max doesn't particularly like this place anyway, though, we need to say that. And Joe Talbot absolutely adores this place.
Yes, to be fair, I seen Max, I don't know if it was Friday or yesterday, and he still looks to be in a little bit of pain from Thruxton, so coming here, it's physical as it is without that, but for Joe, he's a rookie here in a superbike to be 4th. Hopefully he's going to fight for a podium. It would be fantastic to see. But look where Vickers is already. He's right back. Joey's in the 7th. The Hondas are working good here with 1 and 5th, 6th and 7th with O'Halloran, Jackson and Vickers.
What could have been for Ryan Vickers if he hadn't run on a park in that very early phase of the race, because he's up there now with his teammate Jason O'Halloran, and Ryan Vickers definitely looks more comfortable and at home on that Honda Fireblade than his teammate Jason O'Halloran. But he's got work to do here. Can he fight his way through this pack? And 2.2 seconds is the lead for Rory Skinner. I'm not going to say anything about that. We're going to keep that away because we're going to let Rory go. I don't want to do the curse that we've done so many times on people. If he can just hit his markers in this one, it looks very strong. But Leon Haslam's got them all queuing up behind. And I think you're right. I think that little incident that Kyle Wright had in free practice, something is just missing a little bit. Maybe we'll see Kyle come good towards the end of the race, but he doesn't seem to have that instant pace that we've seen. Having said that, he's a very clever thinking rider. He's seen Bradley Ray lying on the ground, and he knows that Scott Redding will be further back in 8th place. So right now he's gaining points no matter what he does.
Yeah, I think in this race, though, you've got from 2nd the whole way down to 9th in that group, the whole way. And Kyle's not daft. He'll save his energy, conserve his energy, and I think as the race goes on, he's only going to get stronger and stronger. his main championship rival Scott is behind him, and Brad, who I think is 3rd or 4th in the championship, he's just went down. So Rory's not really in the championship fight at the minute, and I'm not so sure. And Haslam, is he there? Or is he not there?
Leon Haslam in the championship in 4th place, 125 points back.
But then it goes up to 35 points, doesn't it? So it's all still to play for at Brands Hatch.
The points very much do elevate. This is the last round of our main season. Then we go to Aston, Doynton, elevate, and then elevate again at Brands Hatch. Now, you've ridden the Honda for many, many years around here. You're now a Ducati rider. What are the Honda strong points around here that Ryan Vickers can maybe utilise to get through this gaggle of bikes?
You know, last year the Honda was fantastic here. I had 3 podiums. Tommy won here as well. He won a race and another podium. I think he crashed out of the other race. So for sure, it seems to be a bike that Honda work at. And people always think, because their workshop is just 10 minutes down the road, but they actually don't test here anymore. Whereas before we did just always test. But you know, for whatever reason, they have a bike that's definitely working here. The characteristics of Cadwell let that bike show the potential. You also seen how good it was at Thruxton as well, and
very good.
Ryan's been doing a fantastic job, and Jason is getting closer and closer to, let's say, Ryan, who's the fastest Honda rider this year. Jason's been closing that gap as well. So
Vickers very much the benchmark when it comes to Honda. 3.1 seconds, Rory Skinner. Rory Skinner's lapping in the 26s. 26.4. 26.0 for Leon Haslam. 26.8 for Kyle Wright. 26.7 as Kyle has a look up the inside in towards Park. But a look, normally you'd see Kyle, and that would be a done and dusted manoeuvre, but something not 100% right. One of the Dow Hondas, it looks like Lee Jackson, a little bit wider. Here comes Kyle through and then say that could be a manoeuvre, but Haslam, it's not his first rodeo, is it? He knows he knows a lot of defensive lines around this Cadwell Park circuit. And the pocket rocket in towards Mansfield. It did look like Kyle was wanting to come through Chris Curve on the inside, but unable to do so as they make their way in towards the chicane on lap 8 out of 18. They're queuing up behind Leon Haslam. It's Haslam, Ride, Talbot, O'Halloran, and then Vickers. Vickers looks the most impatient in this group. The number 7 of the 2 Hondas, the second of the 2 Hondas, number 7. Vickers up over the crest of the hill. Jason O'Halloran may be about to see the back of his teammate's bike by the time they get to turn number 1, because Vickers has been strong through the whole of these last couple of corners, and he gets a good drive out of Barn down towards Coppice as we watch them come across to start lap 9.
It looks like Kyle's starting to get frustrated behind Leon. Leon's last lap was a 27. I think Kyle, he just done a 26.9, whereas for sure Kyle will know that he's got more pace than that. And he probably knows how much of a grip he has behind. So instead of him being attacked, I think he knows that he needs to attack Leon and try to break away. Scott
Redding looking a little bit better back there in 8th place. He's caught up to the back of Lee Jackson, and he's just behind the Ryan Vickers battle. You can see the next 2 bikes online as they come back up. Here comes Kyle Ride. He looks to the inside of Haslam, but Vickers has passed one. Vickers has passed one. No! Down goes Vickers and Talbot. Ryan Vickers skittles Joe Talbot. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What could have been a fairy tale for Honda this weekend has turned into an absolute nightmare for Vickers at Park. He will apologise to Joe Talbot. No fault of Joe Talbot was that. He passed his teammate with so much speed, Andrew. You know all about that, don't you? Well, should I not ask you about that corner and that incident?
I've made this mistake before, to be honest. And Ryan just went in there too hot to pass his teammate. Joe was there, and I've been there, done that. I got the T-shirt on Honda as well, and Ryan did not mean to do that whatsoever. There was no. It looked like he was making the corner as well, to be honest. But Joe was there; he was ahead of him, and Joe was doing a fantastic race. So I really feel for Joe. He done nothing wrong, and for Ryan, it's unfortunately racing, and mistakes do happen.
Yeah.
And Ryan will know that. He'll put his hands up, and I'm sure he'll apologise.
Yeah, that's when you become really good friends with Scott Redding.
Yeah, and we actually are friends now. Our wives get on really well, and we go for dinner. But it's crazy. 2018 that was. How times change.
I remember it well. I really do. But we get the. That's good to see. Ryan Vickers hugging Joe Talbot. We 100% apologetic with Ryan Vickers there. No, he didn't mean that. He just passed his teammate with such a rush. He couldn't slow it down, and Joe Talbot was there. And Joe Talbot was rightfully there because he has been riding such a good race. But what that does now, Skinner, Haslam, still 1 and 2 with Kyle Ride 3. Jason O'Halloran up to 4th. Let's have a look further back down. Look who's in 16th place. Hedge, just about looking at a point here, possibly. Who's that?
Glenn. Oh, dear Glenn. He really didn't need that, to be honest.
Is that a Park as well?
That's Park, but because there's Joe in the background.
Oh, dear Glenn Irwin. He didn't need that.
Glenn was up to 9th. The top 10 would have been a solid result today, and I really feel for Glenn because I've seen him race against Tommy Bridewell here, beat Tommy 2 out of 3 in 2023, and sometimes in racing it gets really difficult and really, really hard. There's no answer, no nothing, and yeah, I know Glenn's in a difficult moment. I've been there where there's no answers. Your teammate is smoking you. He got
was
hit.
was he touched? Was that
Josh
Brooks
hit the back of him. And
yeah,
Shannon, that's even worse. It just describes what's
Glenn's
happening for Glenn.
That's Glenn's season in a nutshell, right there. What you've just seen.
Just got tapped, and it's another one. You know, it's unfortunately racing in the way it goes, and Josh Brooks just lived up to his bad boy name.
Bad boys, Kyle Wright goes through on the inside. You like that, don't you?
Yeah, that was great.
He's quite proud of that. Quite proud of that, you are. As Kyle Wright goes into second place, Leon Haslam trying to come back through on the inside and does so. It's tight on the exit of the corner. Kyle repays the favour back once again. I'd like to draw your attention to who's just gone into 15th place, Andrew Irwin.
You want to know, fair play to Danny Buchan. He started the race definitely steady by going from 17th to 24th. But look at that, into the points. It's not just because people have crashed out. He's had the past riders, and he's done a 27.4, which is faster than what Fraser Rogers is doing, or fastest lap is, and he's 11th. So it shows how good of a rider Danny Buchan is. He's not just a good person, a good commentator. He can also ride a motorbike, and I'm super proud of him, to be fair.
I'm proud of him as well.
A point would be fantastic.
I am so proud. I should have brought him some Bakewell tart. You know, we used to do that at Knockhill for him all the time. If you got pole, no matter what, you got a Bakewell tart from the Knockhill media team. So nip to the shop tonight and grab him a Bakewell. He will love you. Rory Skinner has a 3.2 second lead now over Kyle Wright. Let's watch that gap. Well, lap 11 out of 18. Does Kyle really want to push it that hard for a victory? Scott Redding finds himself in 5th place. He has been one of the riders who's benefited from, can I say, the carnage around him, because that is effectively what he has seen. He's ridden past a lot of bikes lying on the ground at the side of the track at Park. And the Hagar PBM man, if he could just sneak past Jason O'Halloran, that would put him into 4th place. But Kyle, right now, 3.4 seconds behind Rory Skinner on lap 2 out of 18. This has been a pretty eventful Cardwell Park 18-lap race. With the sprint race tomorrow, I didn't expect it to be like this. You normally expect race number 1 to be kind of softly, gently, quietly they break themselves in.
I think Scott Redding would be happy with the 5th here. He knows that he probably knew in his head this is a track that hasn't relatively been his strongest, and if he has only to lose 4 or 5 points to Kyle in the race, he then I think that's not the worst possible outcome for him.
It was looking like he was going to lose a whole lot more points before people started unfortunately coming together with each other. But he's right on Ryan Vickers, and you know Redding's a racer. He's not just going to sit and follow Vickers for the sake of it. He will have a shot, and Kyle is under pressure. Thank you. He's not going to sit there, is he? He will be on the back of O'Halloran, and he'll think, I need to have a shot at this just because I'm a racer. And I've got to say, Kyle's still under pressure from the pocket rocket Leon Haslam. I expected Kyle to pull away.
Kyle's actually just took 4 tenths out of Rory in the first part of this lap. He took 2 tenths in the first sector and 2 tenths in the second sector. So I don't think Kyle's gave up in this yet. There's 6 laps left, 3.4. It's a big task, but he's maybe starting to feel that groove.
Bring the gap down to 3 seconds as across the line. Let's see if Andrew Irwin's correct with that one. Thankfully, somebody's right in the commentary box. I still think Ryan Vickers is in the race. Rory crosses the line. Does 3 seconds pop up on the difference? 2.9. So he's taken
fastest lap of the race for him as well.
Yeah, personal best lap for Kyle Wright, and he's taken half a second out of Rory Skinner. Kyle is very much still in the mix for a race victory here. Rory Skinner may get that information on his lap board and get a little bit of a wriggle on as Andrew Irwin bends round one of the stanchions just to catch a sight of the yellow MET Fonacab Ducati of Danny Buchan passing, and Danny Buchan in a bit of a battle there with Luke Hedger and Eugene McManus as they head in towards turn number 1. But let's run through the top 10 as it stands. It's Rory Skinner who leads from Kyle Wright and Leon Haslam. That's your top 3. Jason O'Halloran, the sole remaining Honda, with Scott Redding in 5th place. Then Lee Jackson, Max Cook, Danny Kent, Josh Brooks and Eli Michalczyk in 10th place. As we have a long look at Danny Buchan making his way in towards Park behind Hedger. He's in the battle. He is in the battle with these youngsters here. It's great.
Do you know, Danny's not done a race distance in a long time, and normally when you go to Oulton, the first race weekend is difficult, but Cadwell Park's a lot more difficult in there. You know, these guys have been racing for, not making excuses for them, but they have. You know, they've done 7 rounds, and I'm guessing whenever he comes round and he sees that he's got 4 or 5 laps left, he's going to be, cutting those laps
the visor
down.
open, yeah. Do you think he can swallow right now, or do you think there's nothing left in there? All the concentration is on riding that bike. Rory Skinner needs to get a wriggle on, and he's got a little bit of movement from the rear tyre. His pit board will be updated to 2.9 seconds. He'll have seen what he's done as he crosses the line. 26.9, 26.3 for Kyle. So Kyle takes another huge chunk out of Rory Skinner, but Leon Haslam with the first personal best lap of the race, a 1:26.356, and a purple middle sector from the Pocket Rocket. He is going with Kyle Ryde, and Kyle's dragging them both back up to Rory Skinner. And also, another note, Redding has passed O'Halloran.
Now there's a big pass for Scott, because the closer he can be to Kyle for the championship, the better. So I think he knows he's probably not going to win, but the as close to the podium for him is a fantastic result today. And he's probably benefiting a little bit from Storm, from Ryan, Bradley's mishaps, and Joe was ahead. But you got to make hay while the sun shines.
Another 3/10 of a second have been taken out of the lead for Rory Skinner in sector number 1 by Kyle Ryde. Now I wonder if Kyle's pushing it really hard, or is Rory just managing us another 6/10 of a second. 4 laps to go, 3 laps this time round. It's going to be pretty close, Andrew, towards the end of this one.
You thought I was talking nonsense whenever I said Kyle was coming with 5 to go, didn't you?
Did I mean? Did you see the look in my face? You probably did. Jason O'Halloran tries to hold off the Dow Honda of Lee Jackson, and Max Cook, still maybe a little bit on the sore side after his Thruxton get off, sits in 7th place. Danny Kent, it's not been a great weekend for Danny Kent. It's a shame. 8th place we see for Danny Kent as he makes his way over the Woodland section. He's behind Max Cook. And we don't actually get a glimpse of him on our screen.
1.6, 0.7 out of the
wow. Huge chunks of time going away. Skinner's into 27. I wonder if Rory's used too much tyre fighting early in the race with Brad Ray. And Kyle, you could see him just being a bit more reserved, trying to save something for the end. Time will tell.
I think the last 2 or 3 laps for Kyle have been 26.3, 26.3, 26.3. I remember racing with him here last year, and every lap just bang, bang, bang. The first 5-6 laps he doesn't panic too much, and then he saves that energy for the last 12 of the race, and that's really what it looks like he's doing here.
What's he like to race against?
Yeah, I said even now that I've been injured, I go out and I watch, and he's over every curb. He's to the white line. He's riding in a really, really strong way, and he just looks super confident.
Yeah.
Joe, we were saying earlier, he maybe looks a little bit off, but he was a little bit slower for the first 5-6 laps, but he came back.
Now Lee Jackson passes Jason O'Halloran in towards Manfield, and Brooks he's picked up an equivalent long lap penalty for the incident with Glen Irwin at Park. So not that that's going to make Glenn feel any better, but that wasn't Glenn's fault that he went down the road. He was kind of helped by Josh Brooks, the bad boy. You were really happy with coming out with that, weren't you? Yeah.
I was proud of that.
The smile on your face is that's on YouTube as well. We'll look back and have a look at you dancing about the commentary box.
I didn't even see that. I was on video.
Yeah,
probably picking my nose.
Give the camera a wave there if you want. There we go. Andrew Irwin up in the commentary box with us here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Right, 1.6 seconds was the gap across the line. The gap is now 2 seconds. Rory Skinner.
Rory has responded.
Rory has kept something for the end of this race. He's gone faster than Kyle Ryde on lap 16 of 18, and that's what you need to do, Andrew. You need to try and break the spirit of the guy who's coming towards you.
Exactly that. And to be fair to Rory, whenever you're doing 27s, you're 0.7 off, to be able to respond like that, to come back, that shows a bit of grit, bit of determination. It's difficult to do this, lap 15 of the race as well. So, it's nice to see Rory doing that. We all know how good he is, and I think that lap just might have broken Kyle Ryde's spirits of hoping to catch.
Yep, in the commentary box here, completely impartial Alan Hyde all the way. I'd like to point that out as Rory Skinner leads the British Superbike Championship race at Cadwell Park, and he's got a 2-second lead. But this is the battle that we need to keep our eyes on. It's Kyle Ryde and it's Leon Haslam. Leon Haslam would love to get one over on Kyle Ryde, but he'd also just be happy to bring that bike home in a podium position for Steve Wolf-Moore and the Moto Rapido team, because they have been under the cosh this year. There's been things that haven't worked for them. Thruxton, they had an engine change because the engine was mileaged at a point where they actually ended up missing free practice 3, and that put them on the back foot for the rest of the weekend. This would be just what they need, as we see Rhys Irwin and Fraser Rogers now in towards the bottom of Mansfield, 11th and 12th. Behind that, Nesbitt, Hedger, McManus, Danny Buchan now behind Eugene McManus, but still fighting for a point.
He's
Andrew
just slipped out of the points there, hasn't he? But no, we've still got 2 laps. 1.5 laps, I guess, for Danny to go, and hopefully he can find a little bit in the reserves in that tank that he has, and there's maybe something. Fair play to Rhys Irwin, though. That's a great ride in 12th, because he has been struggling a little bit, I think, recently. So we've seen how talented he was in British Supersport last year to do that, and to see him
I'm a
there in
resubbing
12th.
fan. I'm a
Yeah.
resubbing fan, and it's never. Your first year in Superbikes is never easy. As we see Jason O'Halloran looking at Lee Jackson. Unfortunately, your first year was with your brother at PBM, which
Yeah,
was
exactly.
which was never going to be an easy thing. And your rookie year, you then try and pick up the information that keeps a Superbike right and makes you ride it correctly. I really hope Reese gets a second year at Superbike. He definitely does deserve it. He's got so much speed and talent underneath that number 69 Master Mac Hawk Honda. As Lee Jackson, a little bit wayward through the gooseneck, but managed to keep Jason O'Halloran behind. Look at Rory's time last time round, a 1:26.5. Again, faster than Kyle. He's put 2.4 seconds back. Is the lead now.
He's definitely broken Kyle's rhythm of hoping to catch. Sometimes you think, oh, you're catching, and once it goes the other way, you think, oh. I think for Kyle now, his main target is to stay ahead of Leon, and Leon is still looking racy, isn't he?
Yeah, Leon's been always racy. Every time Leon leaves the pit box, he looks racy and a little bit terrifying and unhinged all at the same time, thrown in there as Lee Jackson backs it in towards the barn hairpin, and Rory Skinner crosses the line. It's the final lap for the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha. Rory Skinner as he goes through turn one. Andrew, hold me. This is too scary to watch.
You're gonna have a heart attack there.
Yeah. And through Charlie, Steve Plater looks like he's about to pass out. A shake of the head and a big exhale of breath for Steve Plater. But as you riders, that's fine. It's just a little bit of movement underneath me. It's not a problem. As Rory,
this will be Michael Laverty's first win in British Superbikes from he
yeah.
took over from Philip Neal and that. So fair play to those guys, but we've still got a few corners to go. You can stay calm and
trying to stay calm. It's not easy. O'Halloran up the inside. Lovely stuff from the Jason O'Halloran, the O-Show.
Hey, and that's how you do a pass there, because we've seen quite a few go wrong this race, haven't we? Jason's just done that perfectly.
How many have we seen go wrong there? Far too many passes going wrong. You don't need to actually pass them, you just level them, don't you?
Yeah, I was just looking at the bottom three speeds. Stacey was purple and he didn't get on around the corner. Ryan did a 168.1 and he didn't get around the corner, so yeah.
Rory Skinner in towards the bottom of the mountain on the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha. For the last time of asking, up over the hilltop goes Skindoo. I'm going to use that nickname. Mum will be on the phone from Perth giving me a route for that as he comes through Hall Bends over the last of the tricky rises in towards the corner where he looked so good in qualifying. Rory Skinner comes through the hairpin. Rory Skinner comes through the exit of Barn Corner and he's going to win somewhere else other than Knockhill. Finally shakes the monkey from his back. Skinner wins at Cadwell Park and he does it in style with a 2.3 second winning margin over Kyle Wright, the defending champion, and Leon Haslam in third. Scott Redding salvages fourth place. That's one of the biggest talking points of this race for Redding to get that fourth place. And Jason O'Halloran rounds out the top five. But hang on, it's not all finished yet.
Danny's
Danny
going
Bucket,
for a point.
is he going
Come
to
on, Danny,
will
you can do
Andrew
it.
Irwin it up the inside? No, because Eugene McManus has a think about it. Can he use any extra Ducati power anywhere else around the lap? Danny Buchan, you are an absolute hero. He's going to bring the bike home for the MET Phonacab Ducati squad. He's just outside the points, but well done, Danny Buchan. 16th place as he crosses the line. Get that man some oxygen and a wet towel, Andrew Irwin.
I would say he'll be glad to come into the garage.
I think so.
Thank you very much.
Andrew, thanks for joining us in the commentary box. Absolutely brilliant. You go downstairs and celebrate with the guys. That was something just a little bit special there to see Rory Skinner winning around the Cadwell Park circuit. He has said for so long to me privately that he needs to win somewhere else rather than Knockhill because he's thought of as being a circuit specialist. He has now got that monkey off his back. Rory Skinner is a winner around Cadwell Park, race number 1, and that was a pretty impressive ride. He was up with Bradley at the start of it. Brad and him were in a battle, but look at everybody congratulating the young man from Perth. It's not been an easy year jumping onto the Yamaha. He steps over from a Ducati that he actually really enjoyed racing last year. But Rory Skinner is a Zinn British Superbike Championship with Pirelli race winner at Cadwell. Skinner, Ryde and Haslam, the top three on the podium. And I can now draw some breath in the commentary box. Alan Hyde, that was something just a little bit special.
Yeah, Duncan Vincent says, we're impartial in the commentary box, but have you got any bagpipe music? That's a really good result for Rory, isn't it?
It's fabulous for him, yeah. I mean, his theme tune said it all, didn't it? It had the bagpipes playing with Bon Scott.
Absolutely.
And he's an AC/DC fan. Glad that everybody who tipped off in that race is okay. That's another thing we should say. There was a lot of people went down at Park there through no fault of their own, and then some people inflicted it upon themselves. But look at that. Jason O'Halloran proud as punch, wearing that tribute HM plant livery coming back through Hall Bends. Osho with a good 5th place here, top 5. Honda will be happy with that one. They get one of their bikes back in the top 5. Fastest lap of the race actually went to Ryan Vickers. He will start race number 2 tomorrow from pole, the sprint race. But Steve Plater stands on the track down there with Stuart Shenton. We saw the exhaling Steve Plater in the garage. He looked ill at one point, actually, did Buster. But isn't it fabulous to see the hard work that's gone into that team over the winter? And as Andrew Irwin rightfully said, Larry Carter, Michael Laverty's first win, and an outgoing win for Philip Neal as well.
Yeah, the last time that Taz topped the podium, do you know where it was and when it was? It was here at Cadwell Park in 2022 when a certain Danny Buchan did the double. So it's been a long time since a Taz machine, Taz Temple Auto Salvage, which was the former domain effectively of Philip Neal and Hector Neal. Now, as you say, the reins have been handed over to the new order effectively. But Rory Skinner, he gets his third career victory to add to them couple that he's had at Knockhill over the years. And what a superb performance it was for him. The pocket rocket, Leon Haslam, he was made to work out for that one. Just how he's not often that you see Leon with the old sweat on the brow there, but he's happy with that. He's just having a chat with his team boss, Steve Moore, and Ron Haslam, his dad down here, the Rocket, original Rocket, as he just making sure that he just passes that information on. Congratulations, Leon. You were made to work that one. What do you think when everybody was falling around, down and around you?
Yeah, I saw obviously Brad go down. Obviously then we tried to get his head down with Rory, but he had a really strong pace, and I was losing a couple of turns, and yeah, when Kyle come past, half of the lap I was quicker than the other half he was quicker than me, so it was a bit of yo-yoing, but we had to yield for third.
Yeah, that's another important podium, isn't it? Well, Kyle Ride has settled for the podium down here. His dad, Sean, down here. The rest of the team just having a chat with Shannon Etheridge and the rest of the team, Tommy Hill in there. Kyle was a little bit subdued in the early part of that race. It took a while to get towards the front.
Yeah, it was a tough race. I've only had a sandwich all day. I've not been very well, so yeah, I didn't have much energy there. I just tried to settle in, hopefully get a good start, but same again. I got a rubbish one, went back to about 7th, and my objective then was to try and beat Scott and keep an eye on the pit board. And yeah, I saved a bit of energy in that mid part of the race when other people ran wide, and once I finally got past Leon, I put some good laps in and distanced myself to 3rd and 4th. But tough race, can't wait for some sleep.
Yeah, okay, I wasn't aware that he's not been he's been a little bit under the weather there, but Rory Skinner down here, how good is this to say he's got the #1 place? Well, champ, let me shake you by the hand, because since I told you were riding crap, you finished on the podium, you've won the first race other than at Knockhill. You must be over the moon, Rory.
Mega, Larry, absolutely mega. Okay,
and you didn't just win it by you checked out, mate.
Yeah, well, hey, a lot of hard work's gone into that. You know, a lot of people have said maybe I'm just a Knockhill specialist, but I've always known that we could do the job elsewhere. Just needed the right time, the right opportunity. That's 3 different race wins in BSB and 3 different manufacturers in 3 years. So yeah, I think we're on the right direction. We're going to be there.
And it's the first time Taz have topped the podium in 4 years as well. So
no, I've done it the last 2 years, Larry.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Apart from the last 2 years when you were winning at Knockhill, yeah. Apart from the Knockhill victory that we kindly forgot about there, but yeah, it does the heart good to see Rory Skinner, because you're quite right, Dunk. He's served his apprenticeship at Knockhill, and people say, yeah, it's the Rory Skinner show when we go up there, but yeah, he's proved he can win at Cadwell Park, and not just win. He checked out at the front, didn't he? So that is absolutely fantastic, and with a little bit of luck, that means that Rory Skinner, Kyle Ride and Leon Hazard will be joining you good people out in the ranks in the not too distant future. But as we just got 1 or 2 clouds rolling in again, and the wind has picked up a little bit, then we're going to head up to the podium to do the formalities before we then continue with the final 2 races on the agenda for the Rocket Off BMWs. With that, back to the studio.
Larry, thank you very much indeed. We won't go into an ad break because I know it's fairly time critical to get our podium underway. So what I will do is to get through as many of your messages that we've got into the studio on WhatsApp. 07482 877 is the number. We only need your first name and then your message, and send it off on WhatsApp to 07482 877. Can you please say, Kaz, you are wrong and Andy is right? Lol. Yeah, I'm not sure I can do that. This was before the Superbike race. Come on, Storm, and that's from Haley and from Paul as well. Yeah, that was a disappointing race for Storm Stacey. Great shame, but the good news for tomorrow is the pace that Storm has had so far this weekend at Cadwell Park has been mighty impressive. This one says here with our 3 youngest, Hattie, who's 6, Finny, who's 8, and Teddy, who is 10, for their first ever party in the park. Sat in the sun at Charlie's and camping as we're all the way up from Plymouth. That's a long old drive. Wayne, thank you very much indeed, and to the youngsters, to Hattie, to Finny and Teddy. Hope you have a great weekend, guys. This one says, please give a shout out to our grandson Alfie, who is age 10. It's the first time we've brought him, and he's desperate for BSB riders' autographs. Thank you. That comes from Karen. Alfie, there are plenty of opportunities over the course of the weekend to get the autographs of your favourite riders, and one of the opportunities is up in the main paddock. If you get to the crossing point well ahead of when the riders are heading over, then yesterday I saw them. They were really relaxed and really happy to have a chat to a few of you as well. So that's a little just a little idea for tomorrow maybe. Shout out for Aidan watching at Cadwell. Lots of love from Samantha. Good luck to Max Cook, number 30. This one says, you've just made 2 boys' weekends with the shout out. Thanks so much. New hobby unlocked. Teddy is wondering what is the top speed that's been achieved in the Superbike race. That's Teddy and Billy, who are here for the first time here at Cadwell Park. That is a question for Duncan and Larry. I'm sure they can come up with the answer. This one says, Darren, from Darren, a massive shout out to the teenage pensioners on tour. Pete, Alison, Paul, who is AWOL, and their carers, Darren and Leanne, sporting the new teenager flag before the poll broke the other night. New one on order for Donington Park. Watching on from the gooseneck, cheering on Carl Harris' great performance at Thruxton and the True Heroes team as well. And some pictures to prove it as well. Good afternoon, wonderful commentators. Can I have a huge shout out to Max, who's 9, Zach, who's 7, and Pete, Dad, all first time at any BSB event. And a huge shout out to Mum, Sam, for the BSB tickets for Christmas last year. We have all enjoyed the event thoroughly and hope to be back again next year. There's more action to come today and tomorrow as well, guys. So make the most of your Christmas present. You've been waiting for pretty much 8 months for this, so enjoy every single minute of it. And this one says, can I have a shout out for James and Sharon? First time here. Really enjoyed Dino's race, just losing out on a podium. And this one says, please can I have a shout out to my lovely sister Kirsty, who's heading straight from Cadwell Park after tomorrow's racing to Grantham for an operation. That comes with love from Bex. And Kirsty, I hope everything goes absolutely according to plan and you're back with us for BSB very soon indeed. This one says she didn't hear it the other week, so please can you wish Romy a happy birthday from Reese. There you go. Thank you. We've done it, Reese and Romy. Hope you have a very happy birthday. Thank you very much indeed. And this one says, can we have a shout out before we leave, please? Happy late 30th to my partner Dominic, and also hello to our 2-year-old Victoria for her first ever race day. That's from Alex. Dominic, Alex, great to have you here. Thank you very much indeed, and hopefully you heard that without the bikes going round. Can we have a shout out to I'm not sure I'm going to say that nickname, so I'm going to go on to the next one. It was from Kevin, and it was a picture of the looming grey cloud just before that race got underway. The clouds are still there, and the weather forecast, which was entirely accurate with not only the type of weather that we were going to get, but also with the time that we were going to get the weather, says that we're going to get nasty weather about 6 o'clock today. So I think we may just miss it. Let's keep our fingers crossed. What does Larry Carter think?
Well, I can tell you that as I headed up to the podium, it was starting to drizzle. So,
right, so 5 o'clock then.
So it might be 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Right, boys, after we've done this podium ceremony, what we're going to do is do all the podium, and then you guys are going to go across into the crowd with a bubbly, okay, like you do normally. So that's because the crowd's requested it, folks, and your wish is our command. So let's get them out here then in round 22 of the Zin British Superbike Championship and onto a podium for a 5th time this season for Motor Rapido Racing. 3rd place to Leon Haslam. Just whichever. Go far one, that'll do, Leon. 3. 2nd position then, a 21st podium of the season for Nitrous Coins, Nitrous Competition Ducati, and the championship leader, Carl Ride. Taking his first win of the season for Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha, and for Scotland, the race winner, Rory Skinner. And Steve Plater will collect the team award on behalf of the Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha squad. And we'll ask one of our guests from Zin to make the podium presentation to the 3rd place rider, to Leon Haslam, the Pocket Rocket, 130 times now on a BSB podium, and a 13th here at Cadwell Park for Leon Haslam with that 5th podium of the season. Carl Ride, 82 times now on a BSB podium, a 21st this season, and a 9th here at Cadwell Park for the slightly under the weather championship leader. And other than Knockhill, he's taking his first victory away from this local track, the race winner for Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha, and for Scotland, Rory Skinner. And the team award as well, a special one place in the trophy cabinet for Steve Plater, the team manager for the Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha squad. He looks at that one, he's happy enough with that one. So now, ladies and gentlemen, your respect please for the race winners' national anthem. So it might not be the flower of Scotland for Rory Skinner, but he hears the British national anthem for the first time, apart from his local circuit at Knockhill, as he sprays the Balietti Prosecco out here on the podium. And you know what's coming, folks. If you don't want to get wet from the Prosecco, take a step back, because the riders will be coming across there into the crowd. And after they've been across there into the crowd, yeah, whether,
leave your stuff there.
just whether or not you want to just leave your gear here, Liam, because you're going round in the car on the lap of honour after this one as well. So we'll make sure that that is returned to its rightful owner, as the 3 riders there, Rory Skinner, Leon Haslam and Carl Ride, or more to the point, Rory Skinner, Carl Ride and Leon Haslam make their way across there. So there is some bubbly down at the bottom of the hill there, guys, as we're going to make the riders come around here. Stuart Higgs, the race director, will be handing out the bottle of bubbly. And you people out there, are you sure you still want them out there, folks? Well, I'm not too sure about that one. We'll
you took them by surprise, Larry.
We took them by surprise. So on the count of 3, folks, or 3, 2, 1, we want to know whether or not you want the riders out there. 3, 2, 1.
It's more like it.
That's more like it, isn't it? Yeah, so the riders are making their way down there. Here's Leon Haslam, folks. Leon Haslam, as he will make his way across there. There's Rory Skinner, complete with the trophy. Just leave them with Richard, Rory, and we'll make sure that he looks after them. And who else we're missing? Carl Ride. Carl, who will make his way across there. Here come the riders across into the crowd, folks. They will be going round on the lap of honour before too very long. So come on, Cadwell Park. Let's hear it for the top 3 in the opening race in the Zin British Superbike Championship. The race winner, Rory Skinner. 2nd position, Carl Ride. And 3rd place, and that is Leon Haslam. Not too sure where Carl's gone. Has he expired? He did say that he wasn't feeling too well, did Carl, so whether or not that's the case. But get ready, folks. If you don't want to get wet, then take a step back. We did promise you, you can't come to the riders this weekend, so we'll send them across to you. And as ever, you don't get this in any other motorsport series in the world, whereby the riders go across and celebrate with the Prosecco, the hats going out into the crowd there. Rory Skinner still got the, looks like whether or not a knee slider might be going back out there. But there we go, with Leon Haslam and Rory Skinner doing what they do best. And what's more, we've got to do it all over again tomorrow, folks, when we get the riders to make the way around there. Not too sure whether Kyle has just decided that he will just sit this one out, because he did say that he wasn't feeling 100%, didn't Kyle, from that one. So whether or not he's just had to go to the small boys' room or something other than that. But there's his girlfriend Kat and his dad Sean just coming to. Do we know where he's gone, boys? He's legged it off there. Stuart Higgs just maybe is explaining that he's not 100% with that one. He didn't look too well on the. Is he okay, Stuart? Or? Yeah, he's feeling a little bit unwell, his Carl, so we'll excuse him for that one. There is a little boys' room just underneath race control here, and I think the intimation for Stuart was he's currently occupied in there. So anyway, we've got Rory Skinner and we've got Leon Haslam that are going to be going round on the victory car there. So come on, you guys at Cadwell Park, not only on the banking down here, but around the track. Show your appreciation for the first and third place rider as they make their way around the Cadwell Park circuit on the open-top BMW there, as it heads down towards Coppice Corner. And as ever, we always try and do what we do here at Cadwell Park, folks, is when you can't come to the riders, we will do our best to bring them to you. It's part of what BSB has done for years and years and years here at Cadwell Park. And what's more, we'll do it all over again tomorrow. With that, we can hand back to Alan in the studio.
Larry, thank you very much indeed. I thought what I might do is to play the piece of music that Rory Skinner picked for his Monogato pole. So as Rory Skinner and Leon Haslam make their way around the circuit on the BMW, I thought it might be a nice idea to play that, Larry, because Rory might be able to hear that on the speakers as he's going around, because certainly when he's doing the lap for the Monogato pole, he wouldn't hear it, would he? Absolutely no chance of that.
And the fact is there was a distinct bagpipes backtrack to that one.
Well, that's what I thought.
Might have had something to...
In the absence of Flower of Scotland...
Well, we can only really play Flower of Scotland when we're at Knockhill, can't we? Yeah, it doesn't really work when we're elsewhere, but the proud Scot that he is, and bearing in mind that he travels down from the mid part of the Kingdom of Fife. He's a very near neighbour of Duncan Vincent, and it's when we go up to Knockhill, it's a fairly lengthy trip up there. But for him to come down to Cadwell Park, this is probably his second nearest circuit if you exclude Owen Park from that one. Yeah. And he's got something like probably like a 5.5, 6 hour journey home after proceedings this weekend. So certainly does put the miles in, does Rory Skinner, as far as that's concerned. So. But yeah, I wasn't aware that Carl was a little bit under the weather with all that, and he just didn't look well when I was talking to him on the grid. I could see his crew chief Shannon Etheridge and his dad Sean down here. But yeah, let's just hope that if he's picked up a bug or something else like that. Whether he was very under the weather at Knockhill a couple of years ago, if you remember, when it was something that he'd eaten and it went through him like the proverbial Epsom salt, and he was quite poorly up there. So let's just hope that it's something that. He said on the ground, I'm looking forward to some sleep. So it's obviously been an issue for him for, for a day or two here at Cadwell Park.
It is a problem over the course of a race weekend. A few days leading up to a race weekend away from home, eating maybe unusual food, not the food that you're used to. It's very, very easy to be slightly under the weather. So we wish Kyle all the very best, and absolutely super that we get at least 2 of the 3 drivers from the podium for our first race of the weekend around the circuit on the BMW, and able to take your applause as they make their way around the Cadwell Park circuit. We are far from done as far as the on-track action is concerned, because we have 2 heats remaining today. They are heats for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup, Heat 1 and Heat 2. Heat 1 is about to get underway. The bike's already lined up down here in pit lane. Larry won't get a chance to get down to the grid to have a chat to the riders. I wonder if he might get a chance to have a chat to anyone before they go out on circuit, but I know we're going to be pretty tight on time. We've got 2 8-lap races in prospect for the BMWs, and they're getting ready down there in pit lane. Back up to the commentary box and shuffling his paperwork is Duncan Vincent, and our Superbike podium, well, 2 of the 3 of them, make their way back to the start-finish line. To another round of applause, please, everybody, for Rory Skinner and for Leon Haslam, that have got such a welcome reception around the circuit. They come to a stop where they started their lap of honour, and thank you, Cadwell. You are always utterly fantastic on the Party in the Park weekend, and the riders will very much appreciate that. And the fact that the BMW is back means that the BMWs can very soon head out onto the circuit. It is for Heat 1 for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup, and back in the commentary box is Duncan.
Thanks, Sir Al. Great holding the fort there while we had the whole fantastic experience for the fans of the Superbike podium. That's just how it should be. Soaked with Bagliati Prosecco, toured round in an open-top car after an epic Superbike race. I think that's the only way we can describe that, Alan. That Superbike race delivered everything for us.
There was a lot to unpack, wasn't there?
Oh, yeah, pick the bones out of that bad boy. And we remained partial. Andrew Irwin was fantastic up here. Need to thank Andrew. Yes, Danny Buchan was out there.
Really good.
Could you see how tense and nervous he was at the start?
I know.
Yeah, but really nice having Andrew up here, especially when he says, look, I can actually feel for Ryan Vickers. He did that in 2018 to Scott Redding, and he did do it. It was one of these unfortunate things that happens. Row 1, Bobby Verry on pole position from Christian Smith and Nicky Coates, with Liam Vella, James Higginson and Josh Wainwright on row number 2. Josh Corner is on the 3rd row of the grid with Josh Smith and Jordan Ashington, with Alex Pearson, James Heath and Ben Rebicki on row number 4. Row number 5, Alex Vella, Nick Heath and Liam Walker, with Giovanni Belli Ossi on the back row, 8th row, all by himself. In this heat number 1, 8-lap quick start procedure, and a quick start procedure means we don't get Larry on the grid. He's not quick. He's not quick enough to get out there, is he?
We're both miserable about that, because we do enjoy Larry's quick word from the riders before the race gets underway. But no opportunity for interviews. In fact, no personnel down there on the grid other than one person from the team that indicates the box that the rider needs to stop at, and we're about to see that happening now, because the bikes come into view, thread their way down through the various team personnel, and any moment now we'll have a full grid lined up down underneath the commentary box here on 88.0 BSB radio, powered by Kawasaki. We do have a few moments without bikes going around the circuit, so if you do want to shout out, we've got a few that are lined up. We will get to those in due course, and if you want to get in your final opportunity for getting in a request, then all you need to do is to send it in on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Okay, here's a very quick one that we'll do, because I know he's down there and he can probably hear this. It is a marriage proposal from Sarah. Michael Rutter, will you marry me? We can adopt Storm.
My goodness me.
There we go.
Can you believe that?
Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, Sarah, whatever floats your boat, that's not a problem. We'll put that to Michael Rutter later on. I got more of a surprise, Sarah, when I turned around and I actually saw Alan Hyde's family pack of Maltesers chilling in the air conditioning
Nothing
unit.
to do with me.
Is it not?
No, that's the camera department, I'm afraid.
Are they team Maltesers?
You are joking.
Yeah, well, you never know.
Maltesers are never shared.
And they should be, though, in this commentary box.
It's nothing to do with Sergeant Laura, is it?
Yes, I think it is.
Afraid so.
Yeah.
Encroach at your peril, Vincent. That's all I will say.
I'm brave, but I'm not silly.
The handcuffs might be still in the kit. That's all I'm saying.
Oh dear. Let's. I don't know where you're going with that scoop, and I kind of like it. Okay, the warm-up lap is underway. Barry Burrow leads this championship with the Rocket Off F900R Cup after 6 rounds, with a 23-point lead over Christian Smith and Kieran Smith in 3rd place. They're both tied on points, 2nd and 3rd. Both Smith twins are tied on points. The owner of the Maltesers has come back, but she has not yet been asked about the Maltesers. You could text in, guys, are Maltesers for sharing or not for sharing? I think they are. I'm going to put my hand in there. If they were mine, I would happily give everybody here a Malteser. Laura, our camera girl, maybe slightly different view of that. We'll soon find out, that's for sure. But Burrell, well, he does lead the championship. He's not in this heat. He goes in heat number 2. Heat number 1 has Bobby Very on pole position and Christian Smith with Nicky Coates. 3 of the big hitters very much there. Heat number 2 will see Kenny McLeod on pole from Barry Burrell and Kieran Smith. 3 big hitters in that one as well as Dale Thomas. He's somebody who keeps cropping up. He tipped off yesterday, but Dale Thomas in the wet conditions, well, he put that behind him because he knows he has the speed in the dry. Alan Woods stands on the grid with the red flag raised up as the bikes leave Barn Corner and head down towards him. You'll get Bobby Very in pole position with that replica Kevin Schwantz helmet. I'm a big fan of Bobby Very's replica Kevin Schwantz helmet. It looks really super cool. It's not dated at all, that helmet. And that helmet goes all the way back to round about 1989. The design on that really is a cool looking helmet. Alongside him on the Batham's backed bike, Christian Smith with his SCH Moto Prep. Oh, good grief, the Maltesers are for sharing, it seems. The family bag has given me 2.
She's been shamed.
Sorry, I mean the family bag of Maltesers has given me 2. Not you, Laura. Here we go. We're under starters' orders. Green flag from the back. Alan Woods removes himself from the front of the grid. And we are about to get going. Cadwell Park for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Heat 1 is go. And it's a cracking start from the 2 in the front row. Bobby Very and Christian Smith. Not such a good start for Nicky Coates as we head down in towards turn number 1 for the first time of asking. Coates will stay in 3rd place, but he just didn't get the initial launch. In fact, he's managed to overcome Bobby Very into turn number 1, and Nicky Coates goes through on the inside. Lovely stuff from the man from Newton Abbey. Nicky Coates, Big Catch, as Glenn Irwin has nicknamed him in the LDC BMW by Frimley Pitts Racing. Frimley Pitts is a fishery, hence the reason he's got the name Big Catch. But Bobby Very back around the outside of Nicky Coates on the brakes as they go in towards Park Corner. It's Christian Smith from Bobby Very, Nicky Coates tucked up there. And then I think is it Liam Vella or Josh? Is it Josh Corner actually who's up there? 97, could be Josh. He had a pretty dismal qualifying day on the Chasing the Racing 97 bike, and he is Josh Corner who's up there. He said the weather really sums up my day. It was a bad weather day and a bad day on track for Josh Corner, but he's more of a racer than he is a man who likes to qualify in free practice. He was the one-time championship leader earlier on in the year when we were at Snetterton for what seems like an eternity ago. I think that was round 3 or round 4. And I must be doing something right because I'm getting sweeties given to me by Laura now. So I'm very, very lucky here in the commentary box. The only thing is, can't eat them till after the race. And if somebody comes in, they will probably steal them. The big 4 away at the front now. Christian Smith, Bobby Very, Nicky Coates and Josh Corner. Liam Vella, the next bike, 14 on the track. In 5th place with James Higginson, Josh Smith, Alex Pearson, James Seath and then Alex Vella in 10th place. But these guys at the sharp end just starting to wriggle away from Josh Corner. Not a good end to the lap for Josh Corner. Christian Smith and Bobby Very much getting the work done. The corner a bit wide through Coppice out onto the faraway side of the track, a little bit like where we saw David Allingham earlier on in the Pirelli National Superstock race. But down towards Park they come past all our Port West Race Safe marshals standing watching this one. The cherry picker in the sky picks them up as they come up. Bobby Very's alongside. Well, that was a mirror signal manoeuvre move from Bobby Very. That was lovely stuff. He had power, he had drive, he had up the inside. And he actually went the long way round on Christian Smith on that SCH Motor Prep by Batham's BMW F900R Cup machine. He now nestles in behind number 88 Bobby Very, the white bike with the traditional BMW colour scheme of the red, white and blue, or red, vibe and blue, as BMW like to say it, and the luminous yellow leathers, which do make him stand out quite easily on the bikes. We then look at the LDC by Firmly Pitch Racing machine of Nicky Coates, the red and white colour scheme. Nicky Coates has been campaigning all this year, and it needs a little bit of luck to go his way in some of these races as he pulls a monster wheelie over the crest of the mountain before he heads in towards Hall Bends. Then it's the red and black bike of 97 Josh Corner, who just seems to be a little bit wayward going in towards the initial entry point to the Hall Bends, and that does seem like it's costing him ever so slightly as they make their way round Barn, where we lost Ollie Bayliss in the 600 in the Super Sport session earlier on today. If you are listening in, Ollie, get well soon. We want to see you back at the circuit. No update from him as of yet, but it would be nice to hear from him as they click off another lap. Lap 3 out of 8. Christian Smith looking pretty good. Fastest lap for Bobby Very, a 1:35.158. That's a couple of seconds away from Barry Burrell's outright lap record pace he has in this class. But Bobby Very holding Christian Smith at bay, just defending on the run through the park dip up towards Park Corner. And you can see this four big battle at the front just starting to stretch out ever so slightly. It's almost a 2, a 1 and a 1. If Nicky Coates can do anything about getting up towards the back of these two guys at the sharp end, he needs to do it sooner rather than later. It's Bobby Very already having that bike making some sort of shapes and sizes underneath him as he goes through Chris Curve in towards the top of the gooseneck. It's Josh Corner who's that little bit lost in 4th place as he finds himself off the back of the bikes ahead of him, which is now a group of 3 actually. Nicky Coates has worked really well. Oh, down goes Christian Smith. Christian Smith folds the front going through the heart of the chicane. Now, did he just clip the curb and down he goes? The casings can sometimes touch going through there. He doesn't look very happy about that at all. He's up on his feet perfectly fine, and Christian Smith walks away from the SCH Motor Prep by Batham's number 75. Let's see a replay on that as he comes through. Through he comes. Yep, just down at that second apex. That would make me think that he just caught the curb ever so slightly on that number 75. As he has a look back towards the track, when he takes that helmet off, he's got a big curly, you can see curly in the back of his helmet. But that's because a big head of hair will come out of that helmet. But what a great shame for Christian Smith. Not what he needs. Twin brother Kieran goes in the next heat, but that elevates Josh Corner onto a podium and a new fastest lap from Bobby Very last time round, 1:35.118 for Bobby Very. Let's look a little bit further down into this one because we did mention Liam Vella earlier on. Behind Liam Vella we've got James Higginson, Josh Wainwright, then Josh Smith, Alex Pearson, Alex Vella and James Seath up into 10th place. Jordan Ashington, Ben Rubicki and Nick Heath 11th, 12th and 13th. With number 41 still out there, Liam Walker from Grimsby on the GW Services Racing Limited Racing BMW, and Giovanni Belliosi, who is also out there on bike number 27. Giovanni from London on the GB Racing F900R Cup bike. But yeah, great shame for Christian Smith. Not what we expected Christian to do in that race at all. He will come back to fight another day. Such as the slightly lower number of entries in this class, we don't have the last chance qualifying race. Everybody will go into the main event, but Christian will be we do have the last chance qualifying race actually, Alan, on a Monday, 10:40. There's me saying we didn't, but we do. So we'll keep our eyes on that just to see exactly how many go through into the main event. But what a shame, Christian Smith. You could just see the way he was looking back with a little bit of almost disdain at that apex curb. It does happen. We've seen it happen quite a few times. We saw Jack Kennedy getting himself in all sorts of shapes, and Joshy Wainwright round the outside of James Higginson. A lovely move from Josh Wainwright. We did like that at all. We did like that round the outside over the top of the woodland section. And Joshy Wainwright, a man who has been in the paddock for a long time, using the clear visor so we can see right into the heart of the RI helmet that he's got. And the eyes burning a hole in the tarmac ahead of him as he goes through Coppice in towards Charlie's 1 and Charlie's 2. The lower sun, it's not low sun yet. We haven't moved into autumn officially yet. Alan Hyde does tell me that that's only a few steps round the corner.
September.
Is it September? Really September? That's how soon?
Yes.
And there was that official autumn, or what is it?
That's autumn. Yeah.
Okay, autumn. Okay, I like your outlook on that one, Alan. I like that one. I needed that one as well. autumn, rather than fake autumn, which I'm thinking, well, you need to have the actual seasons changing.
Exactly.
Yeah, good stuff, Alan. Thanks very much for that. Kept me right there. Autumn starts on the 1st of September. But Josh Wainwright looking really good on the number 26. James Higginson under pressure. James Higginson from Josh Smith from Reading on the JSS racing bike.
What's Reggie doing back?
Exactly, Josh Wainwright, we know him very well, but Reggie Wainwright is back, and the way he tackled Hall Benz, it's like he's never been away, Larry.
I need you to remind me about how he got his nickname Reggie at some point in time, Dunk. I can never for the life of me remember exactly how he got that nickname.
It's a different name, right, isn't it? A different name you would expect from Josh to Reggie. Yeah, but he's looking pretty good on this bike, Larry.
There is a story behind it, but it's not for public consumption, Dunk.
You could maybe tell us off air, Larry. And then Alan Hyde could mummify it for actual public broadcast. You're good at that, Hyde.
I doubt I can.
No, this one is definitely not broadcastable.
You know how hard it is to have those sitting in front of you, Alan, and not be able to eat them?
Yeah, I can't believe how many you've got.
4 lined up Maltesers, all on my grid sheet that I can't actually eat.
Lined up like the balls in the triangle on a snooker table.
Glad you said that. Yeah. I didn't know where you're going with that. As we see Giovanni Belliossi on a slow motion replay, look at the eyes on Belliossi as he comes through the bottom of the mountain before he goes up over the crest. Bike number 27, Giovanni Belliossi, took a little bit of time off with an injury. Thomas Strudwick actually appeared on that bike, if you remember, at Donington Park. But a lovely high resolution slow-mo replay of Giovanni Belliossi as we look back to Josh Corner going in towards the corner. It's twice I've done that this weekend. I've never done it all year. Where we lost Christian Smith, the switchback chicane, as we like to call it. Bobby Very leads from Nicky Coates. Barry Burrell will have his eyes firmly fixed on this to see what these guys are doing lap time wise and see where he thinks he will fit in. He does like to keep an eye on his championship rivals, Barry Burrell, but I have to say, coming into the championship late, he was late into it, but also so incredibly now leads the championship by the time we get to Cardwell Park. And you may ask, well, how's that happened? Well, it's pretty straightforward stuff that Barry Burrell, who I'm not looking at on screen, has had 4 main race wins and 3 and 1/3 place, along with 3 heat wins as well. So those accumulation of points that he has been perfect. And around him, strangely, his championship rivals, Larry, they have faltered a little bit. Remember, Nicky Coates got taken out of the race by Josh Corner at Oulton Park. Bobby Very was involved in an incident on the outlap to the grid at Donington Park, where we also lost Scotty Carson off the Cryosol backed bike. So
yeah, and then there was the exclusion at Knockhill for Nicky Coates. He crashed out on the last lap at Thruxton. There was the exclusion of Bobby Very and Kieran Smith after, was it Oulton Park, for the trace of non-regulation fuel in the tank. So there's been 1 or 2 twists and turns in this championship over the past few rounds.
Yeah, 100%. And that fuel thing catches quite a lot of them out, doesn't it? It really does. It catches a lot of them out when they go testing to do a track day. They stick the old V-power in. But if you don't get you've got to flush your tank, Larry. And it's not just a case of draining it out the bottom. You have to take the tank out. You have to properly flush it. And if you get any trace of contaminated fuel in there, you do get removed from the results. It's one of these things that happens as we watch Josh Smith getting a little bit keen into the top of the gooseneck with James Higginson behind him, but he manages to keep Higginson at bay. Reggie Wainwright, as you like to call him, has legged it up the road on bike 26. It's like he's remembered how to ride Cardwell Park, and we saw that as he overtook 2 or 3 bikes going through the heart of the woodland section. As we now go into the last lap of the race. Yes, there is an update. No last chance qualifier race from this. It did get released on Sportity just due to the number of bikes that we have. So Christian Smith doesn't have to go through the last chance qualifier. He will get bolted onto the back of the main grid. Along with anybody else who has maybe a mishap throughout the course of their heat race as well. As we see James Seath, man from Liddon, on the Austin James Racing backed bike, holding Jordan Ashington, number 9, on the George Racing 2-stroke racing, one of Peter Eaton's guys, keeping him at bay. And also right in the mix of that as well, Alex Vela on the Alex Vela Club 62 backed bike. But this is a battle that happens for a little bit further down. That's happening for 9th, 10th and 11th. As we catch back up with our leader, he really has finessed this race. I think that's a good way of looking at it for Bobby Ferry. Never want to see that when I turn around to see again, Heidi, actually. That's a strange one. Making sure the sinuses are in check. Bobby Very in towards the chicane. Through he goes, past where Christian Smith slipped off on lap number 3 of this race, and he brings himself in to the bottom of the mountain. He always seems to perform well at Cardwell Park. He needs to perform well in this heat and the main event tomorrow for Bobby Very as he comes into Hallbends for one last time. He pulls the bike to the left, to the right, over the crest, back into the tricky left in the right-hand hairpin. Through comes Bobby Very in towards Barn. It's been a lights to flag victory for this man. He has made it look so good, and he'll take a maximum heat win points of 12 and add that onto his tally. A checker flag waves for Bobby Very. He wins from Nicky Coates, who I thought Coates, he might have had a little bit more for him, and Josh Corner steps onto the mythical podium. But what he does do, Larry Carter, is he slots himself neatly into the ball draw with Steve Plater. Let's just hope Plater's not had too much of that Baglieti Prosecco that he walked out with Scoop, or the ball draw could be completely chaos rather than just normal chaos. Here comes Liam Vella for a fine 4th place across the line. Peter Eaton will be delighted with the 2-stroke racer on that one. And the rest of the guys making their way through. Reggie Wainwright crosses the line in 5th place. Josh Wainwright, then Josh Smith in 6th from James Higginson as well. Alex Pearson across the line. We'll get James Seath across the line in 9th place in a second or so once they come out of the last corner. It's going to be Jordan Ashington, actually. It's going to be Jordan Ashington. He's overhauled him on the last lap. Ashington takes 9th place, puts James Seath down to 10th, and Alex Vella across the line in 11th. Rebecca Heath, Walker and Belliosi will all cross the line. Spare a thought for Christian Smith, though. He will go from the back of the grid for the main event tomorrow, and we have heat number 2 coming our way in just a matter of minutes. But that's heat number 1 out of the way. We have to do that all again for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup around this Cardwell Park circuit. I thought somebody might have stopped to pick up Christian Smith, but they've done no such luck for he. We'll stop and pause and have a quick commercial break and be back in a minute or two.
With all the news, views and interviews, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection, and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship. Live on FM radio, online at BritishSuperbike.com, and streamed live on YouTube with TSL live timing.
5:26, very fast approaching 5:27 here in the evening sunshine, the early evening sunshine here at Cadwell Park. That is Heat 1 for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup, and Heat 2 is coming up. It's going to be exactly the same length, another 8-lap race, and chance for us to just very quickly catch up with some of the messages that we haven't already got to. Janine says a shout out to all the Kyle Ride supporters, all dressed up as golfers, trackside waiting for the podium, and they've all made their way away from the grassy bank opposite the start finish line now. This one says All best wishes to our mate Harley Preble in the BMW race from his Plymouth fans, Wayne and Emma, and Teddy, Hattie and Finney. Having heard that shout out, BSB making kids' dreams even better. BSB Radio making kids' dreams even better. Thank you. And a picture of the three of them. Oh, what a lovely picture. Teddy, Hattie and Finney as well. Wayne and Emma, thank you very much indeed. That makes us feel jolly good here in the commentary box. Thank you. Peter, a big shout out to CTR Team 97 and the Sand Dancer and Piggy as well. Can we have a shout out to Wayne, please? He's brought me to every BSB round we could manage over the summer and brought me and the kids to their first party in the park as well. An amazing man, and I can't wait to marry him. Emma, thank you very much indeed. And Wayne, good luck in your marriage ceremony.
I'm loving today. There's so much love in the air.
I know.
It's my anniversary. There's people
really
proposing to each other out there. I mean, does it get any better?
We didn't get an answer from Michael Rutter, did
I know.
we?
Is Michael Rutter with you, Larry Carter?
No, he's scappered a long time ago, mate. He heard there was a message on BSB radio that somebody had tipped him off, apparently. He's now in the beer tent. So we're contemplating his decision, apparently. So... But it's your wedding anniversary to the lovely Angela Duncan. How many years, if you don't mind me asking?
Can you believe it's 19 years?
19. Oh, right, okay. What anniversary is that? Is that the
luck? I think.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a medal anniversary. She needs one to put up with.
Larry, you've got Plater in front of you. How much Prosecco has he had?
Have you come down from Cloud 9 yet? Once you realise that you've got to pay Rory Skinner some winner's bonus here, Plater, you might not have such a wide grin on your face.
I'll have a grin on my face, Larry, until I'm driving home tonight, stop off on the way back and get a cheeky pint of Guinness.
Pint of Guinness, yeah. That's the way. Plater knows how to celebrate, doesn't he? That's the one thing about him. He always has done it. The life and soul of the party is Steve Plater. No, seriously, Steve, congratulations, because Rory won on the Cheshire Bouldings Ducati, didn't he, at Knock Hill last year, so it wasn't quite as far back as what we thought, but it's important when you have to pack the garage up when you've had not a very good weekend and what have you. It's days like this that keep you motivated.
Hey, it's not easy, Larry, you know. We know how good Rory is, you know, and there's still more to come from him. He's doing a great job. It's his third different machine in 3 years, as you're well aware. He only got to ride the bike today in the dry conditions at Cadwell Park for the very first time, so he's doing a fabulous effort. All the boys are very fast. It's really hard to pass here anyway, so to be honest, I was really impressed the way he set the pace, backed off a little bit when he had the gap, and then responded to Kyle's Kyle's lap times and brought it home for a great, well-deserved win.
Now, the one thing I am disappointed with, Steve, is the old guest bike, the press bike. There's been talk about the BMW. You're the ambassador for the series. You've been telling me all season off air that wait till Cadwell. We'll have the guest bike at Cadwell. Don't worry about that. It's definitely going to happen at Cadwell. I didn't see S. Plater, Esquire, on the entry list when put it together. I thought there might be a late entry coming in.
Well, I've actually got an announcement to make because we've already had a strong word for next season, Cadwell Park. One of my mechanics, who's a well-known face, especially in Lincolnshire, Ben Wilson, has said he is desperate to ride the F900s at Cadwell Park. So I'm not sure if his missus is aware of that yet.
She will be now.
That's his statement so far.
Yeah, does Lou know anything about this, Dunk? Sounds like, well, put it like this: if Ben Wilson's not going to be on the bike, we'll make a deal now that Plater will be.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I don't need to go home and be in any more bad books. I forgot my wedding anniversary yesterday, and I'm already suffering.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll make sure that Vicky makes you suffer a little bit more before the course of the weekend. Vicky, get a message in to BSB Radio. If you want us, we know some good divorce lawyers, don't we, boys, between us? So we may
speak
just
for yourself, mate.
I know some terrible ones.
You've left your wife at home on her anniversary. Plater's forgotten his and what have you. You boys, it's about time you got your priorities right.
Yeah, but me and Plater know how to keep. We keep them sweet. That's what we do. We keep them happy, don't we, Alan? Don't know why I'm asking you.
I don't know. 19 years. I didn't make 19 weeks. It's true.
Oh, dear, that's quite a good story, actually. Heat number 2 for the BMWs is lining up on track. The Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup Heat 2. Kenny McLeod's on pole position from this one, and he covered quite a lot of ground yesterday, running about the pit lane, running up the hill because his bike broke down, then putting himself down the road twice in the one session and managing to secure pole position. One of the True Heroes personnel runs off the grid. Kenny's on pole from Barry Burrell and Kieran Smith. Davy Grace, who, if you don't follow Peter Pan Racing on Instagram, you need to, because he was spotted doing Tai Chi at the entrance towards Park yesterday, which gave us a little bit of a funny turn, and we liked seeing that from Dave Grace. But he also qualified in the second row off the grid alongside Jack Tynan and the very impressive Dale Thomas. James Dutton has got Reese Coates and Harley Preble for company. We've just seen Macy run off the grid. The moon boot is now gone, so that's always a good thing to see. Back to full fitness.
We got into awful trouble because we said that she had a gammy leg, didn't we?
Yeah, I said she had a gammy leg and she was Bambi on ice.
Yeah, there was all sorts of.
Do you like the shout out, really, Larry?
Legal ramifications going on there at one point in time.
No, another lawyer.
Yeah, I had to fend the lawyers off on behalf of the commentary team there, boys. But if you're not prepared to refer to Macy Preble as having a gammy leg in future, please. That would help our lawyers out immensely.
Well, you've just said it twice in the last 10 seconds.
Well, go with a gammy leg down there. In for a penny, in for a pound and all that. Boy.
Just for the record, I have never said it.
Just as well there's no PA speaker in pit lane. She's oblivious to us talking about her.
Well, Macy Preble likes to get a shout out, let's put it that way, and she deserves a shout out for putting up with Harley. So, Harley Preble on the grid, on the third row of the grid. Joe Carnell, Carl Bayliss and Liam Wilton are on the fourth row of the grid, with Luke Foreman, Christian Slater, Andy Booth and Gary Cutts all at the back. Another reason why Macy gets a shout out, because she's the other half of Christian Smith, and he's just thrown himself into the weeds in that last race. So not only does she have to look after Dad in this race, she's then got to console Christian after what he's just done previously. But Christian always has a fairly big smile on his face, and Larry Carter homes in on Macy Preble.
They're talking about you in the commentary box, Macy. I think it's only fair, as your friend, that they say that some of the things have been a little bit derogatory, especially about when you had a gammy leg. More to the point is Christian, have you ventured to speak to him after that little off?
I have no idea where he is.
No, and you don't really care either, do you? So.
Of course I do.
She said, of course I do, actually. Poor girl, we have our absolute life, don't we? Anyway, we'll see how Dad goes in this one. The buses haven't been lined up for this one, have they? So I think we might get away with Evil Knievel, Harley Preble out there, not jumping anything this race.
As long as he can not jump at the start, that's all he needs to focus on, I would imagine. But let's get ourselves ready for what is our last track action, last race of the day, if I'm not mistaken. It's been so fast. Yep. Heat number 2, the last track action of the day in the lightly setting sun that we have here for you down there as well, Larry Carter. BMW's about to give us some action on track. The green flag at the back clears Alan Woods off the track at the front, and here we go. You can see the long shadows that we have here at 5:30 at night at Cadwell Park, and away they go down towards turn 1, and Kenny McLeod has got a good start, but in the second phase of the start, here comes Barry Burrell and everybody else coming past Kenny McLeod in towards turn 1. McLeod will slot into third place just beside or ahead of Davy Grace, but it's Kieran Smith who leads the way at Charlie's as they go over the crest and in towards the lovely big long Park Straight. Kieran Smith from Barry Burrell, and then we've got Kenny McLeod as they all tuck behind the very small screen on these bikes. Davy Grace already trying to make a move as they come up in towards Park, but it's behind that we need to watch Jack Tynan in there as well, the Rocket Rookie's bike with the luminous flashes to his leathers and luminous yellow boots on Jack Tynan. Always very easy to spot him out. And then Dale Thomas will be in there as well. Dale Thomas on number 93. Black leathers for Dale Thomas with red arms. He's easy to spot and he's all over the back of Davy Grace. He's about to have a manoeuvre into Mansfield, but Davy Grace strong on the brakes and towards Mansfield doesn't let that happen. He manages to control that manoeuvre that was incoming from Dale Thomas and hold him at bay. Along towards the bottom of the mountain, Barry Burrell hits the front from Kieran Smith, and this is trouble for everybody else because it's again, if Burrell finishes this heat winning it, it's another maximum points haul. It's only half points, it's 12 points as Kenny McLeod pulls a killer wheelie over the crest of the hill. Kenny just needs to calm down a little bit. He has been a little bit keen recently and putting himself into the shrubbery, shall we say. And if Dale Thomas goes underneath Davy Grace had to pick that one up quicker than Alan Hyde bending down to pick up a fiver that he dropped there. That was so incredible. The cat-like reactions of Davy Grace was very, very good. And he manages to stay on the track. Loses 2 positions, one to Dale Thomas and the other one to Jack Tynan in that barn and hairpin area of the track. Just was the fairly robust mover that came in towards. If you watch the big screen just now, we see Dave Grace into the corner. Here comes Dale Thomas. Whoa, up the inside, lifts it, does Dave Grace. And then Jack Tynan. Well, you don't need to offer Jack Tynan twice. He goes straight through on the inside. As we see Kenny McLeod again running a little bit wide on the True Heroes BMW on the exit off that corner. There goes our safety car, which will park up at the end of its chase lap. And the rest of the riders making their way through park already at the crest of that straight. Where's Harley Preble? I hear the mass audience asking. Bike 44 in 9th place for Harley. He finds himself just behind James Dutton and ahead of Joe Carnell for the Prebster. And the Evel Knievel leathers and all on the back of that number 44 machine of Harley Preble. Meanwhile, the leaders making their way towards the chicane just after Mansfield. And Barry Burrow is being kept honest from Kieran Smith. Kieran on the number 24 GP Titan Tech by Batham's backed F900R. And not getting away at the front is Barry Burrell. And Jack Tynan on 96 for the Rocket Rookies looks really good. Saw a social media piece with Rocket Ron Haslam giving him a little bit of rider coaching, and I like that. I mean, what better man to have in your corner than Ron Haslam to give you all the updates that you need for little bits of information of how to get round Cardwell Park. And just basic riding etiquette as well. Tynan very much in the Rocket Rookies and enjoying that tutoring that he gets from Ron Haslam. These guys are both catching Kenny McLeod. McLeod on 34 has been caught by 93 Dale Thomas and 96 Jack Tynan. McLeod would love to get himself into the ball draws. We're going to lap 3 out of 8. Still a long way in this race to go around this 2.1 mile circuit of Cadwell Park. Barry Burrow leading the way from Kieran Smith and Kenny McLeod, with Dale Thomas ahead of Jack Tynan. Then Dave Grace in 6th place. Dave with a very strong qualifying run yesterday, but 6th place after having to pick himself, well, not pick himself up, but have to lift the bike up violently at the barn area of the track when through came Thomas and Tynan. But he's ahead of Rhys Coates, who's in 7th place, James Dutton, Harley Preble and Joe Carnell. Then in 11th place, 45, is Luke Foreman. He's ahead of Carl Bayliss and Leon Winton. And Slater, Cutts and Booth in this one as well. Christian Slater, there we go, ahead of Gary Cutts, and then Andy Booth in 16th place. Just pausing as we watched him going towards the chicane there, because it looked like Tynan was just about to start making some sort of manoeuvre on the inside, but they're now all hatched up behind Kenny McLeod on 34. This is the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Here comes Dale Thomas already having a look at the inside of McLeod as they go in and through the Hall Bends area of the track. This is where Dale Thomas likes to make a pass in towards the barn hairpin. Can he go up the inside? No. But can Tynan go through on Thomas? No. They both thought about it but decided not to go through on that area of the track. Leaders have crossed the line, Burrell and Smith. Here comes the battle for 3rd place. Kenny McLeod always rides with a clear visor. Every time you see him, he's always got the clear visor. You can see directly into the helmet, and you can also pick up the eyes that stare up the road. I do like clear helmets. I never used to like using the clear visor myself, but I love when you actually look at them and you can see the focus excuse me, on the rider's face as they make their way around any circuit that they're on. Now let's see if Dale Thomas can pick up a slipstream from Kenny McLeod as they make their way up in towards Park Corner. But it doesn't look like it. McLeod gets a good exit from Charlie's, and that keeps him pretty safe on the braking phase as they go in towards the crest of Park. And then it kind of levels out before you go into the brakes. But McLeod using all the track and a bit more, going through Chris Curve and back to the top of the gooseneck. They go through the right, then back into the left-hand part of it, down towards Mansfield. Here comes Jack Tynan looking at the inside of Dale Thomas, unable to go through. The number 96 Rocket Rookie bike has to stay in position. And clearly nobody's been watching the Supersport race where you just let the brakes off going in towards that next chicane and through and inside you can go. Or was it the Superstock race? I can't remember. But there was a bit of brave overtaking getting done there earlier on through the course of the day. Once again up over the crest of the hill in towards the mountain section they go. Dale Thomas again looking at the inside of Kenny McLeod as he tried to go along past the pavilion but unable to go through. Thomas all over the back of McLeod, surely up the inside into barn. No, Kenny doesn't leave enough room. There goes Barry Burrell across the line. It was a 2-second lead exactly the last time. It is now 2.656. So Burrell puts 0.6 of a second into the pursuing pack, and Dale Thomas pops out from the slipstream in towards turn number 1. Can he level Kenny McLeod on the brakes? No, it's not really much of a braking place down there. It's so fast, the entry in through Coppice up towards Charlie's. that Kenny McLeod manages to survive that one more time as they go through to exit the Charlies. And Jack Tynan just a little bit off the back now as they make their way through the bottom lowest part of the valley before they start climbing. Here comes Dale Thomas up the inside of McLeod. McLeod on the brakes. He gets levelled by Dale Thomas. Can Dale stop that? Yes, he can. Lovely manoeuvre from Dale Thomas to put himself up onto the podium into third place, ahead of the True Heroes Racing start. That's Kenny McLeod on 34. He's now got to put up with a bit of pressure coming his way from Jack Tynan. Thomas very wide at the top of the gooseneck, though. He's not on the ideal line going through there. And that would have cost him just that little bit of momentum down towards Mansfield, where they all managed to get the bike stopped on the brakes and through the bottom of it. Through the chicane. Through the right, through the left. We lost Christian Smith there, remember, in heat number 1. Don't know if he clipped the curb or made a small unforced error, but down he went as Jack Tynan homes up into the back of Kenny McLeod. Tynan looks pretty racy, actually. I've got to say that. He looks like he still wants a good bit of this. And Barry Burrell, meanwhile, at the front. It was 2.6 seconds last time across the line for Barry Burrell. This time, as I see him coming down to go across the control line, that has gone up to now, well, a lap record for Barry Burrell, 1:33.888, and it's 3.8 seconds. Barry Burrell. Larry Carter, Barry Burrell is just in another league this year in the BMW F900R Cup Series. He seems to be able to do everything at will and just manage to put that bike in places other people can't do it and deliver lap times. He's the only man out there to go into the 33s, and he looks so strong on that Halliwell Jones BMW as we move into lap 6 out of 8. As we watch them coming again down the bottom side of the valley. Here comes Kenny McLeod. He's mounting attack on Dale Thomas on the brakes. McLeod levels and passes on the brakes. Anything Dale can do, Kenny can do better, it seems. And Kenny was really neat through the corner there. Managed to get a really strong exit. Drives himself through Chris Curve on towards the top of the gooseneck. And Dale Thomas with no answer for Kenny McLeod on the True Heroes Racing 34 BMW this time. Jack Tynan has watched this battle rage for the better part of 3 or 4 laps now since they all got together, but hasn't yet tried to make a manoeuvre on anybody around the 2.1 mile Cadwell Park circuit. Underneath the Carroll Nash Bridge they come in towards the bottom of the mountain. McLeod holding Thomas at bay, only just though. It was a pretty good manoeuvre from Kenny McLeod up in towards Park. Obviously when Dale Thomas paid the compliment to Kenny McLeod, Kenny tried to do it straight back on the next lap and did. We're seeing a slow-mo of Barry Burrell coming up over the crest of the mountain, and Barry Burrell just makes Alan Hyde. Look at this Alan Hyde. I mean, he's showboating halfway through the race, wheeling all the way up over the mountain towards Hall Bends. We're just jealous because he can, you know?
Yes, yeah.
We're just jealous because he can.
Very well.
There's no better feeling than wheeling a motorcycle, Alan. Can I point that out to you?
Is there not?
Oh, it's just incredible. If you mean to do it, that is. If you don't mean to do it, it's
yes,
a horrible
yes,
sensation.
Exactly, yeah.
As we watch Barry make his way up in towards Park Corner, he's gone from one side of the valley through the basin of it and then up to the other side. As we have a quick look towards back of the pack, Andy Booth, the Horsley rider on the apbrracing.com BMW. Andy Booth, blue, orange, with a few flashes of silver in that bike as well. Makes his way to the bottom of our mountain. Is he going to go a lap down under the chasing Barry Burrell? Andy Booth, his lap times, he's doing 1:47, his best lap. 1:33, the best lap for Barry Burrell. Burrell really is in just another league. That lap record that Barry Burrell dropped in there, just as he did randomly, threw a lap record in because he can. As he comes up over the mountain again, pulls another beautiful long wheelie over the crest of it. And I've always liked the helmet design that he has as well. Always kind of a bit of a nod towards the late, great Gus Scott in my eyes. And I do like whenever I see that helmet on Barry Burrell. As McLeod still holding back Dale Thomas. This is a great ride for Kenny McLeod. Kenny sometimes, as Alan Hyde has said, gets a rush of blood to the head. But right now, Kenny very much in control of the last step on the podium as he knows Dale Thomas is hovering around and the danger zone is very much barn for him. The last lap has started. Burrell's gone, so is Kieran Smith. They're both still first and second. This is the battle for the last step on the podium and the ball draw. And here comes Dale Thomas as they head in towards turn number 1. Pops out from the slipstream on Kenny McLeod. McLeod does have to give best, and he yields to Dale Thomas as he goes through in towards the lead at Coppice. Thomas had such a run, but can Kenny once again get the run through Coppice? on Charlie's, and then in towards Park. He's already picking up the slipstream as they go down through the bottom of the valley. They start climbing the hill. It actually flattens out on the braking zone. Dale Thomas has Kenny McLeod alongside. McLeod goes round a long way. That's sensational if he stops it. He does. Bravo, Kenny McLeod. That was a lovely, well-controlled overtake to go round the outside and put himself back into that third place. Has Dale Thomas just shown his hand that little bit too early on Careful Kenneth, who is now down towards the bottom of Mansfield and still holding his own. And Jack Tynan, again, just getting a grandstand view of this great battle between these two guys as they go in towards the chicane for the last time, along towards the foot of the mountain before they'll climb it. We look towards the exit of Barn because that's where I'll pick Barry Burrell up in any second. And Barry Burrell will make his way down towards the checker flag, which is now ready for him as Kenny McLeod goes a bit wide and through Nancy goes Dale Thomas. Thomas goes through as Burrell does a stand-up wheelie the length of the straight and does it in style. Here we get Kieran Smith coming through, and then will we get Kenny McLeod, or will it be Dale Thomas? It will be Dale Thomas. He gets Kenny McLeod at the top of the mountain. Lovely stuff from Dale Thomas to put himself into P3, into the ball draw. Kenny McLeod in 4th, and Jack Tynan across the line in 5th place. Is Barry Burrell still wheeling, Alan?
No, he did put the front wheel down at some stage, but it was spectacular for the crowd. Absolutely superb.
Look back here. Kenny McLeod just gets up the top of the mountain, and then at the wrong angle, I think he just had to roll the throttle ever so slightly as he headed towards the edge of the track. Yes, he did, and that just gave Dale Thomas enough room. Kenny was on the mud there. He was on the mud at the front of the pavilion. And if his better half Laura had seen that, he'd be getting a thick ear back in the paddock, that's for sure. But what a race that was. Barry Burrell wins with a new lap record ahead of Kieran Smith and Dale Thomas. 1:24.93. Kenny McLeod, 34, comes home in 4th. 5th place, 96, Jack Tynan. 6th place, 2, Rhys Coates. 7th, 71 for Dave Grace. Harley Preble on 44 comes home in 8th. And James Dutton on bike number 4 comes home in 9th. Rounding out the top 10, 66, Joe Carnell. Behind that, we're Bayliss, Foreman, Slater, Wilton, Cutts and Booth. Everybody gets into the main event tomorrow because there is no last chance qualifier. So Christian Smith will be on the back row of the grid. I do hope you've enjoyed that. That was a pretty cracking race, that I've got to say. The BMW is definitely delivering. And what we have now is the joy of the ball draw. I wonder if we can catch that on our pit lane camera, as it happens directly down below us, does it not, Larry Carter? And with Larry Carter, with Steve Plater, with Sam Jones, they all do the ball draw, and it's usually a little bit of chaos, but that gives us the actual grid for the main event as well, Larry. Still having the ball draw, just exactly the same as we did at Thruxton. But yeah, fabulous stuff there. Bobby Verry still down there in that pit lane, as is Josh Corner, because he'll be going through the ball draw, trying to keep my eyes peeled on any other bikes that we have down there. The rest of them, Larry, heading your way just now.
Yeah, well, here comes Bazza Burrell, who keeps telling us that he's not going to do the next round, but we did actually get a commitment out of him, didn't we, at the last round, when we pinned him down and said, look Burrell, we're fed up with these little pork pies you keep telling us, and we want to know whether or not... Oh, yeah, he says, I probably will do the remainder of the rounds, especially now I'm leading the championship. So he'd be a fool not to, wouldn't he? But the second of the Smith twins, given that his slightly elder brother by 2 minutes crashed out of the earlier race, that was Christian Smith. Well, this is Kieran Smith, who's made his way on to the podium, and Thomas the Steam. Isn't it, boy? The Welshman who hails from Carmarthen, he's had a referral trip up here to Cadwell Park. He is on the podium as well. So what we'll do is we've got Sam down here from TSL. We'll round them up. We'll get the boys over here. Corsi, are you going to round the boys up? And we'll go with the ball draw. We've got Richard down here, Richard Fothergill, who is the event coordinator. And just checking there, we've got Bobby Verey, 88, 65 Nicky Coates, and 97 Josh Corner, 1 Barry Burrell, 24 Kieran Smith, 93 Dale Thomas, and for the priority draw for Rose, 14 Liam Vella, 34 Kenny McLeod. So looks as though we've got that somewhere near. Come on, boys, gather round. Come on, Coatsy. Yeah, Baz Burrell's over there. Can we get Verry down here? I know he doesn't speak. Come on, Bobby. Come on down here. Come on, Dale as well. As we get ready to go with the highlight of the weekend. Steve Plater making sure that he gets his appearance money paid in full with doing the ball draw. It normally ends in chaos here, but for whatever reason, we can't find anybody better to do it, Plater. So who have we got? We've got 4. Who are we missing? We've got Corner, we've got Bobby Vary, Dale Thomas is there. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's Baz Beller, isn't it? Yeah, just waiting for Baz to finish his TV interview, and then we can go with the way that this works. And the way it works, folks, is we put the top 3 in Heat 1. We put their numbers into a hat. We put the top 3 from Heat 2. They go into the same hat, so there's 6 balls. The first one out gets P6 on the grid. The second one P5, P4, P3, P2, and the last ball out of the hat gets pole position. That's the way it works. And then we draw for the priority, given that we go 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6 like that, as to which heat it is that gets priority for that one. So I think we are just about ready to go with that one. Steve Plater will make the ball draw for this one. And the first number out then in this, the BMW Rocket Off F900R Cup, is number 97, P6 on the grid for Josh Corner. Sorry about that one, Josh. P6 on the grid. You think Christmas has been cancelled here. 93, Dale Thomas, middle of row 2 for Dale Thomas. Then we've got the inside 65, Nicky Coulson. Well, Nicky, you're on row 2 again, mate. Sorry about that one. The front row of the grid, P3, that goes away Baz Burrell. Baz, you're on the outside of row number 1. P2 that goes the way of number 24, Kieran Smith, which means that Bobby Vary on pole position, mate, and he says, you know what, that'll do me absolutely fine. So then we go to see which heat it was that gets priority on the grid, whether it was Heat 1 led by Liam Vella or Heat 2 led by Kenny McLeod. And we'll see what number comes out first. It is number 14, Liam Vella. So it's Heat 1 that gets priority for that one. And 34, Kenny McLeod, Heat 2 for that one. No last chance qualifier draw for that one. So that does conclude the draw for the first round of the FA Cup proper. As one of the stand on it. That's one way of getting the ball out first. But that concludes the draw for the Rocket Off BMWs. So that just about rounds things up, doesn't it, as far as the day's action is concerned. Our sincere thanks to the Port West Race Safe Marshals and medics around the track for doing another wonderful job. Hope the riders haven't kept you too busy this weekend so far, and we'll be back to do it all over again when we reconvene. It's an early start tomorrow. I think we're on air from something like 8:40 in the morning with the first of the warm-up sessions, but we'll be ready for action when we go there. So for the final time today, signing off from pit lane, this is Larry Scoop Carter, handing you back to Alan and Duncan in the studio.
Cheers, Scoop. Great job down there with the ball draw. That's the first time Alan Hyde's actually witnessed the ball draw. He actually really enjoyed that.
It was very organised.
It's not as organised chaos as you would expect. That's because they knew they were in line of sight with race direction.
It did feel like an FA Cup draw.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Yeah.
Particularly when Larry finishes up, and that concludes the draw
for round 4 of the Vauxhall Conference.
That's exactly what it was.
Listen, Alan, I need to take this moment just to say that I lost a good friend a week or so ago, a man called Willie Money, who would be known in this paddock. He's raced a lot of time down south, a bike racer from north of the border in Auchterarder and Perthshire area. He would have been absolutely delighted to have seen what Rory Skinner accomplished today, and in Scotland we're all mourning the loss of William, who was a great friend of everybody. And he did compete in the certain championships, like the Aprilia 250cc championship that we had down here in the BSB, and he also raced in the Triumph Triple a few times as well. But just wanting Dawn to know that back home we're all thinking about you guys and the family, and we're having a service on the 8th of September at Knockhill, remembering the great man himself. So he would have been delighted to have seen Rory Skinner do that today, and he was also a huge fan of the BSB and Cadwell Park. So yeah, William Money, very much thinking of him in this moment.
Thank you very much indeed to Duncan. Thank you to all of you as well for all of your messages today. Just to quickly catch up and be absolutely up to date, Kaz and Andy said, are the Red Arrows on their way? We saw online they're due just after 5:30. No, I think we lost something in translation there. We do have the Red Devils. They are due tomorrow.
The Red Arrows coming?
No. calm yourself. Tomorrow at 12:45, so 1:45, we've got the Red Devils. Unless, of course, the Red Arrows are planning on, they've been somewhere in display today. Sometimes there are online shouts that they'll be flying overhead, but I don't think so. I'm not seeing anything like that, so I think not. But Red Devils tomorrow, 1:45. Brent says, can you give a shout out to my legend of a dad, Ken, who is 82 years old and enjoying the racing today. Absolutely superb, Ken. Thank you very much indeed. And Brent, I hope you two have had a great day here. Shout out to my daughter Elsie, watching on the entrance to the Gooseneck. Her favourite rider is Lee, because the bike is pink. And this one says, not quite sleepless in Seattle, it's speedless in Cadwell. This is Sarah. She's still going after Michael Rutter, another marriage proposal. And this one says, good luck to TJ, Cam and all at GNS Racing from Chum and Vic. And we are up to date. That's it. We've done all of your messages on WhatsApp, and we'll do it all again tomorrow. Thank you for coming to Cadwell today. The weather held off. I had a chat with my marshal just as you come over the crossing this morning, and I said, no, it's going to be absolutely fine today. You sure? He said. I said, I'm absolutely sure. And for once, I was right. We'll see you in the morning at 8:40 for the first of our warm-up sessions for the BMWs that we've just seen out on circuit. But have a very nice evening, everybody, and we'll see you bright and early Bank Holiday Monday. Night-night.
Live online at BritishSuperbike.com, on FM radio and live stream with TSL live timing on YouTube. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.